Chapter 1: The First Voyage ends in shipwreck. Chu Muyang was a humble crew member aboard a luxurious cruise ship. After graduation, he had undertaken several jobs, the most lucrative of which paid a monthly salary of 3,500 yuan. He spent his days engaged in numerous group chats, merely acknowledging messages with a simple received. It was only after hearing about the generous salaries of seamen that he specifically applied for this position. Having studied communications, his expertise aligned well with the responsibilities of maintaining the ship's communication equipment. However, due to a shortage of manpower, he was also tasked with overseeing simpler devices. Little did he anticipate that, just 2 months into his maiden voyage, he would encounter a maritime disaster. One evening, their cruise ship was suddenly beset by a violent storm, with winds reaching typhoon levels that threatened to capsize the vessel. A colossal wave struck, tilting the ship at an alarming angle. Chaos erupted on board, with piercing cries of terror echoing through the air. Panic surged within Chu Muyang, consumed by a singular thought. How could fate be so cruel to confront him with a shipwreck on his very first expedition? He had always considered himself a model citizen, dutifully returning lost money to the police and helping elderly ladies cross the street. He had only ever had one girlfriend and had never caused harm to a good woman. At just over 20, he believed the heavens should not claim him yet. He gazed out at the tumultuous sea, where waves towered as high as several stories. Faced with this apocalyptic scene, his legs trembled uncontrollably. With every ounce of strength, he clung desperately to the railing to prevent himself from falling. He fought against the rising tide of fear, striving to maintain his composure. Deep down, he understood that the ship was likely doomed, and the only glimmer of hope lay in boarding a lifeboat. However, he was acutely aware of the limited number of lifeboats on the cruise ship. Lacking connections or status, he was firmly ensconced at the bottom of the social hierarchy, making it nearly impossible for him to secure a spot on a lifeboat under normal circumstances. Just as despair began to overwhelm him, he recalled that a lifeboat had malfunctioned a couple of days prior, and the team leader had assigned him to repair it. Upon inspection, he had discovered a mere puncture, which he had mended just yesterday. The lifeboat was now languishing in the repair warehouse, likely unnoticed by others. With renewed vigor, he raced toward his cabin, stumbling like a drunken man, nearly losing his balance several times. As he struggled forward, a familiar figure suddenly caught his eye amidst the chaotic throng. Upon closer inspection, he recognized a female bartender from the ship, frantically darting through the panicked crowd, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Yet in this life-and-death moment, he could not afford to concern himself with anyone else. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on toward his room. After what felt like an eternity, he finally reached his cabin. The crew quarters were painfully cramped and narrow. He forcefully pushed open the door, which emitted a shrill creak. Without a moment to spare, he dashed to the bedside and grabbed his waterproof backpack, a high-quality replica he had purchased for 699 yuan online. He first cast a fleeting glance at a stack of books on the small table, then decisively pulled out one from the pile. Next, he hurriedly stuffed several items he deemed essential, such as snacks, personal medications, and bottled water into his bag, neglecting everything else in a moment. In a rush, Chu Muyang exited the room without a moment's hesitation, heading straight for the repair room. The distance from his quarters to the maintenance area was modest, yet even though the storm seemed to have abated slightly, the tilt of the ship had become increasingly pronounced, making each step a formidable challenge. He could only manage a halting run, stopping intermittently to steady himself against the railing, gasping for breath, and pausing to regain his strength before propelling himself forward once more. Despite his cautious approach, an unexpected jolt caused him to lose his balance. In a moment of instinct, he braced himself with his hand, only to strike a hard object, sending a jolt of pain through his palm. Glancing down, he noticed a shallow cut seeping blood, but fortunately, it was not grave. With time slipping away, he could not afford to tend to his minor injury. Shortly thereafter, he finally reached the repair room. Trembling, he fumbled for his keys, and due to his anxiety, it took several attempts before he successfully unlocked the hatch. Upon entering, he exhaled deeply, relieved to find the lifeboat still intact. The team leader was likely overwhelmed at this moment, likely forgetting about the vessel. The repair room still had power, and he connected the inflation pump to the lifeboat. Hearing the pump's hum brought him a sense of relief. It was operational. This lifeboat was quite small, akin to a military assault craft, accommodating only 2 or 3 people, making it perfectly suited for his needs at this juncture. While waiting for the lifeboat to inflate, he glanced around the repair room, noticing an array of tools. He thought it prudent to take a few, as they might prove useful given the potential for drifting at sea or even being stranded on a deserted island. After a moment's hesitation, he selected an axe, a saw, a bundle of rope, a flashlight with spare batteries, and a multi-functional knife, all compact enough to fit in his bag. Spotting a pair of mesh gloves, he added them as well. By this point, his backpack was bulging, leaving little room for additional items. Just then, the lifeboat was fully inflated, and after checking for any leaks, he dragged it out of the room. Once outside, he hesitated momentarily, then decisively chose the left path, as it was closer to the deck and less crowded. Dragging the lifeboat to the deck's staircase, he encountered no one indeed. It seemed everyone had flocked to the upper deck. This was the crucial moment. Chu Muyang released the lifeboat, took a few deep breaths, and cautiously ascended to the deck. He needed to assess the situation above. If his lifeboat were discovered, he would surely not be able to keep it, perhaps even losing his chance to board the ship. He cautiously ascended to the deck, where the wind and rain immediately assaulted him. Items scattered across the deck were mercilessly swept away by the raging gusts. Life rings, ropes, and debris whirled chaotically, punctuated by the sounds of crashing and shattering. He clutched the railing tightly, braving the tempest. As he surveyed his surroundings fortuitously, he found himself alone. The distance from his position to the ship's edge was approximately 20 meters. Chu Muyang calculated his speed and estimated that it would take him 2 or 3 minutes to reach it. At that moment, the ship tilted more severely, and distant cries for help and anguished shouts echoed through the storm. Time was of the essence. There was no room for delay. With resolve, he turned back to drag the lifeboat onto the deck, exerting every ounce of strength to pull it towards the ship's edge. Step by step, he soon arrived at the brink, gasping for breath as he glanced at the churning sea below, roughly 10 meters from the surface, well within his diving capabilities. Without further hesitation, he propelled the lifeboat into the water, assessing the surface and the reflective strips on the boat for orientation. Tightening his life jacket, he unhesitatingly leapt into the tumultuous waves. Chapter 2. A Rescue at Sea. With a resounding splash, Chu Muyang plunged into the icy depths of the ocean, like a heavy stone sinking into the frigid water. After what felt like an eternity, he fought his way to the surface, where the winds and waves had lessened somewhat, yet the cold rain continued to pelt his face relentlessly. Straining to clear his vision, blurred by the rain, he searched for the lifeboat. Soon he spotted it not too far away, intermittently revealed by the undulating waves. A surge of joy filled his heart as he kicked and paddled toward the vessel. Having grown up by the riverside in a rural area, his swimming skills, while not exemplary, were certainly adequate. He employed his signature swimming technique, arms executing freestyle strokes, while his legs performed the breaststroke. He made his way to the lifeboat. At last, he reached the edge of the lifeboat, summoning his remaining strength to grasp its rim. Gasping for air, he exerted considerable effort to hoist himself aboard. As he collapsed onto the boat like a limp rag doll, he breathed heavily, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. At that moment, he felt utterly drained, every muscle in his body protesting with fatigue. After resting for a minute or two, he dared not linger. Safety was still a distant concern. The whirlpool created by the sinking cruise ship was beyond what a small boat could withstand, and the waves remained formidable. A single misstep could capsize the lifeboat, leaving him utterly helpless. Surveying his surroundings, Chu Muyang noticed another, slightly larger lifeboat about 20 meters away, already overcrowded with over 10 people, yet more individuals continued to scramble aboard from the cruise ship. Suddenly, he witnessed a figure being callously shoved off the lifeboat by those on board. The figure traced a fleeting arc through the air before plunging heavily into the sea, creating a splash. His heart tightened, although he had anticipated this moment. Witnessing it firsthand sent a chill through him. His father had always told him that the most terrifying aspect of this world is humanity itself, for it is the human heart that harbors the greatest fears. In this moment of life and death, some individuals are capable of committing unspeakable acts in the name of survival. Yet, he found himself powerless, fully aware that he lacked the moral authority to be a savior. Remaining in sight would only put him in jeopardy. Gritting his teeth, he turned away from the scene, choosing a direction that distanced him from the lifeboat. He retrieved a paddle and began to row vigorously, steering away from the cruise ship. After exerting himself for over 100 meters, he felt he had somewhat evaded the peril. However, the relentless tension and intense physical effort left him feeling utterly drained. Realizing he could not continue, he decided to take a brief respite. He placed the paddle aside and leaned back against the lifeboat, gasping for air. Lifting his gaze towards the cruise ship, he noted that its tilt was becoming increasingly pronounced. He could see numerous panicked figures on board, darting across the deck, crying out for help, their voices echoing over the water, laden with despair and helplessness. With a deep sigh, Chu Muyang reflected on the hundreds of crew members and passengers aboard. How many of them would ultimately escape? At the same time, he felt immense gratitude for his own fortunate escape from the cruise ship, a wave of relief washing over him. Lost in contemplation, he suddenly sensed movement in the water not far from him. Alarmed, he scrutinized the surface with caution, his heart racing. Surely, he thought, it couldn't be that he was unfortunate enough to encounter a shark? In the vastness of the ocean, sharks are the most formidable predators. At that moment, he spotted something approximately 20 meters away, gradually approaching him. The splashes it created did not resemble those made by a shark or similar fish. He slowly rose to his feet, gripping the paddle tightly, his eyes fixed on the approaching figure, ready to defend himself at a moment's notice. As the commotion drew nearer, he gradually discerned more details and perceived that it appeared to be a person swimming towards him. Yet, he remained on high alert, pondering that if it were a burly individual, even with a weapon and the advantage of location, he might still be unable to fend them off. The sound of splashing grew closer, halting just 4 or 5 meters away. A female voice called out, "Please, can you let me aboard? I was just pushed off the lifeboat. I beg you." Her voice faltered, filled with fatigue and desperation. Yet it was clear enough for him to comprehend. Chu Muyang thought, could it be the figure he had seen pushed into the water? Her swimming ability was impressive. She had managed to catch up to him. Upon hearing that it was a woman, he sighed with relief, yet hesitated. After all, this was not the moment for a saintly heart. The resources within his backpack were limited. Judging by her appearance, it was evident she had brought no supplies. Sharing the meager contents of his backpack would inevitably reduce their chances of survival until rescue by half. Moreover, he knew nothing of her character. What if their encounter turned out to be a tragic tale akin to that of the farmer and the snake? However, the moral teachings he had received since childhood weighed heavily on him. Perhaps sensing his silence, the woman swam closer, her voice tinged with desperation. I have money. I can pay you. Please, let me aboard. I can barely hold on any longer." Despite the dire circumstances, the naturally optimistic Chu Muyang found himself wanting to smile. Her voice was melodious, clear, and pleasant to the ear. He tentatively inquired, "How much do you have? Let me assess whether it is worth saving you." Upon hearing his question, the girl quickly replied, "I have 15,000 yuan on my account. It is my recent salary, and I can give it all to you. If that is insufficient, I also possess a pendant and heirloom from my family. My mother assured me it holds considerable value." Her words finally coaxed a faint smile from Chu Muyang, who resolved in his heart that she seemed a decent person. After all, saving a life was worth more than building a towering pagoda. He said, "Very well, come aboard. You may present your belongings once you are on the boat." "All right, thank you," the woman exclaimed, a note of joy in her voice as she swam eagerly towards the lifeboat. Chu Muyang extended the paddle for her to grasp, helping her to the side of the boat. As she lifted her head, attempting to climb aboard with his support, the faint moonlight illuminated her face. In that instant, Chu Muyang felt a shiver run down his spine, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. My heavens, what a face! She was nothing short of extraordinary, a true beauty of this world. Chapter 3. The system arrived, and then departed. The girl observed as Chu Muyang suddenly became as though ensnared by a spell, his hands suspended in mid-air, halting the tugging. Her face was awash with anxiety and perplexity, her voice trembling as she implored once more, "Could you please pull me up? I am utterly exhausted. I beg you." Only then did Chu Muyang awaken from his stupor, realizing his lapse in composure. Hastily regaining his senses, he grasped the oars with fervor. straining to pull her up. Through his efforts, he finally succeeded in hoisting the girl aboard. After this strenuous endeavor, Chu Muyang found himself drained. Having expended most of his regained strength, his legs weakened. He sank down at one end of the boat to rest. The girl, in an even worse state, lay sprawled within the vessel, her damp hair disheveled against her face, obscuring much of her features. With her eyes tightly shut, her chest heaved violently as she gasped for breath, her clothes soaked and clinging to her form, revealing the elegant, elusive contours of her body. After a brief interval, the girl slightly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of naturally enchanting peach blossom eyes, their lids tinted with a hint of redness. She looked somewhat apprehensive, cautiously shifting her body towards the opposite end of the lifeboat, instinctively crossing her arms over her chest as if to erect a protective barrier around herself. Stealing a glance at Chu Muyang, she quickly lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, resembling a startled fawn. Chu Muyang adjusted his breathing, striving to steady his racing heart, and mustered a gentle smile to break the silence. "Hello, I am Chu Muyang. What is your name?" His voice was slightly hoarse from fatigue. Upon hearing his voice, the girl lifted her head just a fraction, her gaze infused with shyness and gratitude as she softly replied, Hello, I am Lin Ruoxue. Thank you for allowing me to board your boat." Her voice was tender, akin to a gentle spring breeze, bringing an unexpected warmth to the frigid sea. Chu Muyang smiled and inquired, "Earlier, I noticed someone being pushed off that lifeboat over there. That wouldn't have been you, would it?" "Yes, it was me," she confirmed. "Why were you pushed off?" he asked, curiosity piqued. After a moment of silence, Lin Ruoxue shook her head. I do not know. Someone mentioned that the boat was overloaded and would surely sink. I happened to be at the edge of the lifeboat when someone seized the opportunity to push me off." Chu Muyang pondered, realizing the gravity of the situation. He had observed that lifeboat was indeed overcrowded. It seemed someone had callously taken advantage of the chaos to cast Lin Ruoxue into the water. He then asked, "How were you able to catch up with me?" "You swim quite well." "Well, when I was pushed off, I saw you," she explained. "I can swim, and I was wearing a life jacket. Besides, I had no other option. You were my only hope. So, I swam with all my might towards you. I saw how swiftly you were rowing, and I was nearly frantic. Thankfully, you stopped here." As Chu Muyang listened to her words, he couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration for her resilience. In such dire circumstances, she had managed to summon the tenacity to pursue him. "Well, it seems you are quite fortunate," he said with a hint of jest. "By the way, as for the money you mentioned earlier, I no longer require it. However, I am rather intrigued by the pendant you spoke of. Do show it to me." After a moment of hesitation, Lin Ruoxue's eyes flickered with a trace of reluctance as she slowly extended her hand, drawing forth a pendant from her neckline. The pendant shimmered softly under the faint moonlight, its lines both ancient and fluid. She carefully removed it and handed it to Chu Muyang, her fingers quivering slightly at the moment of exchange. "This was given to me by my mother. She said it has been passed down through generations. It has been many years, though I have not inquired about its worth. Nevertheless, it should fetch a decent price," Lin Ruoxue said with evident reluctance. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Chu Muyang examined the jade pendant intently. It appeared to be an antique, yet he lacked the knowledge to discern its true value. His interest was not genuinely in possession of the item. Rather, he recalled advice from a certain influential figure who suggested that borrowing something from someone is an excellent method to forge a closer bond. This way, the act of borrowing and returning would provide two opportunities for interaction. Although his circumstances were somewhat different, he grasped the essence of that wisdom. Indeed, ever since he beheld Lin Ruoxue's breathtaking beauty, he found himself increasingly attracted to her. Chu Muyang cradled the jade pendant in his palm, smiling as he said, "Then I shall graciously accept it." Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his hand. Upon inspection, he discovered that blood was seeping from a wound in his palm and trickling onto the jade pendant. At that moment, a somewhat juvenile voice echoed in his mind. "Beep. Welcome, host, to the initiation of the Invincible Supreme Wealth System, Basic Edition. This system specializes in the art of ostentation and face-slapping. Though it is but a basic version, it shall empower you to exude an air of grandeur in daily life. making the act of humiliating the affluent no longer a distant dream. This system excels particularly in countering the wealthy second generation and privileged offspring. Beep. Commencing detection of host status and environment. It appears that the host currently has no use for the ostentation and face-slapping system. Upon hearing that peculiar voice resonating in his mind, Chu Muyang momentarily froze, only to be overcome with exhilaration. He found himself fervently exclaiming internally, "Am I destined to rise from humble beginnings and sing my song of triumph? Have I been granted a system of my own? Could it be that the divine has recognized my plight and bestowed upon me this remarkable system? Is the author planning to craft my character into one that annihilates all in my path, be they mere mortals or deities, with reckless abandon whenever I encounter the affluent? My ancestors must have accrued great merit. I shall return home to honor them with an extravagant ancestral worship." At that moment, Chu Muyang was filled with overwhelming excitement. If the readers would permit it, he might even wish to sing a song to convey his current emotions. Unexpectedly, the system's voice resonated once more. Detection indicates that the host is in a dire predicament, with a survival probability below 5. The likelihood of upgrading this system to its final version is less than 1. Following final calculations, it has been decided to enter a state of slumber for 10 years, awaiting the arrival of a more suitable host. As compensation, the basic functions of the jade pendant have been activated and bound to the host. This function will gradually restore various negative injuries sustained by the host and will continuously improve the host constitution. It is hoped that the host will overcome this crisis and, after 10 years, may once again awaken this system with a drop of blood. Farewell. These words struck Chu Muyang like a bolt from the blue, abruptly casting him from the heights of elation into the depths of despair. He stood there stupefied, his mind a blank slate, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an entire egg. What does this mean? Is the system abandoning me in my moment of crisis? Is there no justice left in this world? Has even the system lost its reliability in these times? Oh, benevolent system, do not abandon me. I still believe there is hope for my salvation. Chapter 4. The goddess encounter. As Lin Ruoxue observed Chu Muyang's expression transition from elation to despair, a wave of confusion washed over her. Noticing his crestfallen demeanor, she could not help but inquire, "What is the matter?" With a wry smile, Chu Muyang gazed up at the sky, taking a moment before shaking his head and responding with a hint of resignation. "It's nothing. Perhaps I just had a fleeting daydream." This encapsulates the principle of loss aversion, akin to finding 100 yuan only to lose it shortly after. One may feel significant loss despite no actual detriment. At that moment, Chu Muyang was grappling with such sentiments. After collecting his thoughts, he turned to Lin Ruoxue and remarked, "We are too close to the cruise ship. It would be prudent to paddle further away for safety. Can you row?" Lin Ruoxue lifted her chin slightly, her voice delicate yet resolute. "Yes, I can." Thus, Chu Muyang retrieved another paddle and handed it to her, and together they exerted effort in rowing away from the cruise ship. After approximately an hour, Chu Muyang sensed they had distanced themselves sufficiently from the vessel, ensuring temporary safety. The primary reason for this pause was his own exhaustion from the earlier escape. He was utterly fatigued, and they needed to rest and replenish their supplies of food and water. He ceased paddling and observed Lin Ruoxue, who, despite her evident fatigue, continued to row with determination. He thought to himself, "This girl is quite resilient." Chu Muyang then said to her, "Let's take a moment to rest. We should be safe for now." Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoxue exhaled softly and also halted her paddling. Chu Muyang continued, "We are now in this together. Let us see what provisions we have. We must cooperate to navigate through these difficulties while awaiting rescue." He gestured toward the backpack nearby. "I have some water and food. We should be fine for a day or two. Did you bring anything with you?" At his words, Lin Ruoxue's face flushed with embarrassment, and she instinctively lowered her head, murmuring, I didn't have time to bring any food or drink." Chu Muyang sighed inwardly, thinking as expected. He hastily reassured her, "It's all right. I can share what I have with you. However, we must ration it, as we do not know when help will arrive." With that, he retrieved 2 bottles of water and some compressed biscuit from his backpack, offering half to her while advising, feel free to eat a little more. But we must be frugal with the water. This is all I have. Lin Ruoxue hesitated briefly before accepting the offer, softly saying, thank you so much. If we are rescued, I will definitely repay you. Chu Muyang thought to himself, your words suffice. They are enough for me, for others would not receive such kindness. He discreetly glanced at Lin Ruoxue, a faint smile gracing his lips. Feeling hunger pangs, Chu Muyang leaned against the side of the boat, starting to snack on the compressed biscuits while quietly observing Lin Ruoxue. He noticed her taking small bites of the biscuits, and after a while, when thirst compelled her, she cautiously opened a bottle of mineral water, taking a small sip before promptly sealing it again. Indeed, she was a sight to behold. As he observed the beauty indulging in her meal, Chu Muyang felt a slight lift in his spirits. Gradually, he began to come to terms with the earlier appearance and subsequent disappearance of the system. He thought to himself, what the jade pendant? It is said to possess the ability to heal wounds and enhance one's constitution. It is worth a try. Chu Muyang opened his palm and glanced at the wound on his hand, silently committing the moment to memory. After approximately half an hour, he once again extended his hand. Indeed, it appeared nearly unchanged from half an hour prior. Frustrated, he tossed the jade pendant onto the boat and inwardly cursed. What kind of restoration function is this? How slow can it be? Am I to wait 5 days for it to heal? If it takes 5 days, will I even need you then? Lin Ruoxue, having just finished her biscuit, was startled by his outburst and timidly inquired, is the jade pendant ineffective? If you dislike it, you may return it to me. Once we are rescued, I shall give you all the money I have saved. Chu Muyang shook his head, retrieving the pendant and placing it around his neck. He explained to Lin Ruoxue, no, I may have been a bit hasty. It's just that when I consider our current predicament, my mindset becomes quite explosive, compounded by the uncertainty of when help will arrive. With that, Chu Muyang glanced at the sports watch on his wrist. He had purchased it before boarding the ship, intending to use it for exercise and to track his activity data. Unexpectedly, it had become his sole lifeline in the vast ocean. He pressed the side button, illuminating the screen where the electronic compass clearly indicated the direction. A small arrow steadfastly pointed north. Thank goodness, this device is still operational, he murmured to himself. He understood that in the endless expanse of the South Pacific, lacking a sense of direction was akin to being a headless fly, destined to be lost in the vast waters. Yet, a new dilemma arose. Knowing the direction was one thing, but he had no idea where to head. Lin Ruoxue, observing Chu Muyang's watch with curiosity, noticed his prolonged silence and could not refrain from asking, this watch can indicate direction, correct? Yes, but I find it rather useless at this moment. Out here in the ocean, no matter which direction we choose, it all feels the same. Chu Muyang replied with resignation. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Ruoxue timidly suggested, I might be able to assist. I have studied nautical charts while on the ship. Chu Muyang's eyes brightened. You can remember the chart? Indeed, I have a good memory. Let me think. If we head east, the probability of encountering an island is greater. Is that so? Then we shall follow your lead. Chu Muyang checked the watch. It was nearing dawn. The two had endured a tumultuous night, both mentally and physically exhausted. He turned to Lin Ruoxue and said, it is now early morning, and the darkness is too profound. We are quite weary. Let us rest for the night and set out along your suggested route at dawn. What do you think? Lin Ruoxue, brushing her hair back, nodded obediently. Yes, that sounds good. You should rest first. I will keep watch. Chu Muyang acknowledged her. In such an environment, a sense of security was elusive. It was indeed necessary for them to take turns keeping watch. Thus, he no longer protested, set an alarm on his watch, found a comfortable position, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Beep, beep, beep. As the alarm sounded, Chu Muyang struggled to open his eyes. He felt an overwhelming sense of bodily discomfort, with not a single part of him at ease. Sleeping in this tiny lifeboat was a trial, as he could not stretch his legs, and the position was undeniably uncomfortable. Nevertheless, his spirits had somewhat improved. He glanced at Lin Ruoxue, who was curled up with her arms wrapped around her knees, and upon hearing the commotion, she lifted her gaze to meet his. It's your turn to rest. I'll keep watch for the latter half of the night, Chu Muyang said with a wry smile. Lin Ruoxue, truly fatigued, did not decline his offer. Instead, she politely expressed her gratitude and carefully leaned against the edge of the lifeboat, cautiously beginning to rest. Chapter 5. Drifting at sea. As Lin Ruoxue cautiously succumbed to slumber, Chu Muyang did not remain idle. He reached for the slightly disheveled backpack beside him, intending to meticulously organize his resources. One by one, he carefully extracted the contents of the bag, taking stock of his possessions: a fire axe, a saw, a bundle of Kevlar rope, approximately 20 meters by rough estimate, a flashlight with spare batteries, a multifunctional knife, and a pair of gauze gloves, treasures salvaged from the cruise ship's maintenance room. Next came 2 unopened packets of compressed biscuits, several snacks, and 3 bars of chocolate. This constituted his entire food supply. After all, when he boarded the ship, he had not anticipated finding himself in such dire straits. Hence, he had not procured an abundance of provisions. Following there were a few medicinal supplies, a basic tourniquet, Yunnan Baiyao anti-inflammatory medication for treating wounds, along with a box each of cold medicine and ibuprofen. These made up the entirety of his pharmaceutical inventory. As he continued to rummage through the bag, he unexpectedly discovered 2 of his short-sleeved shirts and work pants, likely items he had originally packed. Additionally, there were 2 packs of cigarettes, though regrettably, his lighter was on his person, yet a search yielded nothing. It was probably lost in the chaos of his escape. With cigarettes, but no fire, Chu Muyang felt a wave of frustration. Finally, there was a book. Upon seeing it, a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. In his mind, this might very well be his trump card. While tidying up the room, this was the first item that sprang to his thoughts. He glanced at the book's cover. The Outdoor Survival Handbook, author, the Lord of the Apocalypse. This book had been a serendipitous find in a bookstore while he was passing time after applying to become a sailor. The text was replete with accessible explanations of various techniques and knowledge, complemented by illustrations. It had piqued his interest at the time, especially since it was on promotion for just 9 yuan, so he had purchased it on a whim. In retrospect, it proved to be a sagacious decision. Flipping open the table of contents, he noted the chapters: for simple methods of fire starting, locating and obtaining water sources, guidelines for building shelters, determining direction when lost in the wild, emergency first aid knowledge for injuries. It was remarkably comprehensive, essentially a manual for survival in the wilderness. However, the author of such a book would likely never amass wealth, as few would find themselves in need of it, and thus, few would purchase it. Chu Muyang briefly perused the table of contents, but found no immediate solutions to his current predicament. So he set the book aside and returned all items to the backpack. Having organized his belongings, Chu Muyang habitually pulled out his phone to check its condition. As expected, the device had spent the night submerged in water. The screen remained pitch black, utterly unresponsive. He contemplated discarding the brick-like object, but then reconsidered. Resources were scarce, and it might prove useful in the future, so he returned it to the backpack. With his inventory complete, and finding himself momentarily devoid of tasks, Chu Muyang leaned against the lifeboat, surveying his surroundings. The sea was tranquil, resembling a vast mirror, while the moon hung high above, radiating a bright, silvery glow. The water mirrored the moonlight, shimmering with a dreamlike quality. Indeed, the weather at sea was capricious. Just moments ago, it had been a tempest of gale-force winds and crashing waves, and now it lay serene and peaceful. Though the scenery was exquisite, it was ill-timed, and Chu Muyang found himself devoid of the mood to admire the night view. His gaze shifted towards Lin Ruoxue, who was sleeping soundly, occasionally emitting faint snores. After enduring several harrowing escapes, it was evident that she was genuinely exhausted. In that moment, her guarded expression melted away, revealing a flawless visage before Chu Muyang, a softly contoured oval face exuding delicate beauty. Her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, casting a gentle shadow upon her eyelids. Most striking were her peach blossom eyes, tightly shut, yet undeniably captivating. Her cherry-like lips, naturally tinted a vibrant hue, resembled ripe cherries, evoking an irresistible desire to taste their sweetness. Her skin, fair and smooth, resembled warm jade, radiating a soft glow under the moonlight, truly embodying the essence of a goddess. Gazing at the enchanting beauty before him, Chu Muyang's thoughts drifted, his mind swirling with the day's myriad experiences and contemplating future plans, momentarily lost in reverie. When he regained his senses, the distant sky had already begun to lighten with a hint of dawn. Shortly after, the sun rose slowly from the horizon, bathing the sea in a brilliant golden light, illuminating not only the waters but also warming Chu Muyang's heart. Deeply moved by this magnificent spectacle, a strong desire to survive surged within him, a fervent yearning for life itself. As the gentle sunlight cascaded onto the lifeboat, Lin Ruo Shui stirred awake. With a hint of caution, she checked her clothing, relieved to find her attire, including the life jacket, intact. Only then did she exhale in relief. Upon noticing Chu Muyang's amused gaze upon her, her cheeks flushed, prompting her to hastily change the subject. Is it dawn already? How long have I slept? Chu Muyang understood that this was their first night spent together, and it was only natural for Lin Ruo Shui to remain cautious around him. However, he was not one to exploit another's vulnerabilities. The woman he admired deserved to be pursued with sincerity and skill. Casting a glance at his watch, he gently informed Lin Ruo Shui, "It is now 7:30. You've slept for a little over 3 hours. It's still early. Would you like to rest a bit longer?" "No, that's not necessary. I feel much better now. Let us figure out which direction to row." Lin Ruo Shui replied softly, yet resolutely. "Very well, but there is no need to rush. Let us eat something first. I have biscuits and snacks," Chu Muyang suggested. "All right," Lin Ruo Shui nodded obediently. Chu Muyang was aware of the reason they hadn't touched the chocolate. It was a substantial source of energy best reserved for a critical moment. "How did you end up working as a server on the cruise ship?" Chu Muyang inquired curiously while eating. Lin Ruo Shui fell silent for a long while before responding. "I searched for several jobs, but the pay was low. Moreover, those employers wanted me to be their personal secretary, which I was unwilling to do, so I didn't stay long in any position. Later, when my brother was getting married, my father asked me to contribute 80,000 yuan. Having only graduated a little over a year ago, I simply couldn't manage that. Later, my roommate told me that the salary of a sailor is quite high, so I decided to pursue it." Lin Ruo Shui spoke slowly, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation. "Your brother is getting married. Just do your best. How could your father behave this way?" Chu Muyang couldn't help but furrow his brow. Lin Ruo Shui gently shook her head and, after a moment of silence, said, "My father has a bit of a preference for sons over daughters. He wanted to marry early. The money for my education was secretly obtained by my mother from my grandmother. My father believes that since I'm a university student, I should earn more, so this is indeed a rather extreme form of gender bias." Chu Muyang sighed and then inquired, "Where are you from?" "I'm from Sichuan. It's very impoverished there, nestled in the mountains. I'm the only university student from my village. My mother, seeing my good grades, was reluctant to let me drop out, and for this, she was beaten by my father numerous times." Wait, this background sounds so familiar to me. This is somewhat reminiscent of Shen Youchu from I Really Didn't Mean to Rebirth. Oh my, isn't this just the quintessential Shen Youchu? Chu Muyang's heart jolted, and his emotions surged with excitement. This was the ideal choice for a wife that every man dreams of, and he had stumbled upon her. Chapter 6. The ferocious sea serpent. Upon finishing their meal, the two began to deliberate on their direction. During their repast, Chu Muyang observed that Lin Ruo Shui consumed very little, leaving him to ponder whether this was due to frugality, a personal habit, or perhaps a reluctance to owe too many favors. His own bottle of water was nearly half empty, while Lin Ruo Shui still possessed a substantial amount. "Hello, I would like to see your watch compass," Lin Ruo Shui said, gazing at Chu Muyang. "From now on, call me Muyang. We are in the same boat, so there is no need for such formality," Chu Muyang replied. "All right then," Lin Ruo Shui agreed after a moment of contemplation, offering no objections. Chu Muyang activated the compass on his watch, and Lin Ruo Shui initially observed the direction of the sea breeze, noting that they were currently heading slightly southeast. After carefully recalling the nautical charts and examining the watch compass for a while, she proposed, "I believe we should row in a southeast direction to harness some of the wind strength. It would be ideal if we could enter a current. I recall that the currents in this vicinity generally flow eastward. Chu Muyang had no objections, particularly since he was not well versed in such matters. Without hesitation, they each took a paddle and began to navigate towards their intended course, pausing occasionally for brief rests and recalibrating their direction. By noon, the sun had become exceedingly oppressive, and sweat beaded on their foreheads. Their arms ached, and they began to feel the effects of dehydration and electrolyte loss. Their stamina was nearly depleted. Realizing that they could not continue in this manner, Chu Muyang recalibrated their course once more and said, "The sea breeze is blowing eastward. Let's allow it to carry us for a while. The sun is too intense. We should take a break to avoid the risk of heat stroke." "All right." Lin Ruo Shui acquiesced, nodding in agreement. They leaned against the side of the boat, and noticing that Lin Ruo Shui was still clad in her waitress uniform, Chu Muyang retrieved 2 garments and a pair of work pants from his backpack, offering her a set. "Cover your head with this. It will be more comfortable. Also, change into the pants. If you feel tired, you can rest. It's daytime, and we need not keep watch." "Thank you," she replied. "Didn't I ask you to call me Muyang?" he said with mild discontent. Lin Ruo Shui hesitated for a moment before softly responding, "All right, thank you, Muyang. Now let us rest." When Chu Muyang awoke, the sky had begun to darken ominously. Could it be that rain was imminent? A sense of joy surged within him. Their supply of fresh water was dwindling, and a light rain would be most fortuitous. Checking his watch, he noted it was 2:35 p.m. He had not slept long, as rest was difficult in such conditions. Glimpsing at Lin Ruo Shui, he found her still in slumber. After their interactions the previous evening, he sensed she had come to trust him more, as evidenced by her apparent relaxation during this midday nap. However, it was time to awaken her to prepare for the potential collection of rainwater, should it indeed rain. Ruo Shui, he called gently. Lin Ruo Shui opened her eyes, glancing around at the somewhat gloomy weather with a hint of confusion. "I'm sorry, have I slept too long?" "No, I was merely observing that the sky seems to be turning rainy. We should prepare to collect rainwater, otherwise we will surely run short." "All right," as Lin Ruo Shui agreed. She rose to her feet. "Be careful." A sudden shout startled her as Chu Muyang rushed towards her, causing her to instinctively raise her hands in defense. To her dismay, she turned to see Chu Muyang darting toward the corner where, unbeknownst to her, a sea snake had stealthily crept up during her rest. The moment the realization hit her, her complexion drained of color. Although Chu Muyang harbored a slight fear of snakes, upon spotting the creature, an adrenaline rush surged through him, propelling him towards it without a second thought. Armed with a boat paddle, he swung it at the sea snake. Forgetting that the paddle was rather pliable, the strike failed to inflict any serious damage, instead provoking the snake's aggression. In the blink of an eye, the swift serpent coiled around his left thumb, delivering a bite. Chu Muyang cried out in agony, instinctively flinging the paddle to the left, which sent the snake tumbling back into the ocean. However, as he glanced down at his finger, he noticed 2 small puncture wounds. This is bad. The snake is venomous. Having grown up in the countryside, he was no stranger to dealing with snakes and knew that the presence of fangs indicated toxicity. His previous conversations with seasoned sailors had revealed that most sea snakes were indeed venomous, and this vividly colored one was likely among the most dangerous. "Are you all right?" Lin Ruo Shui hurried over, her eyes widening in shock as she beheld the wounds on Chu Muyang's hand. "This snake seems to be poisonous. We must extract the venom." Without hesitation, she leaned in and gently sucked at the wound on his thumb. Chu Muyang shivered, at a loss for words to describe the sensation. Lin Ruo Shui, undeterred by the intimate nature of her actions, focused intently, repeatedly drawing out the poison, her body trembling slightly from tension, yet her resolve unwavering. Next, she fetched her bottle of mineral water, hesitating for a moment before taking a sip to rinse her mouth, then spitting it out before using the water to cleanse Chu Muyang's injury. At that moment, the significant amount of water she had conserved proved crucial. She showed no signs of regret or reservation until the bottle was nearly empty, completing the process with swift and decisive movements. "Do you have any medicine in your backpack?" Lin Ruo Shui asked, her voice laced with anxiety. Yes, I have some. Let us see which ones might be useful." Lin Ruoxue did not hesitate. She swiftly unzipped her backpack and began to rummage through its contents. Ultimately, she emerged with a hemostatic gauze, Yunnan Bai Yao, and anti-inflammatory tablets. After administering the medicine, she tightly wrapped a tourniquet around the base of his thumb, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. You must lie down and rest. We only have these medications, and I cannot ascertain the potency of the sea snake's venom. I am uncertain if this treatment will suffice. Muyang, please do not let anything happen to you. At this juncture, Lin Ruoxue's voice trembled with the onset of tears. Chu Muyang, observing Lin Ruoxue's adept first aid efforts, was profoundly impressed by her seamless execution. Upon hearing her words, he found himself offering her solace. It will be all right. Life and death are fated, and wealth and nobility are determined by the heavens. We can only do so much at this moment. If fate truly intends to take me, it would not be so complicated. It could have happened on a cruise ship instead. I'm certain I will be fine. After speaking, he could not resist gently stroking Lin Ruoxue's hair, attempting to comfort her further. Do not speak. Just lie down and rest. I will think of other solutions. You will surely be all right. With that, Lin Ruoxue assisted Chu Muyang in lying down. It was their first moment of intimate contact. Chapter 7. The efficacy of the jade pendant. Chu Muyang lay supine on a lifeboat, his mind incessantly replaying the events that had just transpired. The terror he felt upon encountering the sea serpent, the chaos following the snake's bite, Lin Ruoxue's fluid and unwavering rescue efforts, and their inadvertent yet intimate contact, all these emotions intertwined within him, culminating in a flicker of apprehension. It was not that he had suddenly become fearless. Rather, everything had unfolded with such rapidity that, under the influence of adrenaline, he had experienced an overwhelming state of exhilaration. Now, as he regained his composure, he couldn't help but worry about his physical condition. He understood that if that sea serpent bore a potent venom, Lin Ruoxue's hasty first aid might not suffice to eradicate it entirely. If the elimination of snake venom were so straightforward, countless lives would not be lost each year to its peril. Perhaps it was a figment of his imagination, but he now felt an unbearable throbbing in his left palm, accompanied by waves of numbness that rendered his hand somewhat unresponsive. I hope nothing serious will come of this. I have only just encountered the ideal partner for life, and we have yet to share any meaningful moments together. Chu Muyang sighed inwardly, his thoughts meandering through a chaotic array of reflections before he drifted into a fitful slumber. Beneath his clothing, the jade pendant emitted a faint glow, unnoticed by anyone. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxue meticulously examined the instructions for each medication, striving to identify any that might combat the snake venom. Her heart raced with anxiety and turmoil. Chu Muyang had sustained his injury while rescuing her, and guilt weighed heavily upon her. Moreover, with both of them adrift in the vast sea, should anything befall Chu Muyang, her chances of survival would diminish drastically. In addition, after their recent interactions, she found herself inexplicably drawn to Chu Muyang, feeling a blend of reliance and trust, emotions she had only ever experienced in the presence of her mother. After thoroughly scrutinizing all the medications and other items in the backpack, Lin Ruoxue felt a pang of disappointment. She truly had no further recourse against the venom, and could only place her hopes in the mercy of fate. Resolutely, she endeavored to recall the first aid knowledge she had acquired, as well as the subsequent care protocols, and devised a rudimentary plan for addressing Chu Muyang's wound. Once she had gathered her thoughts, Lin Ruoxue approached him to assess his condition. At that moment, Chu Muyang had succumbed to sleep. She first observed his countenance, noting that he appeared tranquil, devoid of any signs of distress, which alleviated her concern slightly. Then, with utmost care, Lin Ruoxue examined his injury, noticing that the thumb bound by the tourniquet had begun to show signs of bruising. Gently, she unwrapped the gauze encircling his finger and applied a slight pressure to the wound, observing that the blood oozing forth was of normal coloration. After a moment of hesitation, she resolved to loosen the tourniquet. She was aware that a prolonged application could hinder blood circulation, potentially leading to muscle tissue necrosis. Such tightness could not be maintained indefinitely. Upon releasing the tourniquet, she noted only a small amount of blood seeping from the wound, and its normal hue prompted a sigh of relief. This was indeed the best outcome she could hope for. Immediately, she intended to cleanse Chu Muyang's wound with water and then reapply the bandages. Upon inspecting their 2 bottles of water, she found they contained only a meager amount. Taking her bottle, she meticulously washed Chu Muyang's wounds with the last remnants of water. After redressing the wounds, Lin Ruo Shui felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, so she leaned against the side of the lifeboat to rest. Gazing up at the sky, she noticed the increasingly ominous clouds gathering overhead, signaling that rain was imminent. Wait, if it rains, how will we collect the rainwater? With this thought, Lin Ruo Shui hurriedly stood up and walked towards her backpack, searching for a container suitable for rainwater collection. At that moment, Chu Muyang was quietly observing Lin Ruo Shui. Indeed, he had been awake for some time. He had regained consciousness while she was tending to his wounds. He was thoroughly enjoying the sensation of her caring for him, reveling in the attention from the goddess herself. In his heart, he felt an overwhelming sense of delight. He also began to form a deeper understanding of Lin Ruo Shui, her somewhat introverted and self-effacing nature, her calmness in the face of danger, her efficiency in action, and most importantly, her obedience. Furthermore, her remarkable strength in such dire circumstances was admirable. Most girls would have panicked, yet Lin Ruo Shui remained composed. He felt a twinge of inadequacy in comparison, realizing she truly was the quintessential partner, an ideal choice, undeniably worthy of the title of a saint. As for his own physical condition, the residual snake venom had already infiltrated his internal organs, and he began to experience hallucinations, losing control over his body. However, the aforementioned circumstances were unfounded. To speak truthfully, ever since the tourniquet was removed, the swelling and numbness in his palm had vanished without a trace, leaving only a lingering pain at the site of the snake bite. He even felt as though he had never been injured at all. Yet, to believe that Lin Ruo Shui's prior actions of sucking out the venom and bandaging could completely eradicate the snake poison was challenging. Surely, some residual venom must remain. Nonetheless, his body had indeed returned to its former state, which was perplexing. After much contemplation, he suddenly jolted. Could it be due to the jade pendant? Might its restorative powers be at work? But that seemed implausible. At the time, he had not noticed a significant effect compared to the wound on his palm. Was it possible that the more severe the injury, the stronger the jade's healing capabilities? Currently, there was no other reasonable explanation, so he could only accept this notion for the time being. Ultimately, however, it was a fortunate development, and Chu Muyang resolved not to dwell on it any longer. Suddenly, a clap of thunder interrupted his thoughts, startling Lin Ruo Shui, who then felt a surge of excitement. Rain was indeed approaching. However, her delight swiftly turned to concern. Aside from the 2 mineral water bottles, she could find no other suitable containers. As Chu Muyang observed her search for a vessel, he began to formulate a plan, and an answer emerged in his mind. He sat up and called out to Lin Ruo Shui, "Use my backpack to collect the water. It's waterproof." Lin Ruo Shui immediately grasped the idea, hastily emptying the contents of her backpack and saying to Chu Muyang, "I can handle this. You're injured. Just lie down and rest." "No need. I'm fine now. Just look at my agility. The rain's duration remains uncertain, yet we shall endure it together." A rumble. With a second clap of thunder, the rain cascades down in torrents. Chu Muyang swiftly places the water-sensitive items into the compartment and instructs, "Come, Ruo Shui. Begin by pouring out the water. Let's cleanse the backpack first. It has not been washed since I acquired it. Is that truly necessary? Fresh water is a precious resource." She protests. "Trust me, with such a deluge, we shall not miss this small quantity. Quickly, widen the bag's opening." Got it. Let us fill the mineral water bottle first." Amidst the downpour, the two immersed themselves in their task with exuberance, the rain pelting down upon them. Neither flinching nor retreating. Though escape is futile, their spirits soar with joy. Chu Muyang even takes a moment to recline on the boat, mouth agape, drinking in the rainwater with delight. Since the previous night, he has consumed barely half a bottle, while Lin Ruo Shui has managed only a modest sip. After enduring the relentless sun throughout the day, they're already displaying signs of dehydration and heat stroke. If this dire situation persists, one can only wonder if they will witness the sun's rise again tomorrow. Yet, this rain undoubtedly breathes new life into them, offering a glimmer of hope for their continued survival. Chapter 8. The long-awaited island. The heavy rain persisted for approximately an hour. Although the duration was not particularly long, it sufficed for Chu Muyang and Lin Ruo Shui to gather an ample supply of fresh water. They filled their waterproof backpacks with rainwater, and even managed to fill 2 mineral water bottles without difficulty. A layer of rainwater had accumulated in their small boat, yet due to the strong winds and waves during the downpour, it was tainted with a considerable amount of seawater. Reluctantly, the two of them slowly bailed out the water from the boat. Only those who have experienced the agony of thirst can truly appreciate the value of fresh water. As time quietly slipped into the late afternoon, the sky had completely cleared. The azure heavens were as pristine as a polished gem, and in the distance, the sun was slowly descending, casting a warm orange hue upon the surrounding clouds. The deep blue sea mirrored the brilliance of the sky, as the sun's afterglow sprinkled golden light across the water, adorning the ocean with a shimmering golden veil. This breathtaking scene was nothing short of enchanting. Chu Muyang and Lin Ruo Shui sat at opposite ends of the lifeboat, their once weary bodies now revitalized by the stunning beauty before them. Unable to resist, Chu Muyang turned slightly to gaze at Lin Ruo Shui. The sunset's rays enveloped her, rendering her ethereal, akin to a celestial being gracing the earth. Muyang, look over there, Lin Ruo Shui exclaimed upon noticing Chu Muyang's gaze upon her. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she deliberately tilted her head towards the sky. It was this very action that led her to notice something unusual in the distant heavens. Upon hearing her words, Chu Muyang followed her gaze and was astonished to see a flock of seabirds in the far-off sky. Though distant, their silhouettes were discernible. Seabirds! Chu Muyang shouted with excitement. Even he, despite his simplicity, understood the significance of this discovery. It indicated a strong possibility of land or an island nearby. For seabirds invariably return to their nests to rest. Ruo Shui, hurry, paddle that way. There may be land. Chu Muyang urged Lin Ruo Shui to join him in rowing. Okay, she replied, picking up 2 oars and handing one to him. Together, they strained against the water, propelling their boat towards the direction of the seabirds. However, their speed paled in comparison to that of the seabirds. Fortunately, the flock seemed to be foraging and did not leave the area. Chu Muyang felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through him, as if the oars were almost smoking from his fervent strokes. Their current speed was the maximum for the lifeboat, not a reflection of his own limits. As they drew closer to the seabirds, their forms became increasingly distinct, resembling gulls. Ruo Shui, do you recognize them? Chu Muyang gasped, breathless from exertion. I do not. Lin Ruo Shui shook her head. After more than 20 minutes of relentless effort, they finally arrived beneath the bird's flight path. Upon sensing their approach, the seabirds, perhaps startled or having just concluded their foraging, began to collectively ascend towards one direction. Chu Muyang quickly followed their flight path, and a hint of green emerged on the horizon. Ruo Shui, look over there. Land! Chu Muyang shouted exuberantly. Lin Ruo Shui noticed it too, her heart brimming with joy. Yet, her reserved nature meant that she could not express her elation as vocally as Chu Muyang. Ruo Shui quickly paddled toward the island. We want to have to spend the night on the sea, he exclaimed, filled with exhilaration. The two individuals persisted in their efforts, rowing steadfastly toward the distant island. As they drew closer, the island's contours became increasingly distinct. The lush vegetation swayed gracefully in the breeze, while jagged rocks lined the shore, and waves crashed against the stones, sending up frothy sprays of white. Upon nearing the island, Chu Muyang spotted a relatively gentle beach and directed the lifeboat toward it. When the lifeboat finally grounded on the sand, unable to advance further, Chu Muyang leaped out in a single bound, turning to call out, "Come on, Ruo Shui. Take my hand. Be careful as you disembark." Though Lin Ruo Shui hesitated momentarily at the outstretched hand, she ultimately placed her hand in his. Chu Muyang harbored no ulterior motives. His sole desire was to ensure her safe descent from the boat. At that moment, he was solely focused on reaching the island. Please assist me in dragging the lifeboat further up the shore. We must not allow the waves to carry it away, he urged again. After much effort, the two managed to haul the lifeboat to a position well clear of the water, and unable to contain his joy any longer, Chu Muyang collapsed onto the sand. A wave of indescribable excitement surged within him. Heavens, I have finally made it ashore. Other protagonists in novels typically awaken on deserted islands after a shipwreck. Why must my journey to an island be so arduous? How unfair fate seems. Just as he reveled in this triumph, Lin Ruo Shui's gentle voice broke through. Muyang, look, the sun is setting. Shouldn't we find a safe place to spend the night? Chu Muyang looked up and realized she was right. The sun was indeed nearing the horizon, and the surroundings were growing dim. Checking his watch, he noted it was already approaching 7 o'clock. Yes, Ruo Shui, you are correct. I will see if I can find a suitable spot for us to rest tonight. Though he spoke with assurance, he felt little confidence in locating a shelter. With darkness encroaching so swiftly after their arrival, there was scarcely enough time to construct one. Based on his limited wilderness survival knowledge, he deduced that finding a wind-sheltering rock formation would be the most prudent course of action, and if there were any space beneath the rocks, it would be even better. With this in mind, Chu Muyang called to Lin Ruo Shui, night is falling. Let us seek out a windbreak among the rocks to spend the night. Earlier, he had noticed a substantial cluster of rocks nearby. All right, Lin Ruo Shui replied obediently. Wait, as it's getting dark, take the flashlight, she reminded him. Good idea, Chu Muyang acknowledged, grabbing the flashlight before leading Lin Ruo Shui to the rocky area. After a thorough search and continuous discussion between them, they finally reached a decision. This spot seems to be the most suitable in the vicinity, Chu Muyang declared. The chosen rock formation was indeed ideal. It was situated far from the water, ensuring that even with a high tide, it would remain dry for some time. Additionally, it was conveniently sheltered from the wind, and most importantly, there was a small recessed area beneath the rocks that would provide protection from the rain. I will return to fetch our belongings. Ruo Shui, would you mind organizing things here? He proposed. I have no objections, Lin Ruo Shui replied softly. Thus, Chu Muyang hurried back to the location where they had anchored the lifeboat. As he walked along the path, he began to contemplate his current predicament and ponder what steps to take next. Indeed, these questions had crossed his mind while he was at sea, leading him to a swift conclusion. The utmost priority now was to kindle a fire. Without it, the encroaching darkness of night would render him vulnerable. Devoid of any sense of security, the island remained a mystery yet to be unraveled, and they were oblivious to what creatures might inhabit it, particularly any formidable beasts. A campfire would serve as a deterrent against potential threats. However, the challenge lay in how to ignite such a fire. Regrettably, he lacked experience in this endeavor, and his lighter was lost. Resorting to the primitive method of friction was not a feasible option, as it was rumored to have a low success rate. Chapter 9. 4 Methods of Fire Making. As Chu Muyang pondered, he soon arrived at the location where the lifeboat was tethered. He activated his flashlight to illuminate the surroundings, contemplating that it was essential to secure the lifeboat. If the tide were to rise and sweep it away, it would spell disaster. To ensure safety, he retrieved a bundle of Kevlar rope and fastened the lifeboat to a nearby tree. Next, he considered the tools such as his backpack and axe, but Chu Muyang was not in a hurry to return. He intended to study the survival guide here, specifically focusing on the methods of fire-making. As for why he did not join Lin Ruo Shui in her studies, he coughed lightly, wondering if he, Chu Muyang, cared not for appearances. In truth, he desired to showcase his skills before Lin Ruo Shui, hence his intention to discreetly read and research in this secluded spot. He pulled the field survival manual from a compartment in his backpack. The book was only slightly damp, indicating that the waterproof capability of the backpack was commendable. He dashed over to a patch of wild grass and unfastened his trousers. Yes, he intended to take care of some personal business as well. You might wonder why protagonists in other novels never seem to face such necessities. He could only chuckle, acknowledging that even goddesses must attend to their basic needs. Flipping through the table of contents, he directed the beam of his flashlight to the page on firemaking. It read, 4 simple methods to start a fire in the wild. The first method, the fire by friction technique, he bypassed without hesitation. The second method, the bow drill technique, he skimmed through and deemed its practical execution excessively challenging. As he continued, the third method, the lens fire starting technique, caught his interest. This approach seemed feasible, and he understood the principle. It could be accomplished using a plastic water bottle. He recalled a program he had watched, discussing how the greatest hazard of forest fires stemmed from half-empty bottles of water carelessly discarded by visitors, for they could create a lens effect under sunlight. However, with the sun now set and darkness enveloping him, he resolved to explore this method at a later time. Upon reaching the fourth method, the battery short-circuiting technique, Chu Muyang's eyes brightened. This method was indeed plausible, as he had batteries in his flashlight. Eagerly, he continued reading. If one has batteries and a strip of aluminum foil, one can ignite the foil using the heat generated by a battery short circuit. Then quickly place the burning foil among flammable materials to create a flame. Upon reading this, Chu Muyang felt a wave of frustration. Aluminum foil was a prerequisite, but he lacked such resources. The book only detailed these 4 methods. Was he truly left with no choice but to resort to the fire by friction technique? He felt somewhat helpless. Wait a moment. Since the principle involved a battery short circuit, surely other conductive materials could serve as substitutes. As his thought invigorated him, he began rummaging through his belongings for a suitable conductor. After a hurried search, he found nothing appropriate. Calm down, he thought. There must be a solution since he understood the principle. As his gaze swept over his 2 packs of cigarettes, his eyes suddenly sparkled. The cigarette box contained aluminum foil, which should conduct electricity. This method might indeed work. However, he had already spent considerable time here and felt a pang of worry for Lin Ruoxue, especially given the surrounding darkness and the fact that she was a girl, with the only flashlight having been taken by him. Upon reflecting on this, Chu Muyang ceased his hesitations, hastily utilized some wild grass to wipe himself, disregarding the stinging pain from the scratches. He donned his backpack filled with fresh water, gathered a few tools, and switched on his flashlight, quickening his pace towards their makeshift shelter. Upon arriving at the rocky outcrop, Lin Ruoxue halted her actions, drawn towards the sound of footsteps. When she discerned the beam of the flashlight and confirmed it was Chu Muyang, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although their separation had been brief, in the midst of this unfamiliar deserted island, devoid of any illumination, and relying solely on the faint moonlight to organize the sandy ground beneath the rocks, she felt a lingering sense of fear. Chu Muyang approached her with concern, inquiring, "Ruoxue, are you all right? I apologize for my prolonged absence." "I'm fine, just glad you're back," Lin Ruoxue whispered in response. As they spoke, Chu Muyang illuminated their temporary shelter with the flashlight, his heart swelling with admiration. The sandy area beneath the rocks was devoid of the scattered stones that Lin Ruoxue had meticulously cleared away, and the shells and debris that had previously occupied the space were now absent. The sandy ground was neatly arranged, and the small shellfish that had clung to the lower part of the rocks were no longer visible. It was remarkable to note that Lin Ruoxue had accomplished this entirely by hand, without any tools. "Wow, Ruoxue, you've done an outstanding job. You are incredibly capable," he exclaimed. "By the way, I just remembered, we must quickly start a fire. It will enhance our safety significantly." "I was thinking the same, but your lighter is lost, and I can't conceive of a suitable alternative," Lin Ruoxue replied, lowering her gaze. "Ah, I see," Chu Muyang thought to himself, feeling a sense of pride in his foresight. He placed his backpack and tools aside and said, "You are right, but I have just devised a solution, short-circuiting the battery from the flashlight to ignite a fire, using the tin foil from the cigarette pack as the conductor. What do you think?" "Excellent idea." Lin Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Why didn't I think of that? Muyang, you are brilliant." Chu Muyang's heart soared with delight. It seemed that in the future, he would need to delve into this survival manual for further insights. "All right, Ruoxue, let's find some dry grass for kindling and promptly test this method." Finding the fire starter proved to be effortless. Under the illumination of the flashlight, they soon discovered some in a tree hollow, along with several dry branches and reeds intended for burning. Returning to their makeshift shelter, Chu Muyang eagerly began experimenting with his idea. He extracted one of the spare batteries, carefully opened a pack of cigarettes, and gingerly peeled the tin foil from the cigarette box, then used a multifunctional knife to cut the foil into slender strips. Next, he asked Lin Ruo Shui to hold the battery steady while he pressed one end of the foil strip firmly against the positive terminal. As he slowly approached the other end towards the negative terminal, his heartbeat quickened in anticipation. However, the anticipated spark failed to materialize. The foil merely warmed slightly before falling silent. What could be the issue? With a furrowed brow, Chu Muyang reflected on his previous actions while meticulously examining the battery and the piece of aluminum foil. No, the foil's shape was incorrect. It should have been trimmed to be thicker at both ends and thinner in the middle, thus increasing the resistance at its core. How foolish of me. I will give it another attempt. Learning from his experience, Chu Muyang carefully recut the remaining aluminum foil into the proper shape. However, when he once again connected the foil to the positive and negative terminals of the battery, there was no response whatsoever. What could be the issue? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Muyang quickly realized the unfortunate truth. The battery had been completely rendered inoperative due to the short circuit. How could I have forgotten? This meant that each battery could only be attempted once. With one spare battery remaining, he hesitated, glancing at Lin Ruo Shui for her opinion. After a brief explanation, Lin Ruo Shui looked up at Chu Muyang with gentle encouragement, saying, "Try again. I believe in you." Encouraged by her words, warmth surged within Chu Muyang. All right, I could do this. He retrieved the second spare battery and connected the aluminum foil to its terminals once more. This time, as the terminals were joined, the middle section of the aluminum foil erupted with brilliant sparks in the darkness, quickly igniting. Lin Ruo Shui gasped in delight, and Chu Muyang swiftly brought the burning foil closer to the tinder, igniting it as well. Leaning closer to the tinder, he gently blew on it, and as it began to burn, the flames gradually grew larger. Lin Ruo Shui cooperatively gathered the dried leaves and grass they had collected, and soon, the dry foliage was also ablaze. From there, the task became straightforward. They carefully placed dry twigs atop the growing fire, and before long, the flames roared higher, illuminating their surroundings, instilling a profound sense of safety in both of them. Chapter 10. The first night on the deserted island, how wonderful! Chu Muyang wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and finally exhaled a sigh of relief once the bonfire blazed vigorously. "Muyang, you've worked hard." Lin Ruo Shui praised sincerely. "Haha, it's nothing really. It's just a pity about the 2 spare batteries. By the way, Ruo Shui, you must be famished. Let us have something to eat and see what we still have." "All right, I'll take care of it." Lin Ruo Shui responded as she opened the compartment of her backpack, meticulously rummaging through the contents. 3 packs of snacks, half a bag of compressed biscuits, and 3 pieces of dark chocolate. This constituted their entire food supply. By the light of the bonfire, Chu Muyang lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before slowly exhaling. This feels heavenly. This is the first cigarette in 2 days. Inhaling brings hope, and exhaling releases worries. Observing the meager food Lin Ruo Shui had gathered, Chu Muyang furrowed his brow slightly. "Is that all we have? This one tea lasts us long. Let us make do tonight, but tomorrow we must find other food. How about we snack tonight, and see if we can find something to cook with this half bag of compressed biscuits tomorrow?" Sounds good to me." Lin Ruo Shui nodded in agreement. "Ruo Shui, do you think the rescue team is looking for us now? I've heard that there's 8 golden 72 hours for rescue operations. How long has it been since we went missing?" Chu Muyang asked while eating. "If we count the time, it should be just about a day," Lin Ruo Shui pondered. Only a day? Then we should be fine. The rescue team is likely searching near the cruise ship. By the time they reach us, I estimated it'll take 3 to 4 days, considering we've drifted at sea for half a day. Therefore, we must endure for at least 3 or 4 days if the rescue is delayed. It might stretch to 7 or 8 days, don't you think? Chu Muyang posed a question not only to spark conversation and alleviate any awkwardness between them, given Lin Ruo Shui his more reserved nature, but also to analyze their current predicament and bolster their spirits. "Ruo Shui, were you scared being here alone just now?" "A little bit. What do you think we might find to eat tomorrow?" I certainly don't want to eat these dry snacks anymore. Speaking of which, we should try to catch some fish. I used to catch plenty of fish by the small river in my village when I was a child. Ruo Shui. Let us search the beach tomorrow to see if there's anything wash ashore by the waves. Perhaps we can find something useful like a pot. Sure. I'll look for a pot tomorrow. Ruo Shui. Should we consider building a new shelter tomorrow? This place is rather rudimentary and one T protect us from snakes, insects, or larger animals. Let us see what materials we can find tomorrow. I think we should prioritize finding food first. Indeed, you're right. By the way, Muyang, how is your injury? Lin Ruo Shui asked, unusually proactive. It's nothing now, look, I'm quite fine. Thanks to your timely first aid, I now feel completely fine. As the two conversed, their slightly damp clothes dried by the warmth of the campfire. However, the salt crust on Chu Muyang's skin became increasingly uncomfortable. He stepped outside, removed his trousers, and vigorously shook off the salt before putting on his clothes again and returning to the makeshift shelter. He said to Lin Ruo Shui, you should also shake off the salt on your skin. Otherwise, it will be quite uncomfortable. I just finished, and I feel much better now. Lin Ruo Shui, feeling similarly uneasy, readily stepped outside to do the same. As their conversation continued, the night deepened. Chu Muyang gathered another pile of dry branches. Watching Lin Ruo Shui spread the dry grass on the sandy ground, he suggested, Ruo Shui, why don't you rest first? I'll keep watch. This is our first night on the deserted island, and I still worry about our safety. All right, just remember to wake me up in the middle of the night. Lin Ruo Shui replied. Okay, sleep well. After spending a day and a night together, Lin Ruo Shui had noticeably lowered her guard around Chu Muyang, and she quickly fell asleep as she lay down. Chu Muyang glanced at his watch. It was just past 10. He added some firewood to the campfire and lit a cigarette, contemplating their plans for the next day. They had managed to create a temporary shelter that could accommodate them for a few days, and they had a backpack of fresh water that, if used sparingly, should last 4 to 5 days. The urgent task ahead was to find food. Tomorrow, they should conduct a brief exploration of the area surrounding their shelter to ensure the environment is safe and to check for any large animals. Regarding finding food, he realized he had little experience. Although he had caught fish as a child, that was a long time ago, and fishing in a small river was entirely different from fishing in the ocean. While Ruo Shui is asleep, I should study that survival guide. He rummaged through his backpack and pulled out the Wilderness Survival Manual, flipping directly to the chapter on food, which piqued his interest. Several common methods for obtaining food in the wild include: first, identifying edible plants. Many wild plants have roots, stems, leaves, flowers, and fruits that are consumable. For instance, the tender leaves of dandelions and wild berries, such as raspberries and blueberries, can be directly consumed for energy, provided they are accurately identified. Alternatively, nuts can be gathered. Some trees bear edible nuts like acorns from oak trees and chestnuts from chestnut trees. The phrase "as long as they are accurately identified" poses a challenge, as I lack the ability to identify them correctly. Next, he continued reading. Second, crafting simple fishing tools. One can create rudimentary fish spears from branches and vines, searching shallow waters for schools of fish. Additionally, simple fishing nets can be woven from vines and plant fibers, suitable for use in rivers and coastal areas. For shellfish, various types can typically be found on sandy beaches and rocky shores, including clams, oysters, and mussels. During low tide, digging in areas with small holes on the beach may yield clams. Oysters and mussels can be directly harvested from the rocks, and lifting stones may reveal crabs as well. Well, it seems that searching for crabs and various shellfish among the rocks is the most reliable method. As for crafting a spear or weaving fishing nets, I must confess that I am entirely inept. Moving on, the third option involves setting traps or making slingshots to capture small animals, while the fourth entails learning techniques for catching insects. There are also mentions of collecting bird eggs and fishing during low tide, which indeed enriches the content. Chu Muyang carefully assessed the tools at his disposal and his own skills, ultimately discovering that the feasible methods available to him were rather limited. First, seeking crabs and shellfish, which is relatively straightforward. Second, searching for coconut trees to procure some coconuts, as he could not identify other plants, but he could certainly recognize a coconut. Third, collecting bird eggs, especially since he had arrived on the island accompanied by a large flock of seagulls, making bird eggs a likely find. Fourth, fishing, as his multifunctional knife concealed fishing line and hooks within its handle, which he could test when time permitted. Upon reflection, these were the only viable paths available to him. Anything else would constitute a high level of skill beyond his current capabilities. Furthermore, the method of igniting a fire using batteries was no longer viable. He resolved to experiment with alternative fire-starting techniques tomorrow, or to maintain a continuous bonfire, although that seemed rather precarious. If the sun were to shine the following day, he might attempt the method of focusing sunlight through a convex lens. As his thoughts became clearer, Chu Muyang felt a sense of calm within. While smoking a cigarette, he occasionally shooed away the incessantly buzzing insects around Lin Ruoxue, while also remaining attuned to the sounds of their surroundings, taking moments to appreciate the sight of her peaceful slumber. The environment was predominantly tranquil, interrupted only by occasional rustling sounds, which ceased whenever he turned his attention towards them, leading him to speculate that they might be small animals like mice, posing little threat to them. However, the mosquitoes were indeed bothersome. The mosquitoes on this deserted island were not at all like those in the city. Here, they were larger and more vicious, and despite having killed quite a few, they continued to swarm relentlessly, leaving Lin Ruoxue with several bites under his watchful protection. This was unacceptable. While Chu Muyang himself had the jade pendant for protection, Lin Ruoxue did not share that same safeguard. With this concern in mind, he resumed perusing the survival guide for solutions, and fortunately, the book mentioned a plan called mugwort, complete with an illustration. Thus, he resolved to search diligently for this mugwort the next day. As night deepened, feeling a pang of sympathy for Lin Ruoxue's tribulations over the past 2 days, he decided not to rouse her for night watch. After all, he had kept vigil for half the night, and it felt relatively secure, especially with the bonfire alight. Yet, Chu Muyang himself was indeed weary. Leaning against the reef, his mind wandered through various thoughts, and before he knew it, he had succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 11. The Sudden Water Crisis. Muyang, wake up. Chu Muyang was gently roused from his slumber by Lin Ruoxue's soft call. As he slowly opened his eyes, he realized that daylight had already broken and the campfire on the ground had long since extinguished. Ruoxue, what is it? Did I sleep too long? What time is it? Chu Muyang instinctively glanced at his watch, noting it was still before 8 a.m., leaving him perplexed, as he had not slept for long. Lin Ruoxue bit her lip, softly inquiring, Muyang, why didn't you wake me to keep watch last night? Oh, that's what it is. I saw you were sleeping so soundly, so I thought I would let you rest a bit longer. No need to thank me. I'll just catch up on my sleep tonight, Chu Muyang explained with a smile. However, Lin Ruoxue did not continue the conversation, her gaze fixed intently on their backpack. A wave of unease washed over Chu Muyang as he followed her line of sight, and then suddenly jumped up, dashing over. The once bulging backpack, filled with rainwater, was now entirely deflated, leaving only a shallow layer of water at the bottom. How could this happen? How could this happen? Chu Muyang's mind was momentarily in disarray as he muttered to himself. Lin Ruoxue approached and softly clarified, I just checked the backpack. It has been punctured by something. Upon hearing this, Chu Muyang immediately understood. It was a rat. How infuriating. The rustling noises from last night must have been made by the rodent. He cursed himself for being careless and for taking the initiative not to have Lin Ruoxue keep watch. Overwhelmed with guilt, he found it difficult to face her. It's all right, look, we still have 2 bottles of mineral water and not all of it has leaked out. There is still a little left. Fortunately, the food is still intact, Lin Ruoxue gently reassured him. Ruoxue, it's all my fault for being careless. I'm so sorry, Chu Muyang apologized, his face filled with remorse. Don't say that, Muyang. I hardly consume much, and you were only trying to ensure I got enough rest. Let us search carefully today. Perhaps we can find more water. Lin Ruoxue smiled encouragingly. Touched, Chu Muyang resolutely replied, All right, Ruoxue. Let us explore this small island together. I'm sure we'll find something good. Yes, I'm certain we will. At that moment, while Chu Muyang and Lin Ruoxue faced their water crisis, not far from their desolate island, a smaller island, referred to as the affiliated island, with the main island being where the protagonists are, welcomed a new group of arrivals. This lifeboat was several times larger than the one Chu Muyang had boarded, carrying around 10 individuals, both men and women. Among them was Qin Shaojia, a wealthy heir known as Qin Shao, whose father owned a publicly listed company in the bustling metropolis, with a fortune rumored to exceed 100 billion. His bodyguard, Wang Taijun, had previously served in a reconnaissance unit and was highly skilled, serving as the head of Qin Shaojia's personal security team. 2 additional bodyguards, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, were both veterans who followed Wang Taijun's orders. 2 company employees, Zhang Yuantao and Li Tai, are ostensibly staff members, yet in truth, they hail from a more dubious background, serving as loyal henchmen to Qin Shaojia. Their usual tasks involve handling unsavory jobs and providing entertainment for Qin Shaojia. The young secretary, Lin Wan'er, aged 25, bears a striking resemblance to the secretary portrayed by Fan Wei in the film If You Are the One. She is chiefly responsible for Qin Shaojia's daily travels and various business arrangements, with leisure excursions also falling within her purview. As the saying goes, a secretary is busy when there is work and idle when there is none. Qin Shaojia has 2 girlfriends, Su Qing and Chun Mingqi, both of whom are stunningly beautiful. Su Qing is a renowned internet celebrity with millions of followers, while Chun Mingqi is a rising star within the entertainment industry. Additionally, there is Chun Haifeng, the chief mechanic on a cruise ship. Due to the large number of people aboard, their drifting speed is relatively slow, causing them to arrive at the nearby island later than Chu Muyang and his companions. This group, upon reaching the island, embarks on an intriguing tale of survival. But we shall set that aside for now and return to Chu Muyang and Lin Ruoxue. Chu Muyang, having gathered his thoughts, resolved to explore the island and rectify his previous mistakes. Initially, their freshwater reserves seemed ample, yet suddenly became a source of concern. One could only blame his own negligence. However, before embarking, he recognized the need to learn from past errors and safeguard his backpack. He tightly secured the torn opening with rope and gathered nearby stones to fortify his pack. Next, he retrieved a multifunctional knife and tucked it into his pants pocket for potential emergencies. Once all was in order, he turned to Lin Ruoxue and declared, "All right, we are ready to set off." According to their plan from the previous night, Chu Muyang and Lin Ruoxue first explored the vicinity of their makeshift shelter, as safety during the night was of utmost importance. They circled around, discovering that the nearest thicket was over 20 meters away, surrounded entirely by beach. Upon inspecting the traces in the sand, they found evidence of rodents, yet no signs of larger animals were apparent. After their thorough search, both felt a palpable sense of relief. They then checked the damp area of the beach, which likely marked the high tide line from the night before, still a safe distance of 5 or 6 meters from their shelter. "Ruoxue, ahead lies a small grove. Let us investigate. I wish to seek out any coconut trees. This is a subtropical region, so the likelihood of finding coconuts here is quite high." "Sure, that sounds good. By the way, there were so many mosquitoes last night. We should also look for mugwort. Mugwort looks like this." After Chu Muyang elaborately described the plant, Lin Ruoxue chuckled lightly, responding, "Muyang, you needn't be so detailed. I am familiar with mugwort. Don't we hang it by our door every Dragon Boat festival?" Suddenly, Chu Muyang fell silent, realizing that he had little concern for such matters at home, as his parents always procured the mugwort and realgar. Embarrassed, he could only chuckle awkwardly and say, "Well, it's good that you know. Let us move on." As they stepped into the grove, a wave of dampness enveloped them, with lush trees flourishing overhead, casting a canopy that obscured the sun. Chu Muyang and Lin Ruoxue tread cautiously through the forest, their eyes continuously scanning the surrounding flora. Occasionally, a rustle in the underbrush would cause them to halt, peering closely to ascertain whether a snake lurked nearby. After all, having recently endured a snake bite, they bore a lingering trepidation. Subsequently, Chu Muyang fashioned 2 long branches, one for each of them, embodying the spirit of startling any lurking serpents. Lacking wilderness survival experience, they could only proceed with careful exploration. Suddenly, Lin Ruoxue pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Muyang, what do you see on that tree?" Following her gaze, Chu Muyang beheld a towering tree adorned with numerous fruits resembling coconuts. "It appears to be a coconut tree. he declared with a hint of excitement. Wonderful. With coconuts, we need not worry about thirst, and we can also feast on the flesh. With that, he hurried towards the suspected coconut tree. However, as they approached, both were left astonished. The good news was that there was more than one coconut tree. The bad news was that these trees were extraordinarily tall. Many may have tasted coconuts, but never encountered the trees themselves. In truth, mature coconut palms typically reach heights of 15 to 30 meters. And the ones before them were no exception, towering over 15 meters with few protrusions suitable for climbing. Chu Muyang weighed his options repeatedly, but ultimately refrained from attempting to scale the tree, acknowledging that his climbing skills only allowed him to ascend a mere 4 or 5 meters. Resigned, they began to search beneath the trees for any fallen coconuts. As they circled a few coconut palms, Chu Muyang discovered 2 coconuts, though both had been previously breached by other creatures. In contrast, Lin Ruo Shui, with keen eyes, spotted a solitary coconut nestled within a thicket. "Muyang, I found one here," she called out joyfully. "Ah, you are indeed impressive. I haven't found a single one," Chu Muyang admitted, feeling a tinge of disappointment. "One is sufficient for us to ration throughout the day, and there is the flesh to enjoy. Moreover, it's still early, so there's no need to rush." Sensing Chu Muyang's lingering guilt, Lin Ruo Shui deftly shifted the topic, suggesting, "Muyang, let us venture to the seaside. Surely, there we shall discover an abundance of food." Chapter 12. Rekindling the fire, the 2 individuals arrived at the seaside. And Chu Muyang reminisced about the survival guide he had studied the previous night, pondering that he must perform admirably this time. "Ruo Shui, shall we split up? You can search the beach for anything washed ashore that may be useful, while I will explore the rocky shore." "All right, Muyang, but do take care," she replied. "Of course, you as well," he assured her. Chu Muyang had intended to surprise Lin Ruo Shui, brimming with confidence after his preparation from the night before. Unfortunately, fortune did not favor him, as he searched the rocky shore for an extended period. Aside from collecting a few unidentified shells and sea snails, he found nothing. "Come on, I refuse to believe this. Why is it so uncanny? Others cast adrift on deserted islands usually start with a knife, relying on scavenging. Yet here I am with nothing." He sighed, concluding that his only option was to execute Plan B, turning over stones in search of crabs. After flipping over several rocks and sweating profusely, he finally uncovered a crab beneath one of them. "Ah, there you are," Chu Muyang exclaimed. His spirits lifted as he approached the creature and pinned it down. Though the crab was small, he found it acceptable at that moment. However, just as he attempted to lift it, the crab's pincers clamped down painfully on his finger. Ouch! Despite its size, the crab's grip was fierce. Chu Muyang grimaced as he pried open its pincers with effort, securely grasping its body with his other hand to prevent further injury. Just as he contemplated imparting a lesson to the crab, Lin Ruo Shui approached. "Muyang, it's noon now, and the sun is quite intense. Shall we take a break?" "All right then," Chu Muyang replied after a moment's consideration. "By the way, have you found anything useful? I managed to gather a few things. Come take a look with me." Upon returning to their makeshift shelter, they observed several items laid out on the ground. The most prominent was a piece of canvas, albeit with some tears, yet it was sizable enough that it could serve as a windbreak. Additionally, there was a plastic oil drum resembling a briefcase from Guangxi, several large pieces of foam, a few empty mineral water bottles of varying sizes, and a plastic hose over a meter long. In the center, they found a large empty can. "Ruo Shui, do you intend to use this empty can as a pot?" Chu Muyang inquired with surprise. "Yes, you mentioned wanting to find a pot for cooking yesterday. This one seems to be the only viable option," Lin Ruo Shui explained softly. "However, I am unsure if it will suffice." Chu Muyang examined the can meticulously, turning it over in his hands. "Using this as a pot should work. We can give it a try later. But first, let us eat. We haven't had a bite since we awoke today, and I am famished." "Indeed, but we have no fire," Lin Ruo Shui said, her expression troubled. Hee. Upon hearing these words, Chu Muyang thought to himself that he could finally put on a show again. "Rest assured, Ruo Shui, I had a plan for this since last night. With such a blazing sun today, I intend to utilize the principle of a convex lens to start a fire." "Convex lens?" Lin Ruo Shui gazed at Chu Muyang in confusion. We can find a substitute. With that, Chu Muyang retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his backpack. This should work. He continued, now Ruo Shui, let's gather some tinder and dry grass. The two found a spot bathed in sunlight and laid the tinder and dry grass on the ground. Chu Muyang picked up the mineral water bottle and began adjusting its angle and direction repeatedly. Unfortunately, the bottle could not compare to a genuine convex lens. After numerous adjustments, the focused light formed a line rather than a point. It seemed that while theory was one thing, practical application revealed a different reality. Nevertheless, they had no choice but to persist in their attempts. Once the focused light was narrowed down to the finest point on the pile of dry grass, Chu Muyang endeavored to keep the bottle steady. However, for someone untrained, maintaining the same position proved quite challenging, and soon his hand began to tremble slightly. Observing this, Lin Ruo Shui hesitated before speaking. Muyang, may I give it a try? Chu Muyang thought it was a good idea and did not oppose her. Once it was Lin Ruo Shui's turn. Although her hands were delicate, they were remarkably steady, causing the mineral water bottle to hardly shake. Time ticked by, and as the sun bore down on their foreheads, beads of sweat began to form. After several minutes, the dry grass beneath the focused light gradually began to smoke. Almost there, almost there, Chu Muyang exclaimed with excitement. Lin Ruo Shui held her breath in anticipation. Finally, a small flame leaped from the dry grass, prompting Chu Muyang to swiftly grab a small twig and gently stir the grass, encouraging the flame to grow stronger. We did it! Chu Muyang breathed out in relief, and Lin Ruo Shui appeared equally elated. We must not let this fire extinguish, or if it rains next time, we will have no means to rekindle it. Ruo Shui, we need someone to keep an eye on the fire. Lin Ruo Shui quietly agreed. Once they had added enough twigs to the fire and it began to blaze, Chu Muyang brought over the seafood they had gathered. Ruo Shui, let us roast these first. We don't have enough water to boil them, he said somewhat sheepishly. All right, I prefer roasted food, she replied. Chu Muyang placed 3 large conchs and a crab beside the fire. Before long, the seafood was cooked, though some had become slightly charred due to misjudging the cooking time. Here, Ruo Shui, you try this crab first. As for the conchs, neither Chu Muyang nor Lin Ruo Shui could ascertain their edibility, so he decided to sample one first, confident in his jade pendant's protective properties against toxicity. Lin Ruo Shui did not decline. She used a twig to extract the crab from the fire, and after allowing it to cool slightly, she picked it up, brushed off the ashes, broke off a leg, and cracked open the shell to reveal the succulent crab meat within. Chu Muyang extracted the flesh from the conch, discarding the clearly identifiable innards, and placed the conch meat into his mouth. The texture of the conch was slightly chewy and palatable, though rather bland due to the absence of any seasoning. However, on this desolate island, one could hardly expect more. Chu Muyang was genuinely famished, consuming the conch meat in just a few bites. At that moment, Lin Ruo Shui offered him the body of crab, still adorned with some crab roe, saying, Muyang, you should eat this. Chu Muyang glanced over, noticing that Lin Ruo Shui had only enjoyed a few of the crab's legs. Ruo Shui, you ought to have a large claw as well. After confirming that the conch meat had not caused him any adverse effects, he and Lin Ruo Shui proceeded to devour the remaining conch meat and crab without reservation. Let us see if this gathered coconut is edible, Chu Muyang remarked, as he embraced the coconut and employed a multifunctional dagger to create an opening. Upon discovering the rich, fresh coconut water within, he invited, Come, Ruo Shui, you should drink first. After Lin Ruo Shui took a sip, Chu Muyang followed suit, immediately engulfed by a wave of bliss. This was the first truly delectable morsel they had tasted since the shipwreck. They deliberated briefly, ultimately deciding not to consume the entire coconut water, leaving half for later. Having finished their modest meal, Chu Muyang's stomach was still only somewhat satisfied. They had nibbled on a few snacks the previous night, and, throughout the day, they had consumed 3 pieces of conch meat, a crab, and half a coconut, barely enough to stave off hunger, let alone fill them. Contemplating this, Chu Muyang resolved to utilize the can, attempting to cook the remaining half-pack of compressed biscuits. Without delay, he used a multifunctional tool to trim the excess lid from the can. The can was quite sizable, likely holding around 2 liters, making it suitable for cooking. "Have you washed it, Ruo Shui?" he inquired. "Yes, I have," she affirmed. "Then please bring our compressed biscuits and the remaining water from the backpack. Let's try to make a pot of porridge. Shouldn't we save some for later?" Lin Ruo Shui gently questioned. "No, if we don't eat enough, we will lack the strength to forage this afternoon. We've consumed far too little over the past couple of days. Trust me." Lin Ruo Shui ceased her objections, obediently retrieving the biscuits and water. Recognizing Lin Ruo Shui's greater experience in household matters, Chu Muyang suggested she take charge of the cooking. She readily accepted, having grown accustomed to such tasks from her rural upbringing. She arranged a few stones around the fire as a makeshift stand and carefully poured the remaining water from the backpack into the can. In no time, a steaming pot of biscuit porridge was ready. With no suitable bowls or spoons at hand, they were not particularly fussy in their circumstances. Once the porridge cooled slightly, both Chu Muyang and Lin Ruo Shui took turns consuming every last drop. Initially, Lin Ruo Shui felt a bit shy, but realizing there were no alternatives, she soon overcame her hesitation. After finishing the pot of biscuit porridge, Chu Muyang finally felt genuinely satiated for the first time in 2 days. Chapter 13. The bounty of the retreating tide. Noticing that the sun outside remained quite intense, Chu Muyang decided to take a moment's respite, waiting for the sun to diminish slightly before venturing to the shoreline in search of potential treasures. Leaning against a rocky outcrop, he ignited a cigarette, contemplating how he might procure additional sustenance in the afternoon. "Ruo Shui, I shall go to gather from the sea this afternoon. Will you keep an eye on the fire here?" he inquired. "Of course, I have no objections," Lin Ruo Shui replied softly. "Furthermore, regarding the rainwater we have collected, I believe it would be prudent to boil it before consumption. The taste has been rather peculiar these past 2 days, and I suspect the rainwater from the sea may not be as pristine as that from the land." Agreed. Lin Ruo Shui promptly began to heat the water. "I will venture out shortly to search for food. Ruo Shui, do you have any suggestions?" Lin Ruo Shui shook her head, a hint of resignation in her demeanor. "I shall see if I can catch a fish. Subsisting solely on these sea snails and shellfish is hardly sufficient to satiate my hunger." Chu Muyang remarked with a wry smile. "By the way, could you gather some thick branches this afternoon? I wish to reinforce our shelter tonight for added safety." Having settled on their plan for the afternoon, the two fell into a comfortable silence. Lin Ruo Shui busied herself with boiling water while Chu Muyang succumbed to an afternoon nap. After approximately an hour, the alarm rang. He emerged from the shelter to assess the situation outside, noting that the sun had considerably lessened in intensity. "Ruo Shui, the sun has diminished significantly. I shall head to the beach," he announced. "Be cautious," she replied. Before setting off, Chu Muyang donned a pair of mesh gloves, a skill he had acquired from Ping Tu Gu, which proved useful for catching small fish and crabs. He was keen to avoid a repeat of the incident where a crab had pinched him. He also cut a piece from the empty oil drum that Lin Ruo Shui had gathered, intending to use it to store the shellfish he would collect. Equipped with his gear, as he made his way to the beach, he silently prayed, "May I gather a bountiful harvest this time. Otherwise, there will be little to eat tonight." Upon reaching the shoreline, he observed that the water level had noticeably receded since the morning. The tide has retreated, he thought, elated, and hurried towards the beach. Numerous rocks were now exposed, and the sand was strewn with pools of varying sizes, seemingly abundant with marine life. Overjoyed, he initially targeted a large sea snail, and within moments his oil drum was filled. He quickly dashed back to the shelter, eager to deposit his haul before returning for more. Seeing Chu Muyang return so promptly, Lin Ruo Shui was puzzled. "Ruo Shui, the tide has receded. Look at how many sea snails I've collected," he exclaimed, breathless with excitement. "Why don't you join me in gathering from the sea? We could collect even more together." "But what about the fire? I fear it may extinguish," Lin Ruo Shui responded, recalling her responsibilities. Chu Muyang pondered for a moment before suggesting, "It's no concern. We can add more branches to the fire. It won't die out so quickly. You can go and return swiftly." With that, Lin Ruo Shui acquiesced. After adding several thick branches to the fire, they prepared to set out. Chu Muyang's gaze fell upon a flexible hose, and an idea sparked in his mind as he casually picked it up. As the two individuals arrived at the beach after the tide had receded, with a collection of seashells they had previously gathered providing a sense of reassurance, Chu Muyang felt less urgency and contemplated the best way to procure some fish to supplement their protein intake. His decision to bring along the flexible tube was driven by a personal strategy. Crouching beside a crescent-shaped puddle formed by the retreating tide, he scrutinized the surface of the water. This shallow basin, measuring 3 meters in diameter, was encircled by coral reefs, creating a natural barrier. The seawater was gradually seeping away with the tide, and bubbles occasionally rose from the sediment at the bottom, clearly indicating the presence of marine treasures. "Ruo Shui, please hand me that piece of plastic tubing," he directed, gesturing towards the tube that Lin Ruo Shui had found on the beach. Chu Muyang inserted one end of the tube into the center of the puddle, placing the other end on the lower-lying sand. Noticing the puzzled expression on Lin Ruo Shui's face, he explained, "I'm going to attempt the siphoning principle. I'm not certain if it will work." Taking a deep breath, he vigorously sucked on the tube until water began to flow out, subsequently spitting out the seawater from his mouth. At that moment, seawater began to pour continuously from the tube's outlet. "Is it really possible to do that?" Lin Ruo Shui exclaimed in delight as she crouched down. Chu Muyang adjusted the angle of the tube to maximize the water flow coverage. Observing that the water level was declining rather slowly, he picked up the oil drum, scooping out more water. As the water level gradually decreased, the bottom of the puddle became increasingly visible. A slate-gray crab was maneuvering its pincers toward deeper waters, and in a corner lay a cuttlefish. "Watch this, Ruo Shui. Don't move. That crab can pinch hard," Chu Muyang warned as he donned gloves and deftly grasped the crab's pincers, showcasing a marked improvement in his skills compared to the last time he had been pinched while catching crabs. As for the little cuttlefish, upon contact, it began to spray ink vigorously. Once it had exhausted most of its ink, Chu Muyang swiftly seized it and tossed it into their bag. Tonight's meal was assured, and Chu Muyang felt a surge of joy. When only a thin layer of water remained in the puddle, he noticed movement beneath the sediment. Using his dagger, he scraped away the sand, revealing a massive crab that was burrowing for refuge. "What species of crab is this?" "It's enormous, resembling a giant spider," he mused. In truth, this was a spider crab, though neither of them recognized it. Chu Muyang held his breath, cautiously stepping on the crab's body. As it flailed its pincers wildly, he decisively grabbed one. "It seems my crab-catching skills have certainly improved today," he thought to himself, feeling a sense of pride. Noticing that the water in the puddle was dwindling and suspecting there were no more marine treasures left, Chu Muyang glanced back at the sea and observed signs of the tide beginning to rise again. He decided it was time to return to the shelter with Lin Ruo Shui, feeling quite satisfied with their haul. Just then, Lin Ruo Shui, who had been crouching at the edge of the puddle, called out, "Muyang, look over by the rocks." Following her gaze, Chu Muyang noticed movement in the water next to a large boulder. Could there be more treasures? As he pondered this, he attempted to stir beneath the rock with his dagger. When he felt the blade touch something soft, a serpentine creature darted out. Startled, the two individuals took a step back, as Chu Muyang felt a lingering shadow of fear. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was not a snake, but rather an eel. "Ruo Shui, keep your distance. Do not approach. Allow me to deal with it," he instructed, with his right hand firmly gripping a multifunctional knife. He contemplated the necessity of crafting a spear later, for this dagger was insufficiently short. He aimed at the eel's position and swiftly delivered 2 consecutive strikes. Fortunately, the water was quite shallow at that moment, leaving the eel with little room to evade. As a result, Chu Muyang's strikes found their mark, and after a few thrashes, the eel floated belly up to the surface, seemingly unconscious. Feeling a rush of luck, Chu Muyang hastily seized the eel, while Lin Ruo Shui cooperatively approached with a briefcase to collect it. "Now we can look forward to a sumptuous dinner tonight," Chu Muyang exclaimed joyfully to Lin Ruo Shui. "Indeed, it is all thanks to your clever strategy," Lin Ruo Shui replied, her face glowing with delight. Chapter 14. A lavish seafood feast. Let us proceed, for the tide is rising once more. The two returned to their shelter, laden with their bountiful catch from the sea. Upon setting down their haul, Chu Muyang noted a slight transformation in their temporary abode. The ground was now adorned with a layer of coconut fronds, providing a touch of comfort for their nighttime repose. I have yet to find a sturdy branch as you mentioned, Lin Ruo Shuem murmured, feeling a sense of incompleteness regarding their task. The coconut fronds you gathered are quite sufficient. I was only away for a brief moment. Surely, you cannot have found so many in that time. The day is still young. Let us venture forth together in search of those thicker branches. With that, Chu Muyang equipped himself with an axe and a saw, guiding Lin Ruo Shui towards the grove. Armed with the proper tools, the task proved less daunting than anticipated. Before long, they had amassed a substantial bundle of branches to transport back to their shelter. Chu Muyang had a clear plan in mind. He first utilized the fire axe to trim the branches. Then, using the blunt side of the axe, he drove each thick branch into the sandy earth, spacing them approximately 30 to 40 centimeters apart. Subsequently, he reinforced them with vines, and finally secured the canvas that Lin Ruo Shui had collected during the day onto the sturdy branches. Thus, their shelter was thoroughly encircled, allowing them to enter and exit by merely sidling through the edges. This significantly bolstered the security of their haven. Next, they turned their attention to preparing a sumptuous seafood feast. The prospect of finally indulging in meat lifted Chu Muyang's spirits greatly. As the sun dipped low, casting an amber hue across the sky and sea, he commenced by gutting the eel. He then procured 2 slender branches, deftly sharpening one end into pointed stakes. One would serve to skewer the eel, while the other would hold the squid. Ruo Shui, your culinary skills are commendable. Would you mind grilling the eel and the squid? Chu Muyang offered, passing her the prepared skewers. Very well, Lin Ruo Shui replied softly, accepting them with grace. Observing their afternoon's bounty, Chu Muyang resolved to reserve the bread crab for breakfast the following day, deeming the remaining seafood ample for their evening meal. With his decision made, he placed several large sea snails beside the fire to roast gradually, then turned his attention to the final blue crab. Given the unresolved issue of freshwater, they were left with no choice but to resort to grilling. As Chu Muyang skewered the blue crab and set it upon the flames, the aroma of the eel from Lin Ruo Shui's grill began to waft enticingly through the air. The eel curled upon the fire, its fat sizzling and dripping rhythmically into the flames, each droplet producing a crisp sound that intensified the fire's vigor. Lin Ruo Shui proved to be quite the adept cook, skillfully turning the eel and squid to prevent any side from burning. In stark contrast to the charred crab Chu Muyang had grilled earlier that afternoon, her technique was nothing short of exquisite. Though Chu Muyang hailed from a modest background and was accustomed to household chores, his culinary experiences were notably limited. He could manage simple dishes like boiled noodles or scrambled eggs with tomatoes, but beyond that, he lacked proficiency. In contrast, Lin Ruo Shui, having grown up in the mountainous regions of Sichuan amidst hardship, had been entrusted with numerous responsibilities as the eldest daughter. Her upbringing had involved chopping wood, raising chickens, feeding pigs, fetching water, cooking, and cultivating rice. She had mastered them all. Thus, Lin Ruo Shui found no pressure in performing such household chores. However, due to enduring feelings of inferiority, her character was somewhat timid, and she did not possess the same mental agility as Chu Muyang. Fortunately, having graduated and worked for over half a year, her circumstances had improved significantly. During her university years, Lin Ruo Shui remained a mere shadow in her class, sitting in the farthest corner, perpetually with her head bowed in study, and rushing off to work as soon as classes ended. She avoided participating in dormitory activities and led an extremely frugal life. At this moment, their seafood feast was almost ready. Lin Ruo Shui presented the most delectable eel to Chu Muyang, as he had previously insisted that any unfamiliar food should be first tasted by him. Chu Muyang accepted the golden, succulent eel, unable to suppress a gulp as he eagerly took a large bite. In that instant, he found the fish tender and the flavor exquisite, with a sense of fulfillment accompanying each morsel that slid from his mouth to his stomach. Delicious, Ruo Shui. You have cooked it perfectly, he exclaimed, marveling that, despite the absence of any seasoning, it was the finest dish he had savored in the last couple of days. Lin Ruo Shui, crouching beside him with her arms wrapped around her knees, watched as Chu Muyang relished his meal, a charming smile gracing her face. It's a pity there's no salt. There's salt in the sea, Muyang. Do you think we could find a way to make some tomorrow? It would taste even better. That makes sense. Chu Muyang nodded vigorously. We can boil seawater for salt. That's an ancient method. I'll give it a try when I have the chance tomorrow. Feeling no discomfort, Chu Muyang offered the grilled eel back to Lin Ruoxue. Ruoxue, have a bite. Let us share it. The flavor is truly delightful. Next came the sea conch, squid, and blue crab, as Chu Muyang indulged in the seafood extravaganza, ensuring to reserve half of each dish for Lin Ruoxue. By the time he finished his portion, Lin Ruoxue was still savoring her grilled eel, seeming intent on leaving most of it for him. Having scarcely eaten seafood in her life, her diet during school largely consisted of steamed buns with pickled vegetables and her homemade chili sauce. No, Ruoxue, you must eat at least half of this eel. We're counting on it for our protein. As for the rest, eat as much as you can. Chu Muyang insisted. Ultimately, under Chu Muyang's gentle coercion, they finished this sumptuous seafood feast, and the remaining half of the coconut was also consumed. Full so full. Chu Muyang said contentedly, patting his stomach as he leaned against the rocks to enjoy a post-meal cigarette. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxue busily tidied up the leftover remnants, disposing of them at a distance to avoid attracting rodents. She then found a vine to securely bind the large bread crab, preventing it from sneaking away in the night. Finally, Lin Ruoxue retrieved a few dried herbs from the corner of the rocks and tossed them into the bonfire. Chu Muyang, initially puzzled by what she was burning, scrutinized closely and realized it was mugwort. He asked in surprise, Ruoxue, what you're burning isn't mugwort, is it? Where did you find it? Lin Ruoxue felt a touch of embarrassment upon hearing this. It was while we were searching for coconuts that I happened to find it, and I took the liberty of drying it while you were napping, she explained. Chu Muyang, after a brief moment of contemplation, quickly understood that Lin Ruoxue had refrained from mentioning it earlier to avoid undermining his confidence, and warmth surged within him. After a brief silence, he spoke again. Ruoxue, let us deliberate on tomorrow's tasks. Do you have any insightful ideas? Lin Ruoxue lowered her head, pondering for a moment before responding. I would like to find some salt and make our living quarters more comfortable. If we could catch some squid, I would like to dry and preserve it. As for the rest, I will follow your lead. Indeed, all that you have mentioned is of utmost importance. My proposal is to continue exploring this small island tomorrow to see if we can locate a freshwater source, as it is crucial. Additionally, we should set up some distress signals on the beach, much like in the movies, arranging stones to form SOS or something similar. The rescue team should gradually be searching for us over these days. It would be unfortunate if they missed us. Following that, we can pursue gathering food from the sea and endure these next few days until the rescue team arrives. Chapter 15. The island life of a wealthy heir. As the lifeboat reached the shore, Wang Taijun was the first to leap from it, assisting Qin Shaojie to disembark safely, and settling him on a dry patch of rock to rest. Qin Shaojie sank onto the beach, leaning against the rock, while his secretary and two young companions surrounded him, providing massages and tending to his needs. Indeed, Qin Shaojie was a scion of wealth, indulging in life's pleasures without reservation, yet he was not the typical prodigal heir. Rather, he possessed considerable acumen, having previously orchestrated several significant business deals. Although he had leveraged his family's connections and resources, he was far from the stereotype of a lazy rich kid. Contemplating his situation, Qin Shaojie believed he would only need to endure a few days on this deserted island, confident that his father's associates would soon locate him. For now, he aimed to make his time as comfortable as possible. With that thought, he beckoned everyone closer and spoke. Though we find ourselves in this predicament, fret not. The rescue team will come. My father will undoubtedly send someone to retrieve me. Rest assured, once we are rescued, I shall reward each of you with a bonus of 300,000 yuan. He raised 3 fingers for emphasis and then turned to Wang Taijun, adding, as for you, Taijun, I will grant you an additional 300,000. Wang Taijun, being the most capable among them, warranted special consideration. After all, for him, money was merely a figure. It was essential to utilize resources when necessary. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere of despondency among the group lightened considerably, with smiles gracing their faces. The prospect of a financial windfall amidst this maritime misfortune was unexpected. The three young women beamed with delight, eagerly inquiring, "Chin, will we receive a bonus as well?" "Rest assured, you shall not be overlooked," he replied. "Now, please find me some food and drink, and arrange a place for me to rest properly." With this command, everyone sprang into action, except for Chen Haifeng, who stood hesitantly, seemingly with something to express. Noticing his reluctance, Qin Shaojia furrowed his brow and instructed, "Taijun, please direct them. There is no danger here. You need not remain by my side." "Understood, young master," Wang Taijun affirmed, promptly turning to organize the others. For Wang Taijun, survival in the wilderness was merely a foundational skill from his previous military training. He had once survived for 27 days in the wild armed only with a dagger. "Speak. What is it?" Qin Shaojia inquired, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he regarded Chen Haifeng. How had Chen Haifeng ended up on this vessel, which was evidently part of Qin Shaojia's entourage? It was a stroke of misfortune when the maritime disaster struck. Chen Haifeng had relied on his position as the mechanical team leader, familiar with the lifeboat's location. He had intended to discreetly launch a less conspicuous lifeboat with two of his subordinates to escape. However, he encountered Qin Shaojia and his group, and the lifeboat was unwittingly commandeered. Considering Chen Haifeng's expertise with maritime vessels, he was allowed aboard, while his two subordinates were left to hope for divine intervention. "Mr. Qin," Chen Haifeng inquired cautiously regarding the 300,000 bonus you mentioned. "Is there a share for me?" The three beautiful women, upon hearing that Chen Haifeng lingered solely for this inquiry, erupted in laughter. Qin Shaojia chuckled in response, assuring him, "As long as you remain obedient and assist me in returning home safely, there shall indeed be a portion for you." "Very well, Mr. Qin, I promise to be compliant. I shall attend to my duties now. Please do not hesitate to command," Chen Haifeng replied, eager to depart without delay. In truth, Chen Haifeng was merely a minor character, prone to occasional laziness and taking advantage of newcomers like Chu Muyang. However, he wasn't truly malicious. Individuals of his stature possessed their own philosophies for survival in such environments. His decision to linger was a strategic move aimed at fostering relationships and demonstrating loyalty. His immediate goal was to integrate into the team and earn their trust, particularly to secure a verbal commitment from Qin Shaojia. After all, 300,000 was no small sum for him. What if, after being rescued, Qin Shaojia denied the promise? Though there existed the possibility of Qin Shaojia retracting his word, Chen Haifeng could do little but enhance his chances, lest he end up empty-handed. On the lifeboat rested a substantial toolbox, which Chen Haifeng had brought aboard, containing a comprehensive array of tools. Wang Taijun selected a multi-functional dagger for himself, distributing the remaining tools among the group while assigning tasks. He then ventured out for exploration, ultimately spotting a tall coconut tree. With a swift motion, Wang Taijun secured the dagger at his back, warmed up briefly, and ascended the tree effortlessly, plucking coconuts and tossing them down below. Approaching Qin Shaojia, he presented a coconut after deftly opening it with his dagger. "Mr. Qin, please have some of this for now. I shall procure additional food shortly." Qin Shaojia nodded, accepting the coconut. He held great trust in Wang Taijun's capabilities, having worked alongside him for several years without incident. On this deserted island, having coconuts to consume was a considerable blessing, and Qin Shaojia felt no dissatisfaction. What set him apart from other wealthy heirs was his ability to enjoy both fortune and hardship. His upbringing was strict. His father, a self-made man, feared that the next generation would squander the family fortune. Thus, Qin Shaojia's education was rigorous, and he had endured his fair share of hardships. After dropping off the coconuts, Wang Taijun fashioned a long branch into a spear, affixing his dagger to the front, and plunged into the sea to spear fish. Within 20 minutes, he emerged with several fish in hand. After placing them down, Wang Taijun sought materials to ignite a fire, improvising a method and removing his shoelaces. He employed the Iroquois fire-starting technique, a straightforward, efficient method with a high success rate. Without any unexpected difficulties, he quickly ignited a fire, creating a bonfire before Qin Shaojia. He gutted the fish, skewering them on the prepared sticks, and instructed Zhang Long to tend to the grilling while he sought out shelter. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, akin to a well-rehearsed performance, as if they were not stranded on a desolate island, but rather in the comfort of their own home. At this moment, Wang Taijun was directing several men to fell suitable timber as per his specifications to construct a shelter at a designated location. This endeavor was no small feat, and it would have been challenging for Wang Taijun to accomplish alone. Fortunately, Zhao Hu, also a veteran of the military, though somewhat out of practice, still possessed the foundational skills. After a bustling day's work, they successfully erected 2 shelters, one large and one small. The smaller one was naturally designated for Qin Shaojia and his young female companions, while the rest of the group huddled together in the larger shelter. Admittedly, the temporary structures were rather rudimentary, lacking even a proper roof. However, with time pressing and many tasks yet to be completed, further enhancements would have to wait until the morrow. Subsequently, under Wang Tiejuan's leadership, everyone engaged in gathering coconuts, crafting traps, and fishing with remarkable organization and efficiency. Wang Taijun orchestrated their efforts with remarkable prowess, showcasing his formidable leadership and personal capabilities. As they gathered around the bonfire to roast fish and sea snails, the clock struck 4 in the afternoon. From the moment they landed on the deserted island that morning, merely 8 or 9 hours had elapsed. In stark contrast to their resourcefulness in surviving on the island, Chu Muyang and Lin Ruo Shui appeared almost like infants just learning to walk. Chapter 16. The Midnight Tide. As Chu Muyang and Lin Ruo Shui engaged in leisurely conversation while deliberating their plans for the following day, they were unaware that it had already passed 9 o'clock. Thanks to the assistance of mugwort, the mosquitoes had indeed diminished significantly. Those that dared approach them would swiftly retreat upon catching a whiff of its scent. Ruo Shui, you should rest first. We will rise at dawn to execute the plan we discussed today. Aren't you going to rest? We have set up barriers, and you mentioned there was no need for a night watch. I still need to keep watch for a while to ensure our safety. I'm not tired yet. I will rest later. Very well. Lin Ruo Shui ceased her insistence and lay down on the makeshift bed of palm fronds to sleep. Once Lin Ruo Shui had drifted off, Chu Muyang retrieved his survival manual. At this moment, he was reluctant to share this invaluable resource with her. By the flickering firelight, he meticulously studied the section on locating water sources. He also contemplated the possibility of the fire extinguishing amidst cloudy weather, prompting him to examine the method of creating fire using a bow drill for unforeseen circumstances. He continued his studies until the early hours of dawn, feeling that with the barriers established, their safety had significantly improved. He secured their food, water, and backpack with stones and added several thick branches to the fire. Finally, exhaustion overcame him, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. In the midst of his dreams, Chu Muyang suddenly felt an unsettling dampness at his backside. Half awake, a thought crossed his mind. Could I have wet the bed? This seemed improbable. He opened his eyes and turned to investigate. As he pushed himself up, he sensed a thin layer of water beneath him, perplexed by the situation. The bonfire had dwindled to a few thick branches, emitting a dim light. He groped for the nearby flashlight and, upon switching it on, was taken aback, instantly alert and fully awake. The sea was surging towards them at an alarming rate, and within moments, it was nearly lapping at his ankles. This is bad. The tide has reached us. Chu Muyang swiftly realized the urgency and began shouting for Lin Ruo Shui. Their makeshift shelter was situated on a slight incline, and Lin Ruo Shui had slept in a relatively higher position, which explained her continued slumber as the water had yet to reach her. Hearing Chu Muyang's frantic calls, Lin Ruo Shui, who had been in a light sleep, awoke. Before she could inquire about the situation, Chu Muyang rushed over and pulled her to her feet, urgently explaining, Ruo Shui, the tide is rising. It has reached us. We must flee to higher ground. With that, he grabbed her small hand and prepared to dash outside. Our belongings, Lin Ruo Shui exclaimed, her face flushed with anxiety. In his own panic, Chu Muyang had nearly forgotten their essential supplies. Fortunately, they had organized their items the previous evening. He quickly slung the most crucial backpack over his shoulder, and they hurriedly gathered some miscellaneous items. At that moment, the water had risen to their calves. There's no time. Ruo Shui, we must go. Chu Muyang disregarded everything else, taking Lin Ruo Shui's hand, wielding the flashlight, and kicking aside the makeshift canvas barriers they had so laboriously erected, racing towards higher ground. The two individuals stumbled and hurriedly ran for 20 to 30 meters before daring to stop. Looking back, they saw that the tide had nearly submerged half of their shelter. The relentless roar of the waves echoed in their ears, and the wind began to pick up. Chu Muyang, still shaken, sank onto the beach, while Lin Ruo Shui trembled, breathless. A glance at his watch revealed it was just past 3 in the morning. After observing their surroundings for several minutes, Chu Muyang discovered that the tide had ceased its ascent. No wonder the lower half of the rocks was adorned with numerous small seashells and mollusks. Ruo Shui, do you remember? The tide could rise this high. That was perilous, he remarked. Indeed, I was the one who cleared it, but I didn't foresee this. Lin Ruo Shui replied, a hint of guilt in her voice. It's all right. We managed to escape, didn't we? We lack experience with these matters, but we'll be wiser next time. It's still early before dawn. We need to find a sheltered spot to wait until morning. But where should we go? Chu Muyang pondered, realizing that Lin Ruo Shui had little insight to offer, leaving him to resolve the predicament. After a lengthy contemplation, he recalled their lifeboat. Let us head to our lifeboat, Ruo Shui. Follow me. With that, he took her hand and, wielding a flashlight, made his way toward the lifeboat. Lin Ruo Shui's cheeks flushed. Although she had grown accustomed to such contact, it still felt somewhat unfamiliar. The lifeboat was not far off, and they reached it swiftly. It appeared to be in the same condition as when they left, as Chu Muyang had secured it with rope to a tree. He shone the flashlight around to survey the environment and decided to position the lifeboat upright against 2 nearby trees, tying it securely with rope to create a windbreak. Dawn was approaching, and this would have to suffice for the time being. The wind had picked up, their pants were half soaked, and their fire had extinguished. Without a sheltered place, they were at risk of catching a cold. After sharing his thoughts with Lin Ruo Shui, they commenced their task under the moonlight and the beam of the flashlight. What seemed easy in theory proved challenging in execution. Although the plan was straightforward, poor lighting and strong winds caused the lifeboat to sway persistently before it was secured. After about half an hour of effort, they finally accomplished their objective. Exhausted, they huddled behind the lifeboat, too weary to move. Sleep was out of the question, but fortunately, dawn was approaching. They chatted about the perils of the rising tide as they awaited the break of day. Before long, the distant sky began to lighten, gradually brightening. Unfortunately, due to the strong winds and rough seas, the beauty of the sunrise over the ocean remained hidden from view. As they waited for dawn, Chu Muyang was already contemplating their next course of action. Given the midnight tide, they could no longer stay in their makeshift shelter, thus rendering the plan discussed with Lin Ruo Shui the night before obsolete. Now, the paramount task was to seek out another safe refuge. In terms of knowledge regarding the construction of a shelter, Chu Muyang had merely skimmed through the topic previously, finding the complexity too daunting to pursue at that time. However, given the current circumstances, he could no longer afford to be idle. The primary task for today was to erect a rudimentary shelter. Otherwise, he would be left without a place to sleep at night. Of course, if time permitted, he could traverse the grove of coconut trees, ascend the hillside, and explore for any potential caves or similar refuges. Nearly 2 days had passed since their arrival on the deserted island, and they had yet to secure the essentials: shelter, water, and food. Moreover, misfortunes seemed to compound as their fire had extinguished, and given the day's weather, it was unlikely they could rekindle it using a plastic bottle, presenting yet another vexing dilemma. With this thought, Chu Muyang couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. Yet in such dire situations, one must adjust their mindset and prioritize addressing the most pressing issues. Unbeknownst to them, despite appearing to accomplish little over the past 2 days, their myriad of skills had significantly improved, which would serve as their foundation for perseverance in the days to come. Chapter 17. Erecting the shelter as the dawn gradually illuminated the sky, Chu Muyang hastily summoned Lin Ruo Shui. He was intent on inspecting the submerged shelter to ascertain what supplies could still be salvaged. Nothing must go to waste. By this time, the tide had receded significantly, and the duo arrived at the temporary shelter where they had spent the last 2 nights, only to find it in utter disarray. The remnants of empty bottles and other items they had neglected to take were nowhere to be found. Fortunately, nothing of particular importance was lost, and the tightly bound canvas remained intact. The primary objective was to recover this piece of canvas. With a sigh of relief, Chu Muyang and Lin Ruo Shui set to work, quickly unfastening the canvas and transporting it back to the lifeboat. Seizing the opportunity presented by the receding tide, Chu Muyang decided to venture out to gather marine resources, hoping for a bountiful find. However, this endeavor yielded little of significance. The sea was still tumultuous, and they managed only to collect a few sea snails. Eager to construct a new shelter, Chu Muyang lacked the inclination to further expend energy on the waterlogged pit, and thus returned to the lifeboat with their modest haul. The construction of a shelter necessitated the selection of an optimal location. According to survival guides and his own understanding, several criteria must be met. First, the terrain must be elevated, as the previous night's high tide had taught them a valuable lesson. Second, the ground should be relatively flat to facilitate construction. Third, it should not be situated too close to a water source to avoid encounters with wild beasts seeking hydration, though the location of such a water source remained uncertain for the time being. Fourth, the area should offer a broad view, enabling observation of the surrounding environment and timely detection of passing vessels or rescue aircraft. As Chu Muyang pondered these considerations, he wandered about the vicinity. Ultimately, he realized that there was no need to search further. The spot where they had placed the lifeboat was most suitable. The forest teemed with various snakes, insects, and rodents, which deterred him from venturing in, while this location met all previously mentioned criteria. It was elevated and level, offered a clear view, and was adjacent to a few sparse trees that could be utilized. Upon articulating his thoughts to Lin Ruo Shui, she listened intently and, after a moment's contemplation, concurred that it was indeed an excellent location. With their consensus reached, the next step involved planning the construction. As Chu Muyang recalled the knowledge gleaned from the survival guide, he proposed Ruo Shui, "My idea is to first erect a square framework, then lay a layer of wood approximately 1 meter above the ground to deter snakes, insects, and rodents. If time permits today, we can erect a central beam and create a triangular support structure, finally draping the canvas over it and covering it with palm fronds or similar large leaves to shield against rain." Having settled on a plan, they gathered their tools and commenced the task of felling trees. As previously noted, the area they chose was home to several sparse trees, with a woodland not far off. Adhering to the principle of proximity, Chu Muyang began his cutting with the nearest trees. Naturally, the trees could not be too slender. He determined that those with a thickness comparable to that of his arm were ideal, not overly heavy yet sufficiently sturdy, with the exception of the main beam. Fortunately, equipped with tools, the saw and axe proved invaluable in this situation, and soon the pair successfully felled the first tree, trimming away the excess branches with the axe before working together to drag the severed trunk back to their campsite. According to this method, when Chu Muyang dragged back the third tree, he felt his stamina waning. Unfortunately, both he and Lin Ruo Shui were mere ordinary individuals, lacking any professional training. While the act of cutting and dragging trees appeared deceptively simple, it indeed demanded considerable physical exertion. They had no choice but to take a brief respite. Glancing at the time, Chu Muyang noted that these 3 trees had consumed nearly an hour. However, these were the nearest trees. As they ventured further, the time required would undoubtedly increase. With time pressing and the task formidable, they dared not linger in their rest, and soon resumed their labor. Thus, after a series of stops and starts, the duo spent over 2 hours in total, successfully dragging back 8 trees, each about the thickness of an arm. Chu Muyang calculated that this would suffice for constructing a framework, so he ceased the felling of trees. Instead, he utilized a saw and an axe to trim all the trees to approximately 3 meters in length. In the open space between 2 trees, He excavated 4 holes of about 40 centimeters in depth using thick branches, then inserted the 4 wooden poles into these pits, compacting the soil around them. This resulted in 4 sturdy pillars. The next task was to secure the remaining 4 pieces of wood at a height of about 1 meter, thereby completing the framework. The question arose as to how to fix the wooden beams in place. Chu Muyang had considered employing a mortise and tenon joint, undoubtedly the best option. However, the practicality of this idea was thwarted by 2 factors. First, he lacked the necessary skills, and second, his tools were insufficient. Thus, he reluctantly abandoned this impractical notion. The only alternative was to bind them with rope. Their Kevlar ropes possessed adequate strength, yet using them in such a manner seemed rather wasteful. Therefore, they resolved to seek out vines as a substitute. The pair set off to gather vines, specifically those that were both resilient and of appropriate thickness. Fortunately, the island was abundant with various vine plants, and they quickly amassed a considerable collection. During their search, an unexpected delight awaited them. Chu Muyang stumbled upon a small bamboo grove. He contemplated that bamboo, being hollow, was relatively lightweight, and later could be cut down in sufficient quantity to serve as a bed laid atop the 4 wooden beams for their rest. With the vines collected, the next task was to suspend the 4 wooden beams approximately 1 meter above the ground. Working in harmony, they lifted 1 beam onto their shoulders, with Chu Muyang at the front and Lin Ruoshui at the rear, positioning one end of the beam near a vertical pillar before binding it securely with the vines. Once one end was secured, the other end was straightforward, following the same method. After over half an hour, once all 4 beams were tied, Chu Muyang intended to strike the bases of the pillars with the back of his axe to drive them deeper into the ground for enhanced stability, but found he could not reach them. Reluctantly, he returned to fell 2 smaller trees, and with the leftover materials, fashioned a rudimentary ladder. He then ascended to firmly secure the 4 pillars. By this time, it was already noon. Having not eaten anything that morning and laboring continuously, Chu Muyang felt his limits nearing, his stomach growling incessantly. This is not the most arduous challenge. The most daunting aspect lies in their dwindling water supply. After a morning of intense labor, despite their frugality, they have consumed more than half of their water bottle, leaving them with only a full bottle and a small portion remaining. Chu Muyang felt that they could not persist in this manner and consulted Lin Ruoshui about the possibility of having something to eat. Lin Ruoshui, feeling equally famished, hesitated and replied, "Muyang, we still have the leftover bread crab from yesterday and a few sea snails we gathered this morning, but we lack a means to cook them. What should we do?" With a sigh, Chu Muyang remained silent, leaning against the lifeboat as he rested and pondered a solution. Reflecting on their current predicament, he realized that making a fire to cook was imperative. Otherwise, they would be unable to work on empty stomachs. Yet, how could they ignite a fire? It was simply unacceptable to consume the bread crab raw. As for the chocolate, it was reserved for dire situations, and they could not afford to squander it in such a context. The weather remained overcast, and after much contemplation, they could only resort to the 3rd method of fire creation outlined in their survival guide. Chapter 18. The 3rd method of kindling fire. Ruoshui. Your dexterity is commendable. Allow me to describe the tools I require, and see if you might assist in their creation. Chu Muyang ventured cautiously. Very well, do share your thoughts, and I shall do my utmost to oblige. Lin Ruoshui replied with a nod. Thus, Chu Muyang meticulously elucidated the entire process of utilizing a bow drill for igniting fire. Once he confirmed that Lin Ruoshui comprehended his intentions, they each commenced their preparations. Lin Ruoshui's primary task was to fashion a bow. She first sought a branch of suitable thickness, one that exhibited remarkable elasticity. After testing several varieties, she finally chose a fitting specimen. Lin Ruoshui trimmed the branch to approximately the length of her arm and carved a groove at each end. Next, she cut a segment of Kevlar rope and affixed it to the grooves of the branch. In no time, a sturdy and durable short bow was crafted. Subsequently, Lin Ruoshui procured a drill rod and wound the bowstring around it several times. Meanwhile, Chu Muyang scoured the beach for a piece of driftwood, carving a V-shaped notch at its edge, beneath which he placed a leaf to collect the sparks. He also found a bamboo stick, using a dagger to scrape fine shavings from its surface to serve as tinder, placing the tinder atop the leaf under the V-shaped notch. This arrangement would facilitate ignition once the wood shavings fell onto the tinder. To mitigate friction on her hands, Lin Ruo Shui also located a small wooden board, carving a groove in its center to accommodate the tip of the drill rod. With all preparations complete, it was time for their efforts to yield results. The two conferred on their coordinated actions. Lin Ruo Shui would stabilize the baseboard while pressing down on the small wooden board atop the drill rod, enhancing friction and securing the drill in place. Chu Muyang planted one foot firmly on the baseboard for added stability, grasping the bow's ends with both hands. He inhaled deeply and began to pull vigorously from side to side. As Chu Muyang exerted force on the bow, the drill rod entwined with the bowstring began to rotate back and forth in response to his movements. After 2 or 3 minutes, wisps of blue smoke began to rise from the contact point between the drill tip and the baseboard. Regrettably, Chu Muyang's stamina was limited. Such intense exertion drained his energy, causing his arms to ache and necessitating a pause. Yet, Chu Muyang remained undeterred. This was merely their first attempt, intended to test the viability of their material combination, and it appeared promising thus far. After a brief respite, he felt his strength partially restored and prepared for a second attempt. This time, he refrained from pulling too quickly at the outset. Having grasped some techniques from the first trial, he reserved his final burst of energy for the moment when the smoke began to emerge. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, smoke finally began to rise from the junction of the baseboard and drill tip. Sustained tension on the bow was becoming increasingly taxing, rendering his arms heavy and unresponsive, while beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Lin Ruoshue's work was, in fact, not without its challenges. She had to firmly press down on the wooden block atop the drill rod to prevent it from veering off course. To secure the base plate, she knelt on one knee, applying pressure with her knee. However, upon witnessing the rising blue smoke, Chu Muyang realized the critical moment had arrived. He began to unleash the reserves of energy he had previously conserved, exclaiming, "Ah, ah," in a rhythm that suggested he was intent on exerting himself to the limit. After about a minute, just as Chu Muyang felt he could hold on no longer, the blue smoke intensified, with sparks beginning to fall onto the tinder below. He urgently called out, "Ruoshue, hurry!" Lin Ruoshue cautiously lifted the tinder with both hands, bringing her lips close to it and gently blowing. Moments later, the first level of tinder ignited, and she carefully placed the prepared dry twigs atop the tinder, allowing the flames to gradually grow. Chu Muyang collapsed onto the ground, trembling as he lit a cigarette from the flames. Although only a few minutes had passed, it felt as if he had exhausted all his strength. Laughing heartily, he said, "Ruoshue, who would have thought we could succeed in starting a fire with a bow drill? It seems our days on this desolate island have borne fruit. Our hardships have not been in vain." Lin Ruoshue shared in his joy, using her sleeve to wipe the sweat from Chu Muyang's forehead, saying, "You truly are remarkable. Muyang, I never would have thought of starting a fire this way." Regardless of one's beliefs, a campfire provides humanity with immense security in the wilderness. I firmly believe that among the 4 essential elements for survival, fire, water, food, and shelter, fire ranks first. While reveling in their success, Chu Muyang also discovered the most effective way to collaborate with Lin Ruoshue. He would devise ideas, and she would skillfully handle the crafting of materials. This approach yielded twice the results with half the effort, and with their complementary strengths, the work felt less burdensome. Yet, he found it peculiar that he seemed to be performing beyond his usual capabilities. His typical endurance should not have allowed him to last this long. However, there was no time for contemplation. The fire was now well established, and both were ravenous. Lin Ruoshue placed the tightly bound bread crab and the 2 large sea snails they had collected that morning over the flames to roast. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of their meal wafted through the air, causing Chu Muyang to swallow repeatedly. The bread crab was as large as a palm, and upon lifting the lid, he discovered a generous amount of crab roe, which he relished immensely. Lin Ruoshue quietly observed, assisting him by extracting the meat from the crab legs. Chu Muyang, not forgetting Lin Ruoshue, consumed only half of the crab before insisting she take the remainder. After finishing the bread crab and sea snails, they found themselves only half satisfied, yet significantly better off. Following a brief rest, they resumed their task of constructing a shelter. According to their earlier plan, Chu Muyang intended to gather some bamboo. They made their way to the bamboo grove they had recently discovered, and as he took out his saw and prepared to begin, Lin Ruoxiu suddenly called out to him, "Muyang, hold on a moment." With a look of confusion, Chu Muyang turned to her, prompting her to continue. "Be cautious of the bamboo viper. In my hometown, there are many bamboo groves, and I have encountered the bamboo viper several times while digging for bamboo shoots. Its coloration closely resembles that of the bamboo, so one must exercise utmost vigilance." Having spoken at length, which was quite a challenge for Lin Ruoxiu, she took a slight breath before adding, "We refer to this snake as the five-step snake." Chu Muyang was taken aback upon hearing this. Yet another snake. He silently chided himself for having been somewhat negligent, relying too heavily on the protective charm of the jade pendant. It was clear that he needed to be more vigilant in the future. Consequently, the two began by striking the bamboo with sticks, attempting to scare away any lurking bamboo vipers. They then meticulously searched, and indeed, they discovered a bamboo viper resting on a thick stalk of bamboo. Chu Muyang cautiously used his spear to dislodge it, swiftly delivering fatal blows. He then turned to Lin Ruoxiu and asked, "Ruoxiu, shall we roast it?" Chapter 19. Toppling the coconut tree, Lin Ruoxiu hesitated for a moment before nodding. Chu Muyang, however, was indifferent. He understood that the venom of a snake is concentrated in the fangs, and as long as the head is severed, the body poses no threat. Food was scarce, and every little bit counted. Upon seeing Lin Ruoxiu's ascent, he swiftly decapitated the snake with his axe, then set about sawing bamboo. After cutting through two pieces, the pair worked together to drag the bamboo back to their camp, the green bamboo leaves still clinging to the stalks. This process repeated several times over the course of an hour, and they had successfully retrieved 8 or 9 bamboo poles, each about the thickness of an infant's arm. After a quick calculation, Chu Muyang deemed it sufficient. However, a new dilemma arose. Despite their efforts to ration, they had drained nearly half of their remaining water, leaving only 1 bottle. Chu Muyang was reluctant to consume the last precious bottle of water. It was their lifeline, and having it brought a sense of security. Yet, abstaining from drinking was not an option either. After much contemplation, he resolved to target the coconut trees for a potential water source. What if he couldn't climb them? Regardless, they had already spent half the day chopping trees. It mattered not which tree fell. Determined, Chu Muyang decided to fell a coconut tree, prioritizing the resolution of their water predicament. Armed with an axe and a saw, he summoned Lin Ruoxiu and approached the coconut trees they had discovered. After surveying the area, he selected the tree with the most coconuts and the slenderest trunk to commence his task. Although it bore a hint of sacrificing the hen for the egg, Chu Muyang reasoned that they would not linger on the island for long, and given the urgency of their situation, this was their only recourse. He assessed the surroundings and chose the direction in which to fell the tree before beginning to saw from the opposite side. The trunk was not particularly thick, measuring about 40 centimeters in diameter, and with the right tools, it was merely a matter of time. After more than 10 minutes, about 1/5 of the trunk remained uncut. Chu Muyang set the saw aside and called Lin Ruoxiu to stand in a safe spot. He then stepped back, took a running start, and delivered a powerful kick to the tree. The force of his kick sent the coconut tree creaking as it began to topple in the direction he had chosen. Excited by the sight of the tree falling, Chu Muyang dashed toward the top of the fallen tree. The yield was substantial upon a cursory count. There appeared to be over 20 coconuts. A surge of elation washed over him. If they were careful, the coconuts could sustain them for 4 to 5 days. He quickly beckoned Lin Ruoxiu over, and together they used the axe and dagger to harvest all the coconuts, cradling them as they returned to their shelter. Setting the coconuts down, Chu Muyang eagerly opened one and drank half of it in one go. The refreshing coconut water was a delight, and he shared the remainder with Lin Ruoxiu. They split the coconut shells in half, ensuring not a morsel of the coconut meat went to waste. Just as Chu Muyang was about to discard the seemingly worthless shells, Lin Ruoxiu suddenly exclaimed, "Muyang, wait. I think we could use these as bowls." Chu Muyang paused, taken aback, and upon inspecting the shells in his hands, he recognized their practicality. He promptly took a dagger to trim it, making it more suitable as a bowl, while praising Lin Ruoxue. Ruoxue, you excel in matters of life. I would never have thought of this. Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she remained silent. After finishing their afternoon tea with coconut juice, the two resumed their task of repairing the bamboo they had dragged back, chopping off the excess branches, measuring the length, and sawing them into approximately 2-meter segments. They then laid each piece onto the frame, fastening them securely with vines. This stage was relatively straightforward. Chu Muyang deliberately left the bamboo a bit longer, allowing it to rest on the frame without additional support. Once completed, their sleeping arrangement was ready. Chu Muyang climbed atop to test it, finding it somewhat rough and uncomfortable, but he planned to add a layer of straw, which would enhance comfort. Under the conditions of the wilderness, it was impossible to compare with the comforts of home. Having a safe place to spend the night was already a source of great happiness. He then pulled Lin Ruoxue up to experience it as well. They rested together for a while, noting that it was nearly 4 o'clock. They decided to seize the opportunity of the retreating tide to gather some seafood. Otherwise, they would only have a small snake to eat that evening. As for the roof of their shelter, that task would have to wait until tomorrow, hoping for a rain-free night, lest they face difficulties. They divided their tasks. Lin Ruoxue went to collect straw for bedding, while Chu Muyang headed to the seaside to forage. Upon reaching the coast, he resumed his usual activities of flipping stones in search of crabs and collecting sea snails. Yet, disappointingly, his haul was meager. Sitting on a rock to rest, frustration bubbled within him. This could not continue. They needed to find food daily, and his lack of experience meant that their success was heavily reliant on luck. Eating sea snails every day was unsustainable. Not only would they struggle to feel full, but the nutritional balance would also be lacking. Reflecting on the survival guide's information while observing the waves that surged and receded, Chu Muyang gradually formulated a plan. Returning to the shelter with his scant findings, he found Lin Ruoxue had laid a thick layer of straw on their bed, which appeared quite comfortable. Ruoxue, do you know how to knit sweaters? Chu Muyang suddenly inquired. I can knit sweaters, Lin Ruoxue replied, looking up at him in confusion. This is what I was thinking. Seeing all the vines on the island, I imagined crafting something akin to a fish basket from them. It would have a large opening, tapering in the middle like a gourd, and then widening at the bottom, making it difficult for fish to escape once they entered. Chu Muyang explained, gesturing as he spoke. This was an idea he had just conceived, inspired by a fish trap mentioned in the survival guide. Given their current conditions on the island, this fish basket trap was the simplest option. If Lin Ruoxue could make several of these baskets and place them at the tidal pools or in the channels between the rocks, they could reliably catch crabs, sea fish, and eels, creatures that favored burrowing, thus alleviating their daily concerns about food. Unfortunately, it seemed that Chu Muyang's description was not entirely clear, as Lin Ruoxue pondered for a long time without grasping how to proceed. Lin Ruoxue felt a tinge of urgency. Her small face flushed as she said, Muyang, could you possibly let me see that book of yours? It would greatly aid my understanding of what I should do. Upon hearing this, Chu Muyang felt a rush of blood to his face, his toes awkwardly curling as he realized that Lin Ruoxue had long been aware of the survival guide. How foolish of him to have pretended several times before. He sheepishly retrieved the survival guide and turned to the page detailing the crafting of a fish basket. After examining it carefully, Lin Ruoxue contemplated, I can certainly give it a try. It shouldn't be too difficult. That's splendid. I shall go gather some vines for you. Chu Muyang exclaimed, eager to mask his embarrassment, and promptly set off to collect the vines. Chapter 20. Crafting fishing traps. The task of gathering vines was not particularly arduous, as the island was abundant with various types. With his multifunctional dagger, Chu Muyang soon returned to the shelter, shouldering a bundle of vines. At that moment, Lin Ruoxue had already commenced weaving a fish basket using the remaining vines from before. She first took a half piece of bamboo from the ground and split it into slender strips using her axe. Arranging 8 strips of bamboo around a central point on the ground, she deftly tied them together with vines to form a framework. Then, akin to knitting a sweater, she alternately threaded the vines through the bamboo strips, repeatedly weaving until a fish basket began to take shape. Under Lin Ruo Shui's skillful hands, the basket's form steadily improved. By the time Chu Muyang returned for the second time, the first fish basket was already halfway complete. Ruo Shui, your hands are truly remarkable. Chu Muyang couldn't help but praise her. Lin Ruo Shui felt a bit shy, responding, "This is quite simple, akin to knitting. I'm completely inept at it." Chu Muyang Chuklet. By the way, Ruo Shui, try to make a few more. I'll place one in various spots. This way, our chances of catching fish will increase. All right, Lin Ruo Shui replied, continuing her work without pause. After observing her adept weaving for a while, Chu Muyang set off again, and after 2 more trips, he felt he had gathered enough for Lin Ruo Shui. At this point, she had already crafted 2 fish baskets, and Chu Muyang decided to give them a try. Taking the 2 baskets and finding 2 of the longest vines on the ground, he made his way to the seaside. He placed one basket beside a puddle formed by a pile of rocks, and the other near the coastal rocks. Next, he collected some small shellfish clinging to the rocks, smashed them on the stones, and placed the meat into the baskets as bait. Of course, considering the waves might sweep the baskets away, he secured them tightly to the rocks using vines. Once all 4 fish baskets, crafted by Lin Ruo Shui, were positioned and secured, Chu Muyang exhaled deeply. Leaving the rest of time, he settled on the beach to rest while contemplating their next course of action. According to their plan, they needed to set up an SOS signal to avoid missing any rescue teams. After all, it was already the 3rd day since the shipwreck, and, theoretically, a rescue team could arrive at any moment. Missing them will be tragic. Without further ado, Chu Muyang returned to the shelter, calling for Lin Ruo Shui to momentarily set aside her tasks. The 2 headed to the beach to collect stones and arrange them into an SOS signal, which was the priority. This task required little skill, and after a flurry of activity, they managed to lay out the large letters, SOS, on the sand, where the tide would not reach. Having completed this, darkness began to envelop the sky, rendering them unable to accomplish anything further. The 2 had no choice but to return to the shelter. Watching Lin Ruo Shui busily preparing the scant bamboo leaf viper and 2 sea snails, Chu Muyang sighed inwardly. Following Yanggu for 3 days had left him starving, making it increasingly difficult to capture Lin Ruo Shui's heart. With limited resources, Lin Ruo Shui quickly prepared dinner, a pot of snake soup made with coconut milk. The 2 shared the meal, barely managing to satiate their hunger. Most importantly, aside from a few pieces of chocolate, they had no food reserves left. It seemed that tomorrow would entail either further refining their shelter or devising ways to procure more sustenance. Nevertheless, the presence of 4 fish trap baskets offered a glimmer of hope. The 2 sat around the campfire, deliberating their plans and division of labor for the following day, when suddenly a rumble of thunder echoed from the heavens. Alas, it seemed that their fears had materialized. Today's shelter remained unfinished, and despite their prayers for dry weather, it appeared that the heavens were unresponsive. Chu Muyang gazed upward, finding the moon completely obscured by dark clouds. As he surveyed the surroundings, he sensed the wind begin to intensify. What were they to do? If rain fell throughout the night, it would not only hinder their ability to sleep, but there was a grave threat of both of them catching a cold and fever. Falling ill on a deserted island would be a dire predicament indeed. Both stood up, Lin Ruo Shui casting a helpless glance at their rudimentary shelter, hastily constructed that very day. Chu Muyang's eyes roamed over their scant resources until they alighted upon a piece of tarpaulin, igniting a spark of inspiration within him. Ruo Shui, come quickly to assist me, he commanded, and together, they worked to spread the somewhat tattered tarpaulin over their makeshift bed. Chu Muyang intended to convert the bed into a ceiling, using the tarpaulin to shield them from the rain. Beneath the bed, there remained about a meter of space, just enough for them to sit comfortably. Once the tarpaulin was secured with vines to prevent it from being blown away by the wind, Chu Muyang relocated the campfire beneath the bed and brought in their backpacks. As they completed these tasks, the thunder grew more menacing, and finally, with a resounding crack, torrents of rain began to pour down. The deluge was fierce and relentless. The 2 huddled beneath the bed, initially untroubled, but within half an hour, Rainwater began to seep through the holes in the tarpaulin, trickling through the hay and ultimately dripping down through the gaps in the bamboo they had laid out. The state of the ground deteriorated rapidly. The campfire was soon extinguished by the encroaching rainwater, leaving them no choice but to squat as their sneakers became drenched. When the wind howled, the rain would gust in, rendering their shelter a veritable sieve. The sole advantage was that they could collect some rainwater. Chu Muyang filled every container available, reassuring himself that, even should he fall ill, he would have provisions. He then retrieved tools from his backpack, instructing Lin Ruo Shui to use them as a shield for her head, as they endeavored to keep their heads dry amidst the downpour. Despite the dire circumstances, they were grateful for the makeshift protection against the rain. Standing exposed in the open would surely lead to illness. Being drenched by such heavy rain felt akin to being bludgeoned senseless. Chu Muyang wiped the raindrops from his face, observing that the rain had persisted for over an hour without any sign of abating. A bitter pang struck his heart as he realized he was already soaked halfway through. After squatting for so long, his legs had gone numb, yet he could not straighten his back. This agony was truly not for the faint of heart. Fortunately, it was July, so while he felt a chill, it was not cold enough to freeze him to the bone. After enduring for more than 2 hours, the rain finally began to taper off. Chu Muyang observed his clothes and trousers, now thoroughly drenched, and after a day of laborious work, he was enveloped in a layer of perspiration. After asking Lin Ruo Shui to step aside, he decided to shed his wet garments and dashed into the rain for a cleansing bath. 10 minutes later, the rain ceased entirely, such is the nature of maritime weather. Capricious and unpredictable, akin to the countenance of an infant, devoid of any discernible patterns. The two emerged from beneath the low bed, stretching their limbs to invigorate their numb bodies. It was the early hours of the morning, with everything damp and sodden. Rekindling a fire was no longer feasible. They would have to endure the night as best as they could. They unfurled the canvas, shaking off the accumulated water, only to find that the hay laid out on the bed had also succumbed to the wetness. Fortunately, the tarp exhibited commendable waterproofing, with its reverse side remaining relatively dry. They proceeded to flip the canvas over and spread it across the bed, opting against sleeping on the ground, as the mud would only exacerbate their discomfort. Climbing onto the 1-meter-high bed, they sat upon the canvas, leaning against a pillar each, and thus succumbed to slumber. Chapter 21. Lin Ruo Shui Falls Ill. The night proved to be exceptionally arduous, with both individuals experiencing restless slumber. At one point, feeling discomfort from leaning against the post, Chu Muyang opted to lie directly on the canvas. As the first rays of sunlight broke through, they both awoke simultaneously. Chu Muyang rose to his feet, feeling a pervasive malaise throughout his body. However, aside from the general soreness, he did not experience any additional discomfort. As he stretched his somewhat stiff limbs, his gaze fell upon Lin Ruo Shui. Instantly, a sense of foreboding enveloped him. He found it peculiar that Lin Ruo Shui had not risen to move about. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her lips were pale and her complexion was notably poor. With urgency, Chu Muyang approached her, inquiring about her condition. While placing the back of his hand against her forehead, it was hot, alarmingly so. Ruo Shui, you have a fever. Lin Ruo Shui weakly nodded in response. Chu Muyang deduced that her illness was likely a consequence of the rain-soaked night, and he hastily rummaged through his backpack for medication. He soon retrieved a box of cold medicine and a box of ibuprofen. Fortunately, he had taken these medications from the room earlier. Otherwise, their current predicament could have turned dire. On a deserted island, even the slightest injury or illness could lead to severe repercussions. He opened the bottle of boiled mineral water and administered the medicine to Lin Ruo Shui, according to the instructions. By this time, the surface of the canvas was nearly dry, and he encouraged her to rest. Noticing that her clothing was still damp, he thought it imperative to start a fire to dry her garments. Cursed be the need for fire again. It seemed an everyday necessity. Since arriving on this island, he had learned 3 methods of fire starting, yet each was fraught with difficulty and a considerable risk of failure. He pondered which technique would be most suitable this time. Using the mineral water as a magnifying lens would require the sun to be higher in the sky, and with the sun just beginning to rise, he could not afford to wait. The bow drill method seemed nearly impossible to execute alone. If only I had a battery. Suddenly, a thought struck him, his phone. With renewed vigor, Chu Muyang quickly retrieved his backpack, locating his mobile device. He had nearly discarded it at sea, but had wisely decided to keep it, believing it might prove useful. He grasped the phone along with an unopened pack of cigarettes and leapt to the ground. Now, he needed to seek out some prime tinder and dry kindling. However, the torrential rain from the previous night complicated matters. After a thorough search, he discovered that the coconut husks and fibers were a commendable option, gathering some to dry in the sun. He then ventured into the nearby woods to collect drier twigs, placing them under the sun as well. Next, he turned his attention to dismantling the phone battery. Carefully, he used a knife to pry open the back cover and extracted the battery. Yet, the twigs remained somewhat damp, necessitating further patience. He then recalled that Lin Ruoxue had yet to eat. Contemplating their dwindling supplies, he realized they had only 3 pieces of chocolate left. Truly a dire situation. Now was not the time for frugality. The chocolate would provide a significant caloric boost, perfect for Lin Ruoxue's condition. Chu Muyang ascended to the second floor, retrieved a piece of chocolate from his backpack, and, upon unwrapping it, was pleasantly surprised to find that the wrapping appeared to be foil, something he certainly would not waste. He tenderly brought the chocolate to Lin Ruoxue's lips, but at first, she resolutely refused to eat it, insisting that it was a life-saving resource that should not be squandered. Chu Muyang insisted, stating, "This is indeed a matter of life and death." Ultimately, he compelled Lin Ruoxue to consume it. Meanwhile, the coconut husk had dried, and the twigs were only partially so. Unable to wait any longer, Chu Muyang promptly began short-circuiting the battery based on his prior experience. This was the 3rd attempt, and his movements were deft. The tin foil ignited successfully, followed by the ignition of the tinder, and he gradually added the still damp twigs before introducing larger branches, ultimately succeeding in rekindling the fire. Once the flames grew stronger, Chu Muyang assisted Lin Ruoxue to the campfire's side, where both needed to dry their clothes. Upon nearing the flames, Lin Ruoxue felt considerably better, having previously experienced a slight tremor. "Muyang, you haven't eaten anything yet. What will you do?" After feeling somewhat restored, Lin Ruoxue turned her concern towards Chu Muyang. "I'm fine. Missing a meal won't be the end of me. I will check the fish trap I set yesterday. Perhaps it will yield a bountiful catch." Chu Muyang replied with a reassuring smile. After stoking the fire and drying most of their clothes, he instructed Lin Ruoxue to rest and keep an eye on the flames, while he ventured to the beach to inspect the traps. Guided by his memory, he first arrived at the location of the initial trap, placed near the rocky shoreline. However, as he approached, he searched in vain and found no sign of his fish trap. It was likely swept away by the tumultuous waves during last night's rain. Cursing his misfortune, he proceeded to the next trap. This time, the trap remained, and he tugged on the rope, feeling a bit of weight. Eagerly, he turned it upside down to empty its contents, but alas, only a few small stones and seaweed emerged, no fish. Resigned, he placed the trap back in its original spot, reasoning that perhaps it had not been long enough to yield results, and that he would return during the afternoon's low tide for a better chance. Moving on to the 3rd trap, he lifted it and once again found it empty. Chu Muyang felt his spirits plummet, having come up short on 3 traps. He feared the 4th would yield similar disappointment, leaving them without a meal for the day. Sighing, he approached the 4th trap, situated in a small pond formed by surrounding rocks. Grasping the vines, he lifted the trap, his hopes dwindling. Yet, to his surprise, it felt somewhat heavy. Upon tilting it, a fish tumbled out from the opening. Overwhelmed with joy, Chu Muyang quickly seized the fish and tossed it into a canister. The fish flailed vigorously, and after several attempts, he managed to secure it. Though small, it was the first fish they had caught since arriving on the island, a cause for celebration indeed. Continuing to empty the trap, he discovered a crab and 2 small fish resembling loaches. The haul was quite substantial, and Chu Muyang's heart soared with delight. Dinner was now assured. After confirming there were no more catches, he returned the trap to its original position. After contemplating the environment of the last fishing trap, he retraced his steps to adjust the positions of the first 2 traps, endeavoring to place them in the pools formed by the surrounding rocks, which appeared to yield promising results. As he passed some rocky outcrops, Chu Muyang recalled the survival guide's mention that many mollusks tend to cling to the undersides of rocks, often eluding the unobservant eye. This time, he took special care to examine the area closely and, indeed, discovered something unusual beneath one of the rocks. There, adhering to the base of the stone, was an object resembling a shell, encrusted with mud and sand, making it nearly indistinguishable at first glance. He carefully pried it free with gloved hands. It was flat and had sharp edges, reminiscent of the scallops he had enjoyed at a late-night food stall. This was a delightful find, and with renewed enthusiasm, Chu Muyang searched the nearby rocks, ultimately uncovering several more. At last, he rejoiced, for he would no longer have to endure hunger. Chapter 22. Perfecting the shelter excitedly. Chu Muyang dashed back to the shelter, showcasing a large can of seafood to Lin Ruo. Look, Ruo, the fish trap you crafted has yielded quite a bounty, hasn't it? Lin Ruo smiled faintly upon seeing the catch. Then I shall prepare some grilled fish for you. After all, you haven't had breakfast yet. As she spoke, she attempted to rise from her seat. Do not move. Chu Muyang gently pressed her back down. You are still a patient, and must rest to recover swiftly. Allow me to handle this. Lin Ruo pouted slightly, but reluctantly settled back into her seat. Observing the seafood in the can, Chu Muyang contemplated their available ingredients and decided to grill the fish and scallops while preparing a hot soup with the mudfish and crabs.
Believing that a warm dish would greatly benefit Lin Ruo's current condition, as he busied himself, he conversed with her.
It's unfortunate that one of the fish traps was swept away by the waves. Not to worry, I shall craft several more tomorrow. And I'll also weave a basket for your convenience, she replied. Well then, I shall be counting on you tomorrow. But you must ensure your recovery first. Remember to eat well. Their conversation flowed easily as the meal was swiftly prepared. Chu Muyang served a steaming bowl of soup in a coconut shell for Lin Ruo, with grilled fish and scallops divided equally between them. This time, she did not refuse, eager to regain her strength to contribute, for there remained much work ahead. After savoring the grilled fish and scallops, Chu Muyang finished the remaining soup, reflecting that he needed to be well-nourished, as the afternoon would likely bring no further provisions. And the task of fortifying the shelter loomed ahead. After a brief respite, he gathered his tools and set off to fell some trees. The heavy rain from the previous night had left them in disarray and had caused Lin Ruo's illness. He was determined to secure the roof of the shelter today. According to his plan, he intended to erect a central beam for support, necessitating the selection of a sturdy tree. After careful deliberation, he chose one with a trunk as thick as a bowl's opening. Mindful that he was alone and could not manage a thicker specimen, with his saw at the ready, he first cut through the trunk, removing branches before measuring its length by hand, ensuring it exceeded 4 meters slightly, then sawing off the excess to lighten the load. Exhausted and panting, he dragged the timber back to the shelter. However, upon his return, he found Lin Ruo weaving fish trap nets, which stirred within him a mix of anger and concern. Why aren't you resting properly? He admonished. I feel much better now. I want to help, she replied. Chu Muyang paused, sighed, and resigned himself to her determination, only advising her to rest if she grew weary. He continued his work by cutting down trees, repeating the process 3 times to bring back 3 logs of arm thickness intended for triangular supports. With the materials prepared, it was time to raise the central beam. However, an awkward predicament arose. Chu Muyang had forgotten to leave an opening in the center, a lapse stemming from inexperience, necessitating a remedy. Fortunately, armed with a saw and an axe, creating a hole in the bamboo bed was manageable, yet the true challenge lay in how to elevate the main beam into position. The timber designated as the main beam, towering over 4 meters and weighing an estimated several dozen pounds, posed a significant challenge. The current predicament required first hoisting the beam onto the bamboo bed on the 2nd floor before laboriously raising it to fit into the freshly excavated opening. Contemplating the enormity of the task, Chu Muyang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Had he realized earlier, he would have raised the main beam first. Now, he found himself in a predicament, with no assistance but his own. Noticing Chu Muyang lost in thought, Lin Ruo Shui set aside her work and approached him, inquiring softly about his troubles. Chu Muyang candidly shared his dilemma, prompting Lin Ruo Shui to consider before offering. I can assist you. I feel much better now, truly. After a moment's reflection, Chu Muyang agreed, acknowledging that he could indeed use help, but cautioned her, if you feel overwhelmed, please tell me immediately. With preparations made, they first positioned the main beam on the second-floor platform. Next, Chu Muyang ascended to the second floor to pull while Lin Ruo Shui pushed from below. After considerable effort, they successfully maneuvered the entire beam onto the second floor. The next phase proved to be the most arduous. They had to erect the beam while standing on the platform. After both climbed up and took a moment to recover their strength, they united their efforts to raise the beam. At this juncture, they had already achieved a significant milestone. Observing Lin Ruo Shui's complexion pale slightly, Chu Muyang quickly inquired if she needed another break. Lin Ruo Shui resolutely shook her head. Gritting his teeth, Chu Muyang began to cautiously shift the bottom of the beam toward the center of the excavated hole. This step was fraught with difficulty, as any movement at the base could cause the top to tilt and compromise stability. Therefore, he exercised utmost caution, inching the bottom while maintaining equilibrium at the top. At last, through their combined efforts, the base of the beam was successfully maneuvered into place. They then released their hold, allowing the beam to slide effortlessly into the prepared pit, finally erecting it. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chu Muyang noticed Lin Ruo Shui swaying slightly from exhaustion. He promptly supported her and gently urged her to sit down. With an apologetic glance, Lin Ruo Shui said, I'm sorry, Muyang. I truly can't hold on any longer. I need a rest. Chu Muyang quickly assisted her, guiding her to lie down. Feeling her forehead, he noted it was still warm. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a t-shirt from his backpack, dampened it with water, and placed it on her forehead for physical cooling. Once Lin Ruo Shui was attended to, he turned his attention to erecting the triangular support structure, which was comparatively simpler as the wood was neither as long nor as heavy. It merely required one end to be angled into the ground while the other was tied to the main beam. After nearly an hour of diligent work, the three supports were finally completed around the main beam. With a sigh of relief, Chu Muyang settled down by the campfire, adding more kindling and lighting a cigarette. He observed the blisters forming on his hands and sighed, reflecting on the hardships he had never previously endured. Fortunately, the main structure of the shelter was now assembled. Soon, he would need to bind crossbeams between the three supports and cover them with broad leaves, such as banana or palm leaves, before finally draping a piece of canvas over the top. Provided that the rain does not become too heavy, there should be no issues. After finishing his cigarette, he glanced at the time and realized it was already noon. Afraid to rest, even for a moment, he checked to see that Lin Ruo Shui was peacefully slumbering on the bamboo bed above, and once again ventured into the woods with his tools in hand. This time, he sought broad leaves to serve as roofing material, ideally locating banana leaves, which would also provide some bananas to eat. According to the survival manual, the heart of the banana plant is edible and boasts considerable nutritional value. He roamed the forest for a full hour, encountering spiders and venomous snakes along the way, and at one point inadvertently stepped onto an ant nest. In an instant, a swarm of massive black ants erupted from their home, sending him fleeing in terror. Yet, perseverance bore fruit. Perhaps fortune had finally smiled upon him, as he indeed discovered several banana trees. Chapter 23. The banana tree is a treasure. Upon encountering the few banana trees before him, Chu Muyang felt an exhilarating rush of excitement. He eagerly plucked a banana, peeled it, and placed it into his mouth. As he chewed, he discerned that it was not entirely ripe, possessing a somewhat astringent and coarse texture. However, this was not the time for fastidiousness. He decided to consume a couple to quell his hunger. He proceeded to harvest all the bananas from the tree and gathered the banana leaves as well. Then, wielding an axe, he struck the banana tree with a series of decisive blows, felling it and gradually carving away the bark to reveal the tender core within. Chu Muyang sampled a piece of the heart, finding its texture delectably tender, replete with moisture, and imbued with a subtle fragrance, refreshingly light. Indeed, as the survival manual had proclaimed, the banana tree is a veritable treasure, an invaluable resource for wilderness survival. Satisfied, he set off back to the shelter with the tree core and the bananas. Given the abundance of bananas, one trip was insufficient. He made a return journey, ultimately transporting every leaf and banana back to the sanctuary. Upon depositing his bounty, Chu Muyang felt a peculiar tingling in his calves. He rolled up his pant legs to discover 2 leeches clinging to his lower legs, swollen and grotesque from their feast. A wave of nausea washed over him. Yet he recalled his childhood experiences working in the fields, where he had encountered such nuisances and learned not to simply pull them off. He fetched a slender stick from the campfire, extinguished it, and used the smoke to drive away the leeches, which soon detached themselves. In a fit of irritation, he crushed one underfoot, contemplating the necessity of wearing gaiters on future excursions into the jungle. Without them, snakes, ants, and leeches could easily infiltrate his trousers, rendering him vulnerable. He finally understood why Red Army soldiers wrapped their calves during their guerrilla tactics, navigating the rugged terrain. Gaiters served to protect against serpents and insects, and could also be repurposed as bandages in case of injury, a dual advantage. But the creation of gaiters could wait. It was already 2 in the afternoon, and 2 bananas were insufficient to stave off hunger. He resolved to roast the bananas, enhancing their flavor significantly. Stoking the fire, he skewered the bananas on bamboo sticks, and after a few minutes of roasting, he sampled one. Indeed, it was far tastier than when eaten raw. Calculating the time, he realized Lin Ruo Shui had been asleep for 3 to 4 hours. It was time to awaken her for some nourishment and to administer her cold medicine and ibuprofen. Cautiously, he ascended the ladder to the second-floor platform, approaching Lin Ruo Shui's side. Upon observing her, he noted a marked improvement in her complexion. The beauty of her face, despite a hint of dirt, captivated Chu Muyang, and he found himself momentarily entranced. After quietly admiring her, he gently touched her forehead with the back of his hand. Noting a significant decrease in temperature, it was no longer feverish. At last, Lin Ruo Shui stirred awake, her eyes fluttering open to find Chu Muyang beside her. Checking her temperature, a sense of reassurance washed over her, accompanied by a tender feeling of happiness blossoming within. Ruo Shui, you're awake, Chu Muyang addressed her first. How long have I been asleep? Lin Ruo Shui inquired as she propped herself up. Not long, just 3 or 4 hours. I wanted to wake you to take your medicine and have something to eat, Chu Muyang replied. Has it really been that long? Lin Ruo Shui felt a mix of anxiety and guilt. Let's not eat the chocolate. We should save those 2 pieces. I'm not hungry right now. She was aware that they had run out of food and assumed they would have to resort to chocolate. Not chocolate. Ruo Shui, come down and see what I found. Chu Muyang exclaimed with excitement. He descended the stairs first, extending his hands. This time, Lin Ruo Shui, though a bit shy, did not hesitate to reach out her hand for him to help her down the staircase. Upon reaching the campfire, she was delighted to see the roasted plantains. These are plantains, and they're roasted. Muyang, where did you find these? You're amazing. Flattered by her praise, Chu Muyang replied happily. You should try one. Oh, and there's also the heart of the plantain tree, which is edible too. I tried it, and it tastes quite good. As they chatted and ate, they quickly finished the roasted plantains and started on the heart of the tree. Lin Ruo Shui took a bite and expressed her enjoyment of its light, sweet flavor. Finally, following the instructions, he administered the second dose of medicine to Lin Ruo Shui. After they had eaten their fill, Chu Muyang resolved to finish the roofing of their shelter in one go. Lin Ruo Shui, feeling somewhat better, assisted him. Using a ladder, he constructed several crossbeams between the triangular supports and secured them with an X-banding method, layering broad plantain leaves on top. However, without proper fastening, the leaves could easily be blown away by the wind, presenting yet another challenge. After contemplating, Chu Muyang decided to use a mixture of thin mud for securing the leaves. He went to collect seawater, dug up some mud, and mixed it into a paste, applying it to the edges of the plantain leaves. Finally, he laid down their piece of canvas and secured it with a combination of vines and the mud mixture. At last, the project was complete. Looking at their shelter from above, it resembled a large tent. Their resting place was situated on a platform about 1 meter above the ground. Though somewhat rudimentary, it was a testament to the craftsmanship of Chu Muyang and Lin Ruo Shui, created entirely by hand without any prior experience. It may not have been perfect, but it provided a relatively safe space to rest, capable of withstanding light rain. This shelter undoubtedly bolstered their confidence in their survival. Chu Muyang walked around the shelter several times, feeling both satisfied and inspired with ideas for further improvements. Lin Ruoshua watched him with a smile, saying nothing. After admiring their handiwork, she noticed it was already past 4 o'clock, signaling the time of low tide. Chu Muyang instructed Lin Ruoshua to rest in the shelter and keep an eye on the fire, while he went to shore to gather seafood and check the fish traps. Every low tide brought an abundance of sea snails, and Chu Muyang picked several large ones before inspecting the fish traps. Unfortunately, perhaps due to having been checked earlier that morning, the 3 traps yielded nothing but stones and seaweed. Though disappointed, he was not too concerned since they had the plantains. Remembering that the safety of their new shelter was still uncertain, he made a trip to a nearby estuary. The backwater bay, due to the relentless waves crashing upon its shores, finds itself in a predicament where water struggles to disperse, thus accumulating an array of marine debris. It was here that Lin Ruoshua discovered her canvas. Ultimately, Chu Muyang selected a few floating aluminum cans and a small piece of tattered, multicolored fabric. As he traversed the path back to the shelter, he was suddenly struck by a tremor beneath his feet. Caught off guard, he nearly stumbled. Having never experienced an earthquake in the place he had called home throughout his life, he instinctively crouched down, momentarily bewildered. It dawned on him after a brief interval. Could it be an earthquake? This realization ignited a sense of urgency. Ruoshua might be in peril. Without hesitation, Chu Muyang rose, placed the items in his hands upon the ground, and hurried towards the shelter. Chapter 24. The earthquake. As the journey unfolded, the earth trembled incessantly, with distant sounds of muffled thumps echoing sporadically, though fortunately, the intensity of the vibrations was not severe. Chu Muyang stumbled along, relieved that their shelter was not far from the shoreline. In the distance, he spotted Lin Ruoshua crouching a little over 10 meters away from the shelter. Her gaze fixed on the direction from which he had departed, her expression a blend of surprise and uncertainty. Having grown up in the Sichuan-Chongqing region, where earthquakes frequently occur, she quickly grasped the situation and awaited him at a safe distance with her backpack in tow. Upon seeing Chu Muyang returning in a disheveled state, her anxious heart finally found solace. Ruoshua, are you all right? An earthquake has struck. Quickly, let's make our way to the open beach. This shelter may not be sturdy, and if it collapses, we would be in serious trouble. Chu Muyang rushed over, grasping Lin Ruoshua's small hand, and together they hurried towards the beach. Lin Ruoshua, with her backpack slung over her shoulders, allowed herself to be led by him. By the time they reached the beach, the tremors had subsided significantly. Once on the sandy shore, Chu Muyang exhaled in relief, finally taking a moment to gaze towards the source of the distant sounds. He observed black smoke billowing into the sky. Ruoshua, do you see that black smoke rising in the distance? What could it possibly be? Lin Ruoshua, also panting from their haste, shook her head in uncertainty at his inquiry. The pair crouched nervously on the beach, their eyes fixed on the ominous smoke. Fortunately, the unsettling phenomenon did not last long. The earth's shuddering gradually ceased, and the black smoke no longer erupted, as if the incident had never transpired. It appears to have passed. This must be classified as a minor earthquake, Chu Muyang remarked with a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the others on the island had also sensed the slight tremors, causing a wave of anxiety to ripple through them as they too gazed at the distant plume of smoke until calm was restored. Does anyone know what is happening? Silence enveloped the group until Wang Taijun spoke after a moment's contemplation. Qin Xiao, it is likely volcanic activity. There should be an active volcano in that direction. However, such occurrences are often brief and should merely be routine, and given the distance, even if it erupts, it should not affect us. Reassured by Wang Taijun's words, the group felt a slight easing of their apprehension. Tomorrow, you shall ascend to the mountaintop to assess the situation, Qin Xiao Jie commanded. With everything returning to normal, life must continue. The two conversed as they walked back to the shelter. Cooking was Lin Ruoshua's forte, and Chu Muyang refrained from intervening. He had his own plans, intending to use the collected cans to establish 2 warning lines around the shelter to alert them to any approaching beasts while they slept soundly. Creating the warning lines was not a complex task. Chu Muyang began by puncturing holes in the cans with a dagger, threading slender vines through them, and filling the cans with small stones. He then secured the vines to the trees surrounding the shelter. Where there were no trees, he inserted a branch to anchor them. In this manner, any disturbance to the lines would cause the cans to rattle. He fashioned 2 warning lines, one close to the ground to deter rodents and reptiles, and another positioned higher to guard against wolves and dogs. As Chu Muyang completed the construction of the gate and the perimeter, Lin Ruoxue had also prepared dinner. Due to limited ingredients, the meal consisted of a soup made from conch meat, accompanied by roasted plantains and plantain hearts. Today was primarily spent refining their shelter, and with Lin Ruoxue feeling unwell, there was little time to search for food. Nonetheless, being able to enjoy a warm soup on a deserted island was indeed a rare delight. After their simple dinner, Chu Muyang administered Lin Ruoxue's 3rd dose of medicine. Noticing her slight fever by feeling her forehead, he inquired about her condition. Lin Ruoxue replied that she was all right, merely feeling a bit weak. This was to be expected, as a cold or fever typically lingers for several days before subsiding. As long as her fever diminished, there would be no cause for concern. Lin Ruoxue was remarkably diligent, never one to shirk her responsibilities. While Chu Muyang went to gather seafood, she fashioned a fish basket. Taking advantage of the daylight, he returned with a considerable amount of thoroughly dried grass, and Lin Ruoxue assisted in laying it out. He recalled the piece of colorful fabric and recounted his experience of a leech crawling up his pants leg earlier that day, asking if she could craft a pair of gaiters for both of them. After examining the materials and listening to his description, Lin Ruoxue nodded in agreement, stating she could give it a try. She fetched a dagger and cut a strip from the colorful fabric, instructing Chu Muyang to extend 1 foot as a template. She first wrapped his calf tightly with the fabric, then, considering they were wearing athletic shoes, extended the cloth downward, ultimately creating a design akin to water shoes that encompassed both the foot and calf, securing it with vines in a tight knot. Although the appearance was not aesthetically pleasing, the protective effect was exceptional, ensuring that no foreign object could penetrate. Following this method, Lin Ruoxue crafted a set for both of them. Chu Muyang remained preoccupied with the tremors that had occurred earlier. With their shelter, water, and fire issues resolved, even subsisting on plantains and coconuts would sustain them for a few days. Thus, he resolved to ascend the nearby hill the following day to survey their surroundings from a higher vantage point. The gators would prove immensely beneficial for his climbing endeavor. The pair discussed their plans for the next day. Given Chu Muyang's considerable fatigue and Lin Ruoxue's illness, coupled with the perimeter they had established, they decided against keeping watch that night. After adding plenty of firewood to the bonfire, they retired early. Climbing into the shelter they had crafted themselves, they stowed away the ladder and settled onto the soft, dry bedding. Although there was a slight itch, it felt like paradise compared to the previous 2 nights, and they quickly drifted into slumber. Suddenly, a clattering noise jolted Chu Muyang awake. After a moment of discernment, he realized it was the sound of cans from the perimeter. He sat up immediately, grasping the long stick beside him. At that moment, he noticed Lin Ruoxue had also awakened and signaled for silence, cautiously crouching at the edge of the platform to observe. By the faint moonlight, he saw a small dark shape moving slowly on the ground. The shadow occasionally brushed against the perimeter, causing the cans to rattle, prompting it to swiftly retreat into the underbrush. After a prolonged observation, Chu Muyang finally discerned that it was merely a large rat. He exhaled in relief and turned to see Lin Ruoxue anxiously pressed against him, smiling softly as he reassured her, "It's just a big rat. There's no need to worry." He then gently leapt down, causing the rat to scamper away quickly at the sound. As Chu Muyang observed the campfire dwindling to embers, he added some firewood, and the 2 reclined once more to rest. However, the same disturbance occurred twice thereafter, igniting a flame of irritation within Chu Muyang, who thought to himself, "Tomorrow, when I have the leisure, I shall find a way to capture you and roast you for a meal." Chapter 25. The smoke attack on the mouse hole as dawn broke. The two of them found themselves bleary-eyed, having endured a sleepless night. The sole consolation was that the bonfire had not extinguished. Upon rising, they observed the weather, which turned out to be splendid, a bright sunny day. Chu Muyang took the fish basket that Lin Ruo had woven the previous evening and placed it carefully by the seaside, subsequently checking to see if there were any catches after a night had passed. Unfortunately, after inspecting 3 baskets, he discovered them all to be empty, much to his dismay. It seemed he had been overly optimistic in believing that this trap would yield a steady supply. He needed to devise alternative strategies. Ruo Shui, the fish baskets yielded nothing. It appears our meal is in jeopardy for today, Chu Muyang lamented as he returned to their shelter, feeling somewhat disheartened. It's all right, Muyang. I can weave a few more fish baskets while you create some traps. For food, we can always crack open a couple of coconuts and bananas. Lin Ruo Shui reassured him. Very well, that will have to suffice, he conceded. After consuming grilled bananas and opening a coconut, Chu Muyang felt his stomach was utterly devoid of sustenance. Nonetheless, there was work to be done. He first needed to assist Lin Ruo Shui in gathering some vines so she could continue weaving fish baskets. And then he would chop some firewood to keep the bonfire alive before making his way to the mountain peak. As he walked along the path, the memory of the mouse from the previous night gnawed at him, fueling his frustration. He was particularly vigilant for any signs of the rodent. On his second journey back with the vines, he finally stumbled upon a hole the size of a fist, which resembled a mouse hole. This hole was not far from their shelter, only about 30 or 40 meters away. Chu Muyang hurried back to drop off the vines, exclaiming, Ruo Shui, I believe I have discovered a mouse hole. Watch how I deal with it. Lin Ruo Shui looked up. Muyang, the mouse is hiding in its hole. How do you intend to confront it? With gritted teeth, Chu Muyang replied, I have devised a plan since last night. Once I locate its burrow, I shall use smoke to suffocate it and see how it escapes. Come, Ruo Shui, accompany me. He then retrieved the thickest branch from the fire and led Lin Ruo Shui to the mouse hole he had discovered. Gathering some dry twigs, he ignited a small fire using the branch he had brought and added some damp branches and leaves. Soon, a dense smoke began to rise. Carefully, Chu Muyang placed the smoldering wet twigs and leaves into the mouse hole and fanned the smoke with a large leaf, allowing it to permeate deeper into the burrow. Ruo Shui, please keep an eye out for any other holes nearby from which smoke may be escaping. I suspect the mouse has more than one exit. Lin Ruo Shui diligently scanned the vicinity and eventually spotted another small hole emitting faint wisps of smoke. Muyang, over here. There's another hole. Upon hearing her, Chu Muyang dashed over and indeed discovered a more concealed small hole. Ruo Shui, you continue to direct smoke into that hole while I stand guard here. If the mouse dares to emerge, it shall meet its demise at my hands. Thus, they divided their tasks. Lin Ruo Shui tirelessly generated smoke from one side, while Chu Muyang stood vigilant on the other, armed with a sharpened stick, his focus unwavering on the entrance of the hole. Not long had passed when, besieged by the persistent smoke, a mouse could no longer withstand the pressure and cautiously poked its head out of the burrow to survey the surroundings. Chu Muyang, stationed at the rear of the hole, immediately heightened his focus upon observing the mouse's emergence. The creature, somewhat dazed from the smoke, ventured its head out several times before ultimately succumbing to curiosity and fully exiting the burrow. Having awaited this moment, Chu Muyang refrained from using his spear and instead delivered a decisive stomp. Were at any other time, the likelihood of success would have been slim. However, the mouse, disoriented and sluggish from the smoke, failed to evade his foot and was caught squarely beneath it. This mouse was considerably large, thrashing and squealing in protest under Chu Muyang's weight. Having been disturbed by its incessant noise 3 times the previous night, he had no intention of sparing it. He aimed his spear at the portion of the mouse that protruded from beneath his foot and thrust it with force, piercing it cleanly through. With the sizable rodent impaled on his spear, he triumphantly raised it high, exclaiming, Ruo Shui, behold what I have captured. We can now notify the household about the catch. Haha. Lin Ruo Shui set aside her tasks and hurried over. At that moment, another large mouse suddenly darted out from the hole, startling Lin Ruo Shui as she reached the spot. Yet, surprisingly, she showed no fear and promptly kicked the mouse away with great force. Chu Muyang, quick to react, dashed to where the mouse landed and executed another stomp, securing his catch. Laughter erupted as they realized they had ensnared two such large rodents. Their mealtime worries were quelled for the day. Chu Muyang, with both mice skewered on his spear, joyfully led Lin Ruo Shui back to their refuge. Once at the shore, Chu Muyang proceeded to gut the large mice, cleaning them thoroughly, while Lin Ruo Shui prepared to roast the catch and weave a new fish basket. Some may deem mice unclean, associating them with numerous viruses and diseases, like the plague. Yet, the cleanliness of their environment plays a crucial role. Having grown up in the countryside, Chu Muyang had often feasted on field mice, sautéed with ginger, garlic, and chili, creating a fragrance that could make a pot sing. Furthermore, with protective talismans at their disposal, their fears were greatly diminished. Each of these mice was substantial, nearly a pound each, sufficient to satiate their hunger for the day. Using a dagger, Chu Muyang skillfully split open the two mice, discarding the innards. He pondered the condition of the fur, deeming it too dirty to keep, and removed it as well, ensuring a clean preparation for Lin Ruo Shui, who he hoped would not suffer any ill effects. Once satisfied with the cleanliness of their meal, he returned to their shelter. Considering that roasting the mice would require some time, and feeling that their current campfire lacked sufficient vigor, Chu Muyang recalled a method mentioned in a survival guide regarding a smokeless stove. The fabrication was remarkably simple and promised to enhance the thermal efficiency of their fire while minimizing smoke. Truly an outdoor marvel. Without hesitation, he entrusted the roasting of the mice to Lin Ruo Shui and gathered his tools. He began by digging a pit in the ground, approximately 30 centimeters deep and wide, then excavated a second pit nearby, spaced about 10 centimeters apart. After connecting the two pits from below, the smokeless stove was complete, proving to be an uncomplicated endeavor. Then, they moved the bonfire into one of the pits. Remarkably, the fire burned much more vigorously, and there was hardly any smoke. Furthermore, cooking and roasting became exceedingly convenient. By placing two pieces of wood as a support, pots and other items could simply rest upon the makeshift stand. The invention of such a stove was truly a stroke of genius, mused Chu Muyang. Chapter 26. Ascending the mountain. Subsequently, Chu Muyang began to don his leg bindings, preparing to embark on his ascent after savoring a roasted rat. Once fully equipped, the delightful aroma of the roasting rodent wafted through the air, sizzling and glistening with oil. The enticing scent triggered an involuntary rumble in Chu Muyang's stomach, prompting him to hasten to the smoke-free stove. Ruo Shui, may I indulge in the rat now? I caught a whiff from afar, and it smells divine, he inquired eagerly. Be patient for just a moment longer, Muyang, Lin Ruo Shui replied with a smile. Very well, I shall fetch some more firewood in the meantime. By the time Chu Muyang returned with a substantial bundle of kindling, Lin Ruo Shui's roasted rat was finally ready. Muyang, do take a taste, she urged. Chu Muyang carefully accepted the well-roasted rat, blowing gently on it before tearing off a leg and taking a bite. The crispy, savory flavor was exquisite. At that moment, he yearned for a sprinkle of salt and a dash of cumin to elevate the dish to perfection. After a few hearty bites, he offered another leg to Lin Ruo Shui, mumbling through his mouthful, Ruo Shui, you must try it. It's truly delectable. Lin Ruo Shui accepted the morsel, her face radiating satisfaction as she observed Chu Muyang relish his meal. Your culinary skills are remarkable, Ruo Shui. You roast splendidly. It is a pity we lack salt. It seems time to produce some, he remarked. The plan for sea salt had long been in his mind, but the relentless stream of emerging challenges had left little time to pursue this secondary endeavor. Lin Ruo Shui suggested, once you complete your exploration of the mountain, if time permits in the afternoon, we could boil some salt. What do you think? Chu Muyang calculated the time and determined it should be feasible, nodding in agreement. After he finished his meal, Lin Ruo Shui offered him another piece of meat, which he declined. I have had my fill. Enjoy as much as you desire. He insisted gently. Lin Ruo Shui whispered, but I wish for you to have more. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Muyang tore off another piece of meat, resolutely insisting that Lin Ruo Shui finish the remainder. Following a brief rest, He confirmed that her fever had subsided entirely and administered another dose of medicine before setting off with a spear. His journey commenced with traversing a grove of coconut trees. With prior experience in forest exploration, he wielded a spear fashioned from sturdy branches, ready to startle any lurking creatures. Along the way, the vibrant flora flourished abundantly, necessitating Chu Muyang to wield his axe to clear the path of obstructive vines and branches. Although he was largely unfamiliar with the various plants, some trees bore fruit, which he considered a backup plan. He was unafraid of toxins and thought that, should the need arise, he could forage for fruit to stave off hunger. The path revealed numerous snakes, insects, and mice, but with the protection of his leg bindings, he felt remarkably secure. Indeed, in the realm of wilderness survival, proper equipment proved paramount. Throughout his journey, he diligently sought out potential water sources while simultaneously searching for a suitable cave to serve as a shelter. He was acutely aware that the makeshift refuge he had constructed was rather rudimentary, offering little protection against heavy rain. A fierce wind could easily strip the roof away. Moreover, the earthquake from the previous day weighed heavily on his mind. What if there were further tremors? His shelter was far from sturdy, lacking a solid foundation. Thus, finding an appropriate cave would be ideal. Along the way, he came across several depressions in the rocks, yet none met his standards. His inexperience left him without a trace of water, and as he delved deeper into exploration, he realized that this deserted island was quite expansive. After climbing for nearly half an hour, he had not yet reached the summit. After nearly an hour of arduous trekking, as he scrambled up the damp cliff, using both hands and feet to navigate the final obstacle, he finally reached the pinnacle of the small hill. This was an endeavor he had long aspired to. As one gains a broader perspective from higher ground, he yearned to comprehend the full scope of the desolate island they inhabited. Breathless, he surveyed the surroundings. Ahead lay a vast expanse of verdant greenery, affirming his belief that the island was indeed substantial. The hill he had ascended was merely one among many in the vicinity, and in the distance loomed a far grander peak, which upon closer inspection revealed itself to be a volcano. Thus, it became clear that the earthquake and the ominous black mist from the previous day were consequences of this volcanic presence. Observing the volcano in silence, he noted that it appeared dormant, displaying no signs of activity. He then directed his gaze further afield, hoping to glimpse any passing vessels, but found none. To his surprise, however, he noticed a patch of green on the sea at approximately 3 o'clock from his position. What could it be? Could it be another small island? Though it resembled one, the considerable distance, likely several kilometers, prevented him from making a definitive judgment. Nevertheless, even if it were an island, it would hold little significance for the two of them, as distant waters would not quench their immediate thirst. As midday approached, he contemplated the need to boil salt in the afternoon. With the volcano revealing no immediate concerns, he resolved to retrace his steps. This exploration had yielded valuable insights. He had gained a clearer understanding of the island's overall layout and discovered another distant isle, providing a potential avenue of escape should the volcano pose a threat. The descent took approximately half an hour, primarily due to the speed of the descent and the familiarity of the path. Upon returning to the shelter, Lin Ruoxue had already roasted another large rat to a medium doneness, ensuring the absence of a bloody scent that might attract other creatures. She had also fashioned a fish basket. Chu Muyang shared his discoveries with Lin Ruoxue, and together they set about the task of boiling salt. He opened the directory and indeed found instructions for salt production. After thoroughly reviewing the information, he exhaled deeply, realizing that the process of obtaining sea salt from heated seawater involved numerous impurities requiring further purification. He had underestimated the complexity of the task. Fortunately, the book also introduces several methods of purification. Additionally, it mentions that purified sea salt, when combined with suitable branches, can be utilized for brushing one's teeth, thereby maintaining oral hygiene. This aspect of dental care had previously escaped Chu Muyang's attention. Although the text emphasizes the significance of brushing teeth during wilderness survival, it remains secondary to more pressing concerns such as food, water sources, and shelter. Over the past few days, Chu Muyang and his companions have been preoccupied with the issues of shelter, sustenance, and hydration, leaving little room for such considerations. However, now that they have resolved to boil salt tomorrow, it conveniently provides an opportunity to address the matter of dental hygiene as well. Chapter 27. Boiling sea water for salt. Once the principles of salt extraction were comprehended, the two began to divide their tasks. Lin Ruoshu set about weaving a fine bamboo filter, while Chu Muyang proceeded to the seashore to collect water. They poured the seawater into their large pot, initiating the first step of boiling it to facilitate evaporation. Subsequently, Chu Muyang picked up the small filter that Lin Ruoshu had crafted from fine bamboo. Although the filter was only the size of a fist and had relatively large gaps, he ingeniously wrapped it in a t-shirt from his backpack to serve as a secondary filtration layer. Next, he continuously stirred the seawater in the pot. According to the survival guide, the heated seawater should not be allowed to evaporate completely. Instead, as it reduced to a small quantity, it should be stirred into a paste-like consistency before being strained through the filter, thus yielding a salt of higher purity. The underlying principle was that magnesium chloride possesses a higher hydrophilicity than sodium chloride, allowing the latter to precipitate while the former remained dissolved in the remaining water. However, Chu Muyang was indifferent to the scientific rationale. His sole concern was whether the method was straightforward and effective. As the seawater in the pot transformed into the desired paste-like texture, Chu Muyang lifted the filter and indeed extracted a handful of damp salt. Though the salt appeared wet, it was remarkably white and bore a resemblance to the salt used at home. All that remained was to simply dry or roast it, resulting in edible refined salt. Unable to resist, Chu Muyang sampled a pinch of the salt, instantly feeling invigorated, as if his strength had been replenished. Both humans and many animals are inherently dependent on salt. One might even say that humans are addicted to it. A few days without salt can lead to fatigue and numerous other adverse effects. During the anti-Japanese war, one tactic employed by the Japanese forces to capture guerrilla fighters hiding in the mountains was to prohibit villagers from carrying salt out of the village, attempting to starve the fighters of this essential mineral. Chu Muyang himself had felt slightly fatigued due to a lack of salt over the past few days. Yet the seafood they consumed contained some salt, rendering the symptoms less pronounced. Ruoshue, look, this method works. When we season that large rat with some salt later, it will surely be delicious. Chu Muyang exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, this is wonderful, Muyang. With salt, we can accomplish so much more, Lin Ruoshue replied. Chu Muyang then dashed to the seaside to rinse the pot and fill it with seawater once more, ready to repeat the process. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoshue was sprinkling the freshly obtained salt onto the partially roasted rat, the occasional salt crystals crackling as they fell into the fire. Noticing that the seawater still required a bit more time to boil, Chu Muyang contemplated searching for materials to fashion a toothbrush. He needed a branch that was relatively soft and fibrous to serve this purpose. Otherwise, a hard branch would leave him bleeding. Naturally, he prioritized the tender shoots of trees.
After wandering the grove a couple of times, he settled on a particular tree's tender branch, which he tasted to ensure its acceptability. He then chewed on it,
shaping the end into a brush-like head. However, this tender shoot proved insufficiently fibrous for the task at hand. After experimenting with several types, Chu Muyang finally selected a suitable branch. He broke off several twigs to bring back for use with Lin Ruoshue. Upon returning to the shelter, they employed their previous method, diligently working until they produced approximately half a pound of sea salt, which they calculated should suffice for their meals for some time. Once their salt-making endeavor concluded, Lin Ruoshue set the salt aside to dry, and the two utilized the tender twigs that Chu Muyang had gathered to conduct a thorough oral hygiene session. After a brief respite, Chu Muyang felt a pang of hunger and consumed 2 roasted plantains to stave off his appetite, keeping in mind the large rat they would feast on later. Noticing that it was once again the time of the afternoon tide, he prepared to search the shore and properly set the newly crafted fish trap that Lin Ruoshue had assembled. Upon reaching the seaside, he secured the fish trap and proceeded to check the previously set traps one by one. Each time he engaged in this task, Chu Muyang experienced a thrill akin to unboxing a surprise package, though the rewards were often meager. This time, however, the results were slightly better, yielding 2 small green crabs, ensuring he did not return empty-handed. Nonetheless, the harvest remained quite unpredictable, unlike the bustling days of their arrival on the island. It seemed feasible to consider taking up fishing as a more stable pursuit. After wandering along the beach, contemplating the evening feast, he regarded the sea snails with disdain, ultimately prying 2 scallops from the rocks before leisurely making his way back. Upon his return to the shelter, he found Lin Ruo Shui in the final stages of roasting the large rat. Fat dripped into the campfire, producing a sizzling sound that ignited a flame. With her right hand, Lin Ruo Shui meticulously sprinkled salt over the meat, and from a distance, Chu Muyang could already scent the delectable aroma. Upon seeing him return, Lin Ruo Shui greeted him with a warm smile and handed him the roasted rat. Chu Muyang hastily set his belongings aside, attempting to tear off a leg, only to recoil from the heat. After blowing on it a few times, he finally managed to extract a leg and savor it. A wave of satisfaction washed over him, nearly bringing him to tears of joy as he closed his eyes, rediscovering the delight of seasoned food, a sensation he had almost forgotten. After relishing the first taste, he tore off another leg and offered it to Lin Ruo Shui. However, concerned that he might finish it all too quickly, he used his knife to divide the rat meat in half before indulging ravenously. As he neared the last morsel, he found himself reluctant to part with it, slowly savoring each bite while sucking the juices from his fingers. Lin Ruo Shui roasted 2 additional plantains and scallops, ensuring a balanced meal, while the 2 green crabs were reserved for breakfast the following day. Content after finishing dinner, Chu Muyang lit a cigarette, enjoying the moment, while Lin Ruo Shui tidied the remnants and disposed of them at a distance. Suddenly, Chu Muyang felt the wind pick up, quickly dispersing the smoke he exhaled, which stirred a sense of unease within him. He worried about whether their shelter could withstand the intensifying gusts. Indeed, as night fell, the wind grew increasingly fierce, causing their shelter to creak ominously. Growing anxious, Chu Muyang began to inspect and reinforce their makeshift refuge. In the early hours of the night, the 2 dared not succumb to slumber, anxiously observing the circumstances surrounding their shelter. Chu Muyang shared his thoughts with Lin Ruo Shui, expressing his desire to find a more suitable cave for their refuge, as it would undoubtedly provide greater safety. Their skills and capabilities only allowed them to construct such a rudimentary shelter, rendering sleep a rather unsettling endeavor. It was not until the latter part of the night that the winds finally subsided, allowing them to exhale in relief. They ascended to their makeshift refuge, and within a mere 5 minutes of lying down, they succumbed to the embrace of sleep. Chapter 28: Discovery of the Cave. The next morning, upon awakening, Chu Muyang first conducted an inspection of their shelter. The primary structure appeared to be intact. However, several banana leaves had been blown away, and the canopy tarp was somewhat loose. Promptly, Chu Muyang undertook repairs, just as Lin Ruo Shui finished preparing breakfast. They cooked the remaining blue crabs from the previous evening and indulged in several bananas. As Chu Muyang shared his plans to explore the mountain, Lin Ruo Shui contemplated joining him, feeling considerably better and believing there was little to occupy her at the shelter that day. After confirming her health multiple times, Chu Muyang consented. Looking up at the sky, they noted yet another overcast day. For some inexplicable reason, the weather had oscillated between wind and rain for several days, with little respite. Once they had gathered their belongings and secured their leg straps, Chu Muyang led the way, retracing the path they had taken the previous day. Before long, they reached the mountain summit. After introducing the volcano and the distant islands they had discovered the day before, a moment of silence enveloped them as they gazed out over the sea, each lost in their own thoughts. The volcano had experienced a brief bout of activity yesterday, causing some tremors, leaving both somewhat apprehensive about its unpredictability. After a considerable pause, Chu Muyang suggested, Ruo Shui, let us descend from the other side of the mountain and search for a cave. If we cannot find one, we should return to eat something. Lin Ruo Shui, having fewer ideas in this regard, nodded in agreement. Thus, Chu Muyang led the way down the other side of the small mountain. The new path proved to be fraught with challenges, and soon they arrived at a densely vine-covered area. Chu Muyang alternated between using an axe and a multifunctional knife to clear the way. as he hacked through a thicket of obstructive vines. The tip of his knife unexpectedly struck a hard stone wall. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he discovered a roughly 1 meter wide opening in the moss-covered rock face. Ruo Shui, come look, there's a cave, Chu Muyang exclaimed with delight. Lin Ruo Shui hurried to catch up, using a branch to push aside the hanging vines, and together they examined the unexpectedly revealed cave. The opening measured approximately 1 meter in width and 2 meters in height, shrouded by an array of vines, rendering it quite concealed. Peering inside, they could discern a distance of about 2 meters, yet it felt as though there was considerable space beyond. However, they hesitated to venture in without caution. Should it be a bear's den, entering would be tantamount to inviting peril. Chu Muyang retrieved a flashlight from his backpack, illuminating the cave's interior. The light revealed that the cave was not particularly large, extending 5 to 6 meters deep with a width of approximately 4 to 5 meters, summing up to around 20 square meters. Looking upward, they noted the naturally formed dome reaching 4 meters high, and the ground was mostly level, with one small section being somewhat uneven. Sensing that there was likely no immediate danger, Chu Muyang resolved to explore the cave further, instructing Lin Ruo Shui to wait outside. Holding the flashlight in his left hand and the fire axe in his right, he cautiously stepped into the cave entrance. There were no signs of any large animals inhabiting the area, though the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes was quite notable. It appeared that the cave's entrance was enveloped by climbing ivy and various vines, which likely deterred animals from entering. Observing such an environment, Chu Muyang felt increasingly content. If the two of them were to establish a refuge here, both safety and comfort would significantly improve, far surpassing the makeshift shelter he had previously constructed. Furthermore, this location was not too distant from the coastline. With just a brisk 10-minute walk, they could reach the site where their previous refuge stood. There seemed to be no more ideal place than this. Feeling immensely satisfied, Chu Muyang quickly beckoned Lin Ruo Shui to join him. After surveying the site, she too found it to be quite agreeable, and they unanimously decided to make this their home. With their decision made, they promptly set about relocating all their belongings to the cave, akin to industrious ants moving their treasures, transporting everything in several trips. The cave had many advantages, though the prevalence of mosquitoes was a drawback. Chu Muyang initially ignited a bonfire, adding mugwort to the flames to drive away the pests. However, he soon encountered another issue. Having the fire inside the cave created a thick haze that was difficult to disperse. Lin Ruo Shui, unable to tolerate the smoke, was busy at the entrance, attempting to conceal it further with vines. Examining the terrain, Chu Muyang realized that lighting a fire outside the entrance was ill-advised, as it could easily spark a forest fire. Clearing a space would mean sacrificing the cover provided by the surrounding vegetation.
They had only explored a small portion of the island and remained uncertain about the presence of dangerous animals, necessitating caution. After much contemplation,
he decided to reposition the fire as close to the entrance as possible. It became clear that he needed to construct a chimney to vent the smoke outside. No wonder he had observed in numerous survival videos that a chimney was essential for any livable shelter. He recalled having read about chimney construction in the survival guide, though the details were somewhat hazy. With this in mind, he retrieved the guide and located the relevant section on chimney building. After dedicating some time to study, he finally formulated a viable plan. Calling Lin Ruo Shui over, he shared his proposal, and they divided the tasks. Lin Ruo Shui was assigned the task of collecting small shells along the beach, which she would then roast over the fire until crisp. Meanwhile, Chu Muyang set out to find suitable stones, intending to construct a stove. Finding the right stones proved challenging, as they varied greatly in size, consuming a considerable amount of time. He stacked the stones into a small stove, leaving an opening for kindling at the bottom and a fist-sized hole at the back for smoke ventilation. By the time he completed the stove, Lin Ruo Shui had returned with a good number of shells, which she placed in the fire to roast. Next, Chu Muyang instructed Lin Ruo Shui to dig up some soil while he ventured into a small bamboo grove, using a saw to cut down 2 long bamboo stalks for the chimney. Upon returning to the cave, Lin Ruo Shui mixed the soil she had collected with seawater to create a slurry. Meanwhile, Chu Muyang extracted the roasted shells. crushing them with a stone and blending the fragments into the wet soil for a thorough mixture. This is a simplified version of concrete. The mixture of diluted mud infused with shell powder is applied around the stove built by Chu Muyang, creating a seal. Bamboo, felled and cut to suitable lengths, has each segment perforated, with one pipe extending approximately 2 meters upwards, connecting to the stove's exhaust vent against the stone wall, and then bending to connect with another bamboo pole that leads outside the cave. The joints of the bamboo are sealed with the diluted mud, thus completing the smoke exhaust system. Chu Muyang transferred the firewood from the nearby campfire into the stove for a trial, yielding satisfactory results. At the very least, it would not fill the cave with smoke. Observing the smoke exhaust system he had collaboratively constructed with Lin Ruo Shui, Chu Muyang felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Chapter 29. Setting up the cave. By the time the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, the two had been tirelessly occupied, with little opportunity to seek sustenance. For the moment, they had to make do with some bananas and coconuts. However, Chu Muyang harbored no complaints. The discovery of this cave represented their most significant achievement since arriving on the island, alleviating their concerns for safety during the night. Once their hunger was somewhat appeased, the pair began to deliberate on their tasks for the afternoon. Lin Ruo Shui proposed to arrange the cave a bit, suggesting they gather some banana leaves or dry straw to create a more comfortable sleeping area. Chu Muyang, on the other hand, envisioned constructing a door at the cave's entrance to enhance security, allowing them to forego the need for a night watch. After finalizing their plans, Chu Muyang set off first to collect dry straw and banana leaves for Lin Ruo Shui's arrangements. Subsequently, he ventured to the nearby tidal bay, a refuge site where various debris had been washed ashore by the waves. After a brief search, he salvaged some broken wooden planks and returned to the cave, then proceeded to a small bamboo grove to harvest some bamboo. With the bamboo, Chu Muyang began by splitting it in half with an axe, then sawing it into equally sized segments. Utilizing the salvaged wooden planks as a base, he meticulously arranged the cut bamboo pieces in succession atop the planks. He then secured them with slender, resilient vines, reinforcing the four corners with appropriately sized sticks, one of which was elongated to serve as the door's pivot. Before long, the rudimentary form of the door began to take shape. Next came the task of securing it at the cave entrance. Following his tried-and-true method, he first constructed a stone base, sealing it with a mixture of mud, leaving a small aperture suitable for the door's pivot. The installation of the pivot into the base proved challenging. It could only be precariously nestled into a shallow groove within the stone and then secured with more mud. Thus, as long as they operated the door with caution, it would function adequately, primarily allowing them to close it at night, significantly enhancing their safety within the cave. Following this, he set up warning lines, crafting 3 in total. 2 were positioned close to the cave entrance, 1 high and 1 low, while the third was deliberately placed further away, about 10 meters from the cave, at a height of approximately 30 centimeters above the ground, intended to deter medium-sized animals. This distant placement was designed to afford them additional warning time. Having completed these tasks, Lin Ruo Shui had also prepared the cave with dry grass. Considering that they often lacked suitable containers for their marine catch, she seized the opportunity to weave a basket from vines. As the tide began to recede, and with their stomachs still unfilled for the day, Chu Muyang urged Lin Ruo Shui to join him at the shore with a newly crafted basket. Eager to gather from a sea, the day had been overcast, with considerable winds and waves, and the clouds above, having thickened throughout the day, hinted at the possibility of rain later that evening. Before hastening to the shoreline, they decided to open their blind boxes, relishing the element of surprise. Upon inspecting their finds, they were fortunate to encounter no empty shells today, although their haul consisted solely of a few small fish. Consequently, Chu Muyang resorted to foraging for a couple of large conchs to serve as their dinner. Upon returning to their shelter, he handed the basket of seafood to Lin Ruo Shui for processing, and, anticipating the potential rain, he began organizing various bottles and containers to collect water. The dinner was rather unremarkable, merely serving to satiate their hunger. In the reality of survival on a deserted island, one cannot expect to feast on seafood and sumptuous meats daily, such as the nature of their existence. Just as they were finishing their meal, the sky, which had been stifling all day, suddenly illuminated with a colossal flash of lightning, followed by a thunderous clap that resonated as if it were right outside their cave, startling both individuals. Soon, the rain began to fall in a gentle drizzle, gradually intensifying until it cascaded in sheets, shrouding the distant landscape in a misty haze, rendering it indistinct. Noticing the onset of rain, Lin Ruoxue was the first to react, hastily grabbing containers to collect the rainwater. Ruoxue, you should go inside to avoid getting drenched and risking a fever. I'll handle the rest. My constitution is robust, Chu Muyang insisted, forcibly guiding Lin Ruoxue into the shelter of the cave. He placed the remaining containers by the entrance, only to find himself soaked to the skin. Quickly, he ducked into the cave and shut the wooden door behind him. Seeing Chu Muyang in such a soggy state, Lin Ruoxue hesitated for a moment before succumbing to the impulse to use her sleeve to wipe away the rainwater from him. She then pulled him over to the fire to warm up. Chu Muyang felt a surge of happiness, grinning as he sat beside the flames. Outside, the rain continued to pour relentlessly, showing no signs of abating. However, despite the dampness at the entrance, the cave remained dry and comfortable, complete with a fire for cooking. Chu Muyang felt fortunate that they had discovered this cave, for had they still been in their makeshift shelter, they would surely have been subjected to the downpour, with water trickling down inside. Even if the shelter had been meticulously constructed, it would have been futile against such a deluge. Within the cave, they observed the rain while reflecting on the day's events and planning for the morrow. If the weather permits, I wish to try my hand at fishing tomorrow. Relying solely on those few fish traps yields too unpredictable a harvest, Lin Ruoxue mused, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. I have fishing line and hooks. They are stored within the handle of the multi-functional knife. Additionally, we must frequently monitor the coastline or the mountaintop. Tomorrow marks our 6th day on the island, and the rescue team should be nearing. We cannot afford to miss their arrival, Chu Muyang replied. Then we shall take turns keeping watch at the mountaintop and the shore. While you are fishing, you can also keep an eye out, Lin Ruoxue suggested. Indeed, I shall venture to the mountaintop first to assess the volcano's condition. We must formulate a retreat plan and gather damp twigs and leaves to signal with smoke once we ignite a fire. Their conversation meandered until past 9 o'clock, both feeling the weight of fatigue. Life on the deserted island diverged greatly from that in the city. Early to bed and early to rise became a necessity, especially with the absence of recreational activities, as darkness enveloped everything save for the flickering firelight. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, Qin Shaojie and his companions were enduring the relentless downpour. Although Wang Tiejuan's shelter was quite commendable, it paled in comparison to the fury of the rain. Inside, it was a mere drizzle, and even Qin Shaojie's shelter was not spared. Yet, he bore no resentment. He understood that given the time constraints, Wang Taijun had done remarkably well to construct such a refuge. Iron Army, once the rain ceases, let's seek a cave or some such refuge where I may rest. Very well, young master. Wang Taijun stood beside Qin Shaojie, nodding in agreement. However, this downpour is not without its merits. At the very least, it has temporarily alleviated the freshwater predicament faced by Qin Shaojie and his companions. At this moment, everyone has taken out various containers, striving to collect the rainwater. Chapter 30. The mysterious bullet. The following morning, the two awoke. Chu Muyang immediately approached the cave entrance to assess the weather, only to discover that the rain had yet to cease, albeit it had diminished significantly compared to the previous day. While they found solace in their sheltered haven, the persistent rain thwarted their attempts to forage for food or venture to the shore. With scant provisions at hand, it seemed they would once again have to subsist on bananas and coconuts. The thought of consuming more bananas was somewhat disheartening for Chu Muyang, who had grown weary of them over the past few days. With a resigned sigh, he took a tender branch nearby, dipping it in a concoction of boiled salt and rainwater to brush his teeth. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he settled by the stove, gazing out at the relentless downpour while poring over the survival manual. They were fortunate to have shelter, fire, and water secured, yet food remained a constant concern. He contemplated studying fishing techniques or exploring alternative means of procuring sustenance. However, amidst this leisurely interlude, it was the first such respite since their maritime misfortune. Previously, Each day had been fraught with the dire pressures of survival, leaving them no moment to breathe. Perhaps they could consider this a stolen moment of tranquility. In contrast, Lin Ruo Shui was industrious, unable to remain idle for even a moment. Having just organized their tools and resources, she meticulously cleaned the cave and rearranged the dry grass on the floor to ensure a more comfortable night's rest for both of them. While Lin Ruo Shui was tidying up, an object, rusted and worn, caught her eye in the corner of the cave. She picked it up and promptly brought it to Chu Muyang. Muyang, take a look at this, she urged. Upon hearing her, he turned and accepted the item from her hand. After examining it for a brief moment, his expression grew serious. Ruo Shui, where did you find this? He inquired. In that corner of the cave, she replied. What is wrong, Muyang? What is it? A bullet, Chu Muyang stated gravely. Despite its rusted condition, he quickly identified it. But how could there be a bullet here? He murmured. Ruo Shui, this bullet has clearly been here for quite some time. This cave is quite dry, and for it to rust like this, it must have been stored here for ages. Do you understand what this implies? What does it imply? Lin Ruo Shui asked, intrigued. It suggests, Chu Muyang continued, piecing together the implications that this island was once visited by people, and they came armed many years ago. But what does that signify? Lin Ruo Shui still appeared perplexed. Coughs indeed. It may not assist us in our current predicament, but it indicates that this desolate island was likely documented long ago. Furthermore, look here at the base of the bullet. There are faint letters still visible. Let me see. It resembles the character Foran. Ruo Shui, take a closer look. Lin Ruo Shui leaned in to examine it, but the severe rust had rendered most of the letters illegible, leaving barely a fragment discernible. It does resemble that, but I cannot be certain, she replied, shaking her head. Never mind. Regardless of what we discover, it changes nothing about our situation. Chu Muyang sighed and remarked, however, we might as well keep this bullet for now. I am uncertain whether the gunpowder inside is still viable. It could potentially serve as a means to ignite a fire. With that, he placed the bullet into his backpack. Why is the rescue team taking so long? It is already the 6th day since we arrived on this island, and the shipwreck occurred 7 days ago. What on earth are these search and rescue personnel doing? Yet, he dared not discuss these thoughts with Lin Ruo Shui, fearing that further conversation would only diminish their hope. Thus, he kept his musings to himself. The island's volcano exhibited brief activity once more today, albeit less vigorous than the previous day. Feeling fatigued, Chu Muyang gazed at the relentless downpour outside, before deciding to lie down and rest. His nap was profoundly refreshing, free from interruptions and the constant anxiety of impending danger. Upon awakening, he discovered that the outside had grown dim and the rain had finally ceased. He turned over and asked, Ruo Shui, how long have I been asleep? Lin Ruo Shui was by the campfire, utilizing its light to peruse the survival guide. You're awake. You probably slept for 4 or 5 hours, she replied. Chu Muyang sat up, taking a glance at his watch. It was already past 6 in the evening. His stomach grumbled in protest, reminding him that he had skipped both lunch and dinner, hence the pangs of hunger. Realizing they hadn't checked the fish traps in a while, he stood up and said, Ruo Shui, let us go check the fish traps. With this rain lasting so long, I have a feeling we might have a good haul. He retrieved a flashlight from his backpack. During their days on the island, they had been cautious with their battery usage, opting for early nights. So the flashlight still had plenty of charge. Illuminating their path with the flashlight, they made their way to the seaside. By this time, darkness had completely enveloped the sky, and the air was refreshingly crisp after the rain. The stars twinkled above, and the moonlight cast a silvery glow, allowing them to navigate without the flashlight S-beam. Upon reaching the first fish trap, Chu Muyang sensed a bounty within as he lifted it, feeling movement inside. Turning the trap upside down, he was delighted to find a blue crab. His experience in catching crabs had honed his skills. He gently pinched the crab's body with his foot while grasping its pincers with both hands. Ha ha, Ruo Shui, it's a crab, he exclaimed joyfully, tossing the crab into the basket Lin Ruo Shui had woven. Continuing to empty the trap, he discovered a small octopus that, upon hitting the ground, immediately released a cloud of ink. After that, the traps yielded no further catch. Yet, Chu Muyang felt a strong intuition that the following traps would not be barren either. Indeed, the next 4 traps were all filled to the brim. Ultimately, they harvested 3 blue crabs, 2 octopuses, 1 sea eel, several small sea snails, a few mudskippers, and in the final trap they even caught a small fish. Though it was not large, merely weighing around 3 to 4 ounces, and of an unknown species, this marked their first capture of a sea fish. Wonderful, Ruashue. Not only do we have something to eat tonight, but with all this, we can ration it for tomorrow. Finally, we won't have to worry about food every single day. Indeed, I can preserve the excess by curing it with salt, thus alleviating concerns of spoilage. Lin Ruashue gazed at Chu Muyang with a radiant smile. After rearranging the fish baskets and returning them to the sea, ensuring they were securely tied, the two returned to the cave with their bountiful harvest. Along the way, they could scarcely contain their excitement as they began to devise plans for the arrangement of these marine treasures. Chapter 31. The Ambush Ruashue. What would you like to eat tonight? What should we save for tomorrow? Lin Ruashue pondered for a moment before responding. I wish to marinate and dry the cuttlefish and sea fish. This way, they will keep for longer. If we find ourselves without food one day, we will have a backup. Chu Muyang nodded in agreement. Indeed, dried cuttlefish should be delicious. This is authentic cuttlefish jerky. Haha. Upon returning to the cave, the two set to work separately. The chief chef, of course, was Lin Ruashue, while Chu Muyang assisted in gutting and preparing the sea eel and fish. With an ample supply of fresh water at their disposal, Lin Ruashue decided to boil the crabs and sea conchs, while she opted to grill the eel, which Chu Muyang particularly enjoyed, as it would enhance the aroma. Under Lin Ruashue's deft hands, the delightful scents soon wafted through the air, especially from the grilled eel, which sizzled enticingly, its fragrance growing more pronounced, making Chu Muyang's stomach rumble in anticipation. Unbeknownst to them, a wild boar was drawn closer by the alluring aroma of their meal. Typically, this was not the hour for its usual foraging, but due to the heavy rain throughout the day, it had not ventured out to seek food and was now ravenous. Taking advantage of the rain cessation, the boar, which seldom frequented this area of the cave, decided to take a chance. Unexpectedly, it caught a whiff of an unfamiliar and enticing scent from afar, compelling it to investigate. As the boar approached the source of the aroma, it became cautious, spotting the flickering firelight within the cave and 2 unfamiliar creatures. Though the 2 beings appeared slender, they were impressively tall and could stand upright on their hind legs, instilling a sense of fear in the boar. Hesitating, it contemplated whether to risk an attack on these strange entities, aware of the dangers involved. If it were to be injured, what would become of the piglets back home? Concealed in the nearby underbrush, the boar observed for over 10 minutes. The tantalizing scent intensified, and driven by hunger, it resolved to take a chance. Stepping out of the thicket, it cautiously approached the cave. Suddenly, it inadvertently triggered a clattering noise, startling the boar, which swiftly retreated in an attempt to return to the cover of the grass. Chu Muyang, watching the eel turn a golden hue, was suppressing the urge to take a bite. Just then, a clattering sound erupted from outside. He immediately stood up and turned toward the source of the noise, catching a glimpse of a large shadow retreating into the nearby bushes. Fortunately, the bright moonlight allowed him to discern that it was a sizable creature. Lin Ruashue also heard the alarming sound and approached Chu Muyang from behind, whispering, "Muyang, did you see what it was?" Chu Muyang slowly shook his head and replied softly, "I couldn't tell what it was, but it appeared to be quite large." "Ruashue, prepare your weapons." Hearing this, Lin Ruashue felt a surge of anxiety, but quickly moved to the depths of the cave, retrieving 2 makeshift spears, along with an axe and a dagger, which she handed to Chu Muyang. At that moment, the makeshift wooden door crafted by Chu Muyang remained ajar. Without glancing back, he accepted the spear handed to him by Lin Ruashue, his gaze fixated on the thicket ahead, unwilling to let his focus wane for even a moment. A wave of anxiety surged within him, and his palm grew clammy around the spear's shaft. Fortunately, he had anticipated such a scenario and had devised a rudimentary plan. Yet the prospect of confronting an animal of that size left him feeling uncertain. He had not undergone any formal training in this regard, and physical combat was not his forte. For a few tense minutes, There was no movement from the underbrush, and he silently hoped that the creature had retreated. At last, the stillness was broken as a wild boar cautiously emerged from the thicket, halting at the very spot where it had made its presence known. Chu Muyang's heart raced as he finally discerned its form. Good heavens, it appeared to be a wild boar. A chill ran down his spine, and beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. His knowledge of a wild boar's formidable strength, gleaned from novels and social media, filled him with trepidation. He had listened to the elders speak of their ferocity, especially solitary boars, which could sometimes deter even tigers. Not to mention, domestic pigs were no slouches in the fighting department either. He recalled instances during the New Year festivities when robust young men struggled to subdue them. His own family had once raised pigs, and he remembered how one particularly nimble pig would leap over a fence more than a meter high. In the end, his father had resorted to wiring an electric shock to the gate to keep it contained. A wild boar indeed. Ruo Shui stoked the fire more vigorously. It would be best to fashion some torches and see if the flames can drive it away. As he uttered these words, he felt the dryness of his mouth, devoid of saliva. Lin Ruo Shui, equally frightened, nervously acknowledged him and began frantically adding fuel to the fire. After observing for a while, the wild boar began to move. It advanced slowly, encountering the makeshift barrier, yet this time it did not retreat. Instead, it paused momentarily before continuing onward, stopping again when it was merely 10 meters away from the cave entrance. At this proximity, Chu Muyang could see its sharp tusks glinting ominously. What to do? What to do? The sound of his own heartbeat echoed in his ears, a relentless drumbeat of anxiety. The spear in his hand felt like a mere toy against the impending threat of the wild boar. He realized that attempting to confront it with such a weapon would be akin to a bicycle colliding with a car, certainly fatal. Should he retreat into the cave, relying on its narrow entrance and wooden barricades for protection? Or perhaps throw stones or the spear in a futile attempt to scare it away? These thoughts raced through his mind like a carousel, yet he dared not make any decisions or movements for fear of provoking the boar. He refrained from turning or retreating, terrified that any display of weakness might incite an attack. In the midst of this standoff, he felt his upper body drenched in perspiration. The wild boar continued its slow approach, and Chu Muyang understood that there was no time left for hesitation. The crackling sound of the burning fire filled the air as Lin Ruoshu anxiously tended to the flames, diligently adding more wood. Through her efforts, the fire grew fiercer. Lin Ruoshu extracted a longer, sturdy branch from the blaze and said, "Muyang, here is your fire. Be careful not to burn yourself." Chu Muyang slightly turned his head, grasping the still-burning branch, and raised it before him, directly facing the wild boar. The boar, contemplating its next move, instinctively recoiled a few steps upon seeing the flaming stick, emitting a series of huffing sounds. Witnessing the wild boar's fear of the fire, Chu Muyang felt a sense of resolution arise within him. Chapter 32. Strategies and Remedies. Ruoshue, please provide me with more firewood. Burn it as fiercely as possible. And also hand me a flashlight. With that, Chu Muyang took a deep breath and hurled the flaming stick towards the wild boar, while vociferously cursing in his native dialect. "You damned wild boar. Dare to approach again, and I shall confront you. Today shall be your end." This bold provocation startled the wild boar, particularly as the burning stick landed nearby, and the peculiar bipedal creature emitted a terrifying sound, causing it to retreat a few steps. However, hunger emboldened it, and it was reluctant to withdraw easily. After a brief moment of hesitation, 2 more flaming sticks were thrown its way, prompting it to retreat another couple of steps, glancing at the bipedal creature across from it. Suddenly, a blinding light shone upon it, eliciting a pained shriek as the wild boar was overwhelmed by a dazzling white glare, followed by a flurry of stars clouding its vision. Terrified, it thought, "What sort of peculiar creature is this? Its strength is formidable. It would be wise not to take any chances." Without further hesitation, the wild boar turned and stumbled away in panic. Seeing the wild boar finally flee, Chu Muyang exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, he dared not move, needing to ascertain whether the boar would return. Indeed, He found himself unable to move, his legs trembling uncontrollably as if they were made of jelly. After several minutes of holding his ground, convinced that the wild boar had genuinely retreated, he called out, "Ruoshu, come help me." At that moment, he cast aside any sense of pride. All he desired was to sit and rest. Once Lin Ruoshue assisted him in sitting down, he urged her to swiftly close their makeshift wooden door. Although its efficacy was minimal, it offered a semblance of psychological security. "Muyang, are you all right?" Lin Ruoshue inquired with genuine concern as she squatted beside him. "I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. I need a moment to recuperate." "Ruoshue, could you help me light a cigarette?" Chu Muyang replied weakly. As he smoked the cigarette lit by Lin Ruoshue, his hands continued to tremble uncontrollably, making it difficult to hold the cigarette steady. Despite the confrontation being brief, it felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away, leaving him drenched as if he had been pulled from water. Lin Ruoshue had not faced the wild boar directly, perhaps lacking the depth of understanding he possessed. He had stood face to face with the creature for an extended period, experiencing a level of tension and fear unparalleled in his life. His sudden outburst against the wild boar stemmed from the realization that, on this desolate island, the boar had likely never encountered humans before. Wild animals typically grow wary of unfamiliar prey and sounds, often refraining from reckless attacks. Ultimately, their secret weapon was the flashlight, which served semi-military purposes and featured a strobe function with remarkable focusing capabilities. Seizing the moment when the boar was distracted, he had flashed it directly in the eyes, likely causing it temporary blindness that would take several minutes to recover from. After 10 long minutes, Chu Muyang began to feel somewhat better, his hands and feet no longer trembling. Lin Ruoshue continuously helped wipe away sweat and massage Chu Muyang's calves and shoulders, alleviating his discomfort. Though she was initially frightened, she recognized Chu Muyang's remarkable strength. "All right, Ruoshue, I feel much better now. I'll step outside to check our perimeter and the surroundings. Please prepare some food. I'm quite hungry," Chu Muyang said, striving to maintain a light-hearted tone. After speaking, he opened the wooden door, grasped his spear, and ventured out. After a thorough inspection, ensuring that the perimeter alarms were functioning properly, he returned to the cave. Lin Ruoshue had already prepared dinner. The seafood feast, seasoned with salt, was indeed delectable, with a grilled eel crispy on the outside and tender within. However, the two remained silent, each lost in contemplation of their recent ordeal. "Ruoshue, I've realized that the enticing aroma is from the grilled fish," Chu Muyang suddenly understood. Lin Ruoshue looked up at him and, after a moment's thought, nodded in agreement. Knowing where the problem lay made it easier to address. "After we finish eating, I must dispose of the leftover bones far away. We need to be more cautious when preparing our meals in the future. Today it was a wild boar. Next time, it could be a different predator. Sai, we have explored too little of this island. The unknown is truly the most frightening aspect. Additionally, our defenses are far too weak. If the wild boar had charged earlier, this door would have been useless and we would likely have perished. I must reinforce this door tomorrow," Chu Muyang stated after some reflection. "By the way, it would be beneficial to set a trap for the wild boar. Let us consult the survival guide later to see if it contains any relevant information." Observing Chu Muyang deep in thought, Lin Ruoshue's face, illuminated by the firelight, revealed a faint smile of reassurance. She felt a comforting sense of security enveloping her heart. After finishing their meal, Chu Muyang, unwilling to be idle, gathered all the leftover bones and scraps in a basket and disposed of them far down the beach. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoshue coated the remaining squid and fish with sea salt for preservation, intending to air-dry them for long-term food storage. As Chu Muyang returned to the cave after discarding the waste, he suddenly realized the predicament. It was impossible for him and Lin Ruoshue to remain together at all times, and such separations were bound to occur. If Lin Ruoshue encountered danger during one of these instances, he would be unaware and unable to provide aid. Especially now that they were aware of the threat posed by wild boars. There could be even more dangerous creatures lurking. What should he do? As he pondered while walking, an idea struck him. The whistle. Chu Muyang smacked his forehead, recalling the bamboo whistles he had played with as a child. Bamboo was plentiful on the island, and he knew how to make them. If he could craft two, one for himself and one for Lin Ruoxue. They could communicate and signal for help over a distance. If they established some coded signals, such as a series of long and short notes, they could convey simple messages. Excited by this notion, Chu Muyang hastened back to the cave and shared his plan about the bamboo whistles. Lin Ruoxue wholeheartedly agreed. Muyang, that's an excellent idea. This way, if either of us encounters danger or needs assistance, we can easily communicate using the whistles. At that moment, Chu Muyang noticed that Lin Ruoxue had already marinated the squid and the sea fish and had hung them up to dry. Chu Muyang promptly choutioned. Ruoxue, do not hang the marinated items out tonight. It might attract unwanted animals, and that would certainly lead to trouble. Subsequently, the two of them retrieved the survival manual to search for methods to deal with large animals such as wild boars, particularly techniques for constructing traps. Remarkably, the author of this book proved to be quite a genius. It not only detailed various traps, but also provided multiple methods, such as crafting bamboo cages, digging pits, and setting snares, among others. After a thorough discussion and examination, they decided to initially employ the pit trap tomorrow, as it appeared to be the simplest option, relying solely on physical strength, a case of sheer effort yielding miraculous results. Additionally, there was a trigger-based snare trap, which was also quite practical. It could ensnare the wild boar's foot upon contact, thereby restricting its movement, though it seemed somewhat complex. Chu Muyang felt that it would require careful experimentation to construct it successfully. After their study, it was already late into the night. Chu Muyang advised Lin Ruoxue to rest first, while he kept vigil for another hour, feeling reassured of their safety before finally lying down to rest. Chapter 33. Strengthening the defense, a night passed in silence. When Chu Muyang awakened, the sun had already risen high in the sky, casting several beams of light into the cave. He glanced at his watch and was astonished to find it was already 9 o'clock. It was rare for him to sleep so soundly. Lin Ruoxue had risen early and had been busy for quite some time. The pickled fish was already hung outside the cave, and the interior was tidied up. A robust fire blazed in the stove, with a pile of firewood beside it. In a can, remnants of small sea snails and a few mud eels from the previous night were simmering together in a pot for breakfast. Seeing all of this, Chu Muyang felt a fleeting sense of home. His wife was gentle and virtuous, rising early to tend to household chores and prepare breakfast, allowing her husband to enjoy a peaceful slumber without incessant nagging. How delightful! With a sigh of contentment, Chu Muyang stepped out of the cave and called out, Ruoxue, why didn't you wake me earlier? I have much to accomplish today. Lin Ruoxue turned with a slight smile. It's all right. I noticed you were exhausted last night and wanted you to rest a bit longer. By the way, there's breakfast in the pot. You should eat first. Chu Muyang happily agreed and returned to the cave, using his coconut shell bowl to enjoy his breakfast while planning the day's activities. First, he would make bamboo whistles, as it was essential. Otherwise, he would be uneasy leaving Lin Ruoxue alone in another location. Without hesitation, he greeted Lin Ruoxue and headed to the nearby bamboo grove to select a piece of bamboo about the thickness of a finger with nodes. The method of crafting a bamboo whistle was not difficult. Chu Muyang had done it with friends in his childhood. He sawed the bamboo, leaving one end sealed with a node and removing the node from the other end. He then carved a small trapezoidal opening 2 centimeters from the nodeless end and inserted a suitably sized small bamboo stick into it, leaving a slight gap for the air to escape. Soon, he had crafted one, tested it, and found it satisfactory. Following the same method, he created a second one and found 2 slender, flexible vines, planning to ask Lin Ruoxue to tie them so they could be hung on a wrist or around the neck to prevent loss. Next, he focused on enhancing the cave's defenses, considering that digging pitfalls would be time-consuming and laborious without proper tools, and that constructing snares required technical knowledge and time for research. Chu Muyang decided to implement his own ideas. He sawed 2 sturdy bamboo stalks and dragged them back to their shelter. He handed the whistles to Lin Ruoxue to assist in tying them with vines while he cut the bamboo into lengths of about 1 meter, sharpening both ends to a point. Feeling that he needed more, Chu Muyang went to chop 2 additional pieces. Subsequently, He forcefully struck the cut bamboo into the ground in front of the cave entrance using the back of an axe, spacing them approximately 30 centimeters apart. This arrangement would not hinder their entrance or exit. They could easily pass by turning slightly, but wild boars would find it impossible to navigate through, thus providing a pure defensive perimeter. Once Lin Ruoshui had finished tying the bamboo whistles, she assisted Chu Muyang by helping to establish the front line of defense. Chu Muyang inserted bamboo slantwise into the ground, the sharp tip pointing forward at a 45-degree angle, to ensure stability.
He also inserted a vertical post for support in the middle. This was his adaptation of the Jejuma formation from Romance of the Three Kingdoms,
transformed into a Juju formation. Since wild boars are most formidable when charging, this dual-layer defense should adequately deter them. After completing this task, Chu Muyang sighed in relief. The defensive capabilities of their cave sanctuary had significantly improved. The cave's entrance was already quite small, measuring only about 1 meter, so if they encountered a wild boar attack, retreating into the cave would render them nearly invincible. Should a wild boar charge and sustain injury, they might even have the chance to kill it. Feeling a sense of security after this endeavor, Chu Muyang acknowledged that although it took considerable time, it was all worthwhile. Lin Ruoshui approached and hung a bamboo whistle around Chu Muyang's neck, adorning herself with one as well. The two then agreed upon simple meanings for the whistle signals. Ruoshui, I would like to ascend to the mountaintop to assess the volcano status. It has been active these past few days, and I need to ascertain its condition for peace of mind. If anything occurs, just blow the whistle loudly as we discussed, and if danger arises, retreat into the cave and await my return, Chu Muyang instructed. All right, Muyang, you take care as well. I will wait for your return. Lin Ruoshui replied shyly, feeling somewhat reminiscent of a wife waiting for her husband to return from work. Chu Muyang shared this sentiment, his heart swelling with joy as he made his way up the mountain. The path he had traversed before was not arduous, and with a newfound closeness to Lin Ruoshui, his steps felt significantly lighter. Upon reaching the summit, he paused to gaze into the distance, noting that the volcano appeared unchanged since his last visit, which brought him a measure of comfort. His eyes then turned towards the vast sea beyond, the very reason he had climbed to this height, to search for any signs of rescue teams or passing ships. From this vantage point, he hoped to see further. Unfortunately, after a prolonged observation, he spotted not a single vessel on the horizon. By now, it was noon, and the sun blazed overhead. With a sigh, Chu Muyang resolved descend. Upon retracing his steps back to the cave, he found it devoid of Lin Ruoshui's presence. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart. Had something gone awry? He attempted to blow the whistle, producing a prolonged sound to signal for her location. Shortly thereafter, a whistle responded from nearby, alleviating his worry as he hurried toward the sound. Upon arriving, he discovered Lin Ruoshui digging something into the ground with a spear. Ruoshui, what are you doing? He inquired urgently. Lin Ruoshui looked up, wiping the sweat from her brow, and replied softly, it appears to be wild kudzu root. I've harvested it back home. The roots are edible. I wasn't sure what to prepare for lunch, so I thought I would come out to search for something. Chu Muyang felt a mix of concern and reproach. It's quite dangerous for you to venture out alone. Next time, wait for me to accompany you. I couldn't find you earlier, and it frightened me terribly. Lin Ruoshui's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze in silence. Without further ado, Chu Muyang assisted in excavating the kudzu root. To his surprise, it proved to be quite a challenge, as the roots were buried deep. They dug down with their spears for nearly 40 to 50 centimeters before finally reaching the end of the root. Upon their return to the cave, Chu Muyang intended to inspect the fish trap while simultaneously attempting sea fishing, all the while keeping an eye out for any passing vessels, an endeavor that promised to yield multiple benefits. Lin Ruoshui accompanied him to the seaside to cleanse the kudzu root. After Chu Muyang had examined all the fish traps, the results were once again meager, yielding little of significance. However, such an outcome was anticipated. It was unreasonable to expect a bountiful harvest on every occasion. Hence, the decision to try his hand at sea fishing was made. With Lin Ruoshui, he returned to the cave bearing a modest catch of a few sea snails and small crabs, which they swiftly prepared for a simple lunch. Following this, Chu Muyang set out to attempt sea fishing, while Lin Ruo Shui remained in the cave to continue processing the kudzu root. Chapter 34. Kudzu cakes. To embark on a sea fishing expedition, one requires a fishing rod and line. The fishing line and hook were conveniently attached to the handle of a multifunctional tool. Chu Muyang sought a suitable branch to serve as his fishing rod. Lacking a float, he scavenged some discarded foam along the shore to make do. Once he had assembled his gear, he ventured to the rocks to extract a few small sea snails, which he crushed to use as bait. Finding a comfortable spot on a rock, he scattered the remaining snail flesh into the sea, effectively creating a fishing ground. Although Chu Muyang had dabbled in fishing before, it was a rare pastime for him. He held no particular passion for it, and found it difficult to fathom the obsession of avid anglers, some of whom purportedly cast their lines even while traversing the bridge of helplessness. As he sat leisurely on the rock, waiting for a bite, he found the experience rather dull, especially without a mobile phone to pass the time. However, given the tumultuous days following the maritime disaster, these moments of respite were indeed a rarity for him. Meanwhile, Lin Ruo Shui was preparing to utilize the harvested kudzu to create some flatbreads, which would serve as sustenance for both herself and Chu Muyang. Relying solely on foraging for seafood proved too unpredictable. The method for preparing the kudzu was detailed in a comprehensive survival guide. Initially, she needed to extract the starch from a kudzu root. Lin Ruo Shui carefully cut the clean kudzu into small segments, wrapped them in a piece of clothing salvaged from Chu Muyang's backpack, and then took a sturdy branch to pound the wrapped root until it was thoroughly crushed. Afterward, she filled a large tin can with fresh water, immersed the crushed kudzu, and vigorously pressed and kneaded it to separate the starch. Next, she awaited the starch to settle in the water, while the mashed kudzu remnants could be saved for soup. With food in short supply, Lin Ruo Shui, having been raised with a frugal disposition, was determined not to waste anything. As she waited for the starch to settle, she glanced outside to see the sun blazing down and recalled that Chu Muyang must be suffering under its intensity while fishing. Resolving to assist him, she decided to weave a sun hat for him. Utilizing the technique she employed for crafting fish traps, she chose palm leaves as her material. Lin Ruo Shui, skilled with her hands and having frequently knitted garments since childhood, found the task of creating the sun hat to be quite straightforward. In less than an hour, she had completed it. When she arrived at the shore to deliver the hat, she found Chu Muyang dazed from the relentless sun after over an hour of fruitless fishing. Just as he was feeling particularly uncomfortable, Lin Ruo Shui appeared. "Ruo Shui, what brings you here?" Chu Muyang inquired with a hint of confusion. Upon realizing she was there to deliver a hat, his heart swelled with joy. He accepted the hat and placed it upon his head. It fit perfectly. Could this be considered Lin Ruo Shui's first gift to him? "Thank you, Ruo Shui. This makes me feel much better," he expressed with gratitude. Lin Ruo Shui smiled but refrained from answering directly, instead asking, "Did you catch anything, Muyang?" With a resigned shake of his head, he replied, "No luck here. Perhaps we should try another spot?" "That sounds like a good idea," Lin Ruo Shui suggested. "All right, I was just thinking of changing locations. I'll find a better place," Chu Muyang responded, relocating to cast his line anew, while Lin Ruo Shui returned to continue her preparations for the kudzu cakes. Returning to the cave, Lin Ruo Shui noticed that the starch in the can had mostly settled. With great care, she poured the clear water from the top into another container, then began to knead the remaining water and starch together, quickly forming a dough-like substance. She divided this into small pieces, flattening them to create pancakes. After preparing 5 pancakes, a lump remained, which Lin Ruo Shui intended to flatten further and cut into thin strips to make noodles. Although the pancakes would taste better when steamed, they lacked a pot lid and could only resort to making pot stickers, heating the can, and sticking the pancakes to the sides. Being from Sichuan, they were quite adept at making pot stickers. While waiting for the pot stickers to cook, she began making the noodles. As the sun began to dip in the west, the 5 pot stickers and a small pot of noodles were finally ready. Lin Ruo Shui sighed with relief, running her fingers through her hair. Despite her skill, the limited conditions required considerable thought and effort to produce these items. Meanwhile, on Chu Muyang's side, while repositioning, he discovered a patch of coral reef. He recalled from the survival guide that coral reefs are typically abundant with fish, as many marine species thrive in their vicinity. This has to be the spot. I refuse to believe I'll keep coming up empty, he murmured to himself as he selected a favorable position. He baited his line with some small conch meat and settled down, finding the shade of Lin Ruoshue's sun hat quite comfortable. As he awaited a catch, he observed the distant sea, hoping for the appearance of a rescue team to end their grueling island existence. Calculating in his mind, he realized it was the 7th day since their arrival on the island, marking the 8th day since the shipwreck. Although they had drifted a considerable distance, they should have been located by now. What could have gone wrong? Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed the fishing float bobbing, followed by a tug on the rod. A thrill coursed through him as he quickly stood up to reel in the line. The fish put up a significant struggle, and, after a few tense seconds, he managed to bring it up. Upon inspection, the fish was not large, weighing around 6 ounces, but its colorful appearance was striking. The aesthetics were secondary. What mattered was its edibility. Chu Muyang did not mind its size, for it was his first catch, ensuring he wouldn't return empty-handed, a point of pride, especially before a girl he admired. He placed the fish into the basket Lin Ruoshua had made, setting it in a nearby puddle to keep it alive. After casting his line again, he found it hard to remain still. After several hours in the sun, he felt quite fatigued. He secured the fishing rod and decided to explore the area for suitable water holes, planning to return later to drain them. The last time they had harvested from a water hole had yielded the best results, albeit with considerable effort and time invested in locating the right one. After a brief search nearby, he found several water holes, but none were ideal, either too large or too small. Upon returning to his fishing rod, he noticed a float moving again. He hurriedly grabbed the rod and began to reel in. This fish seemed larger, exhibiting much more strength than the last. After a tense struggle lasting over 20 seconds, Chu Muyang finally summoned the energy to pull it up. Once again, a vividly colored coral reef fish graced the scene, weighing around 1 pound. At this moment, Chu Muyang was no longer weary, nor did he wander aimlessly. The pace of fishing here was quite satisfactory. He realized he must vigilantly guard his line, for should his rod be yanked into the depths, there would be no opportunity to retrieve hooks or lines thereafter. As he had anticipated, less than half an hour passed before the float began to dance once more. Chu Muyang could feel a significant increase in the tension of a rod, indicating that this catch was indeed a substantial one. With both hands firmly gripping the rod, he exerted all his strength to counter the fish's vigorous pulls, gritting his teeth in determination. Lacking a professional rod, he could not utilize the technique of letting out line to ease the strain, and thus he bore the full brunt of the struggle, stumbling forward a few steps under the relentless force. Yet, faced with what could very well be the largest prize of the day, Chu Muyang matched its strength. After 2 or 3 minutes of fierce contention, he sensed the fish's struggles diminishing significantly. With a mighty shout, he summoned every ounce of his strength and finally brought the formidable creature to the surface. Approaching the landing spot, he was delighted to discover that it weighed a good 3 to 4 pounds, filling him with joy at the prospect of a hearty fish feast. After securing his catch, dusk had already begun to descend. Having barely eaten throughout the day, Chu Muyang resolved to conclude his outing and return home. Just as he eagerly prepared to surprise Lin Ruoshua, a sudden series of urgent bamboo whistles echoed from the direction of the cave. Chapter 35. Lin Ruoshua under attack. 3 short whistles pierced the air, signaling a call for help in the face of danger. A wave of dread washed over Chu Muyang as he realized that Ruoshua was in peril. He hastily dropped the 3 fish he had been holding and sprinted towards the cave. Lin Ruoshua had just finished preparing the pot stickers and was about to call Chu Muyang to dinner when she heard the clattering of a tin can outside. A sudden jolt of fear gripped her, and she turned to gaze outside the cave. What she saw rendered her pale with fright. The source of the tin can alarm was none other than a wild boar, the very same one that had been scared off by Chu Muyang the previous night. The daylight allowed Lin Ruoshua to discern the boar's formidable form. It was impressively large, measuring over 1 meter in length and standing around 70 to 80 centimeters tall, weighing perhaps over 300 pounds. Its canine teeth protruded menacingly, and its tusks were sharp. The boar's body was covered in a rugged coat, worn from years of scraping against pine bark, and its dark brown bristles stood erect, making it far more intimidating than any domestic pig. The only notable feature indicating that it was a female was the slightly swollen line of teats beneath its belly. Having already encountered the sound of the tin-can the previous night, the wild boar was no longer frightened and remained rooted in place, cautiously locking eyes with Lin Ruoxue. It seemed to sense that the fierce bipedal creature from last night was absent, and a surge of elation coursed through it. Enticed by the alluring scent of food from the previous evening, the boar decided to take a chance. Perceiving this solitary bipedal creature as weak and far inferior to the one it had faced the night before. However, the many obstacles at the cave entrance restrained its movements, making the boar hesitant to act recklessly. At that moment, Lin Ruoxue felt as if she were paralyzed, unable to move from her spot. She covered her mouth with her hands, terrified to make a sound that might provoke the boar. It was then that she fully grasped the immense pressure Chu Muyang had faced the night before. The oppressive size of the boar before her suggested that a single charge could shatter their wooden door like mere paper. Fortunately, Chu Muyang had fortified their defenses that morning, erecting a pig-repelling barrier that provided her with a modicum of reassurance. What should she do now? Lin Ruoxue forced herself to remain calm. Should she call for Chu Muyang? However, he had gone fishing, unarmed, while all their weapons lay within the cave. Would summoning him only increase the danger, potentially endangering him further? With the pig-repelling barrier in place, the boar might not charge at all. Perhaps she could endure it, or throw a stick to scare it away, hoping to replicate the success of the previous night. Just as thoughts raced through her mind, the wild boar began to stir. After a moment of observation, it concluded that the bipedal creature before it was vulnerable. With a single charge, it could end the confrontation. Thus, seizing the opportunity while the other bipedal creature was absent, it prepared to charge. The boar emitted a low growl, stamping its front leg before launching itself towards Lin Ruoxue. As she witnessed the boar's movement, Lin Ruoxue's face drained of color. She opened her mouth to scream, yet no sound emerged. The wild boar moved with remarkable speed, covering a distance of less than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Yet, regrettably, it underestimated Chu Muyang's boar-repelling formation, a clever imitation of ancient battle tactics designed to thwart even galloping horses. The spacing within the formation was minimal, making it impossible for the boar to slip through the gaps. The boar's massive body collided with a sharply angled bamboo spike, driving it deep into the ground. The force of the impact uprooted the bamboo, but the sharp end penetrated the boar's flesh, eliciting a pained howl as blood poured from the wound. The beast thrashed its body, dislodging the support pole, but unable to rid itself of the bamboo embedded more than 20 centimeters deep within. Its agonized cries echoed, awakening Lin Ruoxue from her stupor. Instinctively, she placed a whistle in her mouth and blew a distress signal. There was no time for hesitation with the boar launching an attack. After sounding the alarm, she turned to seize a spear, determined to fight for her survival rather than succumb passively. As she passed the campfire, she recalled Chu Muyang's actions from the previous night and emulated him, pulling out two of the most vigorously burning branches and hurling them toward the cave's entrance. Alas, her strength was insufficient, and her aim faltered. Neither branch struck the boar. Quickly, she turned back, grasping two twigs to toss into the fire, blowing fervently to stoke the flames. This fiery assault was her sole means of defense, and she aimed to buy time until Chu Muyang returned. By now, the boar had begun to acclimate to its pain, its injuries inciting a wild fury. It quickly regained its bearings and charged toward the cave once more. This time, the first line of the boar-repelling formation proved ineffective. After one bamboo spike was destroyed, the gap was wide enough for the boar to pass through. The boar crashed into the second layer of bamboo, which, while lacking lethal force, had been embedded deeply into the ground by Chu Muyang's considerable effort. The impact was powerful, yet astonishingly, the bamboo structure held firm, with only a few poles tilting precariously. It seemed that another charge would likely breach the formation. With urgency, Lin Ruoxue hurled two more burning branches, and fortune favored her. One struck the boar squarely on the head. The fire ignited a new wave of agony, and as it collided with the bamboo array, the recoil left it momentarily dazed. Instinctively fearful of the flames, the boar began to retreat. With relentless determination, Lin Ruoxue continued to toss burning branches, nearly depleting her supply to delay the boar's advance. The fire pit was now filled with freshly added fuel, and she neglected the outside chaos, focusing intensely on coaxing the flames to life. In the midst of this standoff, Chu Muyang finally arrived. He had not been far from the cave, and upon hearing the distress whistle, he sprinted back at a breakneck pace, having already covered half the distance on his return. As Chu Muyang approached the cave and caught sight of the wild boar, he came to a halt. He glanced around and realized that the boar had yet to breach his defensive bamboo formation, ensuring Lin Ruoxue's safety, which alleviated his urgency. The pressing issue, however, was that he possessed nothing more than a fishing rod, rendering him virtually unarmed. Even with a weapon, he understood that confronting a wild boar exceeding 300 pounds would be a fool's errand. Thus, he would have to rely on his wits. At that moment, the boar remained disoriented, oblivious to Chu Muyang's presence, while the firewood tossed by Lin Ruoxue had begun to ignite some nearby dry shrubs. Albeit the flames were still feeble and posed no immediate threat to the boar. What to do? Concealed behind a thicket, Chu Muyang observed the situation, his mind racing with thoughts. Engaging in a futile struggle was ill-advised. Retreating to the cave to regroup with Ruoxue seemed a viable option, yet it would expose them both and merely prolong their predicament. Could he divert the boar's attention? It was a possibility, yet also a perilous gamble, as he was certain he could not outrun the beast. He had no desire to meet an untimely demise at the hands of the boar. As he anxiously contemplated his next move, an idea struck him when he noticed the boar, through its frantic thrashing, managed to dislodge the bamboo spears embedded in its body. Chapter 36. Repelling the wild boar thus. With determination, he resolved to fight. If it failed, he would retreat to the cave and devise a strategy to defend himself. After a swift analysis, Chu Muyang steeled his heart, searched the ground, and seized a stone the size of a fist. He charged forward, shouting profanities in an effort to intimidate and divert the wild boar's attention. However, he was not foolish enough to charge directly at the beast. Instead, he circled around, heading towards the cave entrance. Skirting 2 layers of defenses, he halted behind an intact barricade designed to repel the boar, and hurled the stone with force at the creature. The distance was short, and the stone struck true. The wild boar, having just dislodged the bamboo spears embedded in its body, was momentarily engulfed in a fresh torrent of blood. As it writhed in pain, a second blow struck its head, igniting a furious rage within it. Upon realizing that the bipedal creature from the previous night had returned and was attempting to hurl objects at it, the boar's anger surged. It charged once more at Chu Muyang. At that moment, Lin Ruoxue stood at the cave entrance, poised to call Chu Muyang inside. When she spotted the boar charging towards them, she exclaimed urgently, "Muyang, be careful. Run." Chu Muyang had been waiting for this precise moment. He had no better plan than to utilize his barricade to inflict further harm on the boar. He noted that, despite one spear being damaged, the rest of the barricade remained intact. He devised a strategy to provoke the boar into charging again, hoping it would sustain further injury. As the boar barreled towards him, its hefty frame felt akin to a pickup truck racing towards him. He dared not confront it head-on. Instead, he pivoted and dashed past the bamboo barrier, reaching the cave entrance where he grasped Lin Ruoxue and pulled her to safety. There was no time for words as he picked up a spear from the ground and exited the cave once more. The wild boar, being a creature of instinct, did not learn from its previous encounter with the bamboo barricade. In its fury, it charged straight into the sharp defenses once again. A pained shriek erupted as a second spear pierced its flesh, causing the boar to collapse in agony. At that moment, Chu Muyang emerged from the cave. Witnessing the scene before him, seizing the opportunity, he thought to himself that now was the time to strike decisively. He dashed past the bamboo barricade, leaped with all his might, and thrust the spear into the boar's body with great force. To his astonishment, the beast's hide was remarkably tough, and his makeshift spear, lacking sharpness due to his hasty craftsmanship, penetrated only 3 inches before it became lodged, snapping with a sharp crack. In pain, the wild boar staggered back to its feet. Chu Muyang, startled by the sudden resurgence of the creature, hastily discarded the broken spear and retreated. At that moment, Lin Ruoshui arrived, brandishing 2 blazing sticks of fire which she offered to Chu Muyang. He accepted them and turned, throwing one towards the wild boar. The wild boar, severely injured and under the relentless assault of flames, finally succumbed to fear. With a mournful cry, it turned and staggered away towards the distant thicket, swiftly disappearing from sight. Witnessing the boar's retreat, Chu Muyang felt an overwhelming wave of weakness wash over him. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and he collapsed onto the ground, utterly unable to move a single finger. The confrontation had lasted merely a few minutes, yet, as the saying goes, his adrenaline surged. Otherwise, he would not have dared to charge at the wild boar and take a shot. Now, with the thrill subsiding, he felt utterly drained of energy. Lin Ruoshui also sank to the ground beside him. They exchanged a glance, and Chu Muyang first offered a wry smile before bursting into hearty laughter. Had someone told him just a few days prior that he would stand up to a wild boar, he would have found it hard to believe. Yet here he was, having faced such a formidable creature twice and emerged victorious, his heart swelling with joy at his own growth. After resting for a few minutes, noticing that the firewood Lin Ruoshui had thrown out was beginning to ignite the dry grass, they hastily got up to extinguish the flames. Lin Ruoshui supported the still unsteady Chu Muyang back to the cave, and with a sense of purpose, offered him a cigarette. "Muyang, take a moment to rest. Once you finish your smoke, we can eat. I made some pot stickers and noodles. I owe you my gratitude. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do." As she spoke, her face reflected a lingering fear, tears threatening to spill from her enchanting peach blossom eyes. Chu Muyang quickly comforted her, reaching out to wipe away her tears. Unable to contain herself any longer, Lin Ruoshui threw herself into his embrace, quietly sobbing. Chu Muyang instinctively held her close, gently patting her back. "Muyang, I was so frightened, terrified that I might not survive. I regretted blowing the whistle. What if you had returned and been unable to handle the boar? I would have put you in danger." After enduring another brush with death, Lin Ruoshui finally let her emotions surface, revealing her reliance on and trust in Chu Muyang. He tossed aside the cigarette and embraced her tightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy, thinking to himself that he had finally held the beauty he had risked his life for. Soon, Lin Ruoshui regained her composure, a hint of shyness prompting her to break free from his embrace. To mask her embarrassment, she quickly fetched the pot stickers and noodles she had prepared earlier for him to eat. Chu Muyang reflected that there would be plenty of time ahead. Lin Ruoshui had essentially accepted him, and there was no rush for romance. Their immediate priority remained survival and rescue. Of course, he was indeed hungry, devouring 3 pot stickers and half a bowl of noodles in no time. Aware that Lin Ruoshui had waited for him to eat first, he made sure to leave nearly half of his meal for her. Seeing Lin Ruoshui beginning to eat, he suddenly remembered the fish he had caught earlier that day, left on a beach. "Ruoshui, I'm going to get the fish I caught today. I don't want it to be lost." With a quick dash, he returned to the spot where he had left the fish, relieved to find all 3 still there. He collected them into his basket, joyfully making his way back to the cave. "Ruoshui, look at my haul today. Isn't it splendid?" Chu Muyang boasted. "Greetings, Muyang. Your prowess is truly impressive. You have caught an abundance of fish, and this one is remarkably large and splendid," Lin Ruoshui sincerely praised. "Ruoshui, could you please roast this largest one for me? I'm rather hungry." "Of course, but you'll need to wait a moment." While Lin Ruoshui attended to the fish, the rejuvenated Chu Muyang stepped outside the cave to restore his bamboo trap. Fortuitously, his trap had safeguarded them today. Otherwise, both would have faced peril. To say they escaped with a hair's breadth would be an understatement. The reality was more akin to a near-certain demise. It was imperative to expedite the repairs, for should another wild boar appear, it would spell significant trouble. As Chu Muyang meticulously worked on the trap, he pondered. Clearly, the trap had proven effective. With darkness approaching, further actions were futile for the day. Tomorrow, he intended to fortify his bamboo defenses and ideally create another trap to ensure their refuge was entirely secure. This island harbored considerable dangers, allowing for no room for complacency. He was determined to bring Lin Ruoshui home safely. His good fortune had only just begun, and he could not afford to perish on this desolate island. When the aroma of the roasted fish wafted through the air, Chu Muyang completed the restoration of the bamboo trap. For now, this will suffice. I shall devise ways to strengthen it further tomorrow. Even if 2 more wild boars come, I shall not fear. Chapter 37. Menstrual period. Chu Muyang gazed at the roasted fish that Lin Ruo Shui offered him, and his mouth watered instantly. The fish was perfectly charred on the outside, yet tender within, releasing an irresistible aroma. He tore off a piece of the crispy skin, revealing the succulent white flesh inside, still steaming with warmth. Chu Muyang took a hearty bite, savoring the delightful flavors that lingered on his lips, eliciting exclamations of satisfaction. He did not indulge solely for himself. He passed the fish to Lin Ruo Shui, inviting her to partake. As she took a small bite, she returned it to him, a hint of shyness gracing her features. This evening, Chu Muyang was in high spirits, in stark contrast to the previous night. They had successfully repelled the wild boar, not merely frightened it away, but truly driven it off. Given the injury the boar sustained, it likely would not recover anytime soon, and there was a possibility it might not survive at all, coupled with the bamboo array they had set up outside their cave. Tonight's situation was vastly improved compared to last night, allowing them to relish the meal. Lin Ruo Shui, still blushing from her earlier emotional outburst, felt a bit shy, but Chu Muyang was unbothered. They shared the large fish, both feeling immensely satisfied. Chu Muyang discarded the fish bones far from their vicinity to avoid attracting other beasts, while Lin Ruo Shui salted and hung the 2 sea fish she had caught earlier. After tidying up, it was already quite late. They reviewed their survival guide, as usual, outlining the plans for the following day. Chu Muyang playfully engaged in conversation with Lin Ruo Shui, taking delight in her occasional shy reactions. He hoped to gently coax her out of her introverted shell, encouraging her to speak more. Otherwise, their companionship might become rather dreary. However, he understood that such transformation could not be rushed. He was more than willing to embark on this endeavor, as the prospect of nurturing the goddess of his admiration filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment, causing a smile to unconsciously grace his lips. Eventually, after their conversation grew tiresome, they decided to rest. Chu Muyang deliberately moved closer to Lin Ruo Shui, lying beside her. Lin Ruo Shui felt shy and attempted to create some distance. Her cheeks flushed. Chu Muyang occasionally draped his hand over her, only for her to cautiously return it to its original position. Thus, under his playful teasing, they drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, Chu Muyang was awakened by the sounds of Lin Ruo Shui stirring. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed her leaning against the stone wall, her expression a mix of embarrassment and discomfort. Chu Muyang found it peculiar since she usually rose with the dawn. Today, however, something seemed amiss. Was she unwell? Concerned, he inquired, Ruo Shui, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Ruo Shui, more embarrassed than ever, pointed timidly to the spot where she had slept. Chu Muyang, puzzled, looked over and was taken aback. There was a pool of blood where she had lain. Had you been injured by the wild boar before he returned? He quickly asked, Ruo Shui, are you hurt? Let me see. Why didn't you tell me sooner? With her head bowed, she whispered almost inaudibly, it's not an injury. It's that time of the month for me. Upon understanding, Chu Muyang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and casually remarked, then you need to get some sanitary pads. After a moment of bewilderment, he slapped his forehead, realizing their current predicament on the deserted island. What shall we do now, Ruo Shui? Lin Ruo Shui, equally helpless, shook her head in response. This situation was untenable. Chu Muyang had previously been in a relationship and was not unfamiliar with such matters. If they did not devise a solution, Lin Ruo Shui would find herself unable to move comfortably, and the state of her trousers was far from hygienic. Both fell into a contemplative silence until Chu Muyang finally spoke, Ruo Shui, do not fret. Allow me to think of a remedy. His mind raced through logical analyses. After all, ancient people managed without sanitary pads. How did they cope? He pondered the fundamental principle behind sanitary pads. They simply needed to possess strong absorbency and maintain cleanliness. With these 2 criteria met, a solution should be achievable. After a brief contemplation, Chu Muyang rose and declared, "Ruoxu, please rest for a moment. I shall devise a plan and see if it proves feasible." This engineering-minded individual thrived on logical reasoning. Once he grasped the underlying principles and had suitable materials, he was capable of crafting a workable solution. Given the limited resources on the island, he would have to improvise. First, he boiled a pot of water, and while waiting for it to reach a rolling boil, he retrieved the only spare short-sleeve shirt available and meticulously cut it into an appropriate shape and length, dividing it into 2 rows to encase the absorbent material within. He fashioned a total of 4 pieces, ensuring that each had double layers. Then, he submerged the fabric in the boiling water to sterilize it. Next, he extracted a considerable amount of wood ash from the fireplace and filtered it through the remaining shirt fabric, resulting in a fine powder of plant ash. Once the water had boiled and the fabric was thoroughly sanitized, he removed it and placed it by the fire to dry. He then carefully wrapped the filtered ash within the fabric, and from the remnants of the shirt, he cut several thin strips to serve as ties, securing his handmade sanitary pad. Upon completion, Chu Muyang tested the texture, believing it to be a viable solution, though he was uncertain how it would perform in practice. Throughout this process, Lin Ruoxue observed him with a flushed face. Her upbringing had instilled in her the notion that such matters were unclean and taboo for men. Therefore, witnessing Chu Muyang craft a sanitary pad for her evoked a mixture of discomfort and profound gratitude. He handed the makeshift sanitary pad to Lin Ruoxue, saying, "Ruoxue, please see if this works for you. If it's acceptable, just remember to change and wash it frequently." "Thank you, Muyang. Could you step outside for a moment?" Lin Ruoxue replied softly as she accepted the item. Chu Muyang chuckled awkwardly. "Apologies, I forgot. I'll stand guard outside. Call me when you're ready." "Oh, and Ruoxue, do change your trousers as well." Once outside the cave, Chu Muyang contemplated improvements to the bamboo structure he had crafted. When Lin Ruoxue called him back in, he noticed she had changed into her original waitress trousers and promptly inquired, "Is it manageable, Ruoxue?" "It should be all right, but I will need some time to confirm," she responded, still feeling uneasy discussing such matters with a man. Chu Muyang noticed the situation and picked up the work pants on the ground. "You take a rest. I shall assist you by washing your trousers," he offered. Unexpectedly, Lin Ruoxue sprang up like a rabbit, snatching the discarded pants away, resolutely refusing to allow Chu Muyang to wash them. With no other choice, he conceded, "Very well, Ruoxue, you may wash them yourself. I will prepare a pot of fish soup for breakfast. A warm beverage will surely provide you with comfort." Lin Ruoxue responded with a quick acknowledgement and hurriedly exited the cave with the pants in hand. Amused, Chu Muyang paid her little mind as he selected the largest fish and began boiling water for the soup. By the time Lin Ruoxue returned after washing the pants, they hastily finished their breakfast, and Chu Muyang resumed the task he had left unfinished the previous day, reinforcing the bamboo formation. Chapter 38. Upgrading the trap, Chu Muyang circled the bamboo formation at the entrance twice, pondering for a moment before gradually finalizing his upgrade plan. The time constraints of the previous day, coupled with it being his first attempt, resulted in a rather rudimentary bamboo arrangement. Firstly, the inner circle of the bamboo formation could afford to have fewer gaps, allowing only a single opening for 2 individuals to pass through, strategically positioned at the edge to minimize detection by wild beasts. The remaining areas should be densely packed with bamboo, resembling a sturdy fence, thereby significantly reducing vulnerabilities. Wild boars are not particularly intelligent and are unlikely to charge towards the gaps created for their entry and exit. Next, he intended to entwine each bamboo pole with vines, thus enabling each pole to harness the strength of its neighbors, thereby exponentially enhancing their resistance to impact. Following this, the outer circle, designed to deter boars, could adopt a similar approach, though this would necessitate a considerable increase in materials. Having clarified his thoughts, Chu Muyang promptly set to work, equipping himself with tools and heading to the bamboo grove. The fortification of the bamboo required considerable effort. Chu Muyang made 3 trips, hauling back 9 long and sturdy bamboo poles. Subsequently, he sawed them to the appropriate lengths and, with vigorous strikes of his axe, firmly embedded them into the ground. Upon completing these tasks, he was drenched in sweat, a testament to the labor-intensive nature of the work. Lin Ruo Shui, due to her menstrual cycle, appeared to be experiencing some discomfort and could only watch from the sidelines, unable to assist much. However, she kept herself occupied, seemingly weaving something. After a brief rest, Chu Muyang ventured nearby to gather resilient vines, returning to wrap all the bamboo poles in both the inner and outer circles with the vines, ensuring he created 2 layers of binding. As he surveyed the upgraded bamboo formation, wiping the sweat from his brow, a surge of accomplishment washed over him. With such a defense in place, even if 2 wild boars were to return, he felt confident that their stronghold would not easily be breached. Consequently, he would no longer need to worry about Lin Ruo Shui's safety during his solitary excursions. By this time, it was noon, and Lin Ruo Shui had thoughtfully prepared lunch. It appeared there would be no time to set up snares today. However, the current bamboo formation should suffice for now. He resolved to explore snares when time permitted, as he had other tasks awaiting him in the afternoon. The meal consisted of fish cooked in coconut milk, which was quite delicious. Yet, they only had 2 cuttlefish and a small sea fish left in their supplies, all of which Lin Ruo Shui had marinated and hung outside the cave to dry. It was clear that the quest for food could not cease. Their stock was alarmingly low, Chu Muyang mused. After lunch, as was customary, he planned to ascend the mountain. Observing the volcano was one objective, while scouting for rescue ships was another, along with the intention to slightly expand his exploratory range. Each time he climbed, he ventured further into uncharted territories to gain a deeper understanding of the island's topography. With the bamboo formation at the entrance reinforced, it could now be likened to an impregnable fortress. Thus, Chu Muyang felt reassured as he bade farewell to Lin Ruo Shui, urging her to rest well and drink plenty of warm water before embarking on his ascent. Along the way, he continuously selected suitable thick branches. His rudimentary spear had broken yesterday while he was hunting a wild boar, which made him acutely aware of the significance of quality materials. The spear had indeed been far too simplistic, having been hastily chosen without much thought. Learning from his recent experience, he resolved to select a robust and durable new spear as he ascended the mountain. As he traversed the path, he meticulously examined various branches, sawing off pieces to assess the density of the wood within. After experimenting with 7 or 8 different types, he finally discovered a branch with exceptionally dense wood. He selected a straight and lengthy limb, cut it to a suitable length, and trimmed away the extraneous twigs. Holding it in his hand, he found it much more comfortable to wield than his previous makeshift spear. He noted the position and decided to cut another one on his descent, intending to upgrade Lin Ruo Shui's spear as well. While Chu Muyang was climbing the mountain, Lin Ruo Shui was busy crafting a second makeshift sanitary pad from the remaining half of her short-sleeve t-shirt. She had hesitated to voice her discomfort earlier when Chu Muyang was present, as his initial attempt had been somewhat crude, leaving her feeling less than comfortable. Now that she understood the principle, she was determined to enhance it with her own skillful hands. And of course, she needed a backup as well. Yet she bore no resentment towards Chu Muyang. On the contrary, she felt a warmth in her heart. Her menstrual cramps had been quite severe a couple of days prior, and throughout her life, aside from her mother, no one had ever been concerned about such matters. At school, her reserved nature and infrequent participation in group activities had left her with few friends. Ironically, her beauty even led some female classmates to harbor an inexplicable aversion towards her. Thus, during her menstrual periods, she had always managed to endure alone. The sudden presence of someone who cared for her brought her a profound sense of contentment. Her upbringing had instilled in her modest expectations. A small gesture of concern could move her deeply. Once she completed the upgrade of the sanitary pad, she returned to the half-finished item on the ground. This was a bamboo pillow she was preparing for Chu Muyang. Last night, when he had slept beside her, it had made her somewhat anxious, and she had struggled to fall asleep, noticing that he seemed uncomfortable without a proper pillow, constantly shifting positions. Today, she resolved to utilize the remaining materials to create a pillow for him, planning to fill it with softer dried grass or similar materials to ensure he could sleep more comfortably at night. The thought caused her cheeks to flush slightly. Upon reaching the summit, Chu Muyang observed the volcano for a while, but detected no anomalies. He gazed into the distance, hoping to catch a glimpse of a ship at any moment, only to be met with disappointment. After half an hour, he sighed softly and decided to explore a little further before descending. With the tide receding in the afternoon, he intended to check their fish trap and perhaps cast his line to see what luck awaited him that day. He followed the path he had explored yesterday, continuing onward. Occasionally, startled birds reminded him of the seagulls he had encountered upon arriving on the island. It had been days since he had the opportunity to seek them out. Otherwise, a few bird eggs would have made a fine meal, alleviating his daily pursuit of fish. Additionally, if he could find some flexible tendons, he might fashion a slingshot, providing another means to hunt birds on occasion. As Chu Muyang strolled along, he occasionally wielded a multi-functional dagger to sharpen his newly crafted spear. After traversing for less than half an hour, he arrived at a gently sloping area that offered an expansive view, allowing him to gaze upon a distant stretch of beach across the mountains. Curiously, atop the slope lay a colossal stone, its surface adorned with a myriad of plants and vines. What struck Chu Muyang as peculiar was that, from a distance, this immense rock appeared akin to a quaint little house. It was precisely this illusion that had drawn him closer, mistaking it for an actual dwelling. He circled the stone, tapping and probing it with his hands, yet found no anomalies. After a fruitless investigation, Chu Muyang resolved to conclude his exploration for the day and return to inspect his fish trap. Chapter 39. The humble existence of Chen Haifeng on the other side. Qin Shaojie had already been surviving on the auxiliary island for several days. At present, he was leisurely fishing by the shore with a fishing rod crafted by Wang Taijun, while his secretary fanned him beside. Thanks to the attentive care of numerous subordinates, his days were relatively pleasant, at least devoid of worries regarding food and drink. During this time, according to Qin Shaojie's instructions, Wang Taijun had searched the nearby hilltops thoroughly, yet regrettably, no suitable cave for shelter was found. They had no choice but to settle for reinforcing two existing shelters. With ample manpower, Qin Shaojie's shelters had been renovated with several logs, rendering them resilient against wind and rain. However, due to the large number of people, the food and water supply was limited, and naturally, it was prioritized for Qin Shaojie and his three girlfriends, followed by Wang Taijun. As the most marginalized member of the food chain, Chen Haifeng endured the harshest conditions. Being the only outsider in this team and lacking any distinctive skills, he was understandably overlooked. Over the past few days, Chen Haifeng had been experiencing intermittent hunger. Often, after completing the tasks assigned by Wang Taijun, he found himself searching for food on his own due to insufficient rations. Lacking any survival experience in the wild, he frequently returned empty-handed despite his efforts. While he did find numerous wild fruits, he was unable to identify them and feared the consequences of consuming something toxic, hence refraining from eating any. Fortunately, they had managed to collect a considerable amount of rainwater a few days ago, which provided some relief. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to starvation long ago. Today, having gone most of the day without sustenance, he felt utterly desperate and had no choice but to seek assistance from Zhonglong. Wang Taijun exuded an intimidating presence, making him reluctant to approach. Zhang Yuantao and Li Tai were nothing more than ruffians, and he dared not engage with them, feeling fortunate just to avoid their bullying. Only Zhonglong and Zhao, who seemed somewhat approachable, as both were veterans who might harbor a degree of sympathy for the weak, with Zhonglong appearing particularly amiable. "Brother Long, I can hardly bear the hunger any longer. Could you possibly help me find a solution?" Chen Haifeng asked, lowering his gaze submissively. "Well, if you're hungry, go find something to eat yourself. Alternatively, you could ask Qin Shaojie. He still has a few large fish left untouched," Zhonglong replied curtly. His position within the team was also mid-tier, necessitating his own foraging. I dare not. Chen Haifeng quickly waved his hands. "Brother Long, I truly lack experience. Perhaps you could teach me?" His eyes brimmed with desperation. Zhonglong, amused by Chen Haifeng's plight, felt a pang of compassion. He offered some guidance. "You could try flipping over some rocks by the shore. There might be crabs or the like beneath them. Haven't you seen us doing that often?" Chen Haifeng expressed his gratitude fervently. "Thank you, Brother Long. However, I've already turned over several rocks without finding anything. I'm so weak from hunger now that I can't even move the larger ones. By the way, if I manage to survive this time. Chen Haifeng bit his lip. I would be willing to share half of Qin Shaojia's reward with you. Chen Haifeng's words were uttered after careful consideration. Firstly, the promise of a bonus from Qin Shao is uncertain for him as an outsider. It remains to be seen whether it can be fulfilled. Secondly, his current predicament is exceedingly awkward. If he cannot return alive, wealth would be of no use, for without the present, there is no future. Zhang Long, upon hearing this, seemed intrigued. Brother Chun, this is no jest. You cannot backtrack, can you? No, I dare not retract my words. I shall certainly honor my promise. Chen Haifeng quickly assured him. Zhang Long pondered for a moment before saying, there is a wild fruit tree over there, the one that is half ripe and half green. Although the fruits are not fully mature, they are edible. I have tried them. Thank you, Brother Long. I shall go and pick some right away. Chen Haifeng expressed his gratitude and proceeded towards the fruit tree Zhang Long indicated. Meanwhile, Qin Shaojia waved for Wang Taijun. Taijun, today marks our 6th day on the island. Does it not? Indeed, young master, Wang Taijun replied. Something feels amiss. Logically, my father's men should have located us by now. Can you analyze the situation? Qin Shaojia felt a twinge of anxiety. After a moment of silence, Wang Taijun suggested, I suspect it may be related to the volcanic activity on that island. We studied this during our military training. The volcanic smoke can potentially disrupt electronic devices, though I cannot be certain. Oh, I see. That complicates matters. It appears we may have to wait longer for rescue. By the way, how has your exploration of this island progressed? We have explored roughly half of it, but not in great detail, Wang Taijun responded. The island is not large, consisting of 3 small hills, none of which are particularly high. We have visited 2 hills, but there remains a sizable forest we have yet to explore. Beyond the forest lies a beach on the opposite side of the island. Understood. You may return to your duties. Also, find a way to procure some roasted meat. Eating seafood daily has dulled my appetite, Qin Shaoji instructed. Certainly, young master. Wang Taijun replied before departing. After a while, Wang Taijun summoned Zhao Hu. Zhang Long was to remain behind to protect Qin Shaojia. And with Zhang Yuantao and Li Tai proving unreliable, Zhao Hu was the only option left. Let's head to that hill over there. Qin Shao desires some game. Let us see if we can catch a couple of animals, Wang Taijun proposed. Understood, Brother Jun, Zhao Hu affirmed, equipping himself with a makeshift weapon as they set off. As the two explored, they searched for small creatures such as rabbits. Unfortunately, they only discovered 2 lizards with no sign of rabbits. Zhao Hu speared a lizard with his handmade spear. Brother Jun, is this creature edible? I've heard they consume carrion and carry many bacteria. Can Qin Shao consume this? Wang Taijun frowned. That is difficult to determine. Many of the animals on this deserted island are unfamiliar to me. Most of our training occurred domestically or in nearby countries. I have never ventured this far. Let us first allow Chen Haifeng to taste a morsel, enabling him to assess the situation. It is indeed a prudent approach, Zhao Hu remarked with a chuckle. Thus, the inconspicuous Chen Haifeng assumed a new role, an unwitting test subject. The duo swiftly arrived at the 3rd hill, where Wang Taijun meticulously scanned the surroundings before pausing to gaze into the distance for a considerable time. Eventually, he halted before a large boulder. Yun, is there something extraordinary about this stone that warrants your prolonged scrutiny? Zhao Hu inquired curiously, observing the boulder, which was adorned with vines and foliage. Fool, it appears your military acumen has languished. If this continues, you shall inevitably meet your demise at the hands of a woman. Wang Taijun admonished. Have you not realized that this hill offers the most advantageous vantage point on the entire island? From here, both sandy shores to the east and west are fully visible. If a defensive battle were to ensue, this would be the most strategic location. Zhao Hu dared not retort, merely responding with fervent agreement. Indeed, Brother Jun is formidable. Even this can be discerned. After a thorough examination, Wang Taijun found nothing amiss and decided to temporarily abandon the search. Let us return and roast these 2 lizards. Allowing Chen Haifeng to sample them first, he declared, gesturing for their return to the camp. Chapter 40. The seagulls pilfering as Chu Muyang traversed the path back to the cave. He was suddenly captivated by the sight of two seagulls flapping their wings and taking flight from the direction of their cave, soaring off into the distance, seemingly towards the peculiar giant stone he had discovered. A mix of curiosity and exhilaration surged within him. After many days of their absence on the island, the seagulls had finally made an appearance. Observing their flight path, he speculated that their nest might be located nearby. Perhaps tomorrow would present the opportunity for further exploration, and he might even procure some bird eggs as a reward. Lost in his joyous thoughts, he was abruptly startled by the faint sound of bamboo whistles emanating from the direction of the cave. The distance made it difficult to discern clearly. A sudden apprehension gripped his heart. Could it be that wild boars were returning? He halted, straining to interpret the whistle signals, and finally deciphered the pattern. Two long notes followed by a short one. This was a newly established code from the previous night, indicating a need for assistance but suggesting no immediate danger. The rationale behind this code was to prevent situations like yesterday's, where an unsuspecting teammate might encounter a dangerous wild boar while rushing to aid without proper caution. With the realization that the signals posed no threat, Chu Muyang exhaled in relief yet quickened his pace, uncertain of what predicament Lin Ruo Shui might be facing that necessitated his help. As he hurried back to the cave, he spotted two more seagulls soaring up from the cave's direction, deepening his confusion. Upon reaching the entrance, he found Lin Ruo Shui staring vacantly at the vines where their fish were hung. Recognizing that there was no peril, he called out from a distance, "Ruo Shui, what has transpired?" Lin Ruo Shui turned her head at the sound of his voice, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, pouting in a manner that threatened to spill tears from her enchanting eyes. Chu Muyang rushed to her side, noticing her eyes were glistening with impending tears, and he quickly offered words of comfort. "Muyang, just now, seagulls came and stole all the dried fish we've been sunning. They took everything," Lin Ruo Shui lamented. Upon hearing this, Chu Muyang glanced at the empty vines where their fish had been, realizing that the seagulls had indeed pilfered their provisions. He thought to himself, so that is the case. Fortunately, it is not a grave matter. As long as Ruo Shui is unharmed, all is well. However, I must say, those wretched seagulls, I did not seek them out, yet they have dared to provoke me. Fear not, Ruo Shui. I observed their flight direction earlier. Tomorrow, I shall confront them and ensure they pay for their transgressions. By the way, why did you not chase them away? When I noticed them, they had already devoured half, and as I rushed to shoo them away, two flew off, while the other two seized the opportunity to snatch the remainder, Lin Ruo Shui explained, her tone tinged with grievance. Well, these seagulls possess quite the audacity. Not to worry, Ruo Shui. Tomorrow I shall exact vengeance for you. However, we find ourselves without provisions for the night. He reassured her, I will check the fish trap now. The tide is receding, and there should be some rewards awaiting. After comforting Lin Ruo Shui, Chu Muyang inquired about her well-being and whether the items he had prepared were suitable for her use. She softly replied that she was managing well. With that, he picked up the fishing rod, donned his sun hat, and confidently made his way to the beach. Upon reaching the seaside, he observed that the tide had yet to recede, prompting him to return to the fishing spot from the previous day. Employing his tried-and-true method of baiting the area, he cast his line, harboring hopes of a fruitful catch today. Otherwise, he would face hunger come nightfall. Chu Muyang silently prayed for a bountiful yield. Regrettably, in accordance with Murphy's Law, the very concerns we harbor often manifest into reality. After enduring an hour of futile waiting, he had yet to entice a single fish. Fortunately, the tide had begun to ebb, allowing Chu Muyang to reel in his fishing rod and inspect the traps in his fish basket. Alas, luck seemed to elude him today, as his examination of 5 traps yielded only a solitary small green crab. At that moment, the sky darkened ominously. What had been a splendidly sunny day was now threatened by impending rain. The weather at sea truly changes as unpredictably as a child's temperament. What a disaster! What would he do tonight? Chu Muyang felt a pang of anxiety. After contemplating, he resolved to seek out a suitable puddle to excavate. After a brief search nearby, he discovered an appropriate waterhole. Standing by, he observed small bubbles intermittently rising to the surface, indicating the presence of fish within. However, The puddle was quite substantial, and given the unfavorable terrain, utilizing the siphoning method from their previous endeavor would not suffice within the limited time. It appeared he would have to excavate manually. Chu Muyang hurried back to the cave, placing his fishing rod aside, and grabbed a few coconut shells they had left over from their meal. Preparing to dig at the waterhole, Lin Ruo Shui, noticing Chu Muyang's urgency, promptly inquired, "Muyang, where are you off to? Do you need my assistance?" After pondering for a moment, Chu Muyang replied, "I found a puddle that likely holds quite a few fish. I'm going to drain it. Would you care to join me?" Recalling their previous success in excavating a waterhole, Lin Ruo Shui eagerly responded, "I can help. The rain is approaching. We can work faster together." "Very well. Let us proceed together." Lin Ruo Shui picked up the hose from their last excursion and followed Chu Muyang to the seaside. Drawing from their earlier experience, Chu Muyang deftly siphoned the water from the puddle, allowing it to flow steadily to the side. He then leapt into the puddle, scooping water while instructing Lin Ruo Shui, "Ruo Shui, you're not feeling well today. You shouldn't enter the water. Please keep an eye out for any fish and alert me if you see one." "Understood," she replied, touched by Chu Muyang's concern. The puddle was rather expansive, and Chu Muyang toiled diligently for some time before the water level had decreased by about half. However, the thickening clouds above signaled that rain was imminent. Lin Ruo Shui, observing intently from the side, suddenly exclaimed, "Muyang, there is a fish over there." "Where?" Chu Muyang halted his scooping, donned his gloves, and cautiously approached the direction indicated by Lin Ruo Shui. Sure enough, a fish soon leapt from the water's surface, and with quick reflexes, Chu Muyang clapped his hands together, securing it firmly. "Haha, Ruo Shui, your eyes are remarkably sharp. This fish is quite sizable." After capturing this fish, Chu Muyang resumed his task of removing water. As the puddle dwindled to a mere thin layer, the looming storm prompted him to cease scooping. Instead, he began to search beneath the rocks with his gloved hands. Remarkably, this yielded further success, as he managed to catch 2 more green crabs and a small sea fish. "It is sufficient. We have had enough for the evening. A downpour is imminent. We must hasten our return." At that moment, the thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. Chu Muyang, unwilling to linger, recognized that Lin Ruo Shui must not catch a chill, and they also needed to collect rainwater upon their return. The two hurried towards the cave, and just as they entered, the heavens unleashed a torrential rain. "How fortunate we are, Ruo Shui. Had we returned a moment later, we would have been drenched." Chu Muyang laugid heartily. "Indeed, Muyang, let us gather the rainwater first," Lin Ruo Shui reminded. "Yes, yes." Chu Muyang quickly placed all the containers at the cave entrance to collect the rain. The rainwater they had gathered previously was nearly depleted, and considering that Lin Ruo Shui's sanitary products required boiling for sterilization, the consumption was quite significant. Thus, this rainfall was perfectly timed to replenish their supply of fresh water. Chapter 41. Chen Haifeng's feast. Wang Taijun and Zhao who returned to the camp carrying 2 lizards. Wang Taijun instructed Zhang Long and Zhao who to gut and prepare the lizards. Initially, everyone was quite excited, anticipating a sumptuous feast that evening. However, upon realizing the main ingredient was lizard, they all walked away with expressions of disdain. Zhang Long and Zhao who worked swiftly, skewering the lizards and starting to barbecue them, while Chen Haifeng stood nearby, assisting as needed. Under Zhang Long's guidance, he had discovered a wild fruit tree that day. After sampling one, he found it exceedingly sour. No wonder Zhang Long and the others, despite knowing the wild fruit was edible, had not bothered to pick any. Nevertheless, he was truly hungry and, pinching his nose, managed to consume several of them, nearly brought to tears by the sourness. There was no choice. He had to endure the unpleasant taste. As Wang Taijun and the others began grilling the lizards, Chen Haifeng felt his hunger intensify. The fruits had not been satiating at all, merely leaving him hungrier. Zhao, who, noticing Chen Haifeng was helping, chuckled and said, "Brother Chen, fortune smiles upon you today. Brother Jun has declared that you may have half of these 2 lizards since you have been working hard these past few days." Upon hearing this, Chen Haifeng's heart leaped with joy, only to sink again immediately. Why this sudden kindness? Just days ago, they had only shared with him what was left over. He pondered for a moment and stammered, Hugo, is this edible? Zhao Hu's expression darkened. What do you mean it's not edible? Are you? Chen Haifeng becoming picky? Chen Haifeng quickly waved his hands. That is not what I meant. It's just that I heard these creatures often consume carrion and are quite filthy. Zhao Hu, concerned that Chen Haifeng might refuse to eat, softened his tone. Rest assured, Brother Chen, my skills are impeccable. I assure you they will be cooked thoroughly. Moreover, I've seen numerous survival vloggers eating them in the wild. So what is there to fear? Chen Haifeng fell silent, directing his gaze at Zhang Long. They had reached an understanding today, and he hoped Zhang Long would speak up for him. Sensing Chen Haifeng's look, Zhang Long merely nodded without uttering a word. Chen Haifeng thought to himself, well, eating is better than starving, after all. When Zhao Hu finished grilling the lizard to a crispy perfection and sprinkled salt over it, he sliced half and handed it to Chen Haifeng. Taking a deep breath, Chen Haifeng accepted it and began to gnaw at it, only to be pleasantly surprised by how delicious it was. At that moment, he disregarded any thoughts of hygiene. His priority was to fill his stomach. Before long, half a lizard was consumed, his most satisfying meal since the shipwreck. Seeing Chen Haifeng finished, Zhao Hu decided to wait a while to see if he experienced any adverse effects before they considered eating the lizards themselves. The rain had come swiftly and left just as quickly, ceasing within an hour. Taking advantage of the downpour, Chu Muyang prepared the seafood they had gathered that day, while Lin Ruoshui arranged for it to be grilled. Chu Muyang then began to sharpen their new spears with a dagger. Once both were sharpened, he placed the tips over the fire for carbonization, which was said to enhance the hardness and strength of the wood. Chu Muyang leaned the spear against the edge of the campfire, slowly rotating it to allow the flames to evenly roast the surface of the spearhead until a faint layer of black carbonization appeared. He quickly withdrew the spearhead and polished it with rough leaves, thus completing 2 carbonized and reinforced spearheads. At that moment, the rain ceased, and Chu Muyang stepped outside the cave, carefully transporting all the water containers back inside, then took the spear outside for testing. He found a relatively soft tree, thrust the spear with force, and it penetrated 3 inches into the wood without any sense of breaking. Indeed, it felt much more manageable, and the next time he encountered a wild beast, he could dare to engage. Chu Muyang was quite pleased with his results. At this time, Lin Ruoshui had also prepared dinner. After they finished their meal, Chu Muyang noted that the sky was not yet completely dark, making it a perfect opportunity to study the snare trap. The survival guide provided a detailed explanation of this snare trap, which he had previously studied and understood the principles behind. He located a small tree near the cave, pulled down a thick branch, and tested its elasticity and resilience, finding it quite satisfactory. This spot was along the path where the wild boar had appeared last time, and Chu Muyang intentionally set the trap there. He bent and secured the branch, then used vines to form a circle with a diameter of about 30 centimeters below it, tying a slip knot, which was crucial to the trap's function. The other end of the vine was fixed to the top of the branch. Next, he fashioned a short stick as the triggering mechanism. Should a beast step on this stick, the bent branch would rebound, pulling the vine slipknot tight. According to the survival guide, the more the beast struggled, the tighter the knot would become, making escape nearly impossible. After completing the trap, Chu Muyang tested it with the spear, and indeed, the spear was instantly ensnared and lifted into the air. Quite impressive, he thought quietly to himself. A rabbit or similar creature would certainly end up dangling in midair. Following his successful experiment, he brought over the leftover bones from dinner and placed them near the triggering mechanism. He then clapped his hands and whistled in satisfaction. If a wild boar dared to approach tonight, it might not even reach the bamboo barricade, falling prey to his snare trap instead. This significantly enhanced the protective capabilities of their cave sanctuary. The only drawback was that he had yet to devise a way to deal with aerial foes, like the seagull that had come to steal food earlier. He had also contemplated making a slingshot that morning, but had to abandon the idea due to a lack of suitable materials. By the time he completed all these tasks, the sky had turned completely dark. Chu Muyang returned to the cave, where Lin Ruoshui handed him the pillow she had crafted throughout the day. Muyang, this is the bamboo pillow I made for you. It will be more comfortable for you to sleep tonight, she said shyly. Chu Muyang was momentarily taken aback. then filled with joy. He had indeed been uncomfortable sleeping without a pillow these past few days, and he was pleasantly surprised that Lin Ruo Shui had noticed and made one for him. Truly, she was the ultimate dream partner for any man. As he expressed his gratitude, he examined the bamboo pillow in his hands, noting its smooth surface, undoubtedly polished, and filled with dry straw inside. Chu Muyang couldn't help but grasp Lin Ruo Shui's hand and said, "Ruo Shui, you are truly wonderful to me. I'm immensely grateful." He paused, then added, "By the way, why don't you make one for yourself?" "There aren't enough materials and time," she replied, "and I can manage without a pillow for sleep." Lin Ruo Shui, feeling her hand held, attempted to pull away, but Chu Muyang held on firmly, leaving her no choice but to acquiesce. "That's simply one do. Sleeping without a pillow is quite uncomfortable. Tomorrow, I will gather more materials so you can make one for yourself," he insisted. "All right," she agreed. "But what shall we do tonight? Perhaps we could share this pillow?" Chu Muyang suggested tentatively. "Oh, that's unnecessary. You can keep it for yourself, Muyang. I'll make one for myself tomorrow," Lin Ruo Shui hurriedly declined. Chu Muyang, having successfully teased Lin Ruo Shui once more, felt a sense of joy within and chose not to press further. As they sat by the firelight, they discussed their plans and division of tasks for the following day. After a long day of labor, Chu Muyang began to feel fatigued. After exchanging goodnights, they concluded the 8th day of their life on the deserted island. Chapter 42 Encounter with the Wild Boar. When Chu Muyang opened his eyes, Lin Ruo Shui had already prepared breakfast, utilizing the seafood left over from the previous night. However, this also signified that apart from the chocolates in their backpack, they had no other food reserves. "Muyang, you're awake. Brush your teeth first, and then you can have breakfast," Lin Ruo Shui said gently. Chu Muyang obediently complied, while contemplating that today would primarily revolve around the search for food. "Ruo Shui, I plan to look for a seagull's nest later. If luck is on our side, we might be able to enjoy some bird eggs today," Chu Muyang remarked. "All right, but do be careful," Lin Ruo Shui replied. After finishing breakfast, Chu Muyang set off with the spear he had fashioned the day before. The weather was splendid, and the morning air was exceptionally refreshing. As was his custom, Chu Muyang first climbed to the summit to observe the volcano. This volcano had been active daily, with its eruption times uncertain, and he harbored a fear that it might erupt one day without warning. Thus, daily surveillance was imperative. From the distant shoreline, there was still no sign of the anticipated rescue vessel. After a period of observation, Chu Muyang resolved to seek out the seagulls and reclaim some dignity. Following the direction from which he had observed the seagulls returning yesterday, he advanced until he reached the massive rock he had discovered the day prior. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he decided to rest there. The vantage point was expansive, allowing him to gaze at the distant beach and see while simultaneously keeping an eye out for any rescue ships. Leaning against the boulder, he had barely settled in when he suddenly heard rustling from the nearby thicket, followed by the emergence of a colossal wild boar. Startled, Chu Muyang sprang to his feet, gripping the spear tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the wild boar that stood not far away. Undoubtedly, it was the same boar he had encountered on 2 previous occasions. Truly, fate had brought them together once more. However, it appeared notably weaker than before. The row of teats beneath its belly was sunken, and the wounds inflicted by the bamboo spikes were caked with mud, indicating that the boar had attempted to staunch its bleeding in its own manner. The tenacity of this wild boar was commendable, despite sustaining such grievous injuries. It had not succumbed, earning Chu Muyang's respect. What to do? Perhaps retreating would be prudent. Engaging the wild boar single-handedly felt daunting, even with the knowledge that it was injured. As Chu Muyang assessed the situation, his mind raced with potential strategies. Meanwhile, the wild boar remained in place, equally scrutinizing this bipedal creature before it. The weapon in the creature's grasp appeared formidable, and the boar's injuries were indeed severe. It had rested in a muddy pit for an entire day and night, regaining some strength yet going without food, leaving it quite weakened. This morning, it had ventured out to forage, only to encounter this fearsome biped, stirring a sense of panic within the wild boar, which began to contemplate retreat. The current situation could be likened to a standoff, where both parties feared the other, wary that a retreat might provoke an attack. After a prolonged stalemate, it was the wild boar that made the first move. However, It was not an offensive maneuver, but rather a gradual retreat. The wild boar sensed its slim chances of success, knowing that its piglets awaited at home, and thus resolved to withdraw. Nevertheless, upon observing the boar take several steps back, Chu Muyang felt a tightening in his core, instantaneously igniting his adrenaline. Was it attempting to create distance and charge at him? Chu Muyang thought, strike first, and the latter will suffer. I cannot afford to grant you this opportunity. With this resolve, he sprang forth like a leopard, leaping forward with resolute strides, spear in hand, charging towards the wild boar. The two were merely a few meters apart. In an instant, Chu Muyang closed the distance, muscles tensed as he gripped the spear tightly, channeling all his strength into a thrust aimed at the boar. At that moment, the boar had just turned around, still unprepared to flee, when Chu Muyang's spear plunged deeply into its back. The boar let out a horrific shriek, its body convulsing violently as it thrashed about, desperately attempting to dislodge the spear, emitting a cacophony of anguished cries, a sound one could understand by witnessing the slaughter of a pig during the New Year festivities. Chu Muyang's spear, dislodged by the boar's frantic movements, slipped from his grasp, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. At that moment, he could no longer think of dispatching the boar. He scrambled backward, rolling away, now unarmed and nearly depleted of energy from that previous strike. His only thought was to escape. Although the boar had already been significantly weakened, the deep penetration of the spear into its body had awakened its feral rage. After several futile attempts to shake off the spear, it ceased its efforts, fixing its bloodshot gaze upon Chu Muyang, bellowing fiercely as it charged towards his retreating form. This was a frenzied assault fueled by the boar's remaining strength. Chu Muyang had just managed to crawl beside a large rock, leaning against it. When he saw the boar, weighing over 300 pounds, barreling towards him, the spear still embedded in its body. The terrifying sight could send even the faint-hearted into a panic. The distance of a mere 10 meters was traversed by the boar with astonishing speed. Should it collide with him directly, even if he survived, he would likely never need to purchase a bus ticket again. Chu Muyang's heart sank, realizing the gravity of his predicament. In that critical moment, he had no time for elaborate maneuvers. He could only brace himself with his left hand against the ground, using the slight resistance to awkwardly roll to the right, desperately evading the boar's frontal assault. A resounding crash echoed as the two impacts occurred almost simultaneously. Although Chu Muyang managed to evade the brunt of the boar's charge, he was still not entirely spared. He felt as though his left thigh had been grazed by a heavy truck, the boar's sharp tusks carving a long gash from which blood gushed forth. Chu Muyang let out a pained cry, his left leg nearly rendered numb. The boar fared no better, having expended its force crashing into the boulder, the violent recoil rendering it unconscious. Meanwhile, a fissure began to slowly emerge in the colossal boulder that had been struck by the wild boar, gradually widening. From within the stone, one could faintly hear the sound of gears clicking, ceasing only when the crack had opened to nearly the width of a person. However, at that moment, Chu Muyang was oblivious to these sounds and the unfolding scene of the boulder-esque fracture. With his left hand pressed against the wound on his thigh, he desperately crawled a few steps outward, fearful that the boar might awaken at any moment, which would certainly spell his doom. After observing the boar from a distance and realizing it was unlikely to regain consciousness soon, he began to devise a method to tend to his injury. He needed to staunch the bleeding first. His left hand was already drenched in crimson. Enduring excruciating pain, he retrieved a multifunctional dagger with trembling hands, severed a portion of his sleeve, and fashioned a strip of fabric, which he tightly bound above the wound on his thigh. He then used the remaining cloth to dress the injury. For now, this would have to suffice. He silently prayed that he had not damaged a major artery. Turning his gaze toward the wild boar, he noted that it had yet to awaken, a testament to the ferocity of the recent collision. He knew he must eliminate it first, otherwise he would face dire consequences upon its awakening. Gritting his teeth, Chu Muyang rose unsteadily, dragging his injured leg as he limped toward the boar. As he approached, he gripped the spear with both hands, letting out a fierce shout as he forcefully yanked it out of the boar's body, intending to deliver a fatal blow. To his astonishment, as he extracted the spear, the boar jolted awake in response to the agonizing pain. What the hell? How is it still alive? Chu Muyang exclaimed in sulk, instinctively retreating a few steps while brandishing the spear, prepared for a fight. The boar, now awake, staggered to its feet and glanced at Chu Muyang. Strangely, it did not launch another attack. Instead, it turned and fled, noticing the absence of ferocity in the boar's gaze. Chu Muyang had no time to ponder further and pursued after it in the direction it had dashed. Chapter 43. I Still Have Children. The injured wild boar, now devoid of any aggression, presented a fortuitous opportunity that Chu Muyang could not afford to overlook. He had encountered this wild boar thrice already. As the saying goes, things come in threes. Moreover, if one does not eliminate the roots, the spring breeze will bring them back to life. If he failed to seize this moment and vanquish it, he would undoubtedly regret it once it regained its strength. Today, it was a matter of either its demise or his survival, Chu Muyang thought resolutely. Thus, despite his injured thigh hindering his speed and risking further tearing of the wound, he was determined not to squander this rare chance. Fortunately, the wild boar ahead was also gravely wounded, stumbling as it ran, its pace considerably slowed. The pursuit continued until they arrived at the base of a towering tree. Surrounded by dense thickets, the wild boar dashed into the underbrush and vanished from sight. Chu Muyang followed closely, brandishing his spear as he pushed through the foliage, only to witness a scene that would remain etched in his memory forever. Behind the thicket stood a grand tree, beneath which lay a vast hollow, a clear indication that this was the wild boar's lair. Inside the hollow, the wild boar lay feebly on the ground, its head barely lifted to gaze at the approaching Chu Muyang. Alongside the injured boar were 3 piglets, seemingly born only recently. One of the piglets clung to its mother's teats, desperately nursing, yet the mother's breasts appeared flat, offering no sustenance. The other 2 piglets lay motionless on the ground, neglecting to seek nourishment from their mother. Understanding dawned upon Chu Muyang. The wild boar had not retreated to attack, but rather to escape. No wonder it had endured such severe injuries to return to its den. It yearned to feed its young one last time. As he gazed into the mother boar's eyes, he noticed tears glistening within, a silent plea emanating from her gaze. He realized she was imploring him to spare her offspring. Who says that animals lack emotion? This wild boar conveyed to Chu Muyang the profound depth of maternal love, a love that transcends species. As he met the wild boar's beseeching eyes, he gradually nodded in understanding. Upon seeing the bipedal creature acknowledge her, the wild boar could no longer hold on. She closed her eyes slowly, surrendering to her fate. Chu Muyang stood in silence for a moment, moved by the poignant scene. Once he regained his composure, he approached the 3 piglets. The strongest one continued to suckle at its mother's teat, blissfully unaware of her passing. The other 2 remained still, unresponsive as before. After a thorough examination, Chu Muyang shook his head and sighed. These 2 piglets showed no signs of life, suggesting they had perished before the mother's return, likely succumbing to starvation given their frail condition. The 3 piglets were small, measuring only about 50 to 60 centimeters in length, and upon lifting them, he guessed they weighed no more than 5 or 6 pounds. Chu Muyang found himself in a dilemma. How should he handle this heart-wrenching situation? The little pig, having already made a promise to its mother, decided to bring it back for Ruoxue to care for, as her somewhat introverted nature would provide a companion for the piglet. The mother pig was far too heavy, and given the injuries sustained, it was clear that handling her was not feasible at the moment. The pressing question remained: what to do with the 2 deceased piglets? After pondering for a while, Chu Muyang chastised himself for his overly compassionate heart. With the piglets now lifeless, the most sensible choice would be to roast them for a meal. Otherwise, leaving them here would result in them being consumed by other wild beasts. What was he hesitating for? Moreover, he was still injured, although the bleeding had ceased. He needed to return swiftly for treatment and rest. Having made his decision, Chu Muyang cut a vine nearby and bound the 2 deceased piglets together, lifting them with a spear. The only surviving piglet was easily cradled in his arms. Although he was carrying 3 piglets, they were not overly large, weighing together no more than a dozen pounds, so the burden was manageable. The true challenge lay in his injured leg, which impeded his movement, forcing him to proceed slowly toward the cave. The wild boar's den was in an area he had not previously explored, but fortunately, it was not far, and the trail he had left earlier was still evident enough to guide him. The piglet in his arms initially fumbled about, seemingly searching for its mother's teat, prompting Chu Muyang to gently pat its head. It immediately quieted down, letting out a few soft grunts as if protesting against his perceived cruelty. Would this silly pig mistake him for his mother? If it craved milk, it should seek Lin Ruoxue instead. He certainly had none to offer. No, in fact, Ruoxue herself did not have any milk at present. As he walked, Chu Muyang found amusement in his thoughts, making the journey back less lonely. Along the way, he stumbled upon a wild fruit tree adorned with numerous fruits resembling oranges, half green and half yellow, clearly not yet ripe. On a whim, he picked a few to feed the piglet. The little creature was not finicky, quickly devouring the offering, likely starved. Chu Muyang tasted half of one and found it unbearably sour, unable to continue, so he discarded the remaining half. After a leisurely hour of walking, nearing noon, he finally spotted the silhouette of the cave. Coincidentally, Lin Ruoxue was also returning at that moment. She had been concerned that Chu Muyang might struggle to find food and had gone back to the previous location to dig up some kudzu root. From a distance, Chu Muyang called out, "Ruoxue, Ruoxue, come out and see what I brought back." Hearing his voice, Lin Ruoxue hurriedly emerged from the cave. From afar, she noticed Chu Muyang appearing to carry something, prompting her to rush towards him. "Ruoxue, quickly hold this piglet. Be careful, it has a few teeth. Don't get hurt." Lin Ruoxue, astonished, mechanically took the piglet from him. How had he gone out in search of food and returned with a living piglet? The piglet snuggled into Lin Ruoxue's embrace, letting out soft grunts and nuzzling against her chest affectionately. As Chu Muyang released the piglet, a sense of relief washed over him, and he chuckled while making his way towards the cave, saying, "Ruoxue, take a look behind me. What do you see? Surprised, aren't you? Today, we shall feast on roasted suckling pig, though the outcome depends on your culinary skills." Lin Ruoxue initially gazed at the two piglets dangling from the back of Chu Muyang's spear, her expression one of astonishment. Subsequently, she noticed his uneven gait, and finally, her eyes fell upon the blood-soaked fabric of his left thigh, where a bandage was hastily tied. "Muyang, how did you get injured?" Lin Ruoxue exclaimed, quickly placing the piglets on the ground and rushing to inspect Chu Muyang's wound. Speaking of his injury, Chu Muyang let out a bitter smile. "It was the doing of these foolish pigs, mother, but it's much better now. I'm no longer bleeding." Lin Ruoxue swiftly took the spear, along with the piglets, and set them down before gently assisting Chu Muyang into the cave. The piglets, placed on the ground, seemed displeased, grunting as they trailed behind Lin Ruoxue into the cave. At that moment, Lin Ruoxue had no time to attend to the piglets. Once she helped Chu Muyang sit down, she began to examine his wound. As she untied the fabric binding his thigh, her eyes widened at the gruesome gash, a staggering 20 centimeters long. She gasped, covering her mouth in shock, tears welling in her enchanting peach blossom eyes. "Muyang, how could you be hurt so severely?" Chapter 44. "Peppa Pig, I shall first disinfect you," Lin Ruoxue said as she wiped away her tears. She turned to retrieve the sea salt they had extracted, dissolving a small amount in rainwater to create a saline solution intended for cleansing Chu Muyang's wound. "Muyang, bear with me," Lin Ruoxue cautioned as she carefully poured the saline onto his injury. Initially, Chu Muyang had been in relatively good spirits, assured by the miraculous properties of his jade pendant, and thus unconcerned about the wound. However, as he beheld Lin Ruoxue approaching with the saline, he could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. Isn't this akin to rubbing salt into the wound? "Ruoxue, is it truly necessary to use saline? Please be gentle." At the moment the saline made contact with the wound, he could not stifle a cry of discomfort. "I'm so sorry." Lin Ruoxue's voice trembled as she apologized. "It's all right. It's just a bit painful," he managed to say, "but Ruoxue, is it not enough?" Another cry escaped him as she continued. Though Lin Ruoxue felt a pang of sympathy, her hands did not falter until the entire contents of the saline container were dispensed. Chu Muyang was left gasping for breath. "Now, Muyang, you must remove your trousers. I need to re-bandage the wound, she stated, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Must I really remove my trousers? That seems inappropriate. Please don't peek. He jested, yet his hands were already deftly shedding his trousers, leaving him clad in only his undergarments. Lin Ruoxue rummaged through her backpack, retrieving a tourniquet and Yunnan Baiyao, both of which Chu Muyang had previously packed. Fortunately, they were of great utility now. The bleeding had ceased, and all that was required was a sprinkle of Yunnan Baiyao, followed by a simple bandaging with the tourniquet, ensuring it did not touch the wound. Given their circumstances, they had no better options. Despite her embarrassment, Lin Ruoxue maintained a steady hand, her face flushed and perspiration beading on her forehead as she gently applied the Yunnan Baiyao to the wound and secured the tourniquet around Chu Muyang's thigh. Throughout this process, he observed her with a smile, internally acknowledging how fortunate he was to have such a wonderful wife. At last, after the bandaging was complete, Lin Ruoxue retrieved a spare pair of work pants from the backpack. Muyang, could you please put these on yourself? Ah, this is rather inconvenient. I can hardly move my legs. Ruoxue, would you assist me? Faced with his reluctance, Lin Ruoxue found it difficult to comply, remarking, You didn't mention it would be inconvenient when you took them off. With great effort, she helped him into the trousers despite his lack of cooperation. During this time, her delicate hands inadvertently brushed against his skin, and he found her touch to be exquisitely soft, akin to silk. Once the trousers were secured, Chu Muyang could no longer contain himself and gently embraced Lin Ruoxue. Initially, her body stiffened in surprise, but she gradually reciprocated, wrapping her arms around him as tears streamed down her cheeks. Muyang, how could you sustain such grave injuries? You frighten me so. As Chu Muyang relished the fragrance of the jasmine, he slowly recounted the events of the morning. Although the narrative was brief, it was nothing short of breathtaking. Lin Ruoxue, at times covering her mouth in astonishment and at others gripping Chu Muyang's back with palpable tension, occasionally gasped in surprise. When he finished his tale, the little pig beside them began to grunt, seemingly vying for attention and expressing its dissatisfaction with the neglect it had endured. Lin Ruoxue, still unaccustomed to the intimacy between them, instinctively withdrew from Chu Muyang's embrace upon hearing the pig's sounds. This must be the little pig that the wild boar was so desperately trying to return to nurse, she thought, feeling a surge of emotion upon hearing the entire story. She gently lifted the small creature from the ground, touched by the greatness of the mother boar. So, we're going to take care of this little pig, are we? Lin Ruoxue inquired softly. What other choice do we have? You see, that wild boar possesses a certain spirit. It kept its gaze fixed on me until I nodded, after which it closed its eyes. Since I made a promise, whether it be to a person or a pig, we must uphold our word. However, henceforth, it will be your responsibility to care for it, Chu Muyang remarked, observing the maternal glow radiating from Lin Ruoxue as she cradled the little pig, feeling a sense of helplessness. All right, I shall look after it. It must be hungry. I will prepare a meal for both of you, she replied, the inclusion of the pig evident in her words. Oh, and Muyang, I nearly forgot. You need to take some anti-inflammatory medication to prevent infection in your wound. With that, Lin Ruoxue rummaged through her backpack to find their limited supply of medication, handing it to Chu Muyang before she began to prepare lunch. Given the time-consuming nature of handling the little pig and Chu Muyang's limited mobility, she opted not to roast it, but instead to focus on the kudzu root she had dug up, just as she had done before, planning to make pot stickers and noodles. While Lin Ruoxue busied herself, Chu Muyang entertained the little pig, coaxing it into a series of grunts. Ruoxue, since you're going to take care of it from now on, why not give a name? He suggested. Naming it? Lin Ruoxue paused her work, pondering for a moment before shaking her head. I'm not very good at naming things. Perhaps you could help it find a name? After a moment's thought, Chu Muyang chuckled. When it comes to naming such a creature, the only name that springs to mind is Peppa Pig. Why not call it Peppa? Lin Ruoxue laughed in response. Then it's settled. Peppa is a lovely name for our little pig. All right, did you hear that? From now on, you shall be called Peppa Pig. When we call Peppa, we are calling you, understand? Chu Muyang addressed the pig, which grunted in apparent comprehension. Now, I'm feeling a bit tired. Peppa, go and play with your mother while your father takes a nap. Ruoxue, I appreciate your help, Chu Muyang said. Turning to Lin Ruo Shui, she promptly approached to assist him, guiding him to their straw bed. You should rest for a while, Muyang. I will call you when the meal is ready. After an intense battle in the morning, Chu Muyang, weary and wounded, soon succumbed to slumber, his gentle snores filling the air. Beneath the unseen folds of his clothing, the jade pendant he possessed emitted a faint glow, gradually mending his injuries. Meanwhile, Peppa Pig, filled with curiosity, observed Lin Ruo Shui as she busied herself. This world was a marvel to it, a stark contrast to the previous life spent waiting in a hollow tree for its mother to return, brimming with inquisitiveness. As Lin Ruo Shui meticulously prepared kudzu root, she would occasionally slice off a few pieces to offer to Peppa, which it promptly devoured. It seemed to have quite an appetite, Lin Ruo Shui remarked with a smile. By the time she completed the lunch preparations, an hour had elapsed. She softly called out to Chu Muyang several times, yet he remained undisturbed. Gazing at the peacefully sleeping Chu Muyang, her heart swelled with compassion and concern. She resolved to let him rest undisturbed, allowing him to sleep to his heart's content. Chapter 45. Discovery. Chun Haifeng was still alive, having survived after consuming half of a lizard. Zhao Hu and the others felt reassured after dark, confirming that the lizard was indeed edible. However, when Wang Taijun presented another roasted lizard to Qin Shaojia, he hesitated, biting his lip, unwilling to take a bite. His life held far greater value than others. Despite having indulged in various delicacies, he had never encountered anything as grotesque as a lizard, which was also teeming with potential viruses. Even though Wang Taijun assured him that Chun Haifeng had tested it first, Qin Shaojia remained apprehensive, aware that each individual's constitution varied. The dire conditions of the island, lacking in medical resources, made it unwise to take such risks. If he abstained, his 3 girlfriends naturally followed suit, their trepidation evident as they observed the fluctuating expressions on Qin Shaojia's face. Wang Taijun, noticing the discomfort, proposed a solution. Qin, how about I endeavor to catch a couple of wild chickens tomorrow? I discovered evidence of their presence today. Roasted chicken would surely be more palatable than this lizard. Our brothers have not had a decent meal in days. If I were to share the lizard with them, they would undoubtedly pledge even greater loyalty to you. Upon hearing this, Qin Shaojia readily accepted the suggestion. You make a valid point, Taijun. Let us bestow the lizard upon our comrades. They've been working hard lately. As for me, I would prefer a grilled fish, one that is tender and succulent, he instructed. Wang Taijun nodded in agreement and set off to prepare the fish. This inadvertently benefited the remaining few. Wang Taijun, without hesitation, shared the lizard, while Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, both trained in wilderness survival, felt no psychological burden. Even Zhang Yuantao and Li Tai could not resist indulging in several generous portions, as their meals had been rather meager of late. Chen Haifeng, on the other hand, found himself fortuitously feasting on lizard meat. The following morning, Wang Taijun designated Zhang Yuantao and Li Tai to gather water and fish, while Zhang Long was tasked with ensuring Qin Shaojia's safety. He, accompanied by Zhao Hu and Chen Haifeng, ventured into the mountains in search of wild chickens. As Chen Haifeng faced the prospect of another arduous journey, a frown creased his brow. His efforts yielded little reward in the past few days on the deserted island. Yet he dared not voice his dissent and dutifully followed along. Silence enveloped them until they arrived at the peculiar boulders they had discovered the previous day. After a brief respite, Wang Taijun and Zhao Hu began to fashion traps in the vicinity. Chen Haifeng was assigned to scout for other animals or beasts nearby. Once they had distanced themselves, Chen Haifeng plopped down onto the ground, leaning against a massive stone for a rest. It's always the honest ones who get bullied. He lamented inwardly. He knew that upon their return, any laborious tasks, such as gathering firewood, would inevitably fall to him. Seizing the moment, he decided to take a short nap, figuring that it would be a while before Wang Taijun and Zhao Hu completed their work. Every night, several grown men find themselves crammed into a rudimentary shelter, besieged by the pungent odor of unwashed feet, while enduring the torturous sounds of grinding teeth and snoring. The experience is utterly unbearable, and Chen Haifeng has not enjoyed a single restful night. In a state of drowsiness, he was roused by the rustling of nearby sounds. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to discover a small lizard at his feet. Although diminutive in size, it startled him nonetheless. Instinctively, he sprang to his feet and attempted to kick the creature away. The little lizard, equally alarmed, scurried up a large rock. Chen Haifeng, still shaken and filled with indignation, felt as though everyone on this island was tormenting him. Now even a lizard was adding to his woes. After all, he had consumed half a lizard the previous day, and yet here was another daring to provoke him. Seizing a stone from the ground, he hurled it at the lizard. The stone struck the massive rock with a resounding thud, but alas, it did not hit its mark. He quickly picked up another stone, but before he could throw it, he noticed the lizard had already scurried to the other side of the rock. This side faced the beach, with a sheer cliff below. Seeing the lizard attempt to escape, he dashed to the cliff's edge, intent on pursuing it. If he managed to capture the lizard, he might have some meat to eat. Having grown less averse to the idea after his previous meal, upon reaching the cliff's edge, he witnessed the lizard dart into a crevice of the large rock, vanishing from sight. The surface of the rock was overgrown with vines, and initially, Chen Haifeng believed the lizard had hidden within them. After waiting for a while, without any sign of the creature re-emerging, he threw the stone in the direction where the lizard had disappeared and shook the vines vigorously. Yet the lizard did not reappear. What could this mean? Was there an empty space inside the rock? Doubts began to swirl in his mind. However, the lizard had vanished into a part of the rock facing the beach, and from his position on the cliff, he could not discern the precise situation. After waiting in vain, he reluctantly decided to abandon his pursuit. Just then, Wang Tanjun and Zhao Hu returned, empty-handed except for a few wild fruits they had gathered. Chen Haifeng eagerly approached them, taking the fruits while inquiring, "Brother Jun, did you catch any wild chickens?" Wang Tianjun glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "It's not that simple. We set several traps nearby today. Let us check again tomorrow to see if there's any success." With that, he paid Chen Haifeng no further attention and resumed examining the large rock, occasionally picking up stones to tap against it. This behavior left Chen Haifeng perplexed. "Brother Jun, do you still suspect something is amiss with this rock?" Zhao Hu voiced Chen Haifeng's curiosity. Wang Tianjun merely nodded slightly, remaining silent. After studying the rock for a while longer, he ultimately conceded defeat. "All right, let's head back. We should see if Tai and the others have had any luck fishing and gather some firewood to take with us." Chen Haifeng trailed behind the two, his sense of bewilderment deepening. Wang Taijun appears to be quite intrigued by this stone. Should I inform him of the lizard that burrowed inside? There might indeed be something amiss with this stone. After pondering for a while, he ultimately decided to remain silent for the time being. Perhaps when hunger strikes him again, he could share this clue with Wang Taijun, potentially earning a morsel of food in return. Yes, that shall be his course of action. Chapter 46. Roasted suckling pig Lin Ruoxue resolved to allow Chu Muyang to awaken naturally. She contemplated that upon his emergence from slumber, he would undoubtedly be famished, having had no sustenance since the meager pot stickers. With ample time at her disposal, she decided to roast one of the wild piglets. As she stepped outside the cave, her gaze settled upon the two piglets bound together. Selecting the plumper of the two, she armed herself with her knife and made her way towards the seaside to process the piglet. To her surprise, the little piglet, Peppa, scampered after her, its short legs wobbling adorably. Amused, Lin Ruoxue slowed her pace, concerned that Peppa might struggle to keep up. Upon reaching the shore, she methodically gutted and cleaned the piglet, ensuring not to discard the skin, which she intended to boil for a broth. Noticing Peppa's grimy appearance, she took the opportunity to give the little creature a bath. Returning to the cave, Lin Ruoxue first skewered the piglet with branches, then secured it with vines. She generously rubbed a layer of salt over its surface and set it aside to absorb the flavors. This wild boar represented their first catch since arriving on the island, and it deserved meticulous preparation. Ideally, it would emerge golden brown and crisp, tender on the inside, ensuring Chu Muyang would relish every bite. She placed several thick logs into the fire pit and blew gently to stoke the flames, yet she refrained from placing the piglet over the fire just yet. She waited until the flames had nearly extinguished and the pit was filled with glowing embers before finally suspending the wild boar above the heat. Peppa watched curiously as its sibling was positioned over the flames, emitting excited oinks. Growing bored, it soon lay beside the pot stickers, its eyes fixated on the food. Seeing this, Lin Ruoxue tossed a few noodles and a pot sticker to Peppa, who devoured them eagerly. However, the little piglet's gaze returned to the pot stickers, prompting Lin Ruoxue to caution. "You can't eat too much, dear Peppa. Chu Muyang will be awake soon and will need to eat as well. Later, you can have the leftover bones from your father." Recalling how Chu Muyang had just playfully referred to himself as Peppa's father, Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that this made her Peppa's mother. Strangely intuitive, Peppa appeared to comprehend her words, abandoning the notion of the pot stickers and instead settled by the campfire, curiously observing its former sibling as it gradually transformed into a golden, crispy delicacy, to achieve a perfectly roasted piglet with a crisp skin and tender meat. One of the secrets lies in cooking over low heat rather than high flames. Thus, Lin Ruoxue exhibited remarkable patience throughout the process, which lasted for 2 to 3 hours. Eventually, Peppa, having grown weary of watching its brother, curled up and fell asleep nearby. At this juncture, the roasted piglet was nearly complete. Its exterior indeed a beautiful golden crisp. Fat dripped onto the fire, producing a tantalizing sizzle, filling the cave with an aroma that whetted the appetite. Lin Ruoxue wiped the beads of sweat from her brow. The endeavor had demanded considerable effort, but the end was in sight. The thought of Chu Muyang awakening to indulge in the feast brought an involuntary smile to her lips. Chu Muyang was roused by the enticing aroma that wafted through the air. As he opened his eyes, the first sensation that struck him was hunger, his stomach growling incessantly. The second sensation was the aroma. The entire cave was filled with the delectable scent of roasted, suckling pig. Instantly invigorated, he turned his gaze towards the fire. Lin Ruoxue, hearing the commotion, glanced back at Chu Muyang and gently remarked, "Muyang, you're awake. Just in time. The roasted pig is ready to eat. Come over and have a taste." As Chu Muyang approached Lin Ruoxue, saliva pooling in his mouth, he could not resist reaching out for the enticing roast boar. "Be careful, it's still very hot," Lin Ruoxue hurriedly cautioned. But it was too late. With a pained grunt, Chu Muyang realized he had indeed burned himself. "Muyang, don't rush. Let me set it down to cool for a moment. How is your body feeling?" Lin Ruoxue inquired with concern. Chu Muyang chuckled lightly, attempting to move his injured left leg. It still throbbed a bit, but it should be manageable now. At that moment, little Peppa the pig, awakened by the noise, nestled at Lin Ruoxue's feet, casting curious glances at Chu Muyang while uttering a few squeaks. "What are you staring at, you silly pig? You've always been so gluttonous. Be careful, or one day you might end up on the spit yourself." Chu Muyang thought to himself, though he said aloud, "Peppa, what are you looking at? Have you called for your daddy yet? If not, you want to get any dinner tonight." Peppa, upon hearing this, turned her head away, clearly disinterested. "Muyang, it's time to eat," Lin Ruoxue called out. "I'll spare you for now. Daddy will eat first." Temporarily putting Peppa aside, Chu Muyang turned to tear off a hind leg of the roasted pig, bringing it to his mouth. The savory aroma was irresistible, and he could no longer contain himself, taking a hearty bite. "Wow, this is absolutely divine. It melts in your mouth. To think I could enjoy such a delicacy on this deserted island. Ruoxue, your culinary skills are remarkable," he exclaimed, rapidly devouring the pig's leg. Before long, he had picked it clean, smiling as he tossed the bone to Peppa. "Here, enjoy this, a treat from Daddy." Little Peppa had been eagerly awaiting this moment. She began to gnaw on it, though her teeth were not fully developed, rendering the bone too tough to chew. She could only nibble on the remaining flesh. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxue quietly watched Chu Muyang relish his meal, a gentle smile gracing her face. "Ruoxue, you should join me," Chu Muyang urged, tearing off another piece of pig leg and offering it to her. Seeing her hesitation, he added, "If you don't eat, then I won't either." With no choice, Lin Ruoxue began to take small bites. The roasted suckling pig afforded Chu Muyang a sumptuous feast, filling him with immense satisfaction. However, the pig was not large. Once roasted, it weighed only about 3 kilograms, leaving him only half satiated. Noticing that Lin Ruoxue and Peppa were still engaged in their meal, he recalled that he had not checked his fish traps all day. After bidding them farewell, he set out to inspect his traps, intending to bring the leftover pig to the seaside for processing. After checking the 5 traps, the yield was modest. Only a few blue crabs and a handful of small fish. Chu Muyang, undeterred, returned to the cave with his modest harvest and the clean pig. Inside, Lin Ruoxue had already boiled a pot of water and was preparing to add the pig's offal. "Impressive, my Ruoxue. Are we having hot pot? I also have some offal from the pig," he praised, handing her the freshly acquired offal. "Indeed, the offal from this pig is difficult to preserve. If left in the cave, I fear it may attract flies. You surely haven't had your fill either, so I thought it best to simply cook it together," Lin Ruoxue remarked as she busied herself. That evening, Chu Muyang felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. The two of them enjoyed the finest and most satisfying meal since arriving on the island. Chu Muyang ate until his belly was round and full, and the remaining offal was generously shared with Peiqi, who, unparticular in her tastes, savored every bite with delight. In the end, the two collaborated to preserve the remaining small pig and the bounty of fish they had gathered, preparing it for their meal the following day. Chapter 47: The Vanished Corpse of the Sow. The following day, as was customary, Lin Ruoxue rose early to prepare a breakfast from the seafood left over from the previous night. After a hearty meal, and considering Chu Muyang's injuries and Lin Ruoxue's fatigue from her physiological cycle, the two had retired for the night rather early. However, they had planned for the day ahead, as Chu Muyang intended to take Lin Ruoxue to explore the lair of Peppa and her kin, to see if they could recover the carcass of the large wild boar. The sow weighed around 300 jin, and if they could bring it back, their food supply would be secured for a considerable time. Initially, Lin Ruoxue hesitated, as it was Peppa's mother. "Chu Muyang, Genti, Persit, Hef, Ru. Our survival is at stake. We are barely managing to get by. The sow has perished, and there is no way to reverse that. We must continue living, not just for ourselves, but also for Peppa. Wouldn't this be your mother's wish? If we can return with Peppa alive, wouldn't the spirit of her mother find peace? Would she mind the sacrifice of her physical form?" Lin Ruoxue was left both amused and exasperated by Chu Muyang's twisted logic, ultimately conceding to his reasoning. After finishing breakfast, Lin Ruoxue treated Chu Muyang's wounds once more. To her astonishment, she noticed that his injuries had begun to scab over. Chu Muyang, unable to reveal the secret of the pendant, attributed his swift healing to the Yunnan Bai Yao. "Ruoxue, this is not surprising. It is indeed Yunnan Bai Yao, and I might have procured the authentic, undiluted variety. Hence, rapid healing is quite normal." With no further explanations, Lin Ruoxue accepted his words. They gathered their supplies, armed themselves, and under Chu Muyang's guidance, set off towards Peppa's former home. Peppa, reluctant to stay behind in the burrow, clung to Lin Ruoxue with her short legs, compelling the duo to take her along. As they traversed the mountainous path, Chu Muyang felt the ache in his injured thigh. It still hurt somewhat, but as long as he avoided strenuous activity, it did not hinder his regular movement. He marveled at the pendant's efficacy, realizing he had truly stumbled upon a treasure, with Lin Ruoxue being his lucky star. Upon reaching the summit, Chu Muyang and Lin Ruoxue surveyed the volcano, which exhibited minor activity daily, typically in the afternoon. Chu Muyang's hopes for rescue had begun to wane. It was now the 11th day since their arrival on the island and the 12th since the shipwreck. Logically, assistance should have arrived by now, suggesting that unforeseen circumstances had delayed their rescue. Regardless, they needed to prepare for a prolonged struggle, which was why Chu Muyang was so insistent on retrieving the sow's carcass. After a brief respite, they resumed their journey and soon approached the vicinity of Peppa's old home. At this moment, Peppa began to exhibit excitement, recalling her 2-month residence there vividly. "Almost there, Ruoxue. Do you see that tall tree ahead? There's a hollow at its base. That's Peppa's old home," Chu Muyang explained as he led the way. As they reached the outer edge of the final thicket, they would soon behold the tree hollow. At this moment, Peiqi began to behave unusually. It incessantly whimpered, tugging at Lin Ruoxue's pant leg with its teeth, displaying an alarming anxiety. Something is amiss, Ruoxue, be cautious. Upon noticing Peiqi's unsettling demeanor, Chu Muyang was beset by a sense of unease. Animals possess an instinctual awareness of danger far superior to that of humans, as frequently depicted in various films and news reports. Witnessing Peiqi's distressing behavior, Chu Muyang could not help but feel a surge of vigilance. Ruoxue, you and Peiqi remain outside to keep watch while I investigate. Muyang, take care, Lin Ruoxue replied softly, grasping her spear and scanning the surroundings with alertness. Taking a deep breath, Chu Muyang felt the reassuring weight of the fire axe at his side, grasping the spear with both hands as he cautiously advanced. As he navigated through the dense underbrush, he soon beheld the site within the tree hollow. It was utterly empty, devoid of anything. Chu Muyang was taken aback. How could this be? Where was the corpse of the sow? The pig had weighed over 300 pounds. Even if he and Lin Ruoxue had come together, they had never intended to carry it away in one go. Their plan had been to chop it into smaller pieces with the axe and transport in batches. Yet now, astonishingly, it was nowhere to be found. Who could have possibly removed such a hefty wild boar in its entirety? Filled with questions, Chu Muyang approached to examine the scene more closely. He noticed a small pool of blood on the ground, likely from the wound the sow had sustained the previous day, with no signs of dismemberment. However, drag marks were distinctly visible. Judging by the appearance of the flattened underbrush, it was evident that the sow had been dragged away. What kind of force could possibly achieve such a feat? A chill ran down his spine, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. He quickly stood up, intending to retreat and reunite with Lin Ruoxue, but hesitated, opting instead to follow the drag marks. Though fear coursed through him, he felt compelled to search for any clues that might aid their survival on the deserted island. Regrettably, he soon wished he had not continued, for as he rounded the massive tree, he encountered a scene that froze him to the core. Approximately 20 meters away, a colossal crocodile clutched the corpse of the sow in its jaws, slowly retreating. The path it had taken was strewn with crushed foliage and plants, allowing Chu Muyang to observe clearly. Just how large was this crocodile? Estimating its length, he believed it surpassed 6 meters. To put that into perspective, the average height of a household ceiling is about 3 meters, meaning this creature was nearly the height of 2 stories. It was nothing short of a primordial beast. If one were to seek precise data on this crocodile, they would likely have to consult an encyclopedia. However, if one were to ask Chu Muyang at that moment, his only impression was of its sheer enormity. Truly, it was unfathomably vast. He had never encountered such a gigantic crocodile. Not only had he never seen one, he had never even dared to imagine it. Chu Muyang was utterly astonished, standing there in a daze. Soon, he felt a chilling liquid trickling down his inner thigh. Damp and unmistakable. Indeed, he had lost control. Earlier, when confronted by the 300-pound wild boar, he had merely felt a surge of anxiety, believing he could still fight. However, now, faced with the colossal crocodile, which exceeded 6 meters in length, he was truly terrified to the point of losing composure. This was the despair that accompanied the confrontation with absolute power, leaving him devoid of any thoughts of resistance. The immense crocodile, upon noticing Chu Muyang, halted its retreat, fixating its gaze upon him. Had it not been for the wild boar clutched in its jaws, it might have lunged forward at that very moment. Although Chu Muyang felt as if he were paralyzed under an enchantment, his eyes remained locked onto the beast. Strangely, in the depths of its gaze, he perceived a mixture of vigilance, curiosity, exhilaration, and even a hint of mockery and derision, an intricate tapestry of emotions reflected in those complex eyes. Chapter 48. The fierce battle with the bay crocodile. Upon realizing the mocking and derisive glint in the eyes of the enormous crocodile before him, Chu Muyang inwardly lamented his predicament. Simultaneously, a rustling sound emanated from the foliage to his right, and a massive shadow surged forth, rapidly lunging towards him. Having sensed the complex implications of the crocodile's gaze, an ominous feeling began to settle in Chu Muyang's heart. The noise from the nearby underbrush jolted him from his stupor, yet the speed of the emerging shadow was astonishing. With an injury to his leg, he had but a fleeting moment to thrust his spear to the right, unable to execute any further actions. Yet it was precisely this thrust that saved his life. The creature that had attempted to ambush him was, in fact, another crocodile, though it appeared to be in its juvenile stage, measuring scarcely 3 meters in length. A far cry from the imposing 6-meter giant. Nevertheless, this 3-meter reptile possessed formidable fighting capabilities. Unfortunately for it, its attempt at ambush failed. The first thing that met its jaws was the long, sturdy spear, which it instinctively clamped down upon. With a resounding crack, the meticulously crafted hardwood spear snapped in two, and Chu Muyang was knocked to the ground by the sheer force of the attack. In the midst of this life-threatening crisis, adrenaline surged through Chu Muyang's body once more, prompting him to shout, "Ruo Shui, run." He then rolled away, distancing himself from the young crocodile that had assailed him. Outside, Lin Ruo Shui was anxiously attuned to the commotion within, poised to inquire about Chu Muyang's well-being. However, upon hearing his urgent command to flee, she was resolute. Having faced numerous life-and-death encounters together, their bond had evolved to something akin to that of lovers. Regardless of their relationship's nature, she could not abandon him to escape alone. Without a second thought, she summoned her courage, tightened her grip on her spear, and plunged into the thicket ahead. As she emerged from the brush, she beheld Chu Muyang struggling to rise, with the crocodile advancing menacingly towards him. With a gasp, she instinctively reached out to pull him up, startling the crocodile momentarily, causing it to halt its approach. However, this pause was brief, and it soon resumed its advance towards the pair. Although its 3-meter length was far less intimidating than that of the larger crocodile, it was still a significant shock for Lin Ruo Shui, who encountered such a creature for the first time. Yet, having previously confronted a wild boar weighing over 300 pounds, her heart had grown considerably braver. The crocodile only startled her momentarily before she regained her composure, spear poised defiantly. Seeing the crocodile approach Lin Ruo Shui, Chu Muyang felt an urgency rise within him. He hurled the remaining half of his spear at the reptile, then seized the spear from Lin Ruo Shui's grasp, engaging in a struggle with the creature that had now drawn near. The crocodile, while possessing notable strength, was not particularly adept at direct confrontations, as it primarily relied on ambush tactics to hunt its prey. However, it is precisely for this reason that Chu Muyang was able to contend with the crocodile, which gaped its mouth wide. Nevertheless, his leg bore an injury, rendering his movements rather cumbersome. Soon, the second spear in his hand was bitten in two by the crocodile, causing him to fall to the ground. Lin Ruo Shui, devoid of any weapon, could offer no assistance and was compelled to retreat slightly from the fray, scouring the vicinity for any implement that might prove useful. She spotted some branches and stones, and regardless of their utility, hurled them at the crocodile with abandon. Seeing Chu Muyang fallen, but still at a distance, and with Lin Ruo Shui persistently provoking it, the crocodile's anger was ignited, prompting it to open its massive jaws and crawl toward her. With no weapon in hand, and Chu Muyang down, she retreated hastily, only to stumble over the thicket behind her and crash to the ground. At that moment, Chu Muyang had just managed to rise. Upon witnessing Lin Ruo Shui's fall and the dreadful crocodile advancing toward her, a surge of urgency overwhelmed him, causing his mind to buzz as if it had exploded. He shouted fervently and leaped toward the crocodile. It is worth noting that this juvenile crocodile was rather unfortunate. Its lack of combat experience played in Chu Muyang's favor. His leap fortuitously landed him upon its jaws, effectively closing them shut. Many are unaware that a crocodile's bite force can reach several hundred kilograms, and for a beast exceeding 6 meters in length, it may surpass a ton. However, the strength they possess when opening their mouths is considerably less. Chu Muyang was oblivious to this fact, and even if he were aware, he would not dare exploit it against the creature. He had merely acted out of instinct to protect Lin Ruo Shui, inadvertently managing to pin the crocodile's jaws. Initially resigned to his fate, Chu Muyang soon realized, after some time, that the crocodile could not open its mouth. It writhed violently, attempting to dislodge him. Fueled by adrenaline, his mind raced, and upon recognizing the crocodile's predicament, he exclaimed, "Heaven is aiding me." He reached out with his right hand to execute a bear choke hold on the creature, while his left hand sought his waist, fumbling until he drew forth a sharp fire axe. Once in possession of the axe, Chu Muyang went into a frenzy, hacking at the crocodile with wild abandon. At that moment, Lin Ruo Shui had also managed to rise, seizing the broken spear nearby and targeting the creature's vulnerable spots, its eyes and nostrils, with frantic thrusts. The duration of their assault was uncertain. They were simply aware that beneath them, the crocodile was gradually growing still. When both finally halted, fatigued and breathless,
They discovered the creature had succumbed, its body marred by over a dozen axe strikes, and Lin Ruo Shui had relentlessly punctured its eyes,
causing the fluid within to splatter onto them. With his back to the earth and gasping for breath, Chu Muyang lay there, his muscles aching and yearning for respite. Lin Ruo Shui fared somewhat better, seated before him, her chest rising and falling violently, yet she too was not in a much better state. As Chu Muyang had just calmed his breath and was about to inquire about Lin Ruo Shui's condition, he noticed her sitting there with her pupils dilated, her eyes fixed with unwavering intensity on something behind him, her mouth agape as she emitted a piercing scream. Chu Muyang swore that in all the time they had known each other, he had never witnessed Lin Ruo Shui in such a state of disarray. However, his confusion lasted merely a second before he felt a tightening in his stomach as the image of that colossal crocodile, resembling a prehistoric beast, flashed through his mind. In a swift motion, he turned and sat up, immediately comprehending the situation behind him. As he had suspected, there it was, the enormous crocodile, its terrifying maw wide open, inching closer towards them, now only 4 or 5 meters away. Chapter 49. The mysterious defense works. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, both individuals were utterly exhausted, devoid of the strength to confront the colossal beast before them. Indeed, even in peak condition, facing this prehistoric crocodile would likely be a swift affair, requiring no more than 2 bites. Certainly no third would be necessary. Unable to contend with it, their only recourse was to flee. With the last vestiges of his strength, Chu Muyang grasped Lin Ruo Shui's hand and scrambled through the underbrush. Lin Ruo Shui, still in a state of shock, allowed herself to be pulled along. Upon emerging into the open, they spotted Peppa still on the ground. Chu Muyang, with no time to spare, called out for Peppa to hurry and continued stumbling towards their path of retreat. At that moment, Lin Ruo Shui finally regained her composure and turned to support the injured Chu Muyang. Glancing back, she noticed the little pig had caught up with them. With no time to contemplate anything else, they pressed onward, running headlong into the distance. The trio, 2 humans and a pig, dared not pause for even a moment. They stumbled several times along the way, yet neither uttered a word. They merely picked themselves up and forged ahead, until they reached the open area near the peculiar giant stone. It was here that Chu Muyang could no longer bear the strain and collapsed onto the ground. There was no choice. He simply lacked the energy to continue without a brief respite. Leaning against the stone wall, they both gasped for breath, attempting to calm their racing hearts. Muyang, this place should be safe now, right? Lin Ruo Shui inquired between breaths. It should be safe, Chu Muyang replied, also panting heavily. As far as I know, crocodiles do not pursue over long distances. They are not particularly swift. We are at least 1 or 2 kilometers from Peppa's home, so that creature should not follow us. That was terrifying. That crocodile was far too enormous. Lin Ruo Shui remained shaken. Chu Muyang managed a wry smile, unsure how to respond. When he first laid eyes on the gigantic crocodile, he had been so frightened that he could scarcely move, even soiling himself, though such details were best left unspoken. After resting for a good 10 minutes, they felt somewhat rejuvenated and dared not linger any longer. They decided to return to the cave for a proper rest. Strange, where's Peppa? Lin Ruo Shui remarked, just as she realized she had not seen the little pig shadow. Peppa is missing? Chu Muyang echoed, perplexed. They had only exchanged a few words. Having rested for merely 10 minutes, where could Peppa have gone? Calling out for Peppa, they began to search the vicinity. However, it wasn't long before the familiar sound of Peppa's oinking reached their ears. Hearing its parents' call, the little pig scampered out, but astonishingly, It emerged from within the giant stone. What is happening? Chu Muyang approached the spot with curiosity, perplexed by Peppa's sudden appearance. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a gaping fissure in the stone, wide enough for a person to pass through, as if a door had been slightly ajar. This crevice had actually been opened the previous day when a wild boar collided with it. Although it had been visible, it had been obscured by vines and various plants that clung to the stone surface. Furthermore, during the fierce battle with the wild boar, both Chu Muyang and Lin Ruo Shui had been too focused on the immediate threat to notice it. What is this? Lin Ruo Shui was drawn over, her eyes wide with astonishment. Uncertain, I decided to clear the area first, although I initially intended to return to the cave. The sight of the entrance intrigued both of us. After all, it was unlikely that the crocodiles would pursue us here. We had seemingly escaped the perilous situation. After speaking, Chu Muyang drew the axe from his belt and began to clear away the nearby vines, revealing a gap wide enough for a person to pass through. The two stood in silence, gazing at the opening. This fissure appeared to be a stone door, yet upon closer inspection, Chu Muyang discerned that the outer layer was not stone, but rather something resembling concrete. Behind this fade lay the true entrance, a door made of metal. The more he examined it, the more astonished he became. This massive stone seemed to conceal significant secrets, as it was fortified by such a heavy metal door, masked by a layer of concrete. He tentatively pushed against it, but it did not budge. Peering inside, he found only darkness, devoid of any discernible features. Chu Muyang ceased his examination and stepped back, positioning himself beside Lin Ruo Shui. "Muyang, did you discover anything?" she inquired. After contemplating, he replied, "I have some hypotheses, but they require validation. It is too dark inside, and there may be dangers lurking. Our current state is not conducive to further risks. Let us return and rest before we proceed." With that, he took hold of her hand, urging her to carry Peiqi, and they hurried back toward the cave. Throughout their journey, they exchanged few words. The recent battle with the crocodile had drained them significantly, and the enigmatic stone only fueled their silent speculations. Upon returning to the cave, Chu Muyang cast his belongings aside and collapsed onto the soft, dry straw, unwilling to move again. Within 5 minutes, he was sound asleep. Lin Ruo Shui gently set Peiqi down to play on its own and leaned against the rocky wall to rest. Watching Chu Muyang's fatigued visage filled her heart with tenderness. He had saved her once again that day, and to say she was not moved would be a lie. As she gazed softly at the slumbering Chu Muyang, her mind wandered back to the moments of rescue, a smile creeping on her lips as her cheeks flushed with warmth. After nearly half an hour, feeling slightly rejuvenated, Lin Ruo Shui rose to prepare some food so that when Chu Muyang awoke, he would have something to eat immediately. He slept for over 2 hours, finally stirring around midday. Lin Ruo Shui, who was crafting a second pillow, noticed him waking and promptly stood, saying, "Muyang, you must be hungry. I prepared some food for you." Chu Muyang, feeling revitalized but indeed hungry, grabbed a bowl and remarked, "Ruo Shui, why don't you rest a bit?" "I'm fine. You've borne the brunt of the hardship. If you had tea, save me today." As she spoke, her voice faltered, and tears began to stream down her face. Chu Muyang quickly approached and embraced her, offering soothing words. In that moment, enveloped in her warmth, he felt that all his efforts that day were worthwhile. Once Lin Ruo Shui regained her composure, they shared a meal together. After a simple lunch, Chu Muyang suddenly recalled the peculiar state of his trousers, his face flushing with embarrassment. Wishing to keep this from Lin Ruo Shui, he swiftly changed into another pair. Subsequently, the two began to deliberate on the exploration of the colossal stone. Aware of the inherent dangers and uncertainties associated with venturing into the mysterious space of the stone, Chu Muyang decided to carry his backpack, equipping himself with various tools for unforeseen circumstances, considering the possibility of oxygen deficiency in the enclosed space. He also fashioned a torch, igniting it to take along. Chapter 50. Exploration of the fortress. Returning once more to the colossal stone, Chu Muyang activated his flashlight, illuminating the interior of the monolith from the outside. After casting his gaze around the confined space as thoroughly as possible, he switched off the flashlight and exhaled deeply. Did you discern anything? Lin Ruo Shui inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety. If my assessment is correct, this appears to be a defensive installation, Chu Muyang replied, his words startling. A defensive installation? Lin Ruo Shui's expression was one of disbelief. Yes, indeed a defensive structure. I observed steel helmets, scattered fragments of weaponry, crates containing military supplies, and, quite notably, a skeleton, Chu Muyang articulated slowly. Upon hearing about the skeleton, Lin Ruo Shui covered her mouth in shock. After a moment, she managed to regain her composure. Muyang, what shall we do now? Should we venture inside? Contemplating for a moment, Chu Muyang declared, we must enter. There should be a considerable amount of supplies within that we can utilize. Furthermore, it appears to have been abandoned for many years, so the danger should be minimal. Ruo Shui, come over and assist me in determining whether this door can be pushed open. The two approached the stone door, each finding a suitable position before exerting their strength simultaneously. Perhaps due to years of neglect, they managed to push the door open a half-person's width. Yet no matter how hard they tried, they could not budge it any further. That should suffice for now. Ruo Shui, please remain outside and keep watch. Chu Muyang pantet. All right, Muyang, do exercise caution. If there is any danger, we can forego entering, Lin Ruo Shui advised with concern. Indeed, I am aware, Chu Muyang replied. He had contemplated much during their journey. The terrain here was flat, and the view expansive, allowing a clear sight of the beach across. Hence, establishing a defensive installation in this location seemed quite reasonable. Many years ago, a troop must have been stationed on this island, with this fortress serving as their stronghold. In such a long closed space, the greatest concern is oxygen depletion. However, Peichi had ventured inside earlier, and it appeared there was no risk of asphyxiation, likely due to the ventilation from the door being opened for a full day prior. Nevertheless, Chu Muyang tested the entrance with a torch, and upon seeing the flame remain lit, he felt reassured. He also worried about the potential presence of toxic gas or traps. However, given that this was a defensive stronghold, it was likely the station soldiers would have lived here, reducing the probability of traps. Should there be toxic gas, he felt somewhat secure with his jade pendant. If there were flammable gases, carrying a torch could prove perilous. After weighing the options, he ultimately decided to leave the torch outside. I'm going in, Ruo Shui. Do be careful out here, he said before switching on his flashlight and stepping into the stronghold. Upon entering, he encountered a staircase descending about 10 levels. The air felt heavy, but not stifling. It seemed sufficiently breathable, and there was no pronounced odor of dampness or mildew. Chu Muyang adjusted his flashlight to a broader beam, instantly illuminating a larger area. The first thing that caught the eye was a rising sun flag, which surprisingly indicated that this was a stronghold of the small nation. Previously, Chu Muyang had speculated it might be a base for the American forces, but it seemed his assumption was erroneous. Next, he noticed several skeletons strewn across the ground, 3 in total, each clothed in tatters, their postures grotesquely distorted, suggesting they had suffered greatly in life. Scattered about were numerous fragments of firearms and equipment, yet not a single complete weapon was in sight, all having been rendered irreparable. The models appeared quite antiquated. Chu Muyang picked up some larger pieces but could make little sense of them, as he could only be considered a dilettante in military matters. He recognized none of these outdated arms. Rising to continue his exploration, he found 2 openings resembling shooting or observation holes on the side facing the beach, though they were thoroughly obscured by vines, allowing barely a sliver of light to penetrate. An idea struck him. He drew an axe and began to hack away at the encroaching foliage. After clearing a portion of the obstructive plants, light finally flooded into the stronghold, vastly improving visibility within. Continuing his exploration, he noticed several military wooden crates neatly stacked in a corner, inscribed with Japanese characters that he could not decipher, so he set them aside for the moment. Beside the crates, he made an intriguing discovery, a spade resting against the wall. This was indeed a valuable find, and Chu Muyang was elated, grasping it in his hand to gauge its weight. It felt solid, though the wooden handle showed signs of rot, easily remedied with a replacement. Further along, he encountered a small door, unlatched. Upon opening it, he found a cramped space containing 2 bunk beds, evidently a resting area for station soldiers. The items within were relatively intact, having escaped deliberate destruction, albeit somewhat disordered. Likely, after abandonment, animals had ventured in through the observation holes, leading to some disarray. What was this? In the beam of his flashlight, he spotted an object resembling a kerosene lamp. Curiously, he picked it up, confirming it was indeed a kerosene lamp, though its functionality remained uncertain. In a corner beside the lamp, he discovered two containers that resembled oil barrels. Drawing closer and illuminating them with his flashlight, he discerned inscriptions on the barrels, which read, "Danger, flammable liquid. Store in a cool place away from direct sunlight. Do not place near high temperatures or sources of ignition. Ensure to seal tightly after use." The opposite side bore a product number, K03752, inspection date, Showa 19-07-15, and a manufacturing number, Osaka 4321. The writing was somewhat faded, but upon careful examination, it appeared to refer to kerosene. Upon seeing Showa 19, an electric shock coursed through Chu Muyang. He recalled that this era frequently surfaced in his studies of World War II history. Could it be that this was a stronghold from the time of the Second World War? Realizing this might indeed be a remnant of wartime fortifications, he resolved to exit and convey his findings to Lin Ruoxue, lest she grow anxious. Moreover, having just discovered an oil lamp, he yearned to venture outside to ascertain whether he could reignite it. Should he succeed, Lin Ruoxue could join in the exploration, significantly enhancing their efficiency. Although the area of the stronghold was modest, approximately 40 to 50 square meters, it was replete with numerous scattered items. Exploring it alone would undoubtedly consume an indeterminate amount of time. With this thought in mind, Chu Muyang resolutely lifted the oil lamp and, wielding a spade, exited the stronghold. Chapter 51. In-depth exploration. Upon seeing Chu Muyang emerge, Lin Ruoxue breathed a sigh of relief and approached him, inquiring, "How was it inside?" Muyang. After inhaling a few breaths of fresh air, Chu Muyang smiled and replied, "A splendid place, filled with many intriguing items. Look what I brought out." He then showcased a kerosene lamp and a military shovel to Lin Ruoxue. "This is a shovel, and this one appears to be an oil lamp." Lin Ruoxue questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Indeed, it is an oil lamp. Let me see if I can light it," he said, his voice tinged with mystery. "You would never guess who constructed this stronghold," he added, observing Lin Ruoxue's silence, which suggested she could never fathom the answer. He continued, "This stronghold was built by the Japanese during World War II. Surprising, isn't it? I must tell you, Ruoxue, there are quite a few treasures inside. Even after all these years, some items should still be functional. If the lamp lights up, would you care to join me inside? It's not dangerous." "All right," Lin Ruoxue replied, astonished as she nodded in agreement. Chu Muyang set aside the military shovel and examined the oil lamp closely. The lamp was square-shaped, with a glass shade encased in a metal frame on all four sides. The body appeared to be made of metal, albeit rusted due to its age, and the base featured 4 legs for stable placement on the ground. After some inspection, he opened the side switch, revealing the compartment meant for lamp oil, which had completely evaporated, leaving only a sticky residue at the bottom. "Ruoxue, wait here. I'll retrieve some lamp oil," he declared before entering the stronghold, quickly returning with an oiled barrel from the corner. Twisting off the lid and shaking it slightly, he estimated there was still about half a barrel remaining. He carefully poured the oil into the lamp. Finally, he released the latch on the shade, exposing the wick, which was also quite dry. Without hesitation, he added more oil atop the wick. "Ruoxue, hand me the torch," he called out. After receiving the torch from Lin Ruoxue, he attempted to ignite the wick. To his delight, it was still functional. "It works," Chu Muyang exclaimed excitedly. The wick flickered to life, and with a knob beside it to adjust the flame, he turned it slightly, causing the fire to grow larger and burn steadily. "Remarkable. This oil lamp is from 80 years ago," he marveled. After a moment of observation to ensure everything was in order, he placed the shade back on. "Come, Ruoxue, let's enter together." Lin Ruoxue responded with a soft affirmation, lifting the oil lamp and following closely behind Chu Muyang, while Peiqi, unwilling to be left behind, trailed after them. As they re-entered the stronghold, the illumination was significantly enhanced by Lin Ruo Shui's lamp, the light filtering through the observation and shooting holes. In addition to Chu Muyang's flashlight. Be cautious, Ruo Shui. Avoid stepping here. There are 3 skeletons, Chu Muyang warned. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruo Shui immediately shifted aside, for fear of such sights was instinctive to her nature. Chu Muyang led Lin Ruo Shui to a few boxes against the wall and said, Ruo Shui, please hold the light for me while I open these boxes to see what treasures lie within. The boxes were not locked and could be easily opened. Upon opening the first one, he found it contained 8 neatly arranged cans. Although the exterior was rusted, they were intact. Using his knife, he pried open one can, releasing a rich, savory aroma of deep brown meat paste. Leaning in for a closer sniff, he realized it was beef and it appeared to be edible. Haha, Ruo Shui, we've struck gold, he exclaimed, handing the can to Lin Ruo Shui. He proceeded to open the next box, which also contained cans, though he could not discern their flavor and decided to set them aside for now. Continuing his exploration, he discovered a whole box of bullets, all covered in a layer of rust. So these are bullets, but alas, they are of no use without a functioning gun. There were only 3 boxes in total, and the duo continued their search. Beside the boxes, they found an aluminum case. Upon opening it, they were surprised to find a medical kit, neatly containing 5 glass vials filled with yellow crystals, the nature of which was unknown, along with 5 unopened syringes, though the needles were already rusted. However, upon seeing the rubber tubing connected to them, Chu Muyang felt a spark of hope. This could prove useful. On the wall hung 3 steel helmets, covered in dust, but seemingly still usable. Just then, Lin Ruo Shui's voice rang out with excitement. Muyang, look at this. As Chu Muyang approached, he was astonished to find an iron pot, likely used by the station soldiers for cooking, though it too was rusted. This is great, Ruo Shui. We can cook our meals with this, he said joyfully. The two then ventured into the soldiers' resting area, where the iron bed frames were in a state of utter decay, rendering them unusable. Most other items were either damaged or severely corroded and would not be mentioned further. However, on one of the iron-framed beds, they discovered a tin box. Upon opening it, they found only a diary. We can look at this later after we exit, Chu Muyang remarked. It seems this is all of use to us. As he spoke, he began to exit the area when something caught his eye. At the edge of the flashlight's beam, an object piqued his curiosity. Approaching, he saw a device resting on a soldier's bed, slightly larger than a laptop, but considerably bulkier. As he examined it more closely, excitement surged within him. Ruo Shui, hurry! We need to get out. Lin Ruo Shui, noticing his enthusiasm as he lifted the mysterious object, hurriedly followed him out, abandoning her own exploration. Once outside, Chu Muyang carefully placed the device on the ground, scrutinizing it intently. This is the transmission key, this is the screen, and this must be the antenna, though it's broken. No doubt about it. He exclaimed excitedly to Lin Ruo Shui. Do you know what this is? It's a transmitter. A military transmitter used for communication. There's no mistake. In university, I attended a class dedicated to the history of communication devices, which mentioned a type of telegraph used during World War II. It was fascinating. Observing Lin Ruo Shui's confusion, he elaborated, the telegraph, Ruo Shui. If we can repair it, I might be able to send out a distress signal, and we could be rescued swiftly. Do you understand? Upon hearing Chu Muyang's explanation, Lin Ruo Shui felt a surge of excitement. Really? Can it be fixed? Chu Muyang hesitated momentarily, uncertain. I need to study it thoroughly. How about this, Ruo Shui? Let's first take the most useful items back with us, and then temporarily secure this place. We can explore further later. I must examine this telegraph first. Chapter 52. Another outpost Chen Haifeng was roused from his slumber by Zhao Hu, his bloodshot eyes fluttering open. Yet another sleepless night, he silently cursed, as he had yet to acclimate to the incessant symphony of snores and teeth grinding that plagued him throughout the night. Today, Zhao had assigned him to fell trees to reinforce Qin Shaoji's shelter. Though resentment simmered within him, he dared not voice it, fearing a confrontation with Zhao Hu. Among the larger group, despite receiving the least provisions, at least his safety was somewhat assured, should he find himself at odds with them. The likelihood of survival alone was grim. Since consuming half a lizard 2 days prior, he had not been fortunate enough to receive any decent food, and his stomach now ached with emptiness. The past couple of days had seen Wang Taijun and his crew struggling to find sufficient sustenance, and today they intended to check the traps set yesterday for any bounty. Perhaps they would catch something. Even a mere morsel of chicken would suffice, he thought humbly. With hunger gnawing at him, Chen Haifeng's energy waned, and he approached the wild fruit bushes to relieve his emptiness. Just as he finished, Wang Taijun and the others returned. In the distance, Zhang Long rushed forward, exuberantly exclaiming, "Brother Jun, it seems our haul is promising." Wang Taijun, seldom seen with a smile, responded, "Fortune favors us today. The brothers will feast." Each held a wild chicken, each appearing to weigh 4 to 5 pounds. The surrounding crowd quickly gathered, lavishing praise upon them. Chen Haifeng felt a flicker of excitement upon seeing the chickens, yet, upon calculation, realized that, with so many mouths to feed, he would likely only receive the least desirable parts. This simply would not do, he mused, contemplating whether to divulge the secret of the massive stone to Wang Taijun in hopes of securing a chicken leg for himself. Zhao Hu and his companions skillfully prepared the 2 wild chickens, with Wang Taijun taking the rare initiative to cook for the group. "Today, we shall indulge in a delectable beggar's chicken," he declared. Zhang Long dug a pit in the ground, while Wang Taijun wrapped the chickens in large palm leaves, coating them with a carefully prepared mud mixture before placing them in the pit. The group filled the hole with soil and kindled a fire atop it. Everyone gathered around, some assisting, others merely observing. Qin Shaojia approached with 3 beautiful women, watching with keen interest as Zhao Hu and the others roasted the chickens. Having enjoyed the finest seafood these past few days, he too felt a sense of anticipation for the wild fowl. As Chen Haifeng lent a hand, he weighed his options, ultimately arriving at a decision. While waiting for the beggar's chicken to cook, he seized the opportunity to approach Wang Taijun when he was momentarily unaccompanied. "Brother Jun, I possess crucial intelligence to report. May I have a moment of your time?" Chen Haifeng said, with an air of flattery. "Oh, what intelligence do you have?" Wang Taijun replied, puzzled, for Chen Haifeng rarely dared to engage him in conversation. "Brother Jun," Wang Taijun smiled and inquired, "I noticed your keen interest in that large boulder yesterday. Am I correct in my observation? If you possess any insights, please share." Chen Haifeng hesitated, revealing, "I haven't received much food these past few days, and my hunger is becoming unbearable. If my information proves beneficial to you, well." He trailed off, a hint of apprehension in his voice. Wang Taijun understood his intent with a glance. "No worries. If your information is indeed valuable, I will ensure you receive a drumstick from these 2 wild chickens. Furthermore, your food allocation will be on par with Li Tai and the others." Upon hearing Wang Taijun's assurance, Chen Haifeng beamed with gratitude, repeatedly thanking him and promptly relaying what he had witnessed. "Are you certain of your claim? Do you suspect there is space within that massive rock?" Wang Taijun's gaze sharpened, fixating coldly on Chen Haifeng. "Absolutely. I would never deceive you, Brother Jun." Chen Haifeng fervently swore. "Very well. I shall investigate later. If there is indeed something of significance, you shall not be overlooked," Wang Taijun replied slowly. Soon after, the aroma of the roasted chicken wafted through the air, tantalizing everyone's senses and causing them to salivate. Wang Taijun generously presented an entire chicken to Qin Shaojia and her 3 companions, but surprisingly, he tore off a substantial leg and handed it to Chen Haifeng. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, casting perplexed glances at Chen Haifeng. Grinning ear to ear, Chen Haifeng accepted the chicken leg and scurried off to enjoy it in solitude. Noting the confusion among his companions, Wang Taijun refrained from offering explanations and instead urged, "Hurry and eat. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, you will accompany me outside shortly. Li Tai, ensure Qin Shaojia's safety." After the wild chicken feast, Wang Taijun led Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and Chen Haifeng back to the boulder. He issued a directive: "Do not ask questions. First, clear away these vines." The group, hesitant to question further, diligently tidied up the area. Wang Taijun picked up a stone and struck the surface of the boulder several times, meticulously inspecting the debris that fell. Nodding, he confirmed, "Indeed, there is something amiss." Zhang Long and Zhao Hu approached, inquiring, "Boss, what exactly is the issue that necessitates your repeated examinations?" You two have regressed significantly. Come over and observe this." Wang Taijun reproached. Taking his words to heart, the pair scrutinized the fragments that Wang Taijun had dislodged. After a brief moment, Zhang Long remarked in confusion, "Boss, this isn't stone. It resembles concrete." "Correct, you still possess some discernment. This is indeed concrete, indicating that this boulder is not a natural formation, but rather a man-made structure, reinforced with steel. What are your thoughts on this?" Wang Taijun queried. The two pondered for a moment, and Zhang Long exclaimed, "The visibility is excellent here. It clearly signifies a strategic location on this island. Given the construction of this edifice with concrete, the answer is becoming evident. Boss, could this possibly be a bunker?" Zhao Hu and Qin Haifeng were momentarily taken aback. Zhao Hu had yet to delve deeply into the implications, while Qin Haifeng had never entertained such a possibility, merely assuming the interior was devoid of contents. "Indeed, Zhang Long, you have a commendable intuition. This aligns perfectly with my own thoughts. Now let us search meticulously, for if this is a fortress, there must undoubtedly be an entrance, and within it, a treasure trove of valuable resources awaits us." Wang Taijun commanded. The gravity of the situation dawned upon them. If their conjecture held true, the items inside would be crucial for their survival on the desolate island. They each designated a specific area, clearing away vines and weeds, and began to search diligently for the entrance. Before long, Wang Taijun made a discovery. "You need not continue your search. Come over here and take a look. This should be the spot." Chapter 53. Exploring the stronghold, a few individuals gathered around as Wang Taijun pointed to a particular spot. "Do you see the crevice?" he inquired. The group followed his gaze and indeed spotted a faint fissure, barely discernible, previously obscured by a tangle of weeds and the relentless wear of time, now nearly indistinguishable from its surroundings. Had it not been for their suspicion and meticulous search, they would not have noticed it at all. "All right, everyone, let us exert our strength together and see if we can pry it open," Wang Taijun commanded. Each person found their position, and with a resounding shout from Wang Taijun, the four began to push simultaneously. The stone door gradually yielded, revealing a narrow opening, accompanied by the distant sound of gears creaking within. However, the door's weight and its age rendered the task arduous despite their combined efforts. Yet, upon noticing the emerging gap, their spirits soared, confirming their suspicions. After another strenuous attempt, the stone door was finally opened wide enough for a person to pass through comfortably. "That's enough. It will do," Wang Taijun gasped, equally fatigued. After a brief respite, curiosity got the better of them, and they returned to the stone door to investigate further. "Brother Jun, this isn't merely a stone door. There's a metal door behind it. No wonder it's so heavy," Zhang Long exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "What do we do now, boss? Should we go inside?" Zhao Hu asked. Wang Taijun pondered for a moment before responding. "Let us head back, gather everyone, bring the necessary tools, and prepare some torches. We'll venture in together afterward." The trio agreed and promptly returned to the campsite. Wang Taijun succinctly briefed Qin Shaojie on the situation, igniting his interest. Having spent several days on the island with little entertainment, merely fishing and lacking any engaging pursuits, he felt a sense of monotony. The discovery of a mysterious stronghold piqued his curiosity, and he quickly summoned everyone to join him in the exploration. Wang Taijun instructed everyone to equip themselves with the necessary tools and gear, while he personally crafted 3 torches. Soon, a large group assembled at the stronghold, with Qin Shaojie eagerly examining the stone door. The others, equally enthusiastic, engaged in animated discussion. With preparations complete, Wang Taijun, Zhang Long, and Zhao Hu each held a torch. Zhang Long led the way, igniting a bundle of grass and tossing it inside. After confirming the absence of any signs of asphyxiation, he boldly proceeded into the darkened passage, which descended via a staircase of roughly 10 steps. Wang Taijun and Zhao Hu awaited outside, while Zhang Long ventured forth, conducting a preliminary exploration. Upon nearing the stone door, he reported, "Brother Jun, it's safe inside. There are no apparent dangers." Reassured by Zhang Long's assessment, Wang Taijun and Zhao Hu stepped inside. The environment within mirrored that of the stronghold discovered by Chu Muyang and his companions, and thus shall not be elaborated upon further. Before long, Wang Taijun poked his head out from the stone door, addressing Qin Shaojia. Could you and the lovely ladies outside keep watch for us? Everyone else, come in and assist with the transport of supplies. As Qin Shaojia stood outside with 3 ladies, they soon witnessed a steady stream of individuals emerging, carrying various items. The first to appear were several large boxes, which upon inspection revealed 2 cases of canned goods. Next came the iron pot, the engineer's shovel, the steel helmet, and the medical kit. Given their numbers, they essentially extracted everything usable, even including damaged rifles and heavy machine guns. After a considerable amount of bustling around, they finally emerged from the stronghold, having found nothing further of value to salvage. Everyone was a bit exhilarated. The haul was quite substantial. Not to mention, the iron pot alone was worth the effort, as it meant they could finally cook and boil water properly. Wang Taijun was the last to exit. Upon seeing him, Qin Shaojia immediately called him over. Taijun, what is the situation inside? I noticed that what we've brought out are all military supplies, Qin Shaojia inquired. Wang Taijun wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, Qin Shao, I didn't expect this stronghold to have been built during World War II. Therefore, it is filled with their weapons and supplies. What? Built during World War II? Qin Shaojia asked incredulously. Yes, indeed. I saw many pieces of equipment marked with the Showa 19 inscription. Moreover, the rifles I examined were the Type 38, which were used by the Japanese during our War of Resistance. He continued, there are also 3 corpses inside, presumably the remains of the soldiers who were stationed here. Is that so? Do the items we salvaged hold any value for us? Qin Shaojia queried. A smile broke across Wang Tiejuan's face as he responded, Qin Shao, they are immensely helpful. One could say extraordinarily so. To put it this way, with this equipment, I am confident we can enhance our quality of life on the island by at least 3-fold. Even if we were to stay here for another month or 2, I am sure everyone will survive. Taijun, that's remarkable, Qin Shaojia exclaimed, feeling a surge of excitement. According to Wang Tiejuan's assessment, surviving another month or 2 seemed feasible, which reassured him. Moreover, an improved quality of life would alleviate his boredom. Qin Shao, I also discovered a transmitter. If we can repair it, I could send out a distress signal, and we might be rescued soon, Wang Taijun added. What? Taijun, you truly are my right-hand man. Let's expedite this. Focus on that transmitter. I can hardly tolerate being in this wretched place for another day, Qin Shaojia urged, buoyed by this promising news. Understood, Qin Shao. I will arrange to transport these items back to our camp immediately. By the way, Qin Shao, this bunker is quite sturdy. It could shield us from the wind and rain. Should we consider using it as a refuge? It would certainly be more comfortable, Wang Taiju inquired. Qin Shaojia glanced at the dark, ominous stronghold, recalling the 3 skeletons within, and shook his head. No, it feels too eerie in there. It's uncomfortable to even look at, let alone stay. Very well, I will proceed with the arrangements. By the time the group had transported the salvaged items back to the camp in 2 trips, the sun was nearing its descent. Wang Taijun sampled some food from the canned goods and discovered it was still edible. So he arranged to clean the iron pot and prepared a meal of canned seafood for everyone. After everyone had their fill, they began to reflect on the day's discoveries. The engineer's shovel and the oil lamp, which seemed to be standard provisions at each outpost, thus mirroring the findings at Chu Muyang's location. Wang Taijun was the first to inspect the critically important telegraph machine, but unfortunately, the results were disappointing. The battery was completely unusable. However, the telegraph could still operate through hand-crank power generation, yet he could not find the hand-crank generator. Additionally, the antenna was rusted and broken, which could be replaced, but the most pressing issue was that 2 vacuum tubes inside the telegraph had deteriorated. A dire situation, as there was virtually no way to procure replacements given the current circumstances. Wang Taijun shook his head, reluctantly abandoning the idea of repairing the telegraph. His gaze then fell upon a tin box he had previously opened and inspected, which he knew contained a diary, albeit entirely in Japanese, a language he did not comprehend. Eager to restore the telegraph, he had set the diary aside. Now that he had the time, he was inclined to study it more thoroughly. Does anyone here understand Japanese? Wang Taijun called out. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, finding no one among them who could assist. Just as Wang Taijun was about to give up, a sweet voice chimed in, "I know a little Japanese." Chapter 54. The dusty past, after deftly camouflaging the entrance and observation hole of their hideout with the cleared vines. Chu Muyang returned to the cave, equipped with only the most vital items: a cast-iron pot, a military shovel, a telegraph machine, a diary, and 2 cans of food. By this time, afternoon had settled in. Their extensive exploration had consumed considerable time, and the journey back had left their stomachs growling with hunger. Lin Ruo Shui first washed the iron pot meticulously. After Chu Muyang tasted the canned food, discovering it was still good, he decided to prepare a simple meal to stave off their hunger. He was eager to examine the telegraph machine. If it were operational, it could signify their imminent rescue, rendering all other possessions inconsequential. Once they had hastily finished their meal of canned food and had fed Peiqi, Chu Muyang could hardly contain his anticipation as he began to inspect the telegraph machine. Unfortunately, due to the passage of time, the condition of this machine mirrored that of the one discovered by Wang Taijun. It suffered from similar issues. The battery and antenna were compromised, and, crucially, one of the vacuum tubes was damaged. This predicament left Chu Muyang in a quandary. Within their current circumstances, sourcing replacement parts was utterly impossible, and he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Noticing Chu Muyang est discontent, Lin Ruo Sui inquiret, Muyang, what troubles you? Ruo Shui. An essential component of this telegraph machine is broken. It may be unusable, and it drives me mad, Chu Muyang replied, his voice tinged with exasperation. Lin Ruo Shui, unfamiliar with such matters, was at a loss for how to assist. Unlike Chu Muyang, who had studied communications, her expertise lay in the realm of biopharmaceutical chemistry. Thus, she offered words of comfort instead. It's all right if it doesn't work. I have a feeling that a rescue team will arrive in a couple of days. Considering we have discovered so many valuable items, I think we are quite fortunate. Upon hearing her words, Chu Muyang reflected that she was indeed right. They had unearthed an abundance of treasures. Setting aside his greed, he felt reassured by the prospect of having sufficient canned food to alleviate their worries about sustenance for an extended period. Ruo Shui, you are correct. I have been somewhat greedy. By the way, let's take a look at this diary and see what it contains. With a secure shelter and an ample supply of food and water, their curiosity about the mysterious diary grew. Chu Muyang opened the iron box and retrieved the diary within. The cover was crafted from brown craft paper, its edges slightly yellowed. When touched, the paper felt both rigid and fragile, as though it might crumble with the slightest pressure, despite being stored in an iron box. Decades of wear had rendered the diary exceedingly delicate. As he opened the diary, he discovered that it was entirely inscribed in Japanese. Ruo Shui, do you read Japanese? Chu Muyang turned to ask. Lin Ruo Shui shook her head. Alas, I cannot either, he sighed. He lamented that despite having watched numerous educational films, none of the esteemed instructors had imparted the knowledge of the Japanese language to him, a regrettable oversight. Fortunately, the text contained a significant number of Chinese characters, allowing them to glean a rough understanding of its contents. It appeared to be the diary of a soldier. Goodness, this individual, Suzuki Yuta, was only 16 years old when he was conscripted, Lin Ruo Shui exclaimed in astonishment. It is quite normal. Consider the date, August 5, 1944, a mere year before Japan's surrender. The military personnel in Japan were undoubtedly under considerable strain, necessitating a reduction in the conscription age. Chu Muyang harbored a profound interest in the history of World War II and had perused an array of materials on the subject, although they could only comprehend a limited number of Chinese characters and dates. They managed to glean a general understanding of the contents recorded in the diary while engaging in imaginative conjecture. In June 1944, the Imperial Japanese Navy suffered a significant defeat at the Battle of the Mariana Islands, losing 3 aircraft carriers and over 600 aircraft, with the majority of their naval aviators nearly annihilated. This catastrophic loss severely weakened their naval capabilities, breaching the absolute defense perimeter and pushing the Japanese defensive system in the Pacific theater to the brink of collapse. In light of this dire situation, the Japanese High Command resolved to establish military observation posts on a total of 19 islands across the Pacific to facilitate early monitoring and warning. The island where Chu Muyang and his companions were stationed bore a resemblance to a pineapple, leading the Japanese forces to christen it Pineapple Island. The 11th Construction Battalion of the Japanese Navy was tasked with fortifying this island, where they constructed 3 defensive installations over a span of 47 days, aimed at surveilling Allied movements, providing early warnings, and supporting maritime and aerial operations. Supplies were scheduled every 45 days, with 12 soldiers stationed on the island, under the command of Lieutenant Masao Noera. It was against this backdrop that Yuta Suzuki was conscripted. After 2 months of basic training, he was assigned to the 7th Observation Unit of the 2nd Mobile Brigade, entrusted with the defense of Pineapple Island. Yuta's elder brother had been conscripted 2 years prior and deployed to the Chinese front, during which he sent a letter home expressing that the actions of the Japanese forces in China diverged significantly from government propaganda, cautioning Yuta against enlisting. Alas, fate intervened, and 2 years later, Yuta found himself drafted. On September 28, 1944, Yuta's squad was transported to Pineapple Island by a supply ship, marking the commencement of their military life on the island. Upon disembarking, Yuta and his comrades swiftly ascended to the island, while the transport ship promptly departed for the next observation point. Watching the vessel sail away, Yuta felt a tumult of emotions. He deeply missed his mother back in Hokkaido and was reluctant to leave his 11-year-old sister behind. Their father had passed away during their childhood, and with his brother serving in the military, Yuta was the sole male remaining at home. Now, he too was conscripted, leaving his family in a precarious situation. Lost in thought, his comrade Daikoma called out, "Yuta, hurry up. Lieutenant Noera just said we need to attend a meeting at the base." "Right, I'm coming," Yuta replied, quickly collecting himself to join the ranks. Upon arriving at their base, they set down the supplies and equipment brought from the transport ship, and without rest, lined up to await Lieutenant Masao Nohara's address. After a session of indoctrination emphasizing loyalty to the emperor, the troops were assigned their roles and tasks. Pineapple Island was divided into a main island and a supplementary island, with 3 fortified positions constructed by the engineers, 1 on the supplementary island and 2 on the main island. Yuta, along with Daikoma and another comrade, was designated to the defensive and observational post on the supplementary island, with rotations occurring once a week. Yuta Suzuki harbors a strong aversion toward indoctrination. Following the conclusion of the briefing, he equipped himself with supplies and gear from a small team and, accompanied by 3 comrades, set off in a lifeboat to the garrison on the adjacent island. Life on the island is monotonous and tedious. During his leisure time, Yuta Suzuki has cultivated the habit of keeping a journal. Chapter 55, Diary Entries, September 28th. On the first day of our arrival on the island, the environment appears quite agreeable. There are 3 strongholds, and we shall take turns maintaining watch, which offers a pleasant change of scenery. My companions, Deshiong and Watanabe, prove to be decent company. However, Watanabe expresses dissatisfaction with our stationing here, yearning instead for glory on the front lines in China. September 29th. Today marks the commencement of our official observation duties. The work is not particularly strenuous, yet it does tend towards tedium. I find myself longing for home, hoping that my mother and younger sister are well. October 5th. We have begun the rotation of our defenses, relocating to a coastal stronghold on the main island. This island is significantly larger than the outlying one, and it boasts a volcano, presumably dormant. October 6th. The monotony of canned food has become unbearable. Today, Deshiong led us in fishing, and I acquired numerous techniques for catching fish. Fresh sashimi is far more delectable than canned provisions. October 9th. Lieutenant Nozawa has forbidden us from firing our weapons indiscriminately, as the island is home to numerous birds. Deshiong has resumed teaching us how to set traps for bird catching, and I hope for a fruitful outcome tomorrow. November 14th. We have surpassed the expected supply delivery time, and the supply ship has yet to arrive. Our canned provisions have been exhausted, leaving us reliant on fishing and bird catching for sustenance. The harvest today was poor, and we were left to forage for wild fruits. November 15th. A significant high tide has occurred, surpassing the usual levels. During the ebb, we unexpectedly discovered a cave revealed by the retreating waters. We passed this cave daily but had never noticed it before. It appears to be a tidal cave. Inside, many sea creatures were stranded during the low tide, and today we shall finally feast abundantly. November 28th. The long-overdue supply ship has finally arrived, bringing with it 2 pigs, 2 chickens, and some vegetable seeds. The officer informs us that future supplies may not arrive punctually, urging us to strive for self-sufficiency. Is the war at home truly this dire? December 5th. Today I observed Allied aircraft soaring above our island for the first time. Lieutenant Nozawa was elated and promptly sent a telegram to headquarters. December 6th. The vegetable seeds have been sown for a while now, and the potatoes have begun to sprout. I eagerly anticipate the day of harvest. December 8th. The pigs and chickens brought by the supply ship are thriving, and we are meticulously caring for them, hoping they will produce offspring. The hens have begun laying eggs, and we enjoyed a delightful meal of eggs today. February 8th, 1945. According to a radio message received by Xiong, the situation at home is deteriorating and morale is low among us all. I yearn for home, wishing for a swift end to this war. I detest this conflict. Our lives have not improved, but rather have worsened. What is the meaning of this war? July 3rd, 1945. Colonel Sasaki has arrived on the island with his troops. They have commenced excavations near the volcano, seemingly to bury something. We are strictly prohibited from approaching the construction site. August 14th, 1945. I witnessed Colonel Sasaki's soldiers transporting numerous crates into their clandestine base. Xiong confided in me his suspicion that these crates contain gold, having overheard the soldiers' conversations. However, it holds little significance for us. I merely yearn to return home. On August 15th, 1945, the Emperor issued the decree of surrender. My goodness, we have indeed faced defeat. Yet perhaps this is not so dire. For does it not imply that I may return home? I can finally reunite with my mother and younger sister. Chu Muyang and Lin Ruo Shui carefully peruse the diary, page by page. The earlier entries belonged to a soldier named Suzuki Yuta, who chronicled the mundane aspects of life and training on the island. Rather unremarkable, as Chu Muyang commented. Lin Ruo Shui nodded and pointed to a specific section, saying, "But Muyang, look here, he mentioned the tidal cave. What could that mean?" After pondering, Chu Muyang conjectured, it must be a cave revealed after the tide recedes. So it should be located by the sea. We could search for it during the next low tide. As they continued flipping through the pages, Lin Ruo Shui suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Muyang, look, here are the characters for potato. Does that mean they cultivated potatoes on the island?" "Indeed, it appears so," he replied, "but perhaps they were merely supplied with them." Chu Muyang shook his head, acknowledging the uncertainty of their speculation. As they examined the diary further, Chu Muyang organized his thoughts and remarked, "The earlier content is trivial, but at the end, it mentions a Colonel Sasaki landing. Given the date, it seems Japan was nearing surrender. Furthermore, in Suzuki Yuta's final entry, he referred to gold. Could it be that this colonel landed on the island to bury gold?" At this juncture, Chu Muyang's excitement surged. "Gold, Ruo Shui. And surely, it must be a considerable amount, as they dispatched a ship to transport it to the island. If we could uncover it, we would be immensely fortunate." Lin Ruo Shui maintained a level-headed demeanor, yet replied, "But Muyang, if we cannot return, what use is an abundance of gold?" His spirits dampened by her words. Chu Muyang conceded, "You make a valid point, Ruo Shui." Nevertheless, he continued, "The diary mentions a change of guards, suggesting there may be more than one stronghold on the island. Indeed, there must be more than one, otherwise it is illogical to have only 3 stationed soldiers." Lin Ruo Shui remarked, puzzled. "But what does it matter if there are several strongholds? The contents within should still be the same as those we discovered." "Ah, Ruo Shui, you're missing the point." Chu Muyang suddenly regained his enthusiasm. "There must be a radio at the other strongholds. If we can locate one, we might dismantle it for parts and see if we can piece together a functioning unit. That way, we could send a distress signal." Lin Ruo Shui's face lit up with understanding. "So, that means we must search for other strongholds?" "Precisely," Chu Muyang replied joyfully. "However, it is getting a bit late. he observed, glancing at his watch to find it already past 4 in the afternoon. There is no time to search for strongholds today, but we can look for the potatoes mentioned in the diary and gather some supplies from our outpost. Let's go. Ruo Shui. After speaking, Chu Muyang led Lin Ruo Shui back to the stronghold. Standing at the entrance, he surveyed the terrain ahead. Muyang, why aren't you searching? I know a potato. Should I start looking from over there? Lin Ruo Shui inquired with curiosity. Ruo Shui, let us not rush. This place is vast, and with nightfall approaching, searching methodically could take an eternity. Do you have any clever ideas? Lin Ruo Shui asked eagerly. Well, let us engage in some reasoning. Chu Muyang pondered aloud. Assuming we are stationed here today and need to cultivate land nearby for potatoes or other crops, where would you choose to plant them? Certainly, it shouldn't be too far, and the terrain must be relatively flat. Lin Ruo Shui considered thoughtfully. Indeed, that is the reasoning of a sensible person. Now that we understand their purpose for occupying this island is to monitor the Allied aircraft and provide early warnings to their base. It implies that their camouflage does not require excessive attention. The primary focus must be on avoiding detection from the plains above. Observe this area. It is a large slope, which they would certainly avoid for planting, wouldn't they? Lin Ruo Shui nodded thoughtfully. Chu Muyang paused briefly before continuing. Ruo Shui, look over here. This is a flat expanse, albeit overgrown with various plants and weeds. However, it is in close proximity to the stronghold. So let us prioritize our search in this area and see what fortune may bring. Chapter 56. The Colonel's diary. Wang Taijun and the others turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, only to discover it was Chun Mingqi, the third-tier actress. Qin Xiaojia, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Mingqi, how come you speak Japanese? I've never heard you mention it before. Chun Mingqi smiled and replied, Qin Xiao, I shot a film in Japan 2 years ago, so I understand a bit. Not fluent, but it shouldn't be a problem to read the diary. Filming in Japan? Qin Xiaojia's expression darkened as he asked, what kind of filming are you referring to? Sensing his misunderstanding, Chun Mingqi quickly clarified, oh, Qin Xiao, it's not what you think. It was a legitimate idol drama, just that it hasn't been aired in our country. I'll send it to you once we return. Qin Xiaojia responded with a half-smile. Well then, I look forward to enjoying it thoroughly when we get back. Now, let us see what the diary has to say. Chun Mingqi took the slightly yellowed notebook from Wang Taijun, carefully opened it, and began to read. The group gathered around her, curious for her translation. After a preliminary glance, Chun Mingqi finally spoke. This diary is quite old, dating back to 1944. It was written by someone named Sasaki, who held the rank of colonel in the Navy. It mentions his unit, the Japanese Navy's 14th Area Army Special Transport Brigade. The primary task of his troops was to seize treasures and antiques plundered from Southeast Asian countries and transport them back home. The earlier entries detail various battles and the process of plunder. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it was as Wang Taijun had said, it was material from the Second World War. Chun Mingqi flipped to the latter part of the diary, where it stated, on June 3rd, 1945, we received a batch of precious treasures. Just as we were preparing to set sail back home, we were attacked by Allied forces. The valiant warriors of the Greater Japanese Empire fought fiercely and ultimately repelled the Allied attack. Yet my unit suffered severe casualties, dwindling from over 500 to just over 300. Our transport vessel also sustained some damage. Nevertheless, I am determined to bring all 40 tons of gold and antiques back to my homeland, to present to His Majesty the Emperor. Wait, what did you just say? Qin Xiaojia exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Taijun reacted more swiftly, immediately interjecting, shut up, you fool, and quickly snatched the diary away. Chun Mingqi looked utterly bewildered, uncertain of what she had done wrong in her translation. The others were equally stunned by the content she had relayed, gazing at her in disbelief. Wang Taijun proclaimed loudly, all right, there is nothing more to see here. Everyone disperse and return to your tasks. Qin Xiaojia regained his composure, adding, all right, let's all get back to work. Taijun, Mingqi, follow me. With that, he led Chun Mingqi and Wang Taijun into a shelter. Once the door was closed, they both exhaled deeply. Chun Mingqi remained in a state of confusion. After a moment of silence, Qin Xiaojia asked, Mingqi, take a closer look. Are you certain it's 40 tons of gold? Shen Mingqi, bewildered, accepted the diary that Wang Taijun handed back to her. After confirming, she remarked, "Indeed, it states 40 tons." Qin Xiaojia's expression became animated. "Mengqi, please continue translating." All right, Qin Xiao." Shen Mingqi opened the diary to the page she had just read. July 1st, 1945. "We have received a secret order signed by the Chief of Staff of the Southern Army, Sage Ta Takeda, instructing us not to return to our homeland, but rather to bury the valuable cargo nearby. Has the situation in the homeland deteriorated to such an extent?" July 2nd. The radar operator discovered an observation station approximately 30 nautical miles southwest of our transport vessel, known as Pineapple Island. I have decided to land on the island and bury the gold here, preserving a spark of hope for the future resurgence of the greater Japanese Empire. July 3rd. Upon landing, I found only 12 soldiers at the observation station. The environment appeared satisfactory. This shall be the place. At this moment, Shen Mingqi had turned to the final page and found it empty. "That's all there is," she said, her voice tinged with disappointment. Just as Qin Xiaojia and Wang Taijun were engrossed in the climax of the narrative, they were startled by its abrupt end. They could hardly believe it. Qin Xiaojia snatched the diary from her hands and flipped to the last page, noticing the torn edges. In a fit of anger, he exclaimed, "Damn it! The back of the diary has been ripped out." After Wang Taijun inspected it as well, he reluctantly laid the diary on the table. A few minutes of silence passed before Qin Xiaojia spoke first. "Mengqi, the contents of this diary must remain a secret between the three of us. Do you understand?" "Oh, yes, I understand," Qin Xiao, Chun Mengqi replied, slightly grasping the gravity of the situation. Qin Xiaojia exhaled deeply before inquiring, "Mengqi, do you have any idea how much 40 tons of gold is worth at current market prices?" Chun Mengqi silently calculated in her mind, realizing the figure was staggering. She even used her fingers for assistance and stammered, 200 billion? Qin Xiaojia scoffed. "Now you understand why. Rest assured, this secret is known only to the three of us. If we ultimately locate the gold, I will ensure you are well rewarded. You must keep this secret. Do you understand?" "All right," Shen Mingqi replied, still reeling from the shock. At that moment, Wang Taijun was also experiencing turmoil within. 40 tons of gold, over 200 billion. That surpassed even Qin Xiaojia's father's wealth. Completing this endeavor would grant him retirement. Such wealth could last for generations. Qin Xiaojia felt a storm of thoughts raging inside him. If he were to find that 40 tons of gold, how could his father continue to look down on him? Surely, it would surpass all that his father had earned in a lifetime. Yet, could he truly trust these two individuals? Especially Wang Taijun. He hoped no ulterior motives would arise. With that thought, Qin Xiaojia's pupils constricted as he glanced at Wang Taijun. Seeing that Wang Taijun's expression remained steady, he reassured him, "Taijun, you need not worry. You are my most trusted ally. My father will eventually send someone to the island to find me. If we cannot return, no amount of money will be of any use. Do you agree with my reasoning?" Wang Taijun sighed inwardly, realizing he had been targeted. If he entertained any nefarious thoughts, the elder Qin would not spare him. Regardless of his personal abilities, how could he possibly contend with such a wealthy magnate? Maintaining a serious faade, he replied, "Rest assured, young Master Qin, I fully comprehend this principle. The Qin family has bestowed upon me great kindness. Should I harbor any ulterior motives, may I be struck down by lightning and meet a most untimely demise." Qin Xiaojia quickly interjected, "Taijun, you exaggerate. How could I possibly doubt you?" He chuckled heartily before turning to Qin Mingqi. "Mengqi, you still need to translate the remaining entries of the diary. Should we ultimately uncover the treasure, I assure you, your rewards will be significant. Moreover, I guarantee that the Qin family will fully support you, ensuring you rise to the status of a leading actress. What do you think?" Shen Mengqi felt a slight sense of calm wash over her and promptly nodded, saying, "Thank you, young Master Qin. I will certainly do my utmost to assist you in locating the treasure." "Excellent," he replied. "Now let us all disperse. I am rather fatigued and require some rest. Mengqi, please inform the others not to disturb me. I will leave this diary here for further examination later." Both Wang Taijun and Chun Mengqi understood that Qin Xiaojia was signaling for their departure. and they quickly bid farewell and left. Chapter 57. Divergent thoughts. While Qin Shaojia and his companions deliberated within the sanctuary, the crowd outside harbored a myriad of thoughts. However, they did not congregate. Instead, they formed various small factions to discuss their ideas. By the rocky shore, Li Tai whispered excitedly to Zhang Yuantao, "Brother Tao, 40 tons of gold. Even if we don't secure it all, if we could just obtain a ton, the two of us would never have to worry for the rest of our lives. What do you think? Should we?" As he spoke, Li Tai gestured dramatically to his throat, mimicking a slitting motion. Zhang Yuantao appeared considerably calmer. With a sardonic smile, he retorted, "Stop with your wild imaginings. It seems your mind has been drained by women. Let us not even consider the fact that military brother isn't someone we can contend with. Plus, there's Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. Confronting them would be child's play. Even if, by some miracle, we succeeded, what do you think will happen when Qin Shaojia's father's men arrive on the island? I fear you might find yourself wealthy, but without a life to enjoy it." Upon hearing this, Li Tai pondered deeply, then let out a resigned sigh. Damn it. We may never encounter such an opportunity again in our lifetimes. It's truly frustrating. Zhang Yuantao patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't overthink it. Let us do our utmost to assist Qin Shaojia in locating the gold. The benefits for us will surely be substantial. Once we return, I estimate a bonus of at least 100,000. That is no small sum. It's wise not to be overly greedy. What ISNT hours cannot be forced." In a nearby grove, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu were engaged in a similar conversation. Meanwhile, Lin Wanner and Su Qing were cautiously inquiring of Chen Mingqi. Yet regardless of their questions, Chen Mingqi remained resolutely silent, determined not to speak out of turn again. While the crowd's various thoughts simmered, Qin Shaojia remained alone in the sanctuary, continually analyzing the information from the diary and the reactions of others upon learning of it. After careful consideration, he felt confident that it should not pose a significant problem. As long as Wang Taijun did not oppose them, the others were inconsequential. However, he felt the need to mitigate the recent impact, so he stepped out of the sanctuary, clapped his hands, and called for everyone to gather. Once they were assembled, Qin Shaojia cleared his throat and addressed them. "You all heard the translation of Mengqi's findings, but you might be unaware of what follows. We are all in this together, so there is no need for secrecy. I will now disclose the subsequent information from the diary. This diary is incomplete." He lifted the diary to display the obviously torn pages and continued. "It mentions that during transportation, they were attacked, resulting in the loss of a substantial portion of their valuables. Therefore, we speculate that there is indeed gold, but the quantity remains uncertain, and its location is unknown. Thus, our next goal is to locate the second half of this diary. Furthermore, I assure you all that if you assist the Qin family in uncovering the treasure buried by Xiao Rizi, each person here will receive a minimum of 500,000. Should the treasure prove abundant, the rewards will increase accordingly." As he spoke, Qin Shaojia cast a glance over the gathered crowd and continued, "Furthermore, I must mention that the Iron Army has discovered a telegraph machine. If we can find the necessary components, it can be repaired, and we will be able to send out a distress signal. My father's men will then be able to come to the island and rescue us. In any case, as long as everyone dedicates themselves to assisting me, I, Qin Shaojia, assure you that I will not treat anyone unfairly." Upon concluding his remarks, a scattered applause arose from the assembly, with everyone expressing their commitment to diligently aid Qin Shaojia in unearthing the buried treasure of Xiao Rizi. Viewing this as a chance to avenge their country, and vowing not to slacken their efforts. Observing the favorable response, Qin Shaojia felt a sense of satisfaction and then called out to Wang Taijun, "Taijun, please come here for a moment." His intention was to thoroughly analyze the diary's contents with Wang Taijun and to foster a closer alliance with him. The two entered the shelter, and Qin Shaojia directed his gaze at Wang Taijun, saying, "Taijun, let us now analyze the clues in this diary together. Rest assured, once we locate the gold, your rewards shall be substantial. I am aware of your mother's health issues. Upon our return, I will ensure she receives treatment at the finest hospital in the capital, with the best doctors, and I shall cover all expenses." Qin Shaojia's words bore two implications. First, that the Qin family was well aware of Wang Tiejuan's circumstances and residence. Thus, he should harbor no ill intentions. Second, to win his loyalty, as obtaining the best medical care often requires connections beyond mere wealth. Indeed, upon hearing this, Wang Taijun hastened to reaffirm his unwavering loyalty. The two then delved into the discussions regarding the diary's contents. Wang Taijun spoke slowly. Qin Xiao, based on the current clues, I believe that the stronghold established by Xiao Rizi cannot be the only one. Oh, please elaborate. Qin Xiaojie inquired with keen interest. First, this island is of limited size, and we have already explored a significant portion of it. It is improbable that there are other strongholds. If there are, they would undoubtedly be located on that larger island over there. Secondly, the diary explicitly states that there are 12 soldiers on the main island. Yet we have only discovered 3 corpses at the stronghold. By this calculation, there should be 3 or 4 strongholds. Therefore, we must expedite the search for the other strongholds to ascertain if there are additional clues within. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xiaojin nodded in agreement. So, according to your reasoning, we should swiftly relocate to the main island. Wang Taijun nodded in affirmation. Indeed. But I believe we should first explore the remaining areas of this small island to confirm that there are no further clues before promptly moving to the main island. Setting aside the possibility of finding gold, even if we can locate the components for the telegraph machine, once repaired, I will be able to summon rescue. At that point, joining forces with your father's men, turning these 2 islands upside down would be a trivial matter. The more Qin Xiaojie listened, the more he felt Wang Tiejuan's reasoning was sound. Nodding in agreement. You are correct, Taijun. Let us proceed as you suggest. Tomorrow we will divide into several groups to explore the remaining areas of this island, and the day after, we shall transition to the main island. Each individual harbors their own intentions, yet Chen Haifeng feels an unsettling disquiet within. Initially, he merely aspired to accompany Qin Xiaojie's team until rescue arrived. However, the prospect of discovering gold has now emerged. The concept of 40 tons of gold is staggering. He had only just managed to tally it up using his fingers and toes. Such immense wealth has the potential to drive anyone to madness. As Marx wisely articulated, when profits soar to 200, capitalists are emboldened to trample upon all earthly laws. The value of this 40 tons of gold, therefore, would wield even greater influence. Though Chen Haifeng is not a person of significant stature, he is far from foolish. Such colossal riches are prone to inciting turmoil, be it through unequal distribution of spoils or betrayal among subordinates. In such a scenario, as an extraneous member, he would likely be the first to meet a grim fate. Contemplating this, Chen Haifeng silently sighed. Regardless of the quantity of gold, it will have no bearing on him and may, in fact, invite trouble. His only hope is that they do not uncover it, or that rescue arrives swiftly, allowing him to escape this cauldron of strife. Chapter 58. The discovery of potatoes under the direction of Chu Muyang. The 2 individuals resolved to first search the relatively gentle slope before them. However, this gentle slope was now overrun with various plants and weeds, some of which towered higher than a person. Even if potatoes had indeed been cultivated here in the past, it was uncertain whether any remained. They could only endeavor to search for them, each wielding a spade and an axe. They tirelessly cleared away the towering and dense wild grass. Chu Muyang was unfamiliar with the leaves of potatoes and had to rely on Lin Ruo Shui for identification. After clearing for nearly half an hour, the sun was nearing the horizon, and the sky gradually darkened. Chu Muyang straightened his back and took a deep breath. Not accustomed to laboring in the fields, he found it quite exhausting. In less than an hour, his back was already protesting. Lin Ruo Shui remained diligently examining the potato leaves, unaware of any inclination to shirk her duties. As long as Chu Muyang did not call for a halt, she would persist in her search. Chu Muyang shook his head, contemplating whether to tell Lin Ruo Shui to stop searching as darkness was approaching. Suddenly, Lin Ruo Shui exclaimed in delight, "Muyang, this might be it." Startled by her exclamation, Chu Muyang hurried over to her side, where she was pointing at a plant approximately 80 to 90 centimeters tall. Turning to him, she said, "What are we waiting for? Let us dig it up to find out." As he spoke, Chu Muyang grasped the spade. It must be said that the spade was indeed remarkable. After so many years, it remained highly effective, save for a somewhat decayed handle. With just a few strokes, he unearthed the suspected potato plant's root. Lin Ruo Shui gasped softly, "It really is a potato." Chu Muyang discarded the spade and crouched down to examine the find. Among the mound of excavated soil lay 5 or 6 oval-shaped objects. As he brushed away the dirt, he confirmed, "If these aren't tea potatoes, what else could they be?" Joyfully, he exclaimed, "It truly is a potato. This is wonderful. We need not worry about food any longer." However, he noted, "But why are these potatoes so small?" Indeed, the potatoes they had unearthed were no larger than eggs, a stark contrast to the size typically seen at the market. Lin Ruo Shui shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. "Never mind. Let us take some back for now. Ruo Shui, see if you can find any more." Ultimately, they unearthed 3 potato plants, yielding a total of over 10 small potatoes, all of similar modest size. "All right, the sun is nearly set. Ruo Shui, pack up the potatoes. I will head inside the base to retrieve some supplies, and then we shall return." After assigning their tasks, Chu Muyang once again ventured into the base with his flashlight. Previously, he had been in too much of a rush and had only brought back the essentials, leaving behind a number of valuable items. This time, he intended to gather more useful supplies. Upon entering the base, Chu Muyang made his way directly to the medicine cabinet, took 2 cans of food, and after a moment's thought, also grabbed 2 helmets from the wall. The helmets, aside from their original purpose, could serve as containers for water, items, or even rainwater, proving quite useful. As Chu Muyang prepared to leave, he noticed a large pile of equipment fragments on the ground, and one piece, resembling a lens, reflected the beam of his flashlight. Curiously, he approached to inspect it more closely. To his astonishment, he discovered a lens, albeit slightly cracked, while another remained intact. This must belong to a telescope, he mused, recognizing its essential role in observation. With this thought in mind, Chu Muyang pocketed both lenses, contemplating the possibility of crafting a monocular telescope using a bamboo tube, which would greatly facilitate his observations. After gathering these items, Chu Muyang made his way out of the outpost, where Lin Ruo Shui had already completed her preparations. Seizing the opportunity before dusk fell completely, the two hastened back to their cave. As they entered, Peppa Pig came trotting over, bumping against Lin Ruo Shui's feet in a display of protest. The reason for Peppa's discontent was that they had ventured up the mountain to forage for potatoes and, in their haste, had failed to bring Peppa along. Lin Ruo Shui smiled and gently patted Peppa's head in reassurance, then proceeded to prepare dinner. For tonight's meal, Lin Ruo Shui planned to roast the remaining piglet and a few potatoes, ensuring a nourishing balance of protein and vegetables for both of them. Due to the time constraints today, they had not checked the fish traps, resulting in no catch. While Lin Ruo Shui busied herself with dinner, Chu Muyang began examining the lenses and medical kit he had salvaged from the outpost. Opening the medical kit, he retrieved a syringe, snipping off the rusted needle. Testing the elasticity of the rubber tubing, he found it satisfactory, perfect for crafting a slingshot. However, as night had fallen, he resolved to seek materials tomorrow and set it aside for now. Next, he took out the 2 lenses, noting their slight size difference. Both were thicker in the center and thinner at the edges. One lens was intact, while the other had a small chip on the edge, though he believed it would not significantly affect its functionality. Reflecting on the principles of the telescope, he considered attempting to assemble a monocular with a bamboo tube tomorrow. Even if this endeavor did not succeed, he had already discovered that both lenses were convex, which would still serve a purpose in concentrating sunlight for fire. Lost in these musings, Lin Ruo Shui called out, announcing that the potatoes were ready. Chu Muyang promptly set aside his work, just in time to see Lin Ruo Shui handing him 2 skewered potatoes, still steaming. "Here, you should eat these first to tide you over. The roasted piglet will take a bit longer," she advised. All right. Chu Muyang eagerly accepted the potatoes, blowing on them to cool them down before removing them from the skewers. Peppa, noticing the food, rushed over, her eyes fixated on the potatoes. Ignoring her, Chu Muyang exerted force to split the potato in half, releasing an enticing aroma. After blowing on it once more, He placed a piece in his mouth, exclaiming, "Delicious." He praised the flavor while offering the other half to Lin Ruo Shui. Ruo Shui, "It's really good. You should try some." Understanding his temperament, Lin Ruo Shui did not decline, taking a gentle bite. Observing that both her parents had food while she did not, Peppa grew anxious, scurrying to Lin Ruo Shui's feet and nudging with her snout. Lin Ruo Shui could not help but chuckle as she peeled a bit of potato and shared it with Peiqi. Peiqi quickly finished it and looked up at the potato in Lin Ruo Shui's hand with eager eyes. Chu Muyang gently patted Peiqi's head, reminding him that their parents had yet to be satisfied, saying, "Why the rush? Your brother's bones will be saved for you later." He then turned to Lin Ruo Shui and said, "Ruo Shui, we should reserve a few of these potatoes for ourselves to cultivate. I'm worried that there might not be many left in that patch of land." Lin Ruo Shui nodded in agreement. "Then let us keep 5. I will find a place to plant them tomorrow." Chapter 59. The approaching typhoon. As the two conversed, they busied themselves with their respective tasks. "Ruo Shui, do you feel particularly stifling tonight?" Chu Muyang inquired suddenly. "Is that so? I seem to feel nothing unusual," Lin Ruo Shui replied, somewhat puzzled, as she tended to the roasted pig. I'll step outside for a moment," Chu Muyang said before exiting the cave. The clouds obscured the moon, rendering visibility poor outside the cave. Chu Muyang observed the leaves and plants, which remained still, devoid of even a whisper of wind. The atmosphere was thick with an uncomfortable heaviness. After a few minutes, he returned to the cave. Lin Ruo Shui asked if he had noticed anything. "You should step out and experience it for yourself. It's quite oppressive." "I'll take care of roasting the wild pig," he replied. After a few minutes outside, Lin Ruo Shui returned and said, "Muyang, you were right. I can feel it too. However, it is July, so the heat is somewhat expected," she remarked, puzzled. With a hint of concern, Chu Muyang replied, "Something feels amiss. We've been on the island for several days without experiencing this sensation before. It's reminiscent." After pondering for a moment, his expression darkened. "I remember now. It resembles the feeling before a typhoon arrives." Being from Guangxi, Chu Muyang was familiar with typhoons, even though his city was not coastal. In contrast, Lin Ruo Shui, having lived and studied in Sichuan, might not have experienced such phenomena deeply. "What should we do if it truly is a typhoon?" Lin Ruo Shui asked, her worry evident. She had never experienced one, but had seen news reports of their devastation, noting that their power could even shatter windows, causing significant damage to coastal cities annually. "Fear not. This cave serves as our safest refuge, ensuring our safety. We simply need to stockpile some food. Let us wait and see." "I'm not entirely certain," Chu Muyang contemplated. Soon after, the roasted pig was finally ready, and the two enjoyed a hearty meal, though the atmosphere was somewhat subdued due to their concerns about the approaching storm. As Lin Ruo Shui tidied up, Chu Muyang began to strategize. If a typhoon were indeed imminent, their shelter in the cave would keep them safe. The utmost priority now was securing food and water. Chu Muyang assessed their supplies. They had a total of 4 cans, including what they had brought back today, and only a small fish remained from their seafood haul. Water was still sufficient, with several coconuts remaining. This should suffice. At least we won't starve for a day or two without venturing out. However, eating canned food daily might become intolerable. It would be best to catch more seafood, he mused. While Chu Muyang was preoccupied with preparations for the potential typhoon, Qin Shao Jia also sensed something was amiss. Interestingly, the first to notice the anomaly was not the most seasoned survivalist, Wang Taijun, but rather Chen Haifeng. Having spent 4 to 5 years at sea, Chen Haifeng was particularly attuned to the various meteorological changes. He promptly approached Wang Taijun to report his observations. After listening attentively, Wang Taijun carefully scrutinized the situation and concurred with Chen Haifeng's findings. "Haifeng, your timely report is commendable. I too suspect it might be a typhoon. I will duly note your contribution and report it to Qin Shao," he stated before hastily seeking out Qin Shao Jia. Upon hearing the news, Qin Shao Jia's expression shifted dramatically. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of a typhoon, and their rudimentary shelter would undoubtedly prove inadequate. "What do you believe is the likelihood of the typhoon that Chen Haifeng mentioned?" Qin Shaojia inquired earnestly. Wang Taijun pondered for a moment before responding. "I estimate there is an 80% chance." I had a sense that something was amiss earlier. Tonight feels excessively oppressive. I just hadn't connected the dots until Chun Haifeng brought it up, and my own assessment aligns with his. Qin Xiaojia, contemplating this information, asked, if it truly is a typhoon, how do you suggest we respond? Taijun? Wang Taijun had already devised a preliminary plan en route and replied promptly, first and foremost, our shelter will undoubtedly be insufficient. We must relocate. The most suitable refuge appears to be the Japanese encampment we discovered. Only there can we withstand typhoon. Additionally, we should stockpile as much food and water as possible, as maritime typhoons can be unpredictable in duration. Though I have never experienced one, it is prudent to prepare as thoroughly as possible. Qin Xiaojia nodded in agreement. Let us proceed as you suggest and prepare accordingly. Also, arrange for watch tonight. We cannot afford to be caught off guard by the storm in the dead of night. Understood, Qin Xiao. I will make the arrangements. Wang Taijun affirmed before turning to gather everyone for a meeting. Upon hearing the news of the impending typhoon, the group became anxious, murmuring amongst themselves. After a brief period of discussion, Wang Taijun called for silence. Now, let us begin packing essential items. We may need to retreat to the Japanese stronghold at any moment. That is our true sanctuary. Furthermore, we will need individuals on watch tonight. If anything seems amiss, awaken us immediately. We six will take turns on duty. And please gather food and water as best as you can. Is that clear? The crowd responded in unison. We understand, Brother Jun. Though some voiced concerns about the challenge of finding food and water in the darkness. What is all this commotion? Wang Taijun chided, furrowing his brow. We have plenty of kin goods, you 1T starve. There are also oil lamps. Let's make some torches. Li Tai and Zhang Long, check our traps for any catch. Zhao Hu and Chun Haifeng, accompany me to gather some coconuts. Now, let's get to work. Meanwhile, as Qin Xiaojia focused on the urgent task of collecting food and fresh water, Chu Muyang grew increasingly uneasy. This 1T do, Ruoxiue. I must check our fish trap. If the typhoon strikes at night, all our fish could be swept away, resulting in significant loss. I will accompany you, Lin Ruoxiue replied. Rising to her feet, the two of them carried a kerosene lamp to the shoreline. Since acquiring the lamp and oil, they no longer needed to conserve light, as the supply was ample enough to last them for an extended period. With Lin Ruoxiue illuminating the area, Chu Muyang lifted 5 fish traps, emptying their contents into bags while untangling the vines securing them. Together, they transported all 5 traps back to the cave. After processing and marinating the small fish, shrimp, and crabs they had caught, both individuals found themselves somewhat fatigued from the endeavor, yet increasingly aware of the oppressive heat and humidity in the air. It should be fine now. Even if we don't venture out for a day or two, it won't be a problem. We should check if there is an opportunity to reinforce this door tomorrow, Chu Muyang said, breathing slightly heavily. With little inclination for further conversation, both succumbed to their worries about the impending typhoon and drifted into slumber. It was not until the thunderclap in the dead of night that they were jolted awake from their dreams. Chapter 60. The typhoon's arrival. The thunder roared with an intensity that startled both Chu Muyang and Lin Ruoxiue from their slumber. Chu Muyang was the first to open the wooden door and gaze outside the cave. The dawn was just beginning to break, and upon glancing at his watch, he noted it was precisely 5:30 in the morning. He looked up at the sky, where thick, jagged lightning illuminated the heavens intermittently, casting a bright glow upon the dense clouds. The thunder continued to rumble, fluctuating in intensity, while a brisk wind began to stir, bringing a refreshing chill. Lin Ruoxiue approached the doorway and inquired about the conditions outside. Chu Muyang turned to her and remarked, "It truly appears to be a typhoon." Ruoxiue observed the incessant flashes of lightning and the rising winds. Our preparations last night were indeed prudent. Concern creased Lin Ruoxiue's brow as she asked, "What shall we do now?" After a moment's contemplation, Chu Muyang suggested, "While the typhoon has yet to arrive and the light is beginning to brighten, I shall venture out to gather some materials to reinforce our wooden door. Ruoxiue, you should remain here and prepare breakfast." "Very well, but do exercise caution," Lin Ruoxiue urged. Equipped with an axe, a saw, and an oil lamp, Chu Muyang exited the cave. His aim was not only to procure materials for fortifying the door, but also to harvest some bamboo to attempt crafting a simple telescope. Additionally, he hoped to prepare a suitable tree fork for a slingshot, and since their spears had all been broken during the encounter with the crocodile, he planned to fashion 2 new ones. This way, even while evading the typhoon, they would have tasks to occupy their time. He first sought bamboo, successfully locating 2 sturdy stalks and dragging them back to the cave. Next, he searched for a robust tree to create a spear, sawing off a branch. He also gathered 2 straight twigs to fashion new spears. Reflecting on the deteriorating handle of his entrenching tool, he decided that a piece of hardwood would suffice and cut a section to bring back as well. By the time he returned to the cave, it was already past 7 in the morning, though the heavy cloud cover rendered the sky still gloomy. The thunder and lightning intensified, and the wind grew stronger. Lin Ruo Shui had already prepared breakfast, and after he ate, she inquired if he had gathered sufficient materials, hoping he would not need to venture out again. Once Chu Muyang confirmed that he had all he needed, Lin Ruo Shui breathed a sigh of relief. After their meal, Chu Muyang enlisted Lin Ruo Shui's assistance to reinforce the wooden door, in stark contrast to the calmness of Chu Muyang's situation. Qin Shao Jie found himself amidst a flurry of activity. The thunderclap coincided perfectly with Chun Haifeng's watch duty, startling everyone awake without the need for him to rouse them. Wang Taijun was the first to emerge from the shelter, gazing up at the sky, his expression darkening as he made his way towards Qin Shao Jie's shelter. Just as Qin Shao Jie stepped outside, he spotted Wang Taijun and quickly inquired about the situation. With urgency, Wang Taijun replied, "Qin Shao, the typhoon is truly upon us. We must evacuate immediately. Please prepare with haste." Qin Shao Jie was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such an urgent scenario. However, upon observing the ominous sky, he resolved to act without delay and began to pack up his belongings. At this juncture, the others had also emerged from their shelters, each assessing the sky and deliberating over whether to evacuate. Wang Taijun shouted, urging everyone to stop hesitating and begin packing for an imminent relocation. Upon hearing his command, the group ceased their idle chatter. After all, a contingency plan had already been established the previous night. They had pre-packed what they could, and it was merely a matter of gathering their personal belongings before departing. In a flurry of somewhat chaotic preparation, each individual emerged from the shelter, burdened with their belongings. Those with bags carried them, while others utilized vines to bundle their possessions onto their backs. Anything deemed useful that could be transported was not overlooked. Qin Shaojie, accompanied by 3 enchanting women, also made his way out. Once Wang Taijun confirmed that everyone was present, he waved his hand and signaled their departure. Wang Taijun took it upon himself to ensure Qin Shaojie's comfort, assigning Zhang Long to lead the way with an oil lamp, while Zhao who brought up the rear, with Qin Shaojie and his companions positioned in the center. The group proceeded towards the Japanese stronghold on the mountain in silence, save for the fact that the 3 ladies, rather delicate in nature, somewhat impeded their pace. Upon reaching the stronghold, Wang Taijun promptly ordered the removal of 3 skeletons from within, casting them far away to spare the others any discomfort. The group then began relocating the various supplies they had brought into the stronghold, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. Wang Taijun allocated the soldiers' resting quarters to Qin Shaojie and the 3 women, while the others had no choice but to spread their bedding in the main hall of the stronghold. By this time, it was already past 7 o'clock. Although the thunder and lightning intensified and the wind picked up, the rain had yet to commence. Realizing that sleeping directly on the ground would be unfeasible, Wang Taijun organized a team to gather dry straw and branches for bedding and a bonfire. Remembering the need for a flue, he instructed others to cut bamboo as well. Time was of the essence, as everyone was acutely aware that their own well-being was at stake. Thus, no one shirked their responsibilities. Even Qin Shaojie joined the 3 ladies in lending a hand. Once everyone was assigned tasks, Wang Taijun stood at the entrance of the stronghold, contemplating how to manage the entry and exit points. Having previously explored the stronghold thoroughly, he was aware of its ventilation holes, alleviating concerns on that front. However, he deemed it necessary to securely close the main door, despite the potential for diminished indoor illumination. After weighing his options, he resolved to proceed, and the group began to transport various materials back inside. Wang Taijun took the initiative, crafting a chimney from the cut bamboo that extended through the observation hole to the outside. He then constructed a rudimentary stove from stones, while the others laid dry straw on the ground and positioned dry branches beside the stove for future use. Wang Taijun also visited the rest area to inspect the 2 iron-framed beds designated for Qin Shaojia and his companions. To his dismay, he found them severely rusted. Should Qin Shaojia attempt any vigorous activity upon them, they would likely collapse. He reinforced the beds using sturdy branches, bamboo, and vines, making them serviceable for the time being. Just as they completed these tasks, a thunderclap heralded the arrival of rain. "Quickly, some of you, help me close the door," Wang Taijun called out loudly. The iron door was heavy, and it took the combined effort of 4 or 5 individuals to manage a semblance of closure. However, they left a small gap for ventilation and observation of the outside situation. At this moment, the stronghold was shrouded in darkness. It was only when someone rekindled the fire and lit the oil lamps that various preparations could be deemed complete. Fortunately, the timing was impeccable, as they managed to finish before the typhoon made landfall, a stroke of luck amidst the misfortunes. After a bustling morning, the group finally found time to prepare breakfast. As they savored their meal, a sense of relaxation washed over them. Listening to the rumbling thunder and the howling winds outside, they felt a profound gratitude for having discovered this refuge. Otherwise, enduring the oncoming typhoon would have been an uncertain ordeal. Chapter 61. The fury of the typhoon. Shortly after both parties took refuge in their safe havens, the wind began to howl with increasing ferocity, causing the flora to bow in unison towards a single direction. The sky darkened ominously, reminiscent of the early hours of the morning. The leading edge of the typhoon commenced its assault, and the island's fauna displayed their ingenuity. Some had already found secure hiding spots, while others scurried amidst the tempest in search of suitable sanctuaries. At this juncture, tree hollows and rock caves became highly coveted refuges. As the eye of the storm drew closer, wind speeds reached astounding levels. The trees bore the brunt of this onslaught, with trunks as thick as a bowl snapping like twigs, and some being uprooted entirely. Branches, torn from their moorings, soared through the air, and the taller trees suffered the most grievous damage. In contrast, the wild grasses showcased their resilience, swaying gracefully with the wind rather than resisting it. Some even lay flat against the ground, yet once the tempest passed, these grasses would be the first to rise again. Inside the cave, Chu Muyang and his companion found little comfort. Their primary concern lay with the wooden door they had fashioned at the cave entrance. Though reinforced earlier in the day, it still felt inadequate against the ferocious winds. The two leaned against the door, straining to keep it from being forced open, as the outside wind howled ominously, with icy rain seeping through the cracks, leaving them damp and chilled. Peppa Pig, witnessing a typhoon for the first time, trembled in fright, no longer seeking the comfort of Lin Ruoxua and instead cowering in the furthest recess of the cave. "My goodness, is this typhoon truly this fierce? Ruoxua, if it continues like this for a day, I fear we may not endure," Chu Muyang exclaimed, unable to contain his exasperation. Despite both of them pushing against the door, it occasionally creaked open slightly, necessitating their strenuous efforts to secure it once more. "What if we simply stop holding the door?" Lin Ruoxua inquired, letting the typhoon sweep in without resistance. Chu Muyang chuckled ruefully. "That'd be far worse. The depth of this cave is only 5 or 6 meters. Even if we huddle in the back, the sheer force of the wind and rain would still reach us." Lin Ruoxua fell silent, her acquiescence implying a steadfast resolve to endure. Chu Muyang had previously underestimated the typhoon, having never truly experienced one in a coastal city. The reality of confronting such a tempest was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Initially, he had merely used a spear to brace the door, believing it sufficient. However, without an adequate anchor point and confronted with such overwhelming force, the spear soon slipped from his grasp, compelling them to use their bodies to hold the door. Chu Muyang felt that stepping outside the cave would result in being swept away by the wind. He had previously envisioned a serene scene of sheltering together in the cave, listening to the storm while being accompanied by a beautiful woman, an idyllic thought that reality swiftly dispelled. In stark contrast, Qin Shaojie and his group found themselves in a state of ease and comfort. After the wind intensified, Wang Taijun and his companions worked together to securely seal the entrance of their stronghold. The Japanese base was constructed with remarkable sturdiness, showing no signs of shoddy workmanship, as the concrete was measured in thicknesses of several centimeters. Consequently, the typhoon raging outside had no impact on those sheltered within. They peered through observation and shooting holes, listening to the howling wind outside, feeling grateful that they had found refuge here just in time. Otherwise, given the current circumstances, their shelter would have surely been swept away. The group took turns observing the external conditions, soon losing interest. Some drifted off to sleep while others engaged in conversation, secure in the knowledge that they were safe and untroubled. Haifeng, based on your experience, when do you think this typhoon will pass? Inquired Qin Shaojie. Shen Haifeng pondered for a moment before responding. Qin Shao, it's hard to say. In my experience, we had storms that lasted 2 to 3 days, while others subsided in just half a day. We currently have no access to weather reports, so I cannot draw any conclusions about the typhoon's intensity or size. Qin Shaojie nodded in understanding and fell silent. The fierce typhoon raged on for 4 to 5 hours, gradually subsiding around 3 in the afternoon.
Chu Muyang and his companion were utterly exhausted. For those hours, they dared not stray from the wooden door, fearing that if they did,
the wind would whisk it away. They had no time to prepare food, and both were still hungry. Once the wind began to diminish, Chu Muyang instructed Lin Ruoxue to brace the door while he retrieved 2 long spears and a spade. Finding the right angle, he secured the wooden door, finally liberating them. Stretching his limbs, Chu Muyang sighed. I'm utterly spent. My back feels as if it might break. How about you, Ruoxue? Lin Ruoxue, also stretching, replied, I'm fine, nothing serious. That's good. Ruoxue, could you prepare something to eat? I'm nearly starving. Lin Ruoxue swiftly cooked some canned food, and they hastily finished their meager lunch. I'll take a moment to work on my binoculars, Chu Muyang lamented. What a day spent merely propping up the door. He fetched a bamboo pole, measured the size of a lens, sawed off a section, and split it in half, removing the nodes. At one end of the bamboo tube, he carved a groove to secure the lens, carefully fitting the larger lens into place. Then, he placed the smaller lens at the opposite end and brought it close to his eye. Chu Muyang approached the cave entrance, extending the bamboo tube through the crack in the wooden door. Squinting his left eye, he observed through the lens with his right. By continually adjusting the distance between the smaller and larger lenses, he eventually achieved a clearer image. However, he found it perplexing that the image viewed through his makeshift binoculars appeared inverted, a mystery he could not unravel despite pondering it for some time. Never mind, I'll make do with it, he decided. Once he determined the optimal distance for the lenses, he marked it and carved another groove to secure the smaller lens. Finally, he joined the 2 halves of the bamboo tube, successfully creating a single-tube telescope. In its current form, it magnified images 4 to 5 times, albeit with an inverted and somewhat unclear view, yet still passable for his needs. Tomorrow, when the skies are clear, I shall procure some resin to securely affix the lenses, marking the completion of my endeavor. Chu Muyang feels a sense of satisfaction with the telescope he crafted by hand. With it in tow, I shall embark on an expedition to observe a volcano or a rescue vessel, which is bound to enhance the experience considerably. Chapter 62. The Search for Seagulls. Lin Ruoxue gazed curiously at the completed telescope, eager to give it a try. Ruoxue, take it and have some fun. After all, we can't go outside right now. It might help alleviate the boredom, Chu Muyang suggested, picking up a branch he had cut earlier that morning. The creation of a slingshot was relatively straightforward. He began by using an axe for initial shaping, then refined it with a dagger for a more comfortable grip. Next, he carved grooves at both ends of the slingshot to secure the rubber tubing. Finally, he cut a suitable length of rubber from the medical kit and fixed it into the grooves, completing the rudimentary slingshot. As Chu Muyang held the slingshot, a smile crept across his face as he reminisced about his childhood days spent playing with slingshots. Back then, in the countryside, he and his friends each had one, and they caused quite a bit of trouble for the birds. Fortunately, the rural environment was still rich with various birds and wildlife, and there were no laws protecting them. Coming from a humble background, hunting birds meant a better meal, and he relished those moments. After school, they would rush to the hills to practice their aim. Curious to see if his skills had waned over time, Chu Muyang stood up, found a small stone in the cave, and walked to the entrance. He aimed at a nearby tree that swayed gently in the wind, pulling the rubber taut before releasing it with a sharp snap, only to miss the target. "It seems I need some practice. It's been far too long," he muttered to himself. Turning back to Lin Ruoxue, who was preparing dinner, he grinned. "Ruoxue, did you see my slingshot? Tomorrow, I shall seek revenge on those seagulls." With a playful flick of her hair, Lin Ruoxue laughed. "Then tomorrow, I shall roast seagulls for you." As they exchanged light-hearted banter, Chu Muyang observed the outside world. The wind and rain had significantly lessened since the morning. However, the wild grass remained bent to the ground, leaning at a 45-degree angle. It was just past 6 o'clock, and the sky had darkened considerably. It seemed that the night would remain restless, but tomorrow promised fair weather. Thankfully, it was not a super typhoon. Enduring several days of such conditions would have been truly arduous. With this thought, Chu Muyang was struck by a sudden idea. He grabbed 2 steel helmets and placed them outside the wooden door to collect rainwater. Nothing should go to waste. At that moment, Lin Ruoxue announced that dinner was ready. They were having beef stew with potatoes on this deserted island. Such a meal felt luxurious, and as he savored the dish, he praised Lin Ruoxue's culinary skills. Once they finished eating and tidied up, the two of them, with nothing else to occupy their time, listened to the sound of the wind and rain before drifting into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Chu Muyang was awakened by the cheerful chirping of birds outside the cave. Feeling a surge of excitement, he quickly climbed out of bed and peeked outside to find the sun had risen. Indeed, it was a splendid day. Lin Ruoxue, as always, had risen before him and was nearing the completion of breakfast. Chu Muyang opened the wooden door of the cave and stepped outside to breathe in the fresh air. Despite the tempest that wreaked havoc yesterday, leaving many trees uprooted, the scene now blossoms with vitality. Birds flit about, busily constructing their nests and foraging for food, while the wild grasses stand tall once more. The remarkable, self-repairing capacity of nature is indeed awe-inspiring. Chu Muyang, having brushed his teeth with a twig, savored the breakfast prepared by Lin Ruoxue. After their meal, they set about rearranging the fish trap. On their way back, Chu Muyang expressed a desire to seek out seagulls. Lin Ruoxue, contemplating her day's lack of obligations and the sufficiency of their provisions, decided to accompany him. After considering the safety of the venture, Chu Muyang concluded that it would be permissible to bring her along. As per usual, Peppa Pig attempted to cling to Lin Ruoxue, but given the distance they planned to travel, Chu Muyang deemed it impractical to take her along, leaving her with some water and assorted snacks instead. The pair ascended to the mountain's peak to observe the volcano, this time equipped with binoculars for clearer visibility. After a moment of observation, Chu Muyang noted that the volcano had been quite active over the past few days, yet it appeared tranquil at present. The inverted imagery left him somewhat disoriented, prompting him to ask Lin Ruoxue to take a look while he adjusted the binoculars. Intrigued by the device, Lin Ruoxue, realizing that she would not discern any issues with the volcano, began to scan the surroundings. Soon, she exclaimed, "Muyang, look over there. I believe I've spotted a cave." Chu Muyang took the binoculars from her and focused in the direction she indicated. It turned out to be a cave at the base of the volcano, clearly visible despite the inverted view, and it appeared to be substantial in size. Muyang, didn't the diary mention 3 strongholds? Do you think that cave could be another one? Lin Ruoxue inquired. Chu Muyang pondered the question, uncertain but acknowledging the possibility. It doesn't seem too far. Let us check the beach for seagulls first and then swing by to investigate. After completing their observations and taking a moment to rest, they continued on their journey, passing by the discovered stronghold without entering. They ascended another small hill and descended from the opposite side to reach the beach on the other side of the island. This was the direction where Chu Muyang had previously seen the seagulls take flight. Along the way, he diligently collected suitable small stones to use as ammunition for his slingshot. Hearing the calls of birds, He attempted to use the slingshot, but the dense foliage and his lack of precision yielded no success. He remained unfazed, viewing it merely as practice. Considering Lin Ruo Shui's stamina, Chu Muyang paced himself. To his surprise, her endurance surpassed his expectations. Throughout the long trek, she had not once requested a break. Their arduous journey was evident, as many times Chu Muyang had to clear away the overgrown vines to forge ahead. By the time they navigated down the path carved by wildlife and arrived at another beach, over 2 hours had elapsed. This beach was considerably larger than the one they had initially landed on, peppered with rocky outcrops, some towering over 10 meters high. From a distance, they could see numerous seagulls engaged in foraging activities. At long last, I have found you, the culprits behind my stolen fish. Today, I shall settle the score with you, exclaimed Chu Muyang with excitement. Lin Ruo Shui, possessing a kind heart, hesitated before speaking. Muyang, perhaps we should refrain from confronting them. After all, we're not in dire need of food. That simply will not do. They have caused you to weep, and I must avenge that grievance. Do not worry. I am well aware of my limits, and shall not resort to indiscriminate slaughter. With that, Chu Muyang began to search for the seagulls' nests. Soon, on the sheer cliff of the mountain they had descended, he discovered numerous seagull nests. However, the cliff was steep and towering, visible yet inaccessible. Many seagulls were seen carrying grass in their beaks, diligently constructing their homes, indicating that yesterday's typhoon had indeed destroyed numerous nests. Chapter 63. Volcanic hot spring. The seagulls perched on the cliffs were out of reach, so Chu Muyang redirected his attention to the rocky shoreline. Indeed, atop some elevated rocks, he discovered several natural depressions, where numerous seagulls had nested. Without hesitation, Chu Muyang began to scale the rocks, and soon found himself near a seagull nest. Leaning in cautiously, he observed 4 light brown eggs, speckled with darker brown, each roughly the size of a chicken egg, resting unguarded within the nest. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly grasped the 4 eggs. However, after a moment's contemplation, he decided to return 2, reasoning that it would be better not to take them all, especially since there were plenty of nests available. Adopting this strategy, he collected 1 or 2 eggs from each of 3 large rocky outcrops, ultimately gathering a total of 8 eggs, which he presented to Lin Ruo Shui. He clapped his hands, declaring, "This should suffice for our meals over the next couple of days. Rest assured, Ruo Shui, you each only took 1 or 2 from each nest. Nothing was completely taken." Lin Ruo Shui understood that he had done this with her feelings in mind and quietly expressed her gratitude. Subsequently, Chu Muyang produced a slingshot and began to scan for targets. After several attempts, he finally struck a seagull on his 8th shot. The bird plummeted onto the sandy shore, and Chu Muyang rushed over to retrieve it, noting its considerable size, weighing about 7 or 8 tails. Approaching Lin Ruo Shui, he noticed her slight discontent and quickly comprehended the reason. "All right, Ruo Shui, this seagull is my way of avenging you. I won't hunt anymore. I simply wish to protect you," he reassured her. A warmth enveloped Lin Ruo Shui's heart, and her cheeks flushed crimson. It was the first time she had heard such tender words from Chu Muyang. She lowered her head and softly murmured, "Yes, Muyang, I understand your intentions. Thank you for considering me." At this point, she found herself at a loss for words, and after a brief silence, she suggested, "Muyang, you must be hungry. Let's find a place to prepare lunch," before hastily turning away. Chu Muyang sensed a deepening of their relationship and hurried to catch up with her. "Ruo Shui, come this way. It's cooler here." Taking her small hand, they made their way to the shaded side of a large rock, where they set down their backpacks and gathered some dry grass nearby. Chu Muyang disassembled a lens from a telescope, focusing it under the sun until a fire ignited. This time, they had not brought a large pot, so they resorted to grilling their provisions. Lin Ruo Shui prepared a few seagull eggs, while Chu Muyang attended to the seagull he had caught. After plucking its feathers and removing the innards, he was disheartened to find that only a meager amount of meat remained. "This is rather scant," he lamented, but decided to let it go, acknowledging that with Ruo Shui's kindness and their current supplies, they would manage just fine. After enjoying their grilled eggs and seagull, they extinguished the fire. Chu Muyang remarked, "Ruo Shui, Let us now head to the volcanic cave you mentioned. We must return early, as the journey back will take some time. Lin Ruo, Shui readily agreed, and together they proceeded in the direction etched in their memories, soon arriving at the mouth of the volcanic cave within half an hour. First, I observed the exterior. The entrance to this cave was quite substantial, standing 3 to 4 meters high and 5 to 6 meters wide. Inside, it was shrouded in darkness, suggesting considerable depth. Chu Muyang retrieved an oil lamp from his backpack, lit it, and handed a flashlight to Lin Ruo Shui as a precautionary measure. He instructed her to wait outside while he ventured in with the oil lamp, which would also serve as an indicator should oxygen levels deplete. After traversing 7 or 8 meters into the cave, Chu Muyang paused to assess his surroundings. He felt no sense of suffocation. The flame of the oil lamp flickered slightly, seemingly swayed by a draft emanating from within. He illuminated the area around him. The cave's walls were notably smooth and entirely black, devoid of any plants or weeds. It became evident that a volcanic cave differed significantly from a typical cavern. Once he confirmed there was no immediate danger, he called out to the entrance, Ruo Shui, "Come in, it's safe inside." Upon Lin Ruo Shui's arrival, he requested she turn off the flashlight, and together they relied on the oil lamp's glow to explore further into the cave. After approximately 5 minutes, Chu Muyang inquired, "Ruo Shui, do you feel it getting warmer the deeper we go? I'm starting to sweat." Lin Ruo Shui nodded in agreement. "I feel it too. It might be due to the recent volcanic activity." Chu Muyang concurred, "Indeed, but this cave appears quite profound. After our extended journey, there are no signs of reaching an end, and it doesn't seem to be a hideout. Let's not venture too deep. We shall explore a bit further and then turn back." Given that it wasn't a hideout, Chu Muyang deemed it unnecessary to take risks, especially since they lacked for nothing at present. After walking another 10 meters, Lin Ruo Shui suddenly grasped Chu Muyang's arm, and upon noticing his puzzled expression, she whispered, "Muyang, I think I hear the sound of dripping water. Listen carefully." Alarmed, Chu Muyang halted and focused intently. Indeed, he could hear the sound of water droplets hitting a river not far ahead. Could there be an underground river within? "Let us investigate," he said, taking Lin Ruo Shui's hand as they cautiously proceeded forward. The sound of dripping grew louder until they reached its source, where they illuminated the area with the oil lamp. To their astonishment, they discovered a small pond, not exceeding 3 to 4 meters in diameter. Above the pond, several slightly protruding stones were causing the water to drip down. Chu Muyang instructed Lin Ruo Shui to turn on the flashlight for additional illumination, while he approached the pond's edge to examine the surface for any anomalies. Probing the depths with a spear, he found it was not deep, measuring only about 1 meter. After stirring the water with the spear and finding nothing unusual, he felt reassured enough to crouch down and dip his hand into the water. To his surprise, the water was warm. He tasted a drop from his wet fingers and realized it was fresh water. Excitement surged within him as he called out to Lin Ruo Shui, "Ruo Shui, come quickly. This appears to be a hot spring, and it's fresh water. We have finally found a source of fresh water." Upon hearing this, Lin Ruo Shui felt a surge of joy in her heart. She approached the edge of the pond and reached out to touch the water, confirming what Chu Muyang had said. "That's wonderful, Muyang. We will no longer have to worry about our water supply," she exclaimed. "Ha, that's not all." Chu Muyang's laughter echoed within the cave. "Ruo Shui, how long has it been since we last bathed? This water is not only drinkable. We can indulge in a refreshing wash as well. I feel as though I have become quite unclean." Lin Ruo Shui was equally delighted to hear this. After all, for a girl, enduring such a long period without a bath was unbearable, and the prospect of bathing was truly delightful. Chapter 64, Asensuous but Muyang. Should we fill some water first? Lin Ruo Shui hastily reminded as she noticed Chu Muyang's eagerness to dive into the bath. "Oh, you are right," Chu Muyang replied, feeling a bit embarrassed as he set down his backpack and retrieved 2 empty water bottles. They had brought 4 bottles of water with them, and, after consuming 2, they were left with just enough to replenish. Each took an empty bottle and soon filled them with water. As Lin Ruo Shui leaned in to take a sip for a taste, Chu Muyang quickly intervened. "Ruo Shui, this water is not safe to drink. It may appear clean, but it could harbor numerous microorganisms. Legend has it that General Hua Xubing of the Han Dynasty fell ill and perished after drinking from wild sources. Is that so? Lin Ruoxue exclaimed, sticking out her tongue, and promptly placed the bottle back in her backpack. Chu Muyang then picked up the flashlight to examine their surroundings. Ruoxue, there might be an underground river flowing out to the volcano. I suspect the animals on this island rely on this water source. No wonder we struggled to find fresh water earlier. He added, now, I believe it's time for a bath. I can no longer tolerate my own odor. Oh, that's fine. You go ahead and wash first. I will wait outside, Lin Ruoxue replied, taking the flashlight and stepping out. As they entered the cave cautiously and moved slowly, the hot spring was only a few dozen meters from the entrance, and Lin Ruoxue quickly reached the cave's mouth. With a chuckle, Chu Muyang swiftly shed his clothes and jumped into the pond with a splash. After 10 days without a wash, he felt grimy, and, at times, when Lin Ruoxue drew closer, he worried his odor would offend her. Particularly after the salty sea water clung to him. The discomfort was unbearable once it dried. After a delightful soak that lasted over 10 minutes, he relished the warmth of the spring, the water temperature just right at around 40 degrees Celsius. Yet, considering Lin Ruoxue's eagerness to bathe, he reluctantly climbed out. As he dressed, he found his unwashed clothes equally uncomfortable, so he decided to wash them as well, knowing the sun would dry them outside. When Chu Muyang emerged from the cave clad only in his underwear, with his backpack slung over one shoulder and freshly cleaned clothes in hand, half an hour had already passed. Lin Ruoxue blushed at the sight of him. Ruoxue, he said with a hearty laugh, it's your turn to wash now. I even took the liberty of washing my clothes, for wearing dirty garments is even more unbearable. I will hang them out to dry while you take your time. It's still early, not even 3 o'clock yet. Lin Ruoxue replied softly, taking the oil lamp he had brought and stepping inside. Feeling rejuvenated after his bath, Chu Muyang hummed a tune while hanging his clothes on a low tree branch to dry. He retrieved a cigarette from his backpack, struck a simple spark using his lens, and ignited it. Leaning against a tree trunk, he basked in the sun, savoring the moment. He was not a heavy smoker, and thus, after 2 packs, he still had more than half a pack remaining. Halfway through his cigarette, his mind wandered to the moment when Lin Ruoxue would emerge from her shower, signaling the end of their day's labor. Their bounty had already proven substantial, and he felt no inclination to delve further into the cave, deeming it futile. Yet, the thought of the goddess emerging from her bath evoked a vivid image in his mind, a scene that promised to be nothing short of spectacular. In recent days, as their relationship had blossomed, particularly after their shared experience of driving away a wild boar, their physical interactions had increased, though they remained limited. He had yet to share a genuine kiss with Lin Ruoxue, a fact attributable to many factors. Now, freshly bathed and invigorated, he found himself in a state of heightened anticipation. A warm surge of energy welled up from his lower abdomen, stirring a certain restlessness within him. As he pondered whether to sneak a glance at her, bad idea, he chastised himself. Lin Ruoxue would eventually be his, and there was no need to provoke her discomfort. Yet, could one not be permitted to behold such a divine spectacle? His mind seemed to host a debate between 2 inner voices, neither yielding to the other. The more he thought, the more agitated he became, his desires sprouting uncontrollably like wild grass, defying suppression. Unable to remain seated, he rose and paced, lighting another cigarette in a bid to regain his composure. The ancients wisely proclaimed that warmth inspires certain thoughts. How true that proved to be. In a moment of resolve, he extinguished his cigarette with a decisive stomp and decided to take a quick peek, just a fleeting glance before retreating. However, upon entering the cave, he found Lin Ruoxue already emerging. His internal conflict had consumed too much time, and with the additional task of hanging out laundry, nearly half an hour had slipped by. Lin Ruoxue had washed herself rather swiftly, even feeling a tinge of concern. After washing her clothes, she donned the damp fabric, intending to dry herself under the sun. Seeing her emerge, he felt a twinge of awkwardness and remarked, "Ruoxue, why are you finished so soon? There's still plenty of time for a longer wash." Upon glancing at her, his gaze became ensnared. Clad in his work pants and a t-shirt, her wet garments clung to her form. The the blue fabric hinting enticingly beneath. Feeling the intensity of his stare, Lin Ruoshua's cheeks flushed, prompting her to hasten outside to dry her clothes. As she brushed past him, he could no longer contain himself and pulled her into an embrace. Lin Ruoshu gasped softly, but they had shared such embraces before, so she did not resist, though her body tensed slightly. He held her gently, savoring the warmth of her body and the sweet fragrance that enveloped her. As he tightened his grip, his lips sought out hers, and the moment their mouths met, he sensed her nervousness. Ignoring it, he continued to kiss her, his tongue exploring as she remained tense. Experiencing her first kiss with a boy. Yet, knowing he had saved her multiple times and harboring feelings for him, she did not resist. At this moment, Chu Muyang had already breached the barriers with his words, and his hands began to wander inappropriately. He sensed Lin Ruoshua's body transitioning from rigidity to a gradual softness, from a hint of resistance to a willingness to cooperate. A warmth radiated from his lower dantian, and his right hand began its ascent towards new heights. Aware of Chu Muyang's encroachment, Lin Ruoshua struggled to part her lips, whispering softly, "Muyang, can we not do this here? Chu Muyang bite no head. My aunt is still here." Lin Ruoshua managed to articulate with effort. Chapter 65. The return. Upon hearing Lin Ruoshua's words, Chu Muyang felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over his fervent body, chilling him to the core, even causing wisps of vapor to rise. He gasped for breath, gradually withdrawing from Lin Ruoshua's embrace, murmuring an apology. "I'm sorry, Ruoshua. I acted impulsively." Lin Ruoshua's cheeks flushed crimson. She lowered her head, stammering, "It's fine. I'll just go hang up my clothes," before hastily exiting the cave. Alone, Chu Muyang stood in a daze, relishing the remnants of their earlier passion, chuckling to himself. Having been single for 2 to 3 years without a girlfriend, this moment, though not entirely consummated, marked the most exhilarating experience he had since parting ways with his university girlfriend. Moreover, his partner was none other than the goddess Lin Ruoshua. The sensation was truly delightful. After nearly 5 minutes, Chu Muyang regained his composure and, still yearning for more, stepped out of the cave. He spotted Lin Ruoshua, standing dreamily beside a tree, basking in the sunlight. Approaching the small tree where his clothes were drying, he donned the garments that were mostly dry before striding over to Lin Ruoshua and grasping her delicate hand. They stood together in silence, gazing into the distance, without uttering a word. Eventually, Lin Ruoshua broke the silence, saying, "Muyang, shall we head back now?" Chu Muyang nodded, slinging his backpack over his shoulders, and together they commenced their journey homeward. As they retraced their steps, Qin Xiaojia was conversing with Wang Taijun beneath a large tree, with no one else around. "Qin Xiao, we have roughly explored this small island today and found no signs of a base for the Japanese," Wang Taijun reported. Qin Xiaojia nodded. "So, that implies the other bases must be located on that main island. Does that seem plausible to you?" After a moment of contemplation, Wang Taijun replied, "I believe it is reasonable. This island is not large, and from the bases we discovered, we can already observe both eastern and western beaches. There is no need for additional bases. Then we should expedite our move to the main island?" Qin Xiaojia inquired. "Indeed, this place holds no further value," Wang Taijun responded. "All right, when shall we relocate?" Qin Xiaojia pressed further. "Tomorrow morning would be best. It's getting late now. That island appears to be close, but with only one lifeboat. I estimate it will take us around 2 hours to reach it. Today is perfect for packing up and preparing," Wang Taijun stated confidently. "Very well. Let's proceed as you suggest. Make the necessary arrangements," Qin Xiaojia concluded decisively. On their return journey, Chu Muyang and Lin Ruoshua remained silent for a stretch, with Chu Muyang holding her hand as they walked. Upon reaching the summit of another hill, Lin Ruoshua finally could no longer contain herself, asking, "Muyang, didn't you say we needed to search for other bases? Should we continue looking?" Hearing this, Chu Muyang glanced around, seeking a clear and level spot, then pulled Lin Ruoshua down beside him. "Ruoshua, let us converse for a moment and take a rest." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Certainly, time will be found for exploration. However, this island is rather expansive. Just look at the peaks beneath our feet. There are 5 or 6 of them. Despite our long trek today, we have only ascended 2 mountains. If we wish to explore gradually, who knows how long it will take? Lin Ruoxue nodded in agreement. Do you have any good strategies? Not particularly, but I just thought of something. We could summarize the patterns we observed at that outpost. For instance, it seems essential that the vantage point must be unobstructed and situated at a high elevation. Although the diary states that these outposts were primarily for monitoring aircraft, they can also serve to observe naval forces, thus necessitating height. Secondly, such outposts should possess a degree of defensive capability. If a small enemy force were to land on the island, a well-positioned outpost could provide some resistance. With these 2 firm requirements in mind, Chu Muyang naturally wrapped one arm around Lin Ruoxue's waist, while his other hand pointed to the tallest peak in the distance. According to the diary, only 3 outposts were established, one on the auxiliary island, and, aside from the one we have already discovered on the main island, there should be just one remaining. Logically, it will be situated atop the highest mountain. Lin Ruoxue, embraced by Chu Muyang, gazed at his earnest deductions. The sunset bathed his face in a warm glow, accentuating the tan he had acquired over the past few days, now shimmering with a delicate golden light. Her heart fluttered. Indeed, a man engrossed in his work possesses an undeniable charm. She couldn't resist resting her head on his shoulder. Chu Muyang had anticipated praise for his reasoning, but after a prolonged silence, he was surprised to find her head resting against him. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he turned to face Lin Ruoxue. Realizing her actions, her cheeks flushed, yet she did not move away. Oh, Muyang, your reasoning is quite sound. Shall we head to that tallest mountain tomorrow? A smile spread across Chu Muyang's face as he tightened his embrace around Lin Ruoxue. Well, we'll see. If nothing else comes up tomorrow, we shall venture there. If I can locate the parts for the transmitter, I might be able to attempt a repair. Thus, they basked in the sunset, sitting quietly side by side, conversing for over half an hour. It was only when Chu Muyang sensed that they needed to resume their journey to return to their cave shelter before nightfall that he gently urged Lin Ruoxue to stand and set off once more. With a lighter step, he felt a significant advancement in their relationship after today, his heart brimming with joy. As the sun dipped closer to the horizon, they finally returned to the cave, unaware that Peichi awaited them at the entrance, ready to deliver yet another surprise. Chapter 66. The Trap's Bounty. As the two approached the cave entrance, they were greeted by intermittent cooing sounds resembling the calls of chickens, interspersed with the squeals of Peppa the pig. Curiosity piqued, they drew nearer, first startled, then elated. It turned out that the snare trap set by Chu Muyang a few days prior had been triggered, ensnaring a wild chicken weighing approximately 4 to 5 pounds. The chicken had evidently been hanging for some time, its struggles waning to sporadic coos. Meanwhile, Peppa stood nearby, fixated on the wild chicken. Each time it called, she responded with her own little grunts, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Upon seeing Lin Ruoxue return, Peppa darted towards her, squealing with delight and tugging at her pant leg towards the direction of the chicken. Lin Ruoxue smiled gently and scooped Peppa into her arms. After being lifted, Peppa continued to nuzzle towards the chicken. Chu Muyang affectionately patted Peppa's little head, chuckling. All right, Peppa, I understand you're eager to take credit for this wild chicken. You didn't catch it, did you? With that, they approached the chicken, which, sensing danger, summoned its remaining strength to struggle fiercely. Well, aren't you quite the feisty one? Chu Muyang remarked, setting down his backpack and brandishing a spear, instructing Lin Ruoxue to step back for safety. With a few swift strikes, the chicken was quickly subdued. Using his dagger, he severed the vine, lifting the chicken triumphantly. Ruoxue, it's a fine catch. Tonight, I look forward to your culinary skills. I want roasted chicken. Ha. Lin Ruoxue beamed. Then you handle the chicken, and I shall prepare the fire. Chu Muyang hurried to the seaside, using his dagger to gut the chicken, ensuring not to waste the blood, which he collected in an empty bottle. He recalled his childhood in the countryside, where his parents would scald chickens in boiling water before plucking the feathers, so he decided against overthinking it. He also checked the fishing trap, yielding a modest catch. But he was not disheartened. With the wild chicken in hand, he filled a bucket with seawater and returned to the cave. Lin Ruoxue added a few twigs to the fire, stoking it to life, and gathered tender leaves and shoots to feed Peppa. However, Peppa, having been pampered by Lin Ruoxue over the past few days, turned her nose up at the offerings. Lin Ruoxue reassured her, "Be a good girl, Peppa. Eat a bit of this, and soon your father will bring back something delicious." Before long, Chu Muyang returned, tossing a few chicken entrails, parts they did not eat, towards Peppa. Lin Ruoxue then set a pot of water to boil. Once it reached a rolling boil, the two collaborated to pluck the chicken's feathers clean, skewering it on bamboo sticks and seasoning it lightly with sea salt before placing it on the bonfire. Roasting a chicken, of course, is a time-consuming endeavor, and this task naturally fell to Lin Ruoxue. Meanwhile, while the sky still bore traces of daylight, Chu Muyang reconfigured the snare trap at the entrance, which had been triggered by the wild chicken. Upon returning to the cave, he organized their day's catch, ensuring all tools were neatly arranged in preparation for their expedition to the highest mountain the following day. As the preparations were completed, the roasted chicken began to emit an enticing aroma, stirring the appetite of Chu Muyang, who gravitated towards the fire, encouraging Lin Ruoxue to take a moment's respite while he tended to the roasting. As he cooked, he inquired, "Ruoxue, how are you feeling today? After traversing such a long mountain path, are you still holding up?" "I feel quite well," Lin Ruoxue replied. "The mountains of my hometown are no less formidable than these, and I am accustomed to such walks." She busied herself preparing the next dish, a delicate egg drop soup. As she spoke, "I plan to ascend the tallest mountain tomorrow. Will you accompany me?" Chu Muyang asked once more. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Ruoxue responded, "I would like to join you." "Very well, then we shall go together tomorrow." As they engaged in light conversation, the chicken reached the perfect level of doneness. Lin Ruoxue brought water to a boil in her pot, intending to prepare a soup with the chicken's innards and seagull eggs. Chu Muyang blew on the sizzling roasted chicken to cool it down, tearing off a steaming chicken leg and taking a hearty bite. Their midday meal having been rather simple, and after such a long trek, hunger had set in. With his mouth full, he mumbled, "This chicken leg is delightful. The meat is firm and not at all dry." After finishing one leg, he tore off another and offered it to Lin Ruoxue. "Ruoxue, you should have one too." The two consumed the entire roasted chicken and polished off a whole pot of chicken innards and egg drop soup, leaving nothing to waste. Considering the long journey that awaited them on the morrow, they refrained from lengthy discussions and retired early for the night. Unlike their usual arrangement, this time Chu Muyang slept beside Lin Ruoxue, a departure from their previous practice of keeping a distance. Thanks to the deepening of their bond today, Lin Ruoxue made no objections. Chapter 67. Encounter on the main island. On the following morning, the weather was splendid. Wang Taijun and his companions rose early, just as dawn began to break. Today marked their relocation to the main island, and there was much to prepare. Everyone was mobilized, including Qin Shaojia. After a simple breakfast, they set about transporting all usable items to the lifeboats on the beach, making 3 trips before completing the task. The sun had only just begun to rise when Wang Taijun checked his watch. It was barely past 9 o'clock. He then directed the group to drag the lifeboats into the sea. Once all the belongings were loaded onto the boats, they felt somewhat overburdened, primarily because they had brought a considerable amount from their previous stronghold, whereas during their escape, most had traveled light. Zhang Long and Zhao, who pushed the boats forward until the water reached their knees, at which point they leapt onto the lifeboats. Wang Tiejuan's judgment proved astute. Although the outpost appeared close to the main island, their lifeboats relied heavily on manual rowing, and with little wind that day, their progress was slow. Fortunately, they had crafted several makeshift paddles the previous night, allowing 4 or 5 individuals to row simultaneously, otherwise their pace would have been even slower. Having encountered no dangers along the way, after more than 2 hours of sailing, Qin Shaojia and his group finally made landfall on the main island. As they disembarked, some seagulls on the beach took flight in alarm. "Brother Jun, the resources on this main island are abundant. Look at all these seagulls. We are in for a feast today." The group chattered excitedly, gazing at the birds overhead. "Let's not rush into eating. First, we must find a temporary shelter. We need to settle in, and this afternoon, we can explore our surroundings," Wang Taijun calmly instructed. Thus the group dispersed, searching the beach in small clusters for a suitable refuge. Considering the ease of locating a stronghold, which should take no more than a day or two, Wang Taijun opted against the time-consuming task of constructing wooden cabins. Eventually, they settled on a spot near a massive rock formation, located some distance from the shoreline. Soaring nearly 10 meters high, after conferring with Qin Shaojia, they decided to erect a rudimentary shelter, primarily to provide elevation and shade, just to manage for the night. Eager to uncover new leads on the treasure, Qin Shaojia was willing to compromise on the quality of their accommodations. With a command issued, everyone set off to gather suitable materials. Equipped with better tools than before, such as military shovels, they significantly expedited the collection process. Within just over 2 hours, they constructed a 2-tiered makeshift shelter beside the rock. The upper level was designated for Qin Shaojia and his girlfriend, while the lower level was shared by several burly individuals. Elevated by several centimeters, it served to protect them from snakes, insects, and rodents. The roof was simply fashioned from large leaves and dry grass to provide adequate shade. After completing the shelter, everyone felt famished and utterly exhausted. Wang Taijun extracted a half-piece of lens, harnessing sunlight to spark a fire. He also stumbled upon fragments of a telescope at the stronghold. However, fortune did not favor him, as the other lenses lay shattered into countless pieces, leaving only this half relatively intact. Though the telescope could not be salvaged, it could still serve as a makeshift magnifying glass for concentrating light, which was a modest consolation. As Wang Taijun tended to the fire, the others became increasingly fascinated by the seagulls. Lacking any long-range weapons, they could only mimic Chu Muyang, clambering onto the rocks to pilfer a few seagull eggs. Observing the futility of hunting seagulls, Wang Taijun contemplated crafting a slingshot. Fortunately, they had an abundance of canned goods, so food was not an immediate concern. Their priority was to explore the surrounding area to ensure their safety. They boiled water and prepared a simple meal of canned food, enhanced by the addition of seagull eggs, which significantly improved their lunch. Chu Muyang also rose early that day, though Lin Ruoxue had awakened even earlier. When Lin Ruoxue finished cooking breakfast and called him to rise, the sun had only just begun its ascent. After a modest breakfast, the two set out, according to their plan, to explore the highest mountain. They left behind the burden of Peiqi, taking a different route than the day before. Initially, they headed to the stronghold they had discovered, then descended the other side of the mountain, crossing over a small hill before reaching the base of the tallest peak. While this sounded straightforward, the journey proved arduous, and Chu Muyang found himself lamenting the difficulty of the path. Much of the route was unexplored territory, and while clearing a way through proved challenging, they encountered venomous snakes twice along the way, having been bitten by a snake not long ago. Chu Muyang was still haunted by the memory. Though he knew he bore a jade pendant that protected him from snake venom, he could not shake the unease. Ultimately, he steeled his nerves, using a spear to prod the poisonous snakes away, allowing them to continue their trek. The path ascended through dense forests, often devoid of any animal trails, compelling them to carve out their own route. They only reached the foot of the highest peak by midday, both exhausted. Finding a clearing, they were too fatigued to ignite a fire and settled for a meager lunch of canned goods and boiled seagull eggs. After a brief respite, they resumed their ascent, battling through thorns and brambles for another hour until they finally reached the summit. Upon reaching the top, they were greeted by an expansive clearing dominated by colossal stone, which appeared to be at least twice the size of the stronghold they had previously discovered. This must be another stronghold. It seems significantly larger than the one we found. Let us not rush. We should take a moment to rest, he added, tossing his backpack aside and pulling Lin Ruoxue down to sit beside him. Once they regained some strength, Chu Muyang's curiosity got the better of him, and he eagerly began to examine the entrance of the stronghold. The stronghold appeared to be a massive stone, covered in various mosses and vines. However, their experience told them that this area, with its unobstructed view and elevation as the highest peak on the island, save for the volcano, was an ideal vantage point. Following the pattern of entrances they had previously discovered, they carefully cleared the vines and underbrush, quickly locating what seemed to be an entrance. Ruoxue, it should be here. Look, These must be the door seams, Chu Muyang remarked as he used a spear to poke away the moss covering the entrance, revealing a narrow crevice. Lin Ruoxua nodded in agreement. But how do we open it? According to our discovery of that stronghold, the door is pushed open from the outside. It seems that this batch of strongholds was constructed by the same group of people. The design should be consistent. Let's try pushing it open. Without hesitation, the two began to exert their strength against the door. Unfortunately, the heavy entrance was constructed with sturdier materials, and years of neglect had rendered it immovable. After pushing for quite a while, they found it utterly unyielding. They then attempted to use a spade to pry it open from the crevice, but after exhausting several methods, they ultimately decided to abandon their efforts, as it truly could not be opened. It appears we have labored in vain. Chu Muyang wiped the sweat from his brow. Feeling disheartened, Lin Ruoxua, slightly out of breath, offered words of comfort. It's all right, Muyang. I think your reasoning yesterday was remarkable. You accurately identified the location of the stronghold. It's visible but inaccessible. Being correct is of no use, Chu Muyang lamented, still grappling with his disappointment. Lin Ruoxua offered further reassurance. After a considerable time, Chu Muyang reluctantly accepted the reality. Since we cannot open it, let us return. We still have a long journey ahead. With that, he led Lin Ruoxua back along the path they had come. The arduous trek up and down the mountain was challenging, but they finally reached the first stronghold. It was not far from the cave, and the expansive view allowed them to see the beach across the way, where doves gathered. Exhausted, Chu Muyang decided they should rest here for a moment before heading back. It was just past 4 in the afternoon when he took out his binoculars, instinctively scanning the volcano and the distant sea. As he casually swept across the beach on the opposite side, Chu Muyang exclaimed softly and shifted the binoculars back to the beach. Chapter 68. The decision in the view of the telescope, several human figures abruptly emerged. Chu Muyang had always believed that only he and Lin Ruoxua had drifted to this deserted island, especially since they had not encountered any signs of other people arriving on the island for an extended period. What perplexed him the most was that they had just visited that stretch of beach yesterday and found no evidence of human activity. How could there be people there today? Suppressing his inner confusion, Chu Muyang meticulously observed through the telescope. 1, 2, 3. In a mere moment, he had spotted 6 individuals. Examining their attire, although somewhat tattered, it was evidently modern clothing, thereby eliminating the possibility of them being indigenous inhabitants. This had been Chu Muyang's greatest concern. If they were natives, communication would be impossible, and various films often depict such natives as cannibals. Now, seeing modern individuals, likely shipwreck survivors like themselves, brought a slight sense of relief to Chu Muyang. Noticing Chu Muyang suddenly fixating on the distant beach with a fluctuating expression, Lin Ruoxua could not help but inquire about his discovery. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Muyang set down the telescope and handed it to Lin Ruoxua, inviting her to observe for herself. When the puzzled Lin Ruoxua glimpsed the figures on the distant beach through the telescope, she gasped, how can there be people there? After observing for a moment, she lowered the telescope, and Chu Muyang asked, Ruoxua, how many did you see? Lin Ruoxua pondered briefly before replying, I saw 5. Well, I saw 6. There may be even more, as some might have ventured into the surrounding woods. Chu Muyang responded, reclaiming the telescope, when he finally spotted Chun Hai foam within the lens. Chu Muyang confirmed that these individuals were indeed from the same cruise ship as them. During his initial observation, Chu Muyang had sensed a familiar silhouette. However, the inverted image and the significant changes in Chun Haifeng's appearance due to their days on the deserted island had led to uncertainty. It was only during his second observation that he could confirm the identity. He slowly lowered the telescope, quietly gazing toward the beach, lost in thought. Lin Ruoxua, noticing his contemplative demeanor, chose to remain silent as they sat together in tranquility. Comrade, come over here and take a look. We have discovered something, Zhang Long reported to Wang Taijun. What is it that warrants such secrecy? Wang Taijun asked, intrigued, as he followed Zhang Long to the rear of a rocky outcrop. It's this. We have found signs of fire, Zhang Long explained. He had intended to collect seagull eggs and, upon rounding the rocky outcrop, stumbled upon the remnants of the fire. Wang Taijun's expression grew grave as he crouched to examine the area. He picked up a handful of the residual ashes and inhaled deeply, then lowered his head in contemplation. After a brief pause, Zhao could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Comrade, what do you think this means? Could there be others on the island? Might it be inhabited by wild men?" His tone turned anxious at the thought. Wang Taijun pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "It's difficult to say whether they are wild men. They could also be individuals like us, shipwrecked and washed ashore. After all, if we can drift here, so too can others. However, this pile of ashes appears quite fresh, seemingly left from a fire ignited just a couple of days prior. Let us proceed with caution during our exploration. It is imperative that we operate in pairs and refrain from acting alone, while being particularly vigilant for traces of human activity." Having conveyed this, Wang Taijun set off to report to Qin Shaojia. Naturally, Zhang Long and Zhao Hun nodded in agreement, calling over Li Tai and the others to relay their instructions. Upon receiving this information, the group was understandably taken aback, engaging in animated discussions. Meanwhile, upon hearing Wang Taijun's report, Qin Shaojia also felt a surge of anxiety. After inquiring repeatedly about the details, he expressed his concerns, stating that this indicated the likely presence of other humans on the island. Therefore, everyone should exercise caution and aim to explore together the following day to avoid any unforeseen incidents. He spoke with an air of hesitation, as if he wished to say more. Wang Taijun recognized his apprehension regarding the matter of gold, yet given the uncertainty of the situation, he refrained from elaborating and took his leave. Ultimately, the remnants of the fire made by Chu Muyang and his companion cast a substantial shadow over the minds of Qin Shaojia and the others. For nearly half an hour, Chu Muyang and his companion sat side by side in silence. During this time, Chu Muyang again picked up the binoculars, and after repeated confirmations, he finally determined the number of people on the beach: 6 men and 3 women, totaling 9 individuals. Ruo Shui. There are indeed 9 people on the opposite beach, one of whom I recognize, our mechanical repair team leader, Chen Haifeng. Thus, I can ascertain that they, like us, drifted over in a lifeboat after the cruise ship sank. Chu Muyang reflected before sharing the actual situation. "Oh, there is someone we know," Lin Ruo Shui responded, somewhat surprised. "Well then, it's getting late. Let us return," Chu Muyang said, rising and assisting Lin Ruo Shui to her feet. On their way back, the two remained silent until they were nearing the cave. It was then that Chu Muyang inquired Ruo Shui, "Why didn't you ask me why didn't you approach them?" "I figured you must have your reasons," Lin Ruo Shui replied with a thoughtful smile. Stopping in his tracks, Chu Muyang exhaled deeply. "Ruo Shui, have you read Liu Cixin's The Three-Body Problem?" Curious, Lin Ruo Shui shook her head. "I have." Chu Muyang organized his thoughts before continuing. The Three-Body Problem is a novel that essentially narrates humanity's encounter with an alien civilization. It introduces a concept known as the dark forest principle. It suggests that if we traverse a pitch-black forest and suddenly hear a noise ahead, the most prudent course of action is not to engage or inquire, but to eliminate the source immediately. This is because we cannot ascertain whether the other party harbors goodwill or malice. In simpler terms, revealing my existence or allowing you to persist poses a danger to me. At this point, Chu Muyang fixed his gaze intently on Lin Ruo Shui. "Ruo Shui, do you grasp the essence of what I am conveying?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ruo Shui responded, "I think I understand." "Muyang, what you mean is that we cannot determine whether those individuals on the beach harbor goodwill or ill will. If we proactively engage with them, we may find ourselves in peril." "Indeed," Chu Muyang nodded. "They comprised 9 individuals, 6 of whom were male, while we were merely 2. Even if we were to consider their intentions as equally divided between goodwill and malice, we would still face a daunting 50 risk. It is imperative to recognize that resources on this deserted island are exceedingly scarce. Although our current circumstances appear to be devoid of hardship, their greater numbers imply that their situation may not be as dire as ours. Should they seek to seize our resources, our limited numbers would leave us utterly defenseless." Lin Ruo Shui contemplated for a moment before breaking into a smile, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Chu Muyang. "Muyang," she said, "there's no need for you to elaborate so much. Ultimately, You need only to make the decision. I shall follow your lead. Chapter 69. The Island Transfer Plan. Upon hearing Lin Ruoshue's words of trust, Chu Muyang could not help but embrace her. He felt a twinge of conflict within. He worried that Lin Ruoshue might wish to join the other group, seeking warmth in numbers. However, he had resolutely decided from the outset to avoid contact. With ample resources and a secure cave shelter, they could sustain themselves on the island for a considerable time. They need only wait quietly for rescue to arrive. Yet, engaging with others would be akin to a child holding onto a treasure that he could not protect. It would be strange indeed if such wealth did not attract covetous eyes. His father had often imparted the lesson that human nature is the most terrifying of all. Thus, from every perspective, there seemed little need to reach out to others. Feeling Lin Ruoshue's trust warmed his heart. She leaned into his embrace, and, after a moment, she inquired, Muyang, if we remain on the island, they're numerous and will soon explore this area. Wouldn't we be discovered then? Indeed. He replied, I just had a thought. We could transfer to the auxiliary island to evade them. Transfer to the auxiliary island? Lin Ruoshue expressed her surprise. Yes. I suspect the auxiliary island is uninhabited. We can relocate there, leaving the main island for them. We have sufficient food. As long as we find a suitable shelter, we shall be fine. Lin Ruoshue nestled her head against his chest. Shall we go tomorrow? No rush, Chu Muyang pondered. We must prepare first. This island is vast, and it would take them at least 3 or 4 days to reach us. We still have time. Perhaps within that span, rescue will arrive, and we won't need to go through the trouble at all. Lin Ruoshue simply responded with a soft falling silent. They embraced for a moment longer before setting off back to their cave shelter. Lin Ruoshue calmed the excited Peiqi and began preparing dinner, while Chu Muyang took advantage of the daylight to inspect the fish traps by the sea. As he strolled alone toward the beach, Chu Muyang meticulously refined his island transfer plan, contemplating what to pack, what to bring, and what supplies could be relinquished. After all, their lifeboat was rather small, and carrying too much would be impractical. Additionally, favorable weather was essential for their venture. Lost in thought, he first checked their lifeboat, relieved to find it intact and adequately inflated. This lifeboat was crucial for their relocation. Without it, all would be in vain. He then collected the catch from the fish traps. Although the daily haul was modest, it consistently provided a stable food source, which they would take along the next day. Recalling the tidal cave mentioned in his journal, he walked along the beach, but since it was neither high tide nor low tide, he found nothing. Uncertain about which beach the diary-writing young rogue referred to, Chu Muyang pondered whether to return tomorrow during low tide to investigate. If the diary's claims of abundant marine treasures were true, it could result in a bountiful harvest before their relocation. As he strolled, he soon returned to the cave laden with seafood. Fortune smiled upon him again today, as he managed to catch a fish, rendering dinner quite sumptuous. Together with Lin Ruoshue, they prepared the meal, engaging in lively discussions about their island switching plans, with Lin occasionally offering suggestions. The focal point of their discourse revolved around the valuable items within their stronghold. However, it was impractical to transport everything due to the limited capacity of their small boat. As for the cave's contents, their objective was to carry away as much as possible, including the little creature, Peiqi. This little fellow provided a modicum of amusement to their monotonous life on the deserted island and was, indeed, a significant strategic asset. Meanwhile, Qin Shao Jie and the others gathered around the campfire beside the shelter, enjoying their dinner while sharing discoveries from the day's exploration. Their fare paled in comparison to that of Chu Muyang and Lin, primarily consisting of canned goods supplemented with seabird eggs, as they had devoted most of their time to constructing the shelter rather than foraging for food. Regarding their explorations, caution had set in after they stumbled upon traces of Chu Muyang's fire, leading them to conduct only a superficial survey of the surroundings. Aside from spotting a few coconut trees, their findings were rather meager. Once everyone had shared their insights, Wang Taijun slowly spoke up, I have discovered something. The group fell silent, and Qin Shao gestured for him to continue. Wang Taijun elaborated, This afternoon, I noticed signs of human activity heading toward the volcano. As a reconnaissance expert and wilderness survival specialist, he quickly discerned that Chu Muyang and Lin had not concealed their tracks. Their path was marked by numerous signs of felled trees and cut grass, making it easy for Wang Taijun to trace. To the volcano, you say? Qin Xiao Jie mused. Was there anything else? Based on my experience and observations, the group appears to be small, at most 3 or 4 individuals, possibly just 2. Wang Taijun stated candidly. I only discovered 2 sets of footprints, though I cannot dismiss the possibility of more. The group commenced murmuring among themselves, with Zhao Hu being the first to inquire, Brother Jun, do those tracks resemble those of wild men? This was his greatest concern. Wang Taijun shook his head. They are likely not wild men. The footprints indicate they were wearing shoes. That is excellent news, Zhao Hu sighed in relief. Qin Xiao Jie, organizing his thoughts, asked, so, Taijun, do you think we should prioritize exploration in that direction tomorrow? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Taijun nodded, certainly. Tomorrow, I will lead the team, Li Tai, Zhang Yuan Tao, Zhao Hu, and Chen Haifeng. You will accompany me. Zhang Long, you shall remain here to protect Qin Xiao. Wang Taijun swiftly organized the arrangements. Qin Xiao Jie nodded in agreement, not opposing the plan. If they could follow the mysterious individual's trail, they might quickly glean information about the main island, which would significantly enhance their team's safety and provide clues in their quest for gold, especially since the opposing group appear to be few in number, at least for the time being. After dinner, Wang Taijun instructed everyone to gather dry branches for the fire to last through the night and to collect hay to lay upon the makeshift sleeping area in the shelter. He also organized the night watch personnel. On the first day on the island, the environment remained unfamiliar, and the presence of other humans necessitated caution. After attending to the others, he, like Chu Muyang, fashioned 2 slingshots for hunting using the rubber tubing found behind a needle in the outpost. Both groups, burdened with unspoken thoughts and weary from the day's exertions, retired early for rest. Chapter 70. Preparations before the island transition after a night of silence. The following morning, Chu Muyang awakened to the sweet melodies of birds outside the cave. Unlike the previous days filled with arduous journeys, he allowed himself to rise a little later. After enjoying the breakfast prepared by Lin Ruo Shui, the 2 set off towards the Japanese stronghold. Having traversed this path multiple times, they encountered no unforeseen incidents and soon arrived at the stronghold. Chu Muyang took out his binoculars and surveyed the situation at the opposing beach. After reaffirming the presence of 9 individuals, he refrained from further observation. Armed with an oil lamp and a flashlight, they once again entered the stronghold, this time intent on retrieving as many useful supplies as possible for their transfer to the adjacent island. Their primary objective was canned goods. Previously, they had only brought a few cans to the cave, but this time they aimed to take the majority. Chu Muyang glanced at the boxes of ammunition, contemplating the possibility of disassembling the bullets to utilize the gunpowder for starting a fire. However, after careful consideration, he abandoned the idea. His understanding of bullet construction was limited, and given the years that had passed, the stability of the ammunition was uncertain. He had enough means to ignite a fire without taking such risks, and he had already discarded the bullet he had found in the cave. After meticulously inspecting the entire stronghold, they found the remaining items to be either decayed and unusable or damaged, offering little value. Ultimately, the 2 managed to carry out only a single box of canned goods. Upon returning to the cave, they began organizing their various possessions. Friends who have moved homes would understand that while packing may seem straightforward, it is indeed a laborious and time-consuming endeavor. Chu Muyang and Lin Ruo Shui had accumulated a fair amount of belongings, including the essentials they brought to the island, axes, saws, and medical supplies, all fitting into a single backpack. Additionally, they had crafted 2 sturdy, carbonized spears and a slingshot, which were imperative to take with them. The important supplies they found in the stronghold: engineer's shovels, oil lamps, a telegraph machine, a box of canned goods, 2 steel helmets, a medical kit, and binoculars, were irreplaceable and could not be left behind. Moreover, Lin Ruo Shui had crafted 2 pillows, 2 sets of cutlery, sun hats, and 5 fish trap baskets. Though they had not noticed it before, upon reflection, they indeed possessed a modest collection of belongings. They moved some items that would not be needed today to the area designated for the lifeboat. After a chaotic morning of labor, they finally had lunch and continued their organizational efforts.
Chu Muyang contemplated dismantling the pigpen barrier at the cave's entrance to further conceal it from Chen Haifeng and his group. However, he ultimately decided against it.
The task was substantial, and hiding the evidence of their existence was nearly impossible. Their traces from days spent on the island were too evident, and discovery was merely a matter of time. The potatoes planted at the cave entrance had begun to sprout tender shoots, and they planned to relocate them the next day to ensure some seeds for a prolonged struggle. After much effort, they finally completed all necessary preparations. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was only 2 o'clock, leaving ample time until the tide receded. Chu Muyang decided to indulge in a brief afternoon nap, waking only when the alarm rang at 4 o'clock, when he and Lin Ruo Shui made their way to the beach. The reason for my visit at this particular time was to attempt to locate the tidal cave mentioned in the diary. If successful, it might yield a bountiful harvest of marine treasures. Regrettably, after traversing the entire length of the beach, no caves exposed by the retreating tide were discovered. Ultimately, we had to abandon our search, gathering the 5 fish traps to retrieve the catch within. Some traps were slightly damaged, and Lin Ruoxue intended to take them back for repairs. Meanwhile, Wang Taijun and his companions rose early as well. After breakfast, adhering to the plan devised the previous day, Wang Taijun set out with Chun Haifeng and others. The traces left by Chu Muyang and his companion were still quite evident, particularly the severed vines and branches from their path. Following these signs, the group swiftly arrived at the entrance of the volcanic cave. After a thorough inspection of the surroundings, Wang Taijun confirmed that the mysterious individuals had not ventured elsewhere. Their destination was indeed this cave. Zhao Hu inquired, "Brother Jun, it appears to be this cave. Should we venture inside? Might they be residing within?" After a moment of contemplation, Wang Taijun replied, "We must certainly enter. However, we need to prepare our equipment. If they're indeed inside, that simplifies matters." He surmised that the number of adversaries was likely limited, and given that they were modern individuals, they probably shared a similar fate of shipwreck and island arrival, which instilled him with absolute confidence. However, he had not anticipated that the endpoint would be a cave, and thus had forgotten to bring the oil lamps for illumination, a significant oversight. He promptly arranged for Li Tai and Shan Haitao to return for the lamps while also reporting the situation to Qin Shaojia. While awaiting Li Tai's return, Wang Taijun and the others took the opportunity to conduct a brief exploration of the vicinity. To their surprise, they discovered a small waterhole not far from the volcanic cave, filled with somewhat murky water, surrounded by numerous tracks left by animals that had come to drink. Wang Tiejuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a promising location, suggesting that many creatures frequented it for water. "Later, we shall set some traps here. With a stroke of luck, we shall not be wanting for food." However, their primary task remained the exploration of the volcanic cave, and setting traps would require considerable time, so it had to be temporarily set aside. At that moment, Li Tai and his companion returned with the oil lamps, armed with various weapons, some wielding long poles, others with entrenching tools. Wang Taijun himself grasped a multifunctional dagger and instructed Zhao Hu to lead the way with the oil lamp as they entered the cave in single file. Given the potential presence of humans inside, Wang Taijun exercised caution and the group proceeded carefully. Fortunately, they encountered no surprises along the way. Soon, they arrived at the waterhole where Chu Muyang had bathed. Assigning others to keep watch, Wang Taijun approached the water's edge, first probing with a long pole to ascertain that the depth was approximately 1 meter. Dipping his hand into the water, he felt a refreshing coolness. There was no doubt it was fresh water. A smile finally graced Wang Tiejuan's face as he beckoned the others over. Upon seeing the clear pool, everyone was elated, eagerly filling their containers before indulging and splashing about, the sounds of laughter and washing echoing around them. Wang Taijun reminded them that the water should be boiled before consumption, yet allowed everyone a moment of relaxation amidst the excitement. Once the initial excitement had subsided, he gathered everyone once more, preparing to delve deeper into the unknown. With utmost caution, they advanced another 100 meters, finally reaching the end of the volcanic cave. To their disappointment, however, the terminus revealed nothing of interest. Zhao Hu, feeling disheartened, remarked, "It appears that those individuals did not reside here. There are no traces to be found. This volcanic cave is rather peculiar, consisting solely of barren rock with not a blade of grass in sight." Wang Taijun conducted a brief inspection and nodded in agreement. It seems those people merely came to explore this cave, and upon completion departed. Nevertheless, our findings are not insignificant. We have discovered water, have we not? Moreover, the pond outside should yield a wealth of treasures. Additionally, this cave appears quite secure, making it an excellent shelter. Now, let us return for the time being. Chapter 71. The assault. Wang Taijun and his companions retraced their steps to report to Qin Shaojia about the day's occurrences. Upon learning of a pristine water pond, Qin Shaojia's interest was piqued, prompting him to take along 3 young women and request Wang Taijun to guide them there. Having gone without a bath for over 10 days, Qin Shaojia felt quite uncomfortable, and the 3 young women had also begun to carry an unpleasant odor, which had dampened his spirits lately. The prospect of a water pond immediately suggested the delightful opportunity for a refreshing bath. Soon, they arrived at the water pond within the volcanic cave. After testing the waters, Qin Shaojia was elated and instructed Wang Taijun and the others to guard the entrance, forbidding anyone from entering. He then indulged in a leisurely bath with the 3 young women, the specifics of which are best left to the imagination of the reader. Meanwhile, Wang Taijun, feeling the boredom of the wait, took Zhang Long and Zhao Hu to a nearby waterhole to set traps for any animals that might come to drink. Once Qin Shaojia finished his bathing, the other men, less concerned with decorum, joined him for a thorough cleanse within the cave.
Regarding Wang Taijun's suggestion to use the volcanic cave as a shelter, Qin Shaojia was significantly intrigued. However,
he deemed it necessary to explore the surrounding environment for safety before establishing it as a refuge. Hearing that Wang Taijun had also discovered another waterhole nearby and set traps for wild beasts, Qin Shaojia expressed interest and insisted on visiting it himself. Since learning the secret of the golden treasure, he harbored reservations about everyone, including Wang Taijun, thus felt compelled to assess the area personally. Initially reluctant, the 3 young women ultimately decided to accompany the group, fearing the solitude of the cave. The waterhole was modest in size, located over 100 meters from the cave. It appeared to be connected to the pond inside the volcanic cave via an underground passage, as Wang Taijun explained during their walk. They soon reached the waterhole Wang Taijun had mentioned, where they indeed found numerous tracks of wild animals nearby, and Wang Taijun had already set up traps. He directed others to explore the vicinity to ensure the safety around the volcanic cave. After half an hour, everyone returned to report their findings. Most reported normal conditions, except for Li Tai and Zhang Yuantao, who revealed they had discovered a large pond approximately 500 meters ahead and suggested setting traps there for potentially greater rewards. Qin Shaojia, noting that there was still time left in the day, decided to investigate further, prompting the entire group to set off together. The path was well trodden by animals, making it relatively easy to navigate. Soon, they arrived at the vicinity of a large pond discovered by Li Tai and Zhang Yuantao. The pond was indeed substantial, accompanied by a marshy area. It appeared that the underground river was not the sole contributor to its size, as the lower terrain likely gathered rainwater as well. Li Tai proudly remarked, "Look at the size of this pond. Brother Jun setting traps here should yield far greater results than at the previous spot." However, Wang Taijun remained silent, his expression grave as he gazed at the pond before them. Noticing Wang Taijun's unusual demeanor, Qin Shaojia approached him to inquire further. Wang Taijun slowly remarked, "There is something peculiar here. In such a vast pond, the paw prints of wild beasts are surprisingly fewer than those found around that small pond. Everyone, be cautious." No sooner had he spoken than a colossal figure suddenly lunged out from the pond, aimed at Qin Shaojia, who was facing away from it and completely oblivious. Wang Taijun, positioned directly opposite the pond, instinctively reacted. Years of military training kicked in as he swiftly extended his right hand, yanking Qin Shaojia aside just in time to evade the creature's assault. At the sound of commotion, the others turned their heads in this direction, and upon glimpsing the beast, incredulity washed over their faces. It was astonishingly a crocodile. Its exposed body alone measured over 3 meters, and with its tail included, it likely surpassed 6 meters in length. Its form was enveloped in a thick layer of hard, rough brown scales, and the sheer enormity of its physique was terrifying. Chen Haifeng and the others, though standing at a distance, were equally stunned, their mouths agape, while 3 women let out sharp, panicked shrieks akin to those heard when one is groped on a crowded bus. Qin Shaojia, having been pulled off balance by Wang Taijun, turned to behold the creature, his legs weakening in fright as he collapsed to the ground. Wang Taijun bellowed, "Run now," as he pulled Qin Shaojia backward. The crocodile, unsatisfied with its missed strike, slowly crawled ashore, advancing towards Qin Shaojia, who was retreating in a frantic roll. However, his speed was insufficient, and as the massive creature drew nearer, panic enveloped him, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead, his heart racing to the brink of escape. Then, without warning, he felt a sudden warmth followed by a chilling sensation. Indeed, he had lost control of his bladder and bowels, a vivid embodiment of the phrase "scared out of one's wits." In this dire moment, his gaze fell upon his secretary, Lin Wanner, who, after her initial shock and screams, had begun to instinctively flee. In a moment of desperation, Qin Shaojia reached out and grasped the fabric of her trousers, yanking her down just as the crocodile's gaping jaws lunged toward her. Alas, this unfortunate secretary, clad in her uniform, became an unwitting victim, and before the author could elaborate further, she was claimed by the beast. In an instant, the scene fell silent as the crocodile, having secured its prey, ceased its advance and began to retreat, Lin Wanner clamped in its jaws. The gruesome tableau was too harrowing to describe in detail, as it might ruin the appetites of those present. Li Tai, Zhang Yuantao, Su Qing, Chen Minqi, along with Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, all eager to escape, were unaware of this horrific sight. They merely heard Lin Wanner's anguished cries and glanced back, witnessing the crocodile slowly retreating into the pond. Chen Haifeng, however, had turned just in time to witness the entire grim spectacle. He saw Lin Wanner severed in two, and for a moment, he grappled with the unsettling reality of Qin Shaojia's indifference to the fate of his companion. At this moment, Qin Shaojia let out a long sigh of relief, leveraging the strength of Wang Taijun to rise unsteadily to his feet. Upon noticing that everyone had come to a halt, Wang Taijun shouted anxiously, "Why has everyone stopped? Look behind the pond." With that, he hoisted Qin Shaojia onto his shoulder and ran back without a glance over his shoulder. The group, compelled by Wang Tiejuan's urgent call, turned their gazes towards the rear of the pond, only to be met with a chilling sight. To their horror, 7 or 8 crocodiles emerged from the water, swiftly making their way towards them. The varying sizes of these creatures, visible above the surface, instilled a sense of despair. Even more disheartening was the sight of 2 or 3 crocodiles surfacing in the marshland on their path of retreat. Chapter 72. The Bay Crocodile in the Swamps. The crocodiles were poised to ambush, and with a collective shout, everyone turned and fled, daring not to linger any longer. Those who lagged behind would find themselves at the mercy of the lurking reptiles, with no hope of return. However, the cinematic trope of stumbling at the crucial moment of escape was once again in play. This was no mere act. Aside from Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, who managed somewhat better, every other individual faltered, their legs giving way after just a few hurried steps, tumbling to the ground only to scramble back up and fall again. Among them, the most unfortunate was Chen Mengqi, positioned perilously close to the marsh. The nearest crocodile was merely 20 meters away, and after one fall, her foot became ensnared in the mire. She struggled desperately to free herself, but the more frantic she became, the more entrenched she found herself. As the crocodile drew ever closer, she cried out in despair, "Qin Shao, save me." Yet, in the chaos of survival, no one paid her heed. As the saying goes, I don't need to outrun the crocodile. I just need to outrun you. Chen Mingqi's plight may have unwittingly served as a distraction for many. Realizing that she was being ignored, she quickly devised a new tactic and shouted, "I'm the only one here who speaks Japanese. If I perish, Qin Shao, you shall never find the treasure." Strangely enough, this proclamation caused Wang Taijun, who had been leading the charge, to pause involuntarily. Qin Shaojie, too, grasped the gravity of the situation. They were now the safest, having reacted swiftly and distanced themselves from danger. Without hesitation, Qin Shaojie stammered, Tai-Jun, go save her. Wang Tai-Jun surveyed the surroundings, spotting Zhang Long nearby, and with a resigned sigh, he called out, Zhang Long, come here and take Qin Shao with you. Zhang Long, second only to Wang Tai-Jun in capability, had been closely following him, but upon hearing the call, he cursed his misfortune and steeled himself to run over. Hoisting Qin Shaojie onto his back. Once freed, Wang Tai-Jun swiftly drew his dagger and sprinted towards Chen Mingqi like a leopard. Fortunately, crocodiles primarily relied on ambush tactics. When it came to swimming and crawling speed, they were not as formidable as they seemed. At that moment, the nearest crocodile was still about 10 meters away from Chen Mingqi. Wang Tai-Jun, having memorized the nearby terrain and routes out of habit, moved swiftly and without error. Soon reaching Chen Mingqi's side, he grasped on her hands firmly. The potential of humanity is truly unfathomable. Upon seeing Wang Tai-Jun rushing to her aid and the crocodile drawing nearer, Chen Mingqi found an unexpected reserve of strength. With his powerful tug, she miraculously freed her left foot from the clutches of the swamp. Wang Tai-Jun, without a moment's hesitation, hoisted Chen Mingqi onto his shoulder and swiftly turned to retreat along the path they had come. At that moment, the nearest crocodile was a mere 2 or 3 meters away from where Chen Mingqi had just stood, now left only to watch its prey slip away. The group, in a frantic scramble, escaped from the terrifying waterhole. By the time they all reached the entrance of the volcanic cave, they were breathless and drenched in sweat, unable to stand any longer, collapsing collectively within the cave. Wang Tai-Jun, being the fittest among them, had managed to rescue both Qin Shaojie and Chen Mingqi, ultimately carrying Chen Mingqi back. Yet even he, despite his formidable strength, could not maintain his composure and leaned against the rocky wall, gasping for air. After a considerable pause, Zhao Hu finally asked in a trembling voice, What kind of creature was that? How can a crocodile grow so large? It was perilously close. We nearly lost our lives with so many crocodiles around. It is a saltwater crocodile, Wang Tai-Jun replied slowly, regaining his breath. Noticing the astonished glances from the others, he continued, The saltwater crocodile is the largest of all crocodilian species. During my time in the military, our instructor once introduced it to us during a jungle training session. This species can reach lengths exceeding 6 meters and weigh over a ton, making it the largest reptile on Earth. Their bite force can reach 2 tons, preying on various animals, including humans, and they can effortlessly drag away even a wild boar weighing several hundred pounds. Our instructor emphasized the necessity of avoiding swamps and such waterholes in the jungle. After Wang Tai-Jun's account, the group could hardly contain their shock, rendered speechless for an extended period. Eventually, Qin Shaojie, still shaken, asked, Is this cave safe? Will those crocodiles come here? The group exchanged uncertain glances, unable to provide an answer. Wang Tai-Jun shook his head, admitting, I don't know, our understanding of their behavior is too limited. However, for safety's sake, we should return to the beach. With that, he led the way out of the cave. The others, not daring to linger, quickly followed. Chen Haifeng silently walked at the back, while Qin Shaojie remained silent about Lin Wanner, who had shielded him. He gained a deeper understanding of Qin Shaojie's callousness and cruelty. On that early morning, Chu Muyang awoke with the dawn, for today marked their planned departure to the adjacent island. He had no time for breakfast and exited the cave to assess the weather. Noticing the splendid sunshine and gentle breeze, he hurried to the seaside, confirming that the waves were mild. Indeed, a splendid day for their venture. He sighed with relief, his worries alleviated, but found it peculiar that the tide seemed unusually high for that time of day. However, there was no time to ponder this matter. He returned to the cave to inform Lin Ruoxue that the sea conditions were favorable for their relocation. At that moment, Lin Ruoxue had prepared breakfast, and after a hasty meal, the two began transferring the remaining supplies from the cave to the lifeboat. Fortunately, most of the items had been moved the day before, so only a few trips were necessary before they successfully transported all the provisions to the lifeboat. They once again dragged the lifeboat to the shoreline. transferring all supplies onto it and meticulously organizing the provisions, ensuring that space was reserved for 2 individuals to sit comfortably. After this strenuous effort, both were utterly fatigued. Following a brief respite, they joined forces to push the lifeboat into the sea. First, they assisted Lin Ruoxue aboard, and then, with a deft maneuver, the other climbed in as well, successfully boarding the vessel. At this juncture, the boat was brimming with supplies. They took their respective seats, retrieved their oars, oriented themselves towards the nearby island, and commenced their journey towards it. Chapter 73. The sea turtle. The weather was splendid, with a gentle breeze caressing the air as the two leisurely paddled their lifeboat. According to estimates, Chu Muyang anticipated that it would take them 2 hours to reach the adjacent island. Thus, the pair was in no rush, conversing amiably as they rowed. Ruoxue, did you notice that the sea level was considerably higher than usual when you boarded the boat? Chu Muyang inquired. Lin Ruoxue pondered for a moment, her uncertainty evident. Not receiving the answer he sought, Chu Muyang continued to muse aloud. Ruoxue, you don't frequent the beach in the morning, so perhaps you didn't notice. I've observed it more often, and I feel that this morning's conditions bear a resemblance to. His brow furrowed as a fleeting thought crossed his mind, but he struggled to grasp it. After a while, a realization dawned upon him. I remember now. It's somewhat akin to the night we encountered the high tide on the 2nd day after arriving on the island. We stayed awake that night, didn't we? I was watching the water rise, and it was reminiscent of this morning. Wait, Chu Muyang continued, as if recalling something significant, raising his hand to check his watch. Today is July 28th, the 16th day of the lunar calendar. We arrived on July 12th, the 30th day of the lunar calendar. The high tide occurred at midnight on the 13th, which was the 1st day of the month. Now it all makes sense. Lin Ruoxue, observing Chu Muyang's animated demeanor, felt a mix of excitement and confusion. Muyang, what have you figured out? Chu Muyang organized his thoughts and exclaimed, Ruoxue. The last high tide occurred on the 1st day of the lunar month. Therefore, there must have been a high tide last night, which explains why the sea level is so elevated this morning. This means that every 1st and 15th day of the lunar month, the tides here will rise significantly, followed by a retreat. And then, Lin Ruoxue still struggled to comprehend. The tidal caves, Chu Muyang exclaimed, clapping his hands in realization. The soldier's diary recorded many tidal caves where seafood is revealed, but they only appear on the 1st and 15th days. No wonder we could never find them. Understanding finally dawned on Lin Ruoxue. So, should we go back and take a look? After contemplating, Chu Muyang shook his head. Never mind. It's probably too late to return now. The tide has already receded. Besides, we are not in dire need of seafood. He was merely thrilled to have unraveled a puzzle that had perplexed him for quite some time, akin to finally solving a challenging mathematical problem during his studies, rather than feeling an urgent need to visit the tidal caves. With clarity on a long-standing dilemma, Chu Muyang felt elated. Coupled with the calm sea, the warm sunshine, and the company of his goddess as they rowed together, it felt somewhat like a date. After paddling a bit further, he noticed the sea breeze was perfectly aligned with the direction of the adjacent island. So, he decided to rest the oars, allowing Lin Ruoxue a moment of respite, while he retrieved his fishing line and hook, improvising a fishing rod with his spear to attempt some sea fishing. As Chu Muyang lowered his head to attach bait to the fishing hook, an unexpected sound resonated from Peichi, akin to a low rumble. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the water beneath them darkening abruptly, revealing a colossal shadow that seemed to be rising from the depths of the ocean. Startled, he halted his movements, eyes fixated on the surface of the sea. Lin Ruoxue, who had just put down her oar to rest and was about to watch Chu Muyang fish, noticed his sudden change in expression. Her curiosity piqued. She glanced toward the sea, only to be equally taken aback by the approaching massive silhouette, which was indiscernible as any known marine creature. Regaining his composure, Chu Muyang swiftly grabbed the nearby oar, urging Ruoxue to row while he began to paddle vigorously. Given the myriad dangers they had faced during their time on the deserted island, Ruoxue quickly understood the gravity of the situation. In the vast expanse of the ocean, regardless of the creature lurking beneath, their best course of action was to make a hasty retreat. However, After merely a dozen seconds of frantic rowing, the shadow surfaced, creating a splash that sent waves lapping against their small boat. With his back turned, Chu Muyang remained oblivious to the unfolding scene, while Lin Ruoxue, now fully aware, exclaimed, "It's a sea turtle, Muyang. There's no need to be afraid." Turning to witness the creature, Chu Muyang confirmed her observation. It was indeed a large sea turtle, remarkably exceeding 2 meters in length, nearly the size of their boat. He ceased his paddling, recalling that sea turtles are typically docile, subsisting on algae and jellyfish. Posing no threat, the turtle soon approached their vessel, raising its head and emitting a series of hissing sounds. They exchanged glances, both sensing the mutual confusion reflected in each other's eyes. The turtle clearly aimed towards them, yet, as anticipated, it bore no intent to attack. What then was its purpose? After a brief spell of hissing, the turtle turned its body, fully exposing its shell above the water surface. Chu Muyang, perplexed by the turtle's peculiar behavior, speculated aloud, could it be that this fellow seeks our assistance in removing barnacles from its back? This hypothesis was not without merit, for he observed that the turtle shell was densely covered with barnacles, nearly devoid of any visible surface. He recalled instances from news reports of humans aiding whales or sea turtles in similar endeavors. With this thought in mind, he resolved to test his theory. He retrieved a knife, crouched down, and inserted the blade into the crevices between the barnacles, attempting to pry them loose. To his dismay, they clung tenaciously. Mustering greater strength, he finally dislodged a few barnacles. He then addressed the sea turtle, saying, "Dear turtle, is this what you mean? If so, kindly nod your head." His words were initially intended as a jest, with no expectation that the sea turtle would comprehend them. However, to his astonishment, a remarkable scene unfolded. The majestic sea turtle turned its body, raised its head once more, and extended its tongue to gently caress Chu Muyang's hand. Subsequently, it turned again, positioning its shell as close to him as possible. This gesture undeniably affirmed Chu Muyang's endeavor to remove the barnacles. He couldn't help but reflect on the saying, "A 1,000-year-old turtle and a 10,000-year-old tortoise," pondering whether this ancient sea turtle had attained a level of wisdom. "Ruoxue, it seems to desire our assistance in clearing the barnacles from its shell. Let's lend a hand." With that, he passed the dagger in his hand to Lin Ruoxue while searching for their tools, ultimately retrieving a spade. Chapter 74. Sea fishing. As Lin Ruoxue meticulously cleaned, she inquired, "How could it have so many of these things clinging to it so tightly?" This ghastly creature is called a barnacle, a particularly repulsive parasite that adheres firmly to its host, proliferating relentlessly until it can cover the entire body, just like this. I read in the news that some whales leap high out of the water and crash their bodies back onto the surface, attempting to dislodge the barnacles. There have even been instances of whales driven to suicide by the torment of these parasites. How terrifying! Lin Ruoxue gasped, covering her mouth. Indeed, just look at how laborious it is for us to pry them off. One can only imagine how deeply they cling. I suspect this sea turtle could no longer endure it, which is why it approached our boat for assistance. Chu Muyang replied while exerting himself. "This sea turtle is quite clever," Lin Ruoxue chuckled. "Yes, sea turtles have long lifespans. It's possible it has witnessed humans aiding other animals in removing barnacles before." They chatted as they worked, and, astonishingly, the great turtle shifted closer to them, indicating it was ready for them to clean the other side. The sight left them both astounded. However, this turtle was rather large, its shell nearly comparable to a 1.8-meter bed. After nearly half an hour of diligent effort, they finally managed to clear the barnacles from its shell. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chu Muyang exhaled a breath of relief. Sensing the completion of its cleansing, the great turtle turned its head, raised it once more, and approached Chu Muyang, licking his hand and emitting a hissing sound. Though the meaning was lost on him, Chu Muyang could perceive a sense of relief and joy emanating from the creature. He extended his hand to pat the turtle's head, smiling as he said, "Brother turtle, do take care in the future. Avoid getting stuck by barnacles." After expressing its gratitude, the turtle slowly swam away into the distance. If only it could give our boat a little pull. That would make things easier for us," Chu Muyang remarked after the turtle had departed. Lin Ruoxue laughed. How could it know we needed a tow? Despite its age, it can't be that intelligent. Chu Muyang chuckled as well, stretching lazily and declaring, well, having assisted the turtle, I shall return to fishing. He retrieved the half-hung fish hook, rebaited it, and cast it far into the sea, resuming his sea fishing. Perhaps buoyed by the pleasantness of the day or the recent act of kindness towards the elder turtle, their fortunes seemed to turn. Within 10 minutes of casting the bait, the foam acting as a bobber began to stir. A catch! Chu Muyang exclaimed, gripping the fishing rod and lifting it. The fish was small, and with ease, it was soon brought to the surface. Chu Muyang drew the fish closer, seizing it as it was pulled in by the line. The fish appeared to weigh merely a couple of taels, providing scant flesh for consumption. After contemplating the sea fishing videos he had watched, Chu Muyang decided to employ the fish as bait, casting it into the ocean. Noticing Lin Ruo Shue's puzzled expression, he clarified, "This fish is too small. I intend to use it as bait to see if I can catch a larger one." Perhaps the fish's incessant struggles in the water attracted the attention of bigger fish. For soon Chu Muyang felt a powerful tug transmitted through the fishing rod. A formidable creature was on the line, and he became earnest, gripping the rod with both hands as he engaged in a contest of strength with the fish beneath the waves. Due to the lifeboat being filled with equipment, the two were seated at opposite ends. Lin Ruo Shue watched anxiously, wishing to assist but unable to move closer, her gaze fixated on Chu Muyang. Beads of sweat began to form on his brow as he battled the large fish for nearly 5 minutes. He was growing fatigued, yet the force emanating from the water showed no signs of diminishing. At times, the fish's struggles would send him lurching forward. This was untenable. After all, they were at sea, and the cramped lifeboat restricted his movements and exertion. Feeling a sense of urgency, he heard Lin Ruo Shue's voice call out, "Muyang, try to pull it over here. Perhaps I can stun it." Turning to see her wielding their entrenching tool, he recognized the brilliance of the idea. With a rallying cry, he exerted his strength to draw the fish closer to the lifeboat. The fish, now somewhat fatigued, began to drift nearer under his efforts. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ruo Shue struck down with the shovel, though her aim was slightly off, only grazing the edge. Nonetheless, it still affected the fish. Chu Muyang could discern a marked decrease in its vigor. "Ruo Shue, try again," he urged. After another minute of tugging, the fish gradually came closer. Lin Ruo Shue steadied herself and aimed once more, this time striking true. The fish was momentarily dazed, its strength significantly diminished. Chu Muyang capitalized on this moment, pulling with all his might, and soon the fish broke the surface of the water. With a swift motion, he hurled it onto the lifeboat, successfully landing the catch. The fish was nearly as long as Chu Muyang's forearm, grotesque in appearance, adorned with numerous spots. Still somewhat disoriented from the blow, it occasionally flicked its tail. "What a substantial fish! It must weigh 20 to 30 pounds, Chu Muyang exclaimed, exhilarated. "We have secured our meal for today. Ruo Shue, hand me the knife. I must dispatch it quickly, or else we may encounter trouble when it regains consciousness." Lin Ruo Shue promptly handed him the multifunctional dagger. Taking the knife, Chu Muyang plunged it into the belly of the unidentified fish and forcefully dragged it downward. The fish, sensing the pain, thrashed violently in response. With his left hand firmly pressing down, he continued to extract the fish's innards. However, the fish's vigorous struggle, combined with its slick exterior, caused Chu Muyang to lose his grip, allowing the creature to leap towards Lin Ruo Shue's side. Lin Ruo Shue was taken aback, letting out a soft exclamation. Yet she was not frightened. Instinctively, she extended her right foot and kicked the fish. Perhaps the last leap had exhausted the fish's strength, for after being struck, it lay still and unresponsive. Chu Muyang quickly called out, "Ruo Shue, do not toss its entrails into the sea. Place them in our pot instead. Otherwise, these innards might attract sharks." It is said that sharks can detect the scent of blood from several kilometers away. Upon hearing that it could summon sharks, Lin Ruo Shue obediently complied, extracting the fish's entrails and placing them into their iron pot. Chapter 75. The shark approaches unbeknownst to Chu Muyang and his companion. As they engaged in leisurely sea fishing with small fish, the larger fish had taken the bait, leaving the smaller ones severed and bloodied. Additionally, while cleaning the barnacles off a sea turtle, some of the barnacles were deeply embedded, causing the turtle to bleed slightly. At that moment, a shark in the vicinity caught the scent of blood and was swiftly making its way toward them. The two were blissfully unaware, leisurely paddling their boat. Having already spent over an hour at sea, their delay in cleaning the barnacles had placed them between the main island and a smaller islet. Chu Muyang, with a dagger in hand, sliced off a piece of flesh from the belly of a large fish and consumed it without concern for parasites, feeling emboldened by the jade pendant he wore. The raw fish was passable, and he mused that a bit of soy sauce or wasabi would enhance the experience. Lin Ruo Shui, however, had no interest in sashimi. She sat at the back of the small boat, watching Chu Muyang eat while she gently paddled, occasionally glancing at the sea. Suddenly, their companion, Pei Chi, began to bark urgently in a particular direction. Lin Ruo Shui, sensing the urgency, turned to Chu Muyang, her voice tinged with concern. "Muyang, what do you see over there?" Upon hearing her words, Chu Muyang turned to the water, and his expression changed drastically. Sweat immediately beaded on his forehead as he spotted a fin breaking the surface of the water a few dozen meters ahead, rapidly moving toward them. "This is not good. It's a shark," he exclaimed, discarding the fish in his hand and seizing the paddle. "Ruo Shui, paddle quickly, it's a shark." His mind raced with 1,000 frantic thoughts. How could they encounter a shark on such a pleasant outing? Lin Ruo Shui's face blanched at the mention of the shark, and she began to paddle furiously. Chu Muyang's paddle moved with fervor, nearly smoking from the effort. He would have preferred to be on land, facing the wild boar or crocodile from before, rather than confronting a shark in the water, where they held no advantage. If the shark were to attack, they had no means to retaliate. Their only hope lay in the creature not finding amusement in their predicament. As they paddled, they occasionally looked back to monitor the shark's movements. The predators swiftly reached the spot where they had been fishing, then began to swim back, heading directly toward their small boat. "We're too slow. We cannot possibly outpace the shark," Chu Muyang thought, paddling while formulating a plan. The shark must have been drawn to the blood from their earlier catch, and having found nothing to eat, it had now set its sights on them. With this realization, he hastily set down the paddle and forcefully tossed the fish entrails from the pot behind them. Feeling it inadequate, he then retrieved his dagger and cut off a sizable chunk of fish flesh, also throwing it overboard. At this moment, the shark had swum close to them. Sensing something had fallen into the sea, with a swift dive, it moved towards a spot where Chu Muyang had discarded a large piece of fish. Observing the shark's movements, Chu Muyang realized that his strategy was indeed effective, prompting him to quickly slice off another sizable chunk of fish meat and toss it into the distance. Lin Ruo Shui, tirelessly paddling, inquired with confusion, "Muyang, why don't we throw the entire fish overboard?" Chu Muyang shook his head, explaining, "That would bring it too close. I fear it might consume the fish meat and then attack us." Thus, the two continued to throw fish meat while rowing. But Chu Muyang soon recognized that their efforts were futile. The shark appeared to have a substantial appetite, and the morsels they cast were rapidly devoured. The shark resumed its circling around their small boat, a chilling sense of impending doom enveloping them, rendering both nearly breathless. Suddenly, Chu Muyang declared, "Ruo Shui, stop paddling. It's a waste of energy. We cannot outrun this wretched beast." He then retrieved his backpack and extracted the survival manual. Lin Ruo Shui put down her paddle, stretching her sore arms, and anxiously asked, "What shall we do now?" "Hold on. Let me see if the book offers any advice on dealing with sharks." Chu Muyang replied, his trembling hands swiftly flipping through the index. Indeed, he found relevant information, hastily reading through the corresponding pages before closing the book and placing it back in the backpack. Taking a deep breath, he grabbed a spade and a frying pan. "Do you have a plan?" Lin Ruo Shui asked, her expression tense. "Yes, Chu Muyang nodded. The book states that making sharp or loud noises, unfamiliar to the shark, might scare it away. Additionally, shining a bright flashlight could also be effective, though it is daytime now, rendering the flashlight less useful. There are also shark repellents, which we unfortunately do not possess." Lin Ruo Shui nodded, silently searching for tools, eventually picking up a saw and an axe. As Chu Muyang scanned the surrounding waters. He suggested we can only try. When that creature approaches us again, we will strike these tools simultaneously and see if the sound can frighten it off. Soon enough, the shark finished the fish meat in the water, its fin resurfacing closer to them. In a sudden burst, Chu Muyang and Lin Ruo Shui struck the frying pan together, producing a resounding clang. The approaching shark seemed momentarily deterred, submerging out of sight. It seems to be working. Quickly, paddle! Chu Muyang exclaimed joyfully, seizing the paddle once more. However, their elation was short-lived as the shark's fin re-emerged, circling them once again, this time with a smaller radius, indicating that it was preparing to launch an attack after further observation. The two struck the pan a few more times, but the effect diminished with each attempt, ultimately leading them to abandon the hope of scaring off the shark. Having encountered such dire situations before, they had shed their initial panic. They now understood that fear served no purpose. It appears we are out of options. Ruo Shui, I apologize. This trouble has arisen from my fishing. Chu Muyang let out a sigh, apologizing as he grasped the engineer shovel tightly in his hand, preparing for a desperate struggle. Do not speak like that, Muyang, Lin Ruo Shui said, shaking her head. Suddenly, she posed a question, Muyang. How long do you think it would take for a shark to finish eating? Chu Muyang was taken aback, hastily dismissing her perilous notion. Ruo Shui, please do not jest with me. We are currently stranded, with neither the main island nor the auxiliary island within reach. It would take us at least half an hour to arrive at either destination, and with your petite frame, you wouldn't last 5 minutes against a shark. To die alongside you would render my life not in vain. Yet, it is regrettable that the many plans I made to fulfill with you upon our return to land will remain unrealized. If death is to be our fate, so be it. However, even in death, I shall ensure that I take a piece of this wretched existence with me, Chu Muyang declared, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Chapter 76. The fierce battle with the shark in the vast expanse of the ocean. The two individuals found themselves at a loss when confronted by the shark. There was little they could do. Escape was impossible, and fighting seemed futile. The thought of sacrificing oneself for the other's survival felt nearly unattainable, which was perhaps why both had resigned themselves to their fate and resolved to fight with all they had. The shark, after circling and observing, sensed no immediate threat from the small boat, believing it could make a bold strike. After completing another circuit, it launched an attack directly towards the dinghy. The duo felt the shift in the shark's demeanor, realizing that it was about to engage in earnest. Chu Muyang positioned his legs in an alternating stance, slightly bending his knees to maintain balance, while gripping the entrenching tool firmly. His gaze remained fixed on the rapidly approaching predator. At this critical juncture, Chu Muyang cast aside any lingering cowardice. Death was inevitable, yet life could be prolonged. It was merely a matter of facing the end. With a roar of defiance, he raised the entrenching tool high, preparing to strike downward, when an unexpected turn of events occurred. In a split second, a colossal creature surged from the depths, crashing into the shark's side just as it leapt from the water to attack. The shark was thrown off course, propelled several meters away before splashing back into the ocean. As Chu Muyang stood in astonishment, Lin Ruo Shui shouted with excitement, "It's a sea turtle. It's the one we helped." Tears of joy welled in her eyes as she spoke. Chu Muyang turned his head to confirm her observation. Indeed, it was the large sea turtle that had returned to assist them, disrupting the shark's assault in a most unexpected manner. After colliding with the shark, the sea turtle did not halt its advance but continued swimming swiftly toward the predator, which quickly regrouped to engage in a fierce struggle. However, the turtle was clearly no match for the shark, often retreating into its shell to evade the shark's lethal bites, only occasionally emerging to snap at its foe. The two survivors watched in a daze as the battle unfolded. When they witnessed the shark seize the opportunity to bite the turtle's flipper, staining the water with crimson, Chu Muyang snapped back to reality. He seized the oar and shouted, "Ruo Shui, paddle with me. The turtle cannot fend for itself. I must go help." Lin Ruo Shui, regaining her composure, joined him as they exerted every ounce of strength to row toward the valiant sea turtle. Fortunately, they were not far from it, and they soon reached its side. At that moment, the shark, having regrouped, surged toward them once more, aiming for the turtle. Chu Muyang inhaled deeply, steadying his stance, and raised the entrenching tool high. One might wonder why he always opted for the entrenching tool rather than an axe. The answer lay in its length. As the saying goes, the longer the weapon, the greater the strength. At that moment, the entrenching tool was the longest weapon he possessed, second only to his spear. The spear, lacking sufficient sharpness, proved inadequate for inflicting significant harm. Thus it was not selected. As previously mentioned, the wooden handle of the entrenching tool had decayed, and Chu Muyang replaced it with a longer one, resulting in the current length of approximately 1.6 meters, with a weight slightly exceeding 10 pounds. For Chu Muyang's physique, this was the most convenient weight for exerting force. It must be noted that the military-grade equipment was indeed of high quality. The steel tip of the entrenching tool was exceptional. Upon receiving it, although slightly rusted, they polished it to a brilliant shine. Chu Muyang was confident that if he struck with this tool, it would certainly cleave through flesh. In an instant, a shark, swift as a specter in the water, approached the sea turtle, opening its massive jaws to reveal a mouthful of sharp teeth. It must be acknowledged that this sea turtle possessed considerable combat experience. Under normal circumstances, a sea turtle would be no match for a shark. However, by repeatedly retracting into its shell and utilizing its formidable defensive capabilities, it managed to engage the shark for an extended period. Upon noticing that Chu Muyang and his companion had drawn near, the turtle resorted to its previous tactic, retracting its limbs and head into its shell at the moment of the shark's assault. Yet, the shark had learned from prior encounters. This time, it bit down on the turtle's body. It is important to recognize that the turtle's underbelly was not as well defended. Under normal circumstances, this large sea turtle would have likely met its demise. However, Chu Muyang was not merely a bystander. He had anticipated such a scenario. Seizing the opportunity, he shouted fiercely, wielding the entrenching tool with great force as it came crashing down. With a resounding crack, the impact was somewhat mitigated by the water, yet it penetrated the shark's body by a good 10 centimeters. In an instant, the shark's blood gushed forth, staining the surrounding waters crimson. In response to the pain, the shark released its grip on the turtle and dove deeper to evade further attacks. At that moment, Lin Ruoxue found herself at a disadvantage due to the short length of her weapon, merely observing, while Chu Muyang remained vigilant, scanning the surface of the sea. He understood that the shark would not easily concede, while the turtle had submerged, likely to prevent a surprise attack from the depths. The two humans and the turtle waited in silence for 5 minutes, just as Chu Muyang intended to relax and stretch his limbs. The turtle moved swiftly to the side, narrowly avoiding a shadow that darted past it. Indeed, the injured shark had ceased its assault from the surface, opting instead to plunge into the depths and attack from below. While the turtle sensed the impending danger, its large size hindered its agility. Despite its efforts to evade, it was unable to completely escape, and the shark's teeth grazed its body, causing another surge of blood to taint the sea. However, the shark's charge was exceedingly vigorous this time. After the sea turtle evaded, the creature failed to halt its momentum, revealing its formidable jaws above the water surface. At such a close distance, Chu Muyang beheld the shark's teeth glimmering like gold under the sunlight, and he even noticed remnants of flesh lodged between its sharp fangs. Recognizing the imminent danger as the sea turtle dodged, Chu Muyang braced himself, fully aware that the shark's emergence presented an extraordinary opportunity. Yet, due to the distance and angle, he found himself unable to reach the beast. Resolutely, he gritted his teeth and, with a surge of determination, leapt directly into action, cursing Alut D as he swung his entrenching tool towards the shark's head. This audacious leap could be described as Chu Muyang's most formidable strike, a culmination of his concentrated might. With the impediment of water no longer in play, aided by his weight and the force of gravity, coupled with the strength of his downward swing, the sharp edge of the entrenching tool struck the shark's head with remarkable force. With a resounding thud, it felt as though he had cleaved through a mass of tattered leather. The blade pierced through the tough exterior, cutting through with unstoppable momentum, eventually emerging from the opposite side. This unparalleled blow severed a significant portion from the shark's pointed head. In a state of frenzy, the wounded shark thrashed about violently, sending torrents of water splashing around, while its injury gushed forth torrents of blood, clouding the sea. Having sustained 2 grievous wounds, the shark finally succumbed to fear, retreating into the obscure depths of the murky waters, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, Chu Muyang plunged into the water with a splash, a testament to the ferocity and swiftness of the recent battle. Fortunately, adorned in a life jacket, he swiftly floated back to the surface. Lin Ruo Shui extended a hand, calling out, "Muyang, hurry up." Chu Muyang wiped the seawater from his face, first tossing the entrenching tool onto the small boat. Then, using one hand to steady the vessel and the other grasping Lin Ruo Shui's hand, he executed a deft maneuver to clamber aboard the skiff. Chapter 77. Smooth arrival on the island lying in the small boat. Chu Muyang gasped for breath, the recent blow having nearly depleted all his strength. The last vestige of his energy was consumed as he climbed aboard, leaving him utterly exhausted, with even the strength to lift his arms stripped away. Lin Ruoxua, beside him, massaged his shoulders while anxiously inquiring if he was injured. Chu Muyang managed to utter that he was fine, merely fatigued, and a brief rest would suffice, which relieved Lin Ruoxua somewhat. However, Chu Muyang dared not rest for long. Who knew if that shark would retaliate in anger and attack again? After a mere 2 or 3 minutes of recuperation, he felt a modicum of strength returning and sat up once more, seizing the entrenching tool to vigilantly scan the surface of the sea. Observing that Chu Muyang was unharmed, Lin Ruoxua understood the gravity of the moment and similarly grasped an axe, surveying the waters. The old sea turtle had not departed. It had merely submerged slightly to fortify its position below. The trio, 2 humans and 1 turtle, maintained a tense watch for nearly 5 minutes until Chu Muyang was finally convinced that the shark had retreated. He set down the entrenching tool and hastily informed Lin Ruoxua that the shark might have fled, but given the considerable blood loss, other sharks could be attracted. "We must hasten to the island," he urged, grabbing the oars and mustering his remaining strength to row toward the nearby isle. After a few strokes, Chu Muyang felt a sudden easing in his hands, the boat's speed noticeably increasing. He turned to look behind and discovered that the large sea turtle was propelling their vessel forward. A wave of joy washed over him. He continued rowing while exclaiming, "Great turtle, just like that. We are heading toward that island over there. Push with all your might, or the shark will return." With the turtle's assistance, their speed more than doubled. Within half an hour, they were nearing the island. Fortunately, they encountered no further dangers along the way, and the feared shark did not reappear. With a resounding thud, the turtle nudged the boat onto the sandy shore. Chu Muyang jumped from the lifeboat first, then carefully lifted Lin Ruoxua down, both then turning to regard the turtle. The creature, battered and bruised, slowly crawled onto the beach. Chu Muyang promptly urged Lin Ruoxua to retrieve their medical kit. He intended to bandage the turtle's wounds. The turtle, aware of their benevolent intentions, allowed Chu Muyang to examine its body, having forged a bond of shared survival. After a meticulous inspection, they discovered the turtle's most severe injuries were on its left front flipper and the area between its belly, where shark bites had inflicted grievous wounds. Fortunately, no body parts were missing, which brought a sigh of relief from both. Lin Ruoxua took out Yunnan Bai Yao, carefully sprinkling it over the turtle's injuries. Due to the enormity of the wounds, the small bottle of medicine proved insufficient, and they could only apply it sparingly to the most critical areas. Chu Muyang assisted in wrapping the wounds with a tourniquet. Ultimately, their supply of medicine and bandages was entirely exhausted, barely sufficient for the task at hand. However, they bore no resentment or regret. Without the turtle's intervention, they would have surely perished at the jaws of the shark, and thus they felt immense gratitude toward their shelled companion. After meticulously bandaging the wound, Lin Ruoxua remarked, "Muyang, there is little more we can do. We lack antibiotics and are uncertain whether the sea turtle might succumb to a bacterial infection." Chu Muyang felt a pang of urgency. The bacteria harbored within the shark's teeth could pose a significant threat. Without antibiotics, the sea turtle was at grave risk of infection, yet their medicinal supplies were limited. leaving them with merely a handful of cold medications. Throughout the entire procedure, the sea turtle remained still, allowing the two to apply the medicine. Just as Chu Muyang was becoming increasingly anxious, an epiphany struck him. He recalled the medical kit they had discovered at the small base. Within that kit, the glass vials contained medications that had crystallized into a yellow hue. Yellow crystals. What could they be? Sulfanilamide? Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Ruoshu, fetch that medical kit from the base. It may contain anti-inflammatory medication." Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoshue quickly retrieved the medical kit they had unearthed, extracting a glass vial and asking curiously, "Muyang, do you know what this medication is?" "I'm not certain, but I suspect it could be sulfanilamide." "What is sulfanilamide?" "It was the most effective antibiotic during World War II. Many of our injured soldiers perished due to wound infections. It was only through aid and the support of overseas Chinese that we managed to acquire some sulfanilamide. Therefore, it is quite plausible that the small base contained it." Chu Muyang explained rapidly. "But even if it is sulfanilamide, it has already crystallized. Is it still effective?" Lin Ruoshue expressed her concern. "At this point, we cannot afford to be overly cautious. I know that many medications, although expired, may still retain some efficacy. Their potency may merely be diminished. Furthermore, we have no other options left. We must take a gamble," Chu Muyang asserted while opening the glass vial. He poured out some of the yellow crystals and brought them to his nose, inhaling a strong medicinal scent that suggested they still held some power. "Heaven help us that they are still effective," he murmured before offering the medication to the sea turtle, signaling for it to ingest the remedy. This sea turtle, perhaps having encountered human assistance before, or even having been saved by humans, opened its mouth without hesitation and consumed the medication from Chu Muyang's hand. Once they had completed their task, the two finally relaxed, leaning against each other as they sat on the beach, surveying their surroundings. The island appeared considerably smaller than their main island, and the beach was modest in size. At the edge of the shore, they noticed two makeshift shelters, now in a state of disrepair. Aside from a few standing beams, the structures were either leaning precariously or scattered about. "This must be the shelter constructed by Chun Haifeng and his group," Chu Muyang observed. "However, given its current condition, it seems to have been damaged by the recent typhoon." Lin Ruoshue nodded in agreement. "Shall we utilize these two shelters?" "With the framework intact. We need only to make some improvements." After a moment of contemplation, Chu Muyang replied, "We could, but I would prefer to take advantage of the early hour to search for the Japanese stronghold on this island. From the extent of damage observed in these two shelters, it is evident that Chun Haifeng and his companions were not seeking refuge here from the typhoon. It is highly likely that they were hiding within their stronghold. If they are able to locate it, the task of constructing a shelter would be rendered unnecessary, especially considering that their own construction is rather inadequate." As the two deliberated, a sea turtle approached them, nudging Chu Muyang with its head. Understanding its intent, Chu Muyang inquired, "Do you wish to return to the sea?" While gesturing towards the ocean, the sea turtle nudged him once more before slowly turning and making its way back to the water. Lin Ruoshue interjected anxiously, "Its injury has yet to heal. Would it not be unwise to venture into the sea in such a state?" Chu Muyang shook his head and replied, "Perhaps returning to the ocean is indeed for the best. Observe how sluggish it moves on land. It must seek sustenance, likely within the sea." He then called out to the turtle, "Do remember to return for your medicine tomorrow, dear sea turtle." Chapter 78. Seeking refuge at this moment, it was midday. The two had previously engaged in a fierce struggle with sharks at sea, depleting their strength significantly. After a brief discussion, they decided it was prudent to first prepare a simple meal with canned food to satiate their hunger before embarking on their search for a stronghold. Before cooking, they needed to transfer supplies from the boat to the abandoned shelter of Chun Taijun and his companions. Otherwise, the boat would be too heavy to maneuver. Once the supplies were moved, the duo worked together to drag the lifeboat to the shelter, securing it with ropes before finally igniting a fire to prepare their meal. With the sun shining overhead, starting a fire was no longer a challenge for the two, who possessed a telescope. They employed their usual method to dig a smokeless stove, placed an iron pot upon it, added fresh water, and then poured in the canned food. Chu Muyang glanced at the sizable fish they had caught earlier, which had already been partially filleted to feed the sharks, leaving roughly half of its meat intact, estimated to weigh around 10 pounds. It was not a time for frugality. They needed to replenish their energy as they planned to climb and explore the mountain in the afternoon. Without hesitation, Chu Muyang sliced the remaining fish into smaller portions and added them to the pot. Rushue, we must also dry the remaining fish meat, otherwise it will spoil quickly. Understood. I will take care of it after we finish eating. After a simple lunch, Chu Muyang picked up an axe and divided the fish into several large pieces, skewering them with branches. He salted them to draw out the blood, then dried them over the fire and finally smoked them, significantly extending their shelf life. The entire process consumed a considerable amount of time. It was not until after 2 in the afternoon that they had managed to prepare all the fish. All right, Rushue, let's now search for a stronghold on this island. Chu Muyang shouldered his backpack, equipped himself with a spear and a shovel for protection, and tightened the straps on his legs as they set off. As previously mentioned, the island featured 3 small hills. Chu Muyang surveyed the terrain and chose the hill that appeared most likely to harbor a stronghold. Given the time constraints, they could only explore one hill today. If they found nothing, they would need to return to this spot and make some rudimentary repairs to the abandoned shelter. The journey was arduous, but fortunately, they were following a path previously traversed by Wang Tai-jun and his companions, making it somewhat easier than forging a new one. After enduring more than 10 days of life on the deserted island, their physical strength and endurance had greatly improved, so they did not find the trek particularly taxing. After climbing for approximately half an hour, they finally reached the summit of the small hill, only to discover, regrettably, that fortune was not on their side. The anticipated Japanese stronghold was not located on this hill. While resting, Chu Muyang observed the surrounding environment. Once he assured their safety, he began to scan the other 2 hills. Rushue, if there is no stronghold here, it must be over there, he remarked, pointing to a nearby hill. Shall we proceed there now? Rushue inquired. After glancing at the time, Chu Muyang pondered briefly before responding, perhaps we should refrain. It is getting late. Let us return to the beach and repair that shelter. We can make do for the night. Chu Muyang primarily considered that both of them had already experienced considerable fright today. Their energy was substantially depleted, and they had not had a proper rest. In addition to the shelter on the beach, primarily the roof was missing. The 2 merely needed to construct a simple covering, which was not a challenge for a single night. Since Chu Muyang had made the decision, Lin Ruoxuan naturally did not oppose it. After a brief rest, they retraced their steps back to the beach. Along the way, they kept an eye out for materials such as palm trees and coconut trees, collecting a few on their return journey. After a simple gathering of additional materials in the vicinity, they had sufficient supplies. The 2 chose one of the slightly smaller shelters for repair, as it appeared to be sturdier. Fortunately, the main beam and framework remained intact, and there were scattered branches and wood nearby. Chu Muyang intended it merely as a temporary refuge, so it did not need to be overly robust. They gathered the nearby fallen wood, secured it with vines, and covered the roof with large palm leaves, using a mixture of mud for stabilization. They then set up their canvas to provide some wind protection. The bed was constructed from a wooden frame elevated off the ground, and Lin Ruoxue laid down straw and palm leaves. Thus, the simple restoration of a shelter was completed. While it sounded easy, the 2 took nearly 2 hours to accomplish the task. It was no small feat, and Chu Muyang wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting on their efforts. By this time, dusk had settled, and the 2 sat in their repaired shelter for a moment of respite. Lin Ruoxue busied herself with dinner, planning to combine the leftover smoked fish with canned goods. Meanwhile, Chu Muyang set up the fish trap they had brought. Considering that Chen Haifeng and his group had likely resided there for some time, he felt that safety was not a significant concern, so he refrained from setting additional defenses or traps. After dinner, the 2 discussed their plans for the following day before retiring early. At dawn the next day, as the first light broke, Chu Muyang awoke. After enjoying the breakfast prepared by Lin Ruoxue, they aimed to find a stronghold on the adjacent island without delay. They secured their leg straps, armed themselves, and, treading on the morning dew, set off toward the mountain they had identified the previous day. After nearly an hour of climbing, they finally reached the summit. In the distance, they spotted a stronghold resembling a massive boulder. "Indeed, we found it here," Chu Muyang exclaimed with excitement. This marked the third stronghold they had discovered, and he recognized it immediately. However, out of caution, Chu Muyang was uncertain whether Chen Haifeng and his companions might have set traps within. So he decided that they should rest briefly to ensure they approached the exploration in optimal condition. Once rested, Chu Muyang lit an oil lamp, wielding a spade in his right hand to clear the path, while Lin Ruoxue held a flashlight in her left hand and a spear in her right, keeping the flashlight off to conserve battery, ready to provide support if necessary. The entrance to the stronghold was ajar, and Chu Muyang cautiously stepped inside. Using the light from the oil lamp, they meticulously explored the entire stronghold, finding no anticipated dangers, and both exhaled softly in relief. Almost everything useful in this stronghold has been cleared out. Chu Muyang could not help but lament. Indeed, Wang Taijun and his companions were exceptionally robust. Before their departure, they carried away nearly everything that could prove useful, which explains Chu Muyang's grievances. With their numerous numbers, it is only natural that they took what they could. Nevertheless, Lin Ruoxue reassured him, stating that their own belongings were sufficient. "Well then, let us return and move our possessions," Chu Muyang said with a sense of resignation. Chapter 79. The treasure trove. The two individuals set down their belongings, embarking on a lighter journey back to their makeshift shelter on the beach. The stronghold was not in close proximity to the shore. It required over half an hour for them to traverse the distance unencumbered. Consequently, this relocation task proved to be quite arduous. Among their supplies were several weighty items, including a box of canned goods, necessitating 3 trips before they successfully transported everything to the stronghold. Along the way, they encountered the old sea turtle returning to find them, which brought them joy. Lin Ruoxue meticulously examined the turtle's wounds, ensuring there was no infection before feeling relieved. She replaced the dressing on the turtle's injuries, and it slowly made its way back to the ocean. As for their lifeboat, it was far too large and heavy for them to move, and there was no necessity to do so. However, considering the presence of others on the main island, Chu Muyang decided to drag the lifeboat into a nearby dense thicket to conceal it and avert potential troubles. Once all their belongings were successfully transferred to the stronghold, the two stood outside, deliberating their next steps. "Muyang, the light inside the stronghold is rather dim, and if we light a fire for cooking, the smoke will be troublesome. I propose we dig a stove outside," Lin Ruoxue suggested. "Indeed, that sounds reasonable. I was thinking the same. The oil lamp inside does not provide sufficient brightness. We can simply enter the stronghold during our resting periods," Chu Muyang concurred. "In addition, I plan to set up some traps around the area. Should we construct the bamboo formations like last time?" Lin Ruoxue inquired curiously. "Not necessary. The stronghold is quite secure with its formidable defenses. Our primary concern now is human threats," Chu Muyang replied thoughtfully. After careful consideration, Lin Ruoxue nodded in agreement. "I intend to dig 2 large pits here, inserting sharpened bamboo stakes at the bottom and camouflaging them on top. This way, both wild beasts and ill-intentioned individuals will be caught off guard." Chu Muyang indicated 2 locations. "Furthermore, with the abundance of trees here, we can set up several tripwire traps. The area behind can be utilized for planting potatoes, and we can dig the smokeless stove here, ensuring we are cautious of the traps we create when entering and exiting." As the two continued their discussions, they meticulously planned the layout of the entire stronghold. Prudence is the mother of safety. Chu Muyang harbored a deep-seated feeling that their coexistence with Chen Haifeng's group would not be harmonious. A thorough preparation was essential for prolonged survival and awaiting rescue. Meanwhile, while Chu Muyang and his companion were fortifying their outpost on the adjacent island, Wang Taijun and his group, after several days of exploration, had discovered the stronghold and cave where Chu Muyang and his companion had resided. However, their findings were meager, and it was not until the 4th day that they finally located the main stronghold on the primary island. "Brother Jun, the vegetation on this door has been cleared, yet there are no signs of it being opened," Zhang Long reported after inspecting the entrance to Wang Taijun. "Ah, it seems my previous assessment was correct. They are few in number, at most 2 or 3 individuals, and thus unable to budge this door, Wang Taijun remarked, his eyes gleaming with realization. What is our course of action now? Zhao Hu inquired from his side. Needless to say, the old method remains effective. Gather the necessary tools. Prepare the torches and oil lamps, and summon everyone, Wang Taijun replied with composure. Once all had arrived, they collectively pushed open the stone door. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu led the way, brandishing oil lamps and torches to ensure safety before Wang Taijun, along with Li Tai and Zhang Yuantao, entered in succession. This stronghold was nearly double the size of their previous one on the attached island, housing 6 skeletons within. They promptly discarded the unsettling remains and then dispersed to explore. Li Tai and Zhang Yuantao, with torches in hand, inspected the resting quarters of the island soldiers. Suddenly, Li Tai glimpsed a metallic glimmer beneath a bed. Hastily, he approached and retrieved an object, discreetly securing it to his belt at the back, concealing it beneath his clothing. As he turned to leave, he noticed Zhang Yuantao behind him, regarding him with a curious gaze. Exhaling softly, Li Tai placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and shook his head. Zhang Yuantao recognized that his old companion had likely stumbled upon something valuable, but understanding that it was not the moment for discussion, he remained silent. After a thorough exploration, the group gradually exited the stronghold and emerged outside. Qin Shaojia looked eagerly at Wang Taijun, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Wang Taijun examined a rusted iron box in his hand and nodded subtly. Realizing they had made a discovery, Qin Shaojia was filled with joy. Wang Taijun then suggested establishing their shelter in this largest stronghold, which would enhance both safety and comfort. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Shaojia agreed and instructed everyone to transfer the remaining supplies and equipment from the beach, leaving only Chu Muyang and Wang Taijun behind. Once the others departed for the beach shelter, and sensing Qin Shaojia's urgency, Wang Taijun unhesitatingly opened the iron box, revealing half of a notebook. Muyang quickly, translate this for us. All right. Chu Muyang had anticipated this outcome. She took the notebook and began to read slowly. Qin Shaojia stifled his anxiousness, watching as Chu Muyang turned the pages of the diary. Upon reaching the last page, she looked up at the two with hopeful eyes, exhaling softly. Indeed, this is the second half of the Colonel's diary, and it clearly states the location of the buried gold. Wonderful! Qin Shaojia could not suppress his excitement, his right fist striking his left palm. Quickly, elaborate, Chu Muyang gathered her thoughts before speaking. The diary contains a plethora of information, some of which I do not fully comprehend. I will highlight the most significant details. They concealed the gold within a volcanic cave. I believe it is the very cave we discovered. Upon hearing Chu Muyang's words, both Qin Shaojia and Wang Taijun were momentarily taken aback. How could that be? We have explored that volcanic cave and found nothing. Qin Shaojia questioned, perplexed. Wang Taijun remained silent, deep in contemplation, and urged Muyang, please elaborate further. The diary states that after conducting an exploration, they discovered that the volcanic cave was a splendid location. Subsequently, they employed the machinery from the transport vessel to excavate a treasure chamber. However, the final sentence is rather peculiar. Oh, which sentence? Wang Taijun inquired. It warns that if one is not a descendant of the family, the individual who discovers this diary should refrain from attempting to enter the treasure vault. Otherwise, it is likely to lead to a most unfortunate demise. Chu Muyang articulated this with great difficulty. Chapter 80. The Quest for the Treasure. What does this mean? Upon hearing this, Qin Shaojia's expression turned grim. I'm not sure. That is how the diary was written, Chu Muyang replied, shaking her head. Qin Shaojia then turned to Wang Taijun, who pondered for a few moments before speaking. Qin, there is no need to be troubled. According to tradition, the location where the young master hides his treasure would certainly be guarded by various mechanisms. Therefore, I surmise that his implication is that anyone unfamiliar with their design will undoubtedly fall victim to them. Qin Shaojia nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of this insight. So, what should we do now? He inquired. Firstly, we must locate the entrance to the treasure. Otherwise, our discussions are futile, Wang Taijun replied slowly. That makes sense. Please continue. Qin urged. That volcanic cave may indeed pose a genuine issue. First, in our explorations over the past few days, we have not discovered any other volcanic caves. Second, the cave we found is spacious and ample, making it quite suitable for mechanical entry. Oh, how do we not notice this before? Qin Shaojia pressed. Perhaps our search was insufficiently thorough. In any case, I must return for a closer examination to make an accurate judgment, Wang Taijun responded. All right, let us proceed, as you suggest. Should we go now? Qin Shaojia asked, a hint of urgency in his voice. Wait a moment, Qin. I just discovered a telegraph machine and a hand crank generator at our base. I would like to see if I can repair them. If successful, we can send a distress signal. That would be more prudent. Qin Shaojia was overjoyed at this news and praised. Taijun, you are reliable. Let us hurry. However, they had left the previous telegraph machine at the beach shelter, so they needed to return first. Without further hesitation, the three resolved to make their way back to the beach shelter. Wang Taijun tinkered with the two telegraph machines for quite some time, attempting to generate power with a hand crank generator. Ultimately, he discovered that after assembling the parts, they were still missing a functional vacuum tube, much to Qin Shaojia's dismay. However, there were no other options at the moment, so they set it aside. Wang Taijun then suggested they investigate the volcanic cave, to which Qin Shaojia readily agreed. The trio disregarded the others who were slowly transporting supplies to the main base and headed directly to the volcanic cave. Given their previous encounter with the bay crocodile, which had tragically claimed Lin Wanner's life, they approached the cave with utmost caution, as it was not far from their last ordeal. Wang Taijun meticulously examined the surrounding area, confirming it was safe before the three ventured into the cave, armed with oil lamps and torches. He strode purposefully to the cave's end. Upon thorough inspection, they found no anomalies. Taijun, what is going on? Qin Shaojia asked, his irritation surfacing. Wang Taijun replied, Qin, do not rush. Let's retrace our steps and inspect thoroughly. The entrance may not be located here. With no alternative, the trio resumed their cautious examination of the cave's stone walls, retracing their path. After over an hour of meticulous searching, Wang Taijun finally made a discovery. Qin, come look here, he called out solemnly. Qin Shaojia was on the verge of giving up when he suddenly heard Wang Tiejuan's call and hurried over. Wang Taijun raised the oil lamp close to a stone wall and said, Qin Shaojia, look here, there are some crevices that do not blend seamlessly with the surrounding stone. Upon closer inspection, Qin Shaojia found that, indeed, as Wang Taijun had indicated, the crevice spread out and vaguely resembled a door. Overjoyed, he inquired, it certainly appears unusual. How do we open it? Should we attempt to push it? Wang Taijun nonchalantly replied, it wouldn't hurt to try. The three of them then exerted their strength to push. But the stone wall remained immovable. Wang Taijun then remarked, it is only reasonable that it cannot be moved. If a treasure trove created by mechanical means for hundreds of people could be so easily opened, it would indeed be a farce. Noticing the eager gazes of Chen Mengqi and Qin Shaojia upon him, Wang Taijun continued, let us first gather everyone and bring the necessary tools. We shall see if we can force it open. Although I find it unlikely, it doesn't hurt to try. Moreover, with more hands, we can also search the vicinity for any additional clues. Qin Shaojia, lacking experience and interest in this treasure hunt, was solely preoccupied with the 40 tons of gold within the treasure vault. The three of them returned to the main base, where the others had nearly finished their relocation efforts. Everyone was exhausted and hungry after a long day. Though Qin Shaojia felt anxious, he restrained himself and organized for everyone to start a fire and prepare a meal. During this time, Wang Taijun announced the day's discovery to the group. Upon hearing the news, everyone became exhilarated. They had initially suspected that the three were being secretive, perhaps intending to keep the benefits to themselves. However, with the revelation of a significant finding, they hurried to see the volcanic cave. With this mindset, everyone worked with exceptional vigor, and the meal was consumed with great haste. Soon, they completed their repast and, under Wang Taijun's guidance, rushed to the volcanic cave. Once all had seen the crevice in the stone wall, they regarded it with suspicion. A few sturdy men joined forces to attempt another push, but, predictably, it was futile. Observing the slight disappointment among the group, Wang Taijun smiled and said, It is only natural that it cannot be opened. Since brute force is ineffective, there must be a mechanism. This aligns with the design style of our objective. We are meant to search the vicinity together to uncover the mechanism that opens this door. The group, finding this reasoning sound, promptly dispersed to meticulously examine the surrounding area inch by inch. Indeed, with many hands at work, it was not long before Zhang Long made a discovery. He called Wang Taijun over, pointing to a section of the stone wall, saying, "Brother Jun, do you see anything unusual here?" Wang Taijun approached with the torch, scrutinizing the wall closely before nodding. This is indeed suspicious. They were examining a corner that, under normal circumstances, would not attract much attention. However, the section of the wall Zhang Long indicated appeared slightly different from the surrounding stone, with a subtle protrusion. As Wang Taijun observed and contemplated, a few minutes later, he summoned someone to bring a military shovel. He gently tapped on the raised area before inserting the shovel into the crevice, attempting to pry it loose. After several attempts, a faint sound was heard as a piece of volcanic rock was dislodged and fell to the ground. Holding a lantern close, he examined it closely, and his spirits soared instantly as he beckoned others to approach. Under his direction, the group, with tools in hand, worked together to pry open the entire protrusion, ultimately revealing its true form. Behind a raised stone, they uncovered a circular object approximately 40 centimeters in diameter, resembling a ship's rudder. Chapter 81. Pursuit. A crowd gathered to witness the commotion, and Shen Youchu's eyes gleamed with fervor as he eagerly inquired, "So, can it be opened?" Wang Taijun, positioned closest to the ship's steering mechanism, observed intently for a few moments before shaking his head and uncertainly responding, "I'm not sure. However, there appears to be a hole in the center that seems to require a specific object, perhaps a key. Before inserting the key, we need to turn this mechanism. But it's uncertain what might happen, or it may not even turn at all." Disappointment swept through the crowd, notably from Shen Youchu, who, despite his urgency, refrained from issuing rash commands, feeling as restless as an ant on a hot pan. It was entirely understandable, for the treasure vault lay tantalizingly close yet remained inaccessible. Imagine the torment. After a quarter of an hour, Wang Taijun finally concluded his contemplation and softly suggested that they might give it a try. He then turned to instruct everyone to exit the volcanic cave, as he wished to conduct the experiment personally. Upon hearing this, Shen Youchu had no objections and hurriedly led the others out of the cave. Once the group had retreated, Wang Taijun clasped the mechanism with both hands, first applying gentle pressure to the left. Finding no movement, he gradually increased the force while remaining vigilant for any triggering mechanism that might necessitate a swift escape. This caution, however, proved unnecessary, as the mechanism remained utterly still despite his utmost effort. He then employed the same method to rotate it to the right, with no success. Exhaling softly, he swiftly exited the cave. Outside, the crowd awaited anxiously, and upon seeing Wang Taijun emerge, they rushed forward with inquiries. Wang Taijun shook his head without any pretense, stating that neither direction yielded movement. It appeared they needed to locate a key. This revelation left everyone perplexed. Where could the key possibly be found? Observing the diminishing daylight, Wang Taijun suggested to Shen Youchu that they should return to the main base for refuge and strategize further. Left with no alternative, Shen Youchu agreed. Thus, the group returned to the base, engaged in fervent discussions along the way, yet lacking any clear direction. Wang Taijun urged Chu Muyang to meticulously recall the contents of the diaries, hoping the colonel might have mentioned a clue regarding the key. Upon returning to the base, Wang Taijun organized the preparation of a fire for cooking, assigning various tasks to the others. Shen Youchu then summoned Wang Taijun and Chu Muyang to a secluded corner nearby, where Chu Muyang brought along both volumes of the diary. After she meticulously re-examined the entries, Shen Youchu anxiously pressed her for any leads. After collecting her thoughts, Chu Muyang softly replied, "There is indeed a clue that I believe may be significant." Wang Taijun and Shen Youchu's eyes lit up with anticipation. Chu Muyang continued, "Although the key is not explicitly mentioned, It states that the critical item for unlocking the treasure vault mechanism is hidden in a very obscure location, accessible only on the 1st and 15th of each month. What do the 1st and 15th signify? Qin Shaojie exclaimed in frustration. What kind of riddle is this wretched colonel playing with us? Meanwhile, Wang Taijun raised his hand to check his watch, plunging into deep contemplation. Upon witnessing Wang Tiejuan's silence, Qin Shaojie felt a surge of hope within him. However, he refrained from interrupting Wang's train of thought and instead paced restlessly nearby, seeking to vent his emotions. After a considerable time, as Wang Taijun concluded his contemplation, Qin Shaojie eagerly inquired if any insights had emerged. Wang Taijun slowly articulated, "Qin, I have two thoughts. First, we have essentially scoured this island. The cave is evidently a former habitation, yet now lies abandoned. I suspect they may have relocated to the adjacent island." Qin Shaojie found himself perplexed by Wang Tiejuan's seemingly nonsensical deduction. So what if they went to the adjacent island? He questioned. Wang Taijun shook his head and continued, "Qin, you are aware that the other outpost on the island has been explored. I suspect they extracted vital clues from within, which is why they are hesitant to confront us." Understanding dawned on Qin Shaojie, as this suspicion indeed seemed plausible. By the way, what is your second point? The second point is that there should also be a telegraph machine at that outpost, which I surmise they have taken as well. Are you suggesting that we find them, regardless of whether they have the key S clues or another telegraph machine? As long as we locate them, if they possess the key S clues, that would be ideal. Even if they do not, acquiring a vacuum tube from that telegraph machine would enable me to repair ours. Then, we could contact the rescue team. At that point, we could have professionals summoned by Qin, and we need not fear accessing a treasure trove, Wang Taijun remarked coldly. Upon hearing Wang Tiejuan's analysis, Qin Shaojie experienced an epiphany, his mood soaring from the depths of despair to the heights of elation. "Taijun, you are absolutely correct. We must locate them." Qin Shaojie eagerly convened a meeting, revealing Wang Tiejuan's analysis without reservation, as it was imperative to dispatch individuals to the adjacent island. The assembly could not contain their murmurs of discussion after hearing his words. Once the chatter subsided, Qin Shaojie continued, "Thus, our foremost task is to locate the individuals who were once on this main island. Taijun has deduced from the various traces left in their former cave that there are at most 2 of them, one of whom may be female, suggesting they pose little threat to us. Who among you can assist me in bringing them back? I will reward 100 units. Upon hearing Qin Shaojie's generous offer, the crowd erupted once more into animated debate. However, it was soon Li Tai who stood up. "Qin, how about letting my brother and me give it a try?" "Oh, Li Tai, what has prompted you to volunteer?" Qin Shaojie queried, somewhat taken aback. These 2 were mere street ruffians, lacking combat prowess, and while they could not be accused of laziness, their enthusiasm had never been this pronounced. During our days stranded on this desolate island, we have accomplished nothing, relying solely on Brother Jun, Brother Long, and Brother Hu for support. As you mentioned, there's only 1 man and 1 woman. This task should not be too daunting. My brother and I still depend on you for our meals, so we merely wish to make a mark and demonstrate our worth." Upon hearing Li Tai's words, Qin Shaojie nodded gently, finding the reasoning quite reasonable. However, the candidates he deemed most suitable were Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, which left him hesitatingly glancing at Wang Taijun. Aware of Qin Shaojie's intentions, Wang Taijun nodded in understanding. Nevertheless, he added that while it was acceptable for Li Tai and Yin Tao to proceed, Qin Shaojie still harbored some reservations. Thus, he proposed that Chun Haifeng accompany them to lend a hand, suggesting that with 3 strong men confronting 1 man and 1 woman, the task should pose little difficulty. Upon hearing that Chun Haifeng was to join, Li Tai displayed a moment of hesitation, but after some contemplation, he gritted his teeth and concurred. Consequently, the responsibility of locating and apprehending Chu Muyang and his companion fell upon Li Tai, Zhang Yuantao, and Chen Haifeng. Chapter 82. Visitors from the main island. Unbeknownst to Chu Muyang, he was currently sweating profusely as he excavated traps. For the past 2 days, he had been engrossed in this endeavor, and now it was nearing completion. At the entrance of their stronghold, on a nearby path, he had dug 2 animal traps. each plunging 5 meters deep. The bottoms were lined with sharpened bamboo stakes, covered with slender branches, and then adorned with broad palm leaves, finally camouflaged with local vegetation. From a distance, nothing seemed amiss. Even upon closer inspection, unless one were already aware of the traps, it would be challenging to discern them. These 2 traps consumed the most time, primarily due to the difficulty of excavation, as rocks and other obstacles lay beneath. Without a military shovel in hand, such an endeavor would have been nearly impossible. Additionally, Chu Muyang had set several tripwire traps at crucial locations. The complexity of these preparations was not solely for wildlife deterrence, but also to guard against the formidable Chen Haifeng and his group from the main island. After all, they were outnumbered, with only 2 of them, and Lin Ruoxua lacked combat prowess. It is wise to remain vigilant against others. Ruoxua, remember the locations of our traps. Do not inadvertently trigger them, especially the 2 large pits. The bamboo stakes below are treacherous. If you fall in, it could be fatal or leave you severely injured. Chu Muyang chautionet Lin Ruoxua earnestly. All right, Muyang, you mentioned it 3 or 4 times now. I'll remember it well, Lin Ruoxua replied, somewhat exasperated. I worry about you. The tide is receding now. I'm going to check the fish traps on the beach. Would you like to join me? Lin Ruoxua pondered for a moment. I would like to arrange things inside the stronghold a bit more, so I'll pass this time. Very well. Be cautious on your own, and remember to whistle if anything comes up, Chu Muyang said, taking his fishing rod and heading toward the beach alone. As for their current stronghold, its security was not a concern. With the door securely shut, they felt impervious to any lurking crocodiles or wild boars. The only drawbacks were the dim lighting indoors and the considerable distance from the beach. A round trip took an hour, making it inconvenient to procure seafood. They had been on the auxiliary island for 4 days now, and the basic defensive arrangements were complete. However, they still needed to devise ways to diversify their food supply, as subsisting solely on canned goods was unsustainable. Thus, their days were spent fishing, gathering seafood, and occasionally hunting birds. When leisure permitted, they would sit together, enjoying the spectacle of sunrises and sunsets, relishing their tranquil existence on the auxiliary island for the past 7 or 8 days. The heavy gate of their stronghold was augmented with a lever system, enabling Lin Ruoxua to operate it independently. Chu Muyang had been apprehensive about Chen Haifeng's group potentially seeking them out, yet this never transpired, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Mutual non-interference was indeed the best outcome. In these few days, the bond between him and Lin Ruoxua had grown remarkably, reaching a level akin to being inseparable. On this day, as was customary, Chu Muyang went fishing on the beach, simultaneously scanning for rescue vessels. As noon approached, he prepared to return with 2 fish he had caught, intending to make a fish soup. As he reached the midway point of the mountain, a long-forgotten, piercing whistle suddenly echoed from the direction of the outpost. 3 long notes, followed by 2 short ones, signifying a call for help and imminent danger. Chu Muyang's expression changed dramatically in an instant. He cast aside the fish he had caught and dashed forward in a single bound. As he ran, a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. What peril could it be if it were a wild beast? Lin Ruoxua could easily secure the outpost by simply closing the door, rendering them invincible. Or had he perhaps fallen into a trap? Yet, the signal did not align with that possibility. Countless thoughts flooded his mind, but the whistle alone offered no clarity. In a state of frantic urgency, Chu Muyang traversed the normally 20-minute path in a mere 7 or 8 minutes. As he neared the outpost, he slowed his pace, cautiously approaching under the cover of trees and bushes. From a distance, he heard a male voice wailing in agony. Were those from the main island searching for them? Maintaining his vigilance, he crept closer, halting about 10 meters from the outpost, hiding behind a dense thicket and carefully observing the situation. At first glance, he recognized a familiar figure, Chen Haifeng, his superior aboard the cruise ship. Beside him stood another man, burly and imposing, though his features were obscured as both were facing away from him, shouting into a trap that Chu Muyang had dug. From within the trap came a series of pained cries. It appeared someone had fallen into the animal-catching pit he had set, which was lined with sharpened bamboo stakes. The consequences would be dire, leaving them either dead or grievously injured. Chu Muyang silently rejoiced grateful that he had anticipated such a scenario and had made meticulous preparations. The effectiveness of his plans was now evident. Scanning the surroundings, he noted the absence of Lin Ruo Shui and saw that the outpost door was firmly shut. It seemed she had wisely retreated into the outpost upon sensing danger after signaling for help. Indeed, her time on the deserted island had not been in vain. Lin Ruo Shui had become notably clever and decisive. Now assured of her safety and with an adversary ensnared in the trap, Chu Muyang felt his anxiety dissipate. He was eager to ascertain their intentions. Should they harbor ill will, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. With a cold smirk, he composed himself, remaining hidden in the shadows, observing intently. The unfolding events were precisely as Chu Muyang had surmised. Zhang Yuan Dao, Litia, and Shen Haifeng had arrived on the auxiliary island that very morning, disembarking via lifeboat. The location they chose to land was fortuitously not where Chu Muyang had been fishing, allowing them to miss each other entirely. Upon landing, the trio ascended the mountain directly towards the outpost. They reasoned that the person they sought would likely choose the outpost as a refuge, given its existing structure, thus saving them the effort of constructing a shelter of their own. Indeed, upon reaching the outpost, they caught sight of a woman's silhouette. It was Lin Ruo Shui. They intended to stealthily approach and subdue her, believing that achieving this would mark a significant victory. However, just as they were about to succeed, Zhang Yuan Tao accidentally triggered one of the traps, plummeting into the depths below. At this moment, Lin Ruo Shui was startled. Observing the three strangers, she instinctively sensed that their intentions were far from benevolent, for there was no need for such furtive behavior if they meant no harm. Promptly, she sounded the alarm to alert Chu Muyang and retreated into the stronghold, securing the heavy door behind her. Chapter 83. The reversal of form at this moment. Li Tai was anxiously crouched by the edge of the trap, attempting to pull Zhang Yuantao up. He had come here with numerous calculations in mind, but unexpectedly, his plans had gone awry, and he had fallen into a trap. After much effort, both Li Tai and Chen Haifeng managed to hoist Zhang Yuantao out, only to find themselves utterly exhausted. Zhang Yuantao bore 5 or 6 wounds, all oozing blood, with the most severe being a puncture on his calf. Nearly impaled by a bamboo stake. With no medical supplies at hand, they resorted to tearing strips from their own clothing to bandage Zhang Yuantao's injuries. Although Li Tai was a ruffian, often engaging in nefarious deeds, he had grown up alongside Zhang Yuantao, and their bond was profoundly deep. As he wrapped the bandages, he anxiously inquired, "Brother Tao, how are you holding up? You must not succumb to this fate." Zhang Yuantao, pale from blood loss and devoid of strength, could only shake his head weakly and reply, "I fear I may not make it without medicine. Tai, we were too greedy. We should not have taken on this task." Li Tai, filled with sorrow and indignation, urged, "Brother Tao, hold on. I will fetch you medicine. Once I capture that scoundrel who dug this trap, I will ensure he suffers a fate worse than death." Wiping away his tears, he rushed toward the entrance of the stronghold. Upon reaching the entrance, he shouted, "You inside. Open the door at once." Naturally, Lin Ruo Shui would not be foolish enough to comply. After 2 rounds of insults, Li Tai's temper flared, and he kicked the door with all his might. As previously mentioned, Chu Muyang had anticipated that Lin Ruo Shui might struggle to secure the door alone and had thus installed a device to ease the effort. While such a mechanism had its advantages, in this case, it inadvertently aided Li Tai. When he kicked the door, it surprisingly opened slightly. Elated, he called out, "Chen Haifeng, you worthless scoundrel, hurry and assist me." Initially, Chen Haifeng had intended to remain a passive observer, but now, faced with Li Tai's summons, he reluctantly approached. Together, they launched a vigorous assault, and despite Lin Ruo Shui's determined resistance from within, it became increasingly difficult for her to hold her ground. At this juncture, Chu Muyang, who had been quietly observing, could no longer remain passive. He feared the duo would breach the door. Yet, armed only with a fishing rod, he felt utterly inadequate to confront them, especially against Li Tai's imposing figure. In a state of panic, he rushed out and shouted, "What do you intend to do?" Hearing the voice behind them, Li Tai and Chen Haifeng halted their advance and turned to look. "Chu Muyang, it's you," Chen Haifeng exclaimed in disbelief. "Team Leader Chu, long time no see. Under normal circumstances, we should unite in the face of adversity. Yet I wonder what prompts your aggressive approach. Li Tai turned to Chen Haifeng and asked, "Do you know him?" "Yes, he was my subordinate on the cruise." "Since you are acquainted, that simplifies matters. Young man, we indeed have business with you, but let us not rush into the details. My brother has fallen into the trap you dug. If you possess any medicine, I urge you to retrieve it swiftly. I assure you, I shall not make things difficult for you." Li Tai spoke ominously. Chu Muyang could hardly contain his laughter at the absurdity. "Brother, you come here threatening me and yet speak so arrogantly. Let us not even discuss the absence of medicine. Even if I had any, I would certainly not bestow it upon you." He had deliberately chosen his position, mere meters away from another trap he had excavated. Earlier, he had reluctantly stepped out to prevent Li Tai from breaking down the door. But he had not left himself entirely defenseless. He stood there to provoke Li Tai, knowing that if they charged at him, they would fall right into his trap. Upon hearing this, Li Tai let out a sinister chuckle. "You clever lad, do you truly believe that your brother Li is powerless against you? My brother is gravely injured. I have no time for your banter." As he spoke, Li Tai drew a pistol from his waistband, a weapon he had fortuitously discovered, intact. During his exploration of the main stronghold, he had secretly concealed it and later scavenged some ammunition. During a solitary venture with Zhang Yuantao, he had quietly tested the gun by the seaside, its sound and power muffled by the roar of the tide and the wind, allowing him to evade detection by others. When he discovered that the pistol was operational, Li Tai was elated. He had long been tormented by the thought of his 40 tons of gold, and this hidden weapon was a means to seize it if the opportunity arose. Should he manage to silence everyone, that gold would belong solely to him and his brother, a fortune that could last them several lifetimes. Thus, when tasked with locating Chu Muyang and his companion, he had eagerly volunteered, hoping to gather some fresh intelligence. As Li Tai aimed the pistol at him, Chu Muyang was taken aback, his mind racing with disbelief. How could he have a gun? It was implausible. The weapons in the stronghold should have been reduced to rubble. His expression shifted from shock to a forced calmness as he retorted, "A pistol? Huh, surely you jest. Let's not forget that all weapons in the stronghold were destroyed. Even if you found one, after all these years, can it still fire? Do not attempt to deceive me." Before he could finish speaking, there was a loud bang, and it felt as though a hammer had struck his thigh. He collapsed to the ground, astonished, as blood gushed from the wound. What was happening? He had merely intended to test the situation. How had it escalated to gunfire? If he wished to prove the weapon's authenticity, he should have fired into the air. Curse those online novels. Li Tai erupted into laughter. "Fake? Do I still need to prove whether it is real or not? Surprised, are you? Every time I watch a film and see the villains prattling on, it infuriates me. Do they not realize that villains perish from their own verbosity? I have learned my lesson this time. Little beauty inside, quickly open the door for me, or I shall end this lad's life." Lin Ruoxue was momentarily taken aback by the sound of gunfire. Upon hearing Li Tai's threats, she hesitated for a moment before preparing to open the door. "Do not open the door, Ruoxue," Chu Muyang exclaimed urgently from his kneeling position on the ground. "If you step outside and they capture you, we will be utterly doomed." Clearly, Lin Ruoxue heard his words, and her hand paused in the act of opening the door. "Humph. Does she think that if she doesn't open the door, we cannot enter? Kid, once I eliminate you, I shall force the door open. That little sister inside, I caught a glimpse of her from a distance, and she seems quite delightful. Allow me to take good care of her." He let out a sinister laugh. Chapter 84. Counterattack. Upon hearing Li Tai's arrogant laughter, Chu Muyang felt a surge of fury within him. He lifted his gaze to the sky, where the sun shone brilliantly, yet his heart plummeted into a chilling abyss. This was a miscalculation. The antagonist deviated from the expected script, and he was utterly unarmed. Were they truly destined to perish at the hands of this despicable man today? Bang! Another gunshot rang out, but this time it missed, the bullet grazing Chu Muyang's arm and leaving a deep crimson mark. As Li Tai advanced, he nonchalantly blew away the smoke curling from the barrel of his gun. "Well, lucky you, kid. By the way, do you know the clues to the gold on the island? No matter if you don't. I'll just ask that beauty inside later. I'm certain she will be quite forthcoming in bed." With that, he raised his gun once more. With a creak, the door opened, and Lin Ruo Shui could no longer restrain herself. She could not bear to watch Chu Muyang meet his end. Chu Muyang, don't open the door, he shouted in despair. Li Tai turned at the sound, spotting Lin Ruo Shui standing at the threshold, wielding a shovel. Her graceful figure and exquisite features confirmed her beauty. Ha ha ha! Li Tai laughed heartily, reveling in his power. With a gun in hand, he felt invincible. We're Qin Xiao and Wang Taijun to me. Once I eliminate you all, the gold will be mine alone. His laughter was wild and unrestrained, as if he had ascended to the pinnacle of life, trampling all beneath him. His earlier life had been spent in the depths of society, engaging in violence and suffering countless injuries, yet he had amassed little wealth. Now, with this opportunity, he felt an exhilarating freedom. He would no longer be beholden to anyone. He was the master of his fate. All right, the door is open. Kid, prepare to meet your end. I want to make the blunder of speaking too much. As he spoke, he aimed his gun at Chu Muyang once again, pulling the trigger without hesitation. No! Lin Ruo Shui cried out in despair. I'll agree to any condition. Please don't kill him. But it was too late. With a deafening bang, Chu Muyang closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Just as Chu Muyang resigned himself to his fate, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A thunderous voice bellowed as Li Tai was violently struck by an unseen figure, causing him to stumble forward, his gun misfiring and falling to the ground. Turning to see who had intervened, Li Tai discovered it was Chen Haifeng. After greeting Chu Muyang, Chen Haifeng had stood silently by, neither assisting nor speaking. Yet, at this critical juncture, he erupted into action, colliding with Li Tai and sending him reeling. Quickly, assist me. I cannot handle him alone. Chen Haifeng shouted. The first to react was Chu Muyang. After a brief pause, he realized that despite the gunfire, he had not been harmed. Hearing Chen Haifeng's desperate cry, he opened his eyes, quickly grasping the situation, though he was still a distance away and had sustained a gunshot wound to his thigh, leaving him feeling somewhat powerless. However, how could he let such an opportunity slip away? Dragging a wounded leg, he strained to move forward while shouting, Ruo Shui, quickly take him down. Lin Ruo Shui, realizing the gravity of the situation, charged forward wielding a spade. At that moment, Li Tai had already risen, delivering a powerful punch that sent Chen Haifeng crashing to the ground. Cursing, he spat, Chen Haifeng, you worthless wretch. I knew you were a thankless wolf. How dare you challenge me? I could easily cripple you. Do you believe that? Chen Haifeng, merely an office worker with no combat experience or skills, was no match for the burly Li Tai. Consequently, he fell to the ground, stars dancing before his eyes, instantly rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Just then, Lin Ruo Shui arrived. After enduring the harsh conditions of survival on the deserted island, she was no longer the delicate university student she once was. Seeing Chu Muyang injured, she summoned all her strength and swung the spade toward Li Tai. Alas, a woman's strength is ultimately limited, and Li Tai, seasoned from years of street brawls, easily seized the handle of the spade. With a swift pull, Lin Ruo Shui found herself on the ground. The spade wrested from her grasp. In just 2 moves, both Chen Haifeng and Lin Ruo Shui lay defeated. It wasn't that Li Tai was exceptionally strong. Rather, he capitalized on his physical prowess and some experience in fighting. At this moment, Chu Muyang had only made it halfway, needing to navigate around a trap ahead, which caused him to take a longer route. Now 6 or 7 meters away from Li Tai, witnessing both Chen Haifeng and Lin Ruo Shui fall with such ease startled him. How on earth am I supposed to fight now? Yet, waiting idly was not an option. In a moment of desperation, he flicked his fishing rod, the hook and line soaring toward Li Tai's neck. Fortune smiled upon Chu Muyang. After spending days fishing, his skill had sharpened. With a deft flick, his cast combined wit with technique and a stroke of luck as the hook landed precisely, wrapping around Li Tai's neck several times before catching a morsel of flesh and halting. Li Tai, reveling in his triumph, was poised to deliver further taunts to the gathered crowd, declaring that even without a weapon, he could bring them all to their knees. Before he could utter a word, he felt an unusual sensation at his neck. Instinctively, he turned his head and reached for his throat. This movement, however, only drove the hook deeper into his flesh, causing a sharp pain that silenced him. He attempted to free himself, but not far away. Chu Muyang, witnessing his desperate throw succeed as if aided by divine intervention, exclaimed, "Heaven helps me. Indeed, a good person enjoys a peaceful life." Missing this opportunity was out of the question. He yanked the fishing rod back with force. The fishing line, a remarkable invention, thin yet incredibly resilient, could withstand the struggles of fish weighing dozens or even hundreds of pounds without breaking, demonstrating its strength and durability. Moreover, under the sunlight, it was nearly transparent, providing exceptional concealment, allowing Li Tai to remain oblivious to the impending ambush. With a vigorous pull, despite Li Tai's robust physique, he found himself at the mercy of the treacherous grasp around his neck. The fishhook embedded painfully into his flesh compelled him to stagger a few steps in the direction dictated by Chu Muyang. Meanwhile, he desperately clutched the fishing line, attempting to extricate himself. However, those few steps proved to be his undoing. It is essential to note that a trap lay concealed between Li Tai and Chu Muyang. As Chu Muyang exerted his force, it was inevitably directed toward the trap. Li Tai, unable to maintain his footing, soon found himself plunging into the abyss, meeting the same fate as his companion, Zhang Yuan Tao. Chapter 85. The treatment of captives upon witnessing Li Tai finally tumble into the trap. Chu Muyang exhaled a long sigh of relief. With this, their situation was secured. They had narrowly escaped annihilation, and for the first time, he had truly sensed the taste of death, mere centimeters away from him. Fortunately, luck was on their side. Who would have thought that a fishing rod could be lethal? Lin Ruoxue, having sustained no significant injuries, had already risen from the ground and came over to support Chu Muyang. However, he remained anxious and approached the edge of the trap, where he saw Li Tai within, wailing and begging for mercy, his body riddled with several gaping wounds, indicating he was incapacitated. Only then did his heart settle. "Ruoxue, help me over to check on Captain Chen." At this moment, the enemy had nearly lost all combat capability. It was time to attend to their comrade. Had it not been for Chen Haifeng's timely betrayal of the enemy, they would have been doomed. He had saved their lives. The two approached Chen Haifeng, and Chu Muyang found him lying motionless on the ground. He first checked for breath with his hand and, relieved to find it still present, thought to himself that he could not possibly succumb so easily. He must have been struck in the face and fainted from shock. Lin Ruoxue, concerned, inquired about his condition, and Chu Muyang gestured for her to remain calm, then pressed down on Chen Haifeng's philtrum. After a few seconds, Chen Haifeng finally stirred awake. "Captain Chen, are you all right?" Chu Muyang asked, his concern evident as he noticed Chen Haifeng's eyes flutter open. To his surprise, upon regaining consciousness, Chen Haifeng did not respond, but instead his expression twisted in terror as he shouted, "Watch out." He then rose abruptly, shoving Chu Muyang aside, and charged forward. Realizing the gravity of the situation from Chen Haifeng's expression, Chu Muyang understood that something was amiss. Though he was knocked to the ground, he strained to look back. To his astonishment, Li Tai, bloodied and battered, was crawling out of the trap, evidently intent on launching a surprise attack while they were distracted. With a fierce shout, Chen Haifeng collided once more with Li Tai. Caught off guard, Li Tai, unable to evade, was forcefully thrust back down into the trap. He let out a final, anguished cry before falling silent, likely beyond saving. Both Chu Muyang and Lin Ruoxue were filled with dread. Who could have anticipated that Li Tai would manage to escape? Had it not been for Chen Haifeng, their fates would have been grim. In a matter of moments, Chen Haifeng had saved them twice. Quickly, the two hurried back to the edge of the trap, confirming that Li Tai would no longer rise. And they expressed their profound gratitude to Chen Haifeng. Seated on the ground, Chen Haifeng, once he had regained his breath, smiled and remarked, "Muyang, you both are still quite young. One must eradicate the roots. Otherwise, the spring breeze will bring forth new life." In agreement, both nodded fervently, and Lin Ruoxue suddenly remembered Chu Muyang's gunshot wound, hastily beginning her examination. It was then that Chu Muyang recalled his own injury. Upon inspection, he discovered that the bullet had passed cleanly through, leaving no remnants within his body. Moreover, as it was a pistol from World War II, its power was not particularly formidable, and the wound was not severe. Had it been an automatic rifle, the outcome would have been disastrous. The spiraling bullet would have created a massive cavity, resulting in a small entry wound and a gaping, trumpet-like exit wound, rendering Chu Muyang's leg useless. Having concluded their checks, the three of them sighed in relief. Lin Ruoxue tore a strip of fabric from her clothing to bandage his wounds and then brought him some sulfanilamide to drink. Chu Muyang observed that the injury was not severe and, knowing the recovery capabilities of the jade pendant, he anticipated that it would heal in a few days. However, he refrained from stating this explicitly and allowed Lin Ruoxue to proceed with her care. As for the abrasions on his arm, they were even less of concern. While Lin Ruoxue was tending to him, Chu Muyang inquired how Chen Haifeng ended up associating with such unsavory characters. Chen Haifeng recounted his experiences and then asked about Chu Muyang's situation. After both shared their stories, they sighed in unison. Chu Muyang then asked Chen Haifeng why he felt compelled to assist them. Chen Haifeng paused for a moment, then raised two fingers and said, "First, we are acquainted and share a bond. Second, these rascals have gone too far. Not only do they withhold my rations, but now they also seek to commit murder and abduct women. Though I may be a minor character, I cannot stand idly by while such atrocities occur." After expressing their sentiments, Chen Haifeng recalled that Zhang Yuantao was still lying nearby and suggested that they check on him. The three approached Zhang Yuantao, who was lying there with a calm expression. He looked at them and sneered. "Ah, you've come to silence me, have you? Just moments ago, you were accusing us of murder and arson. Hypocrites! It's merely the victor's privilege." Chen Haifeng stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to Zhang Yuantao's face. He retorted, "Nonsense. We never said we wanted to silence you. Besides, it was you who first harbored murderous intent. Our actions are merely acts of self-defense. Do you understand? You and Li Tai were the most relentless in bullying me on the island. Now that you're afraid for your life, you're regretting it." As he spoke, he spat emphatically. "So, what do you plan to do with me now? I am genuinely curious," Zhang Yuantao replied with a sinister smile. At this, Chen Haifeng hesitated. Indeed, with someone like Li Tai, their actions could be deemed justifiable self-defense. However, Zhang Yuantao's condition was precarious. If they were to kill him, it would weigh heavily on their conscience. They had been raised in a civilized society, and taking a life when the other party was unable to defend themselves was not something they could easily reconcile. Yet, rescuing him was equally unrealistic, considering that both he and Li Tai wished him dead. Did he want to be the fool who intervened? As he pondered, he noticed the sinister grin on Zhang Yuantao's face widening. Chu Muyang coldly interjected, "We need not do anything. We can simply leave you to your own devices." How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuantao's expression darkened. Indeed, he had dug his own grave. In his current predicament, without anyone to assist him, he was undoubtedly facing death. Rest assured, there are plenty of snakes, insects, and vermin around here. With all this blood you've lost, they will soon be attracted to you. Just imagine countless ants crawling over your body, while rats and snakes slowly gnaw at you. Ants entering through your nostrils, devouring your innards, and then crawling out through your rear. Tell me, isn't that a delightful image? Chu Muyang added, delivering a final, cutting remark. Upon hearing Chu Muyang's words, Chen Haifeng and Lin Ruoxue could not help but feel an overwhelming itchiness, for humanity possesses the propensity for empathy. And Chu Muyang's vivid descriptions painted a haunting picture that cast shadows in their hearts. Zhang Yuantao could no longer maintain his bravado. Reflecting on the excruciating agony of being consumed by countless insects, any ordinary person would find such a fate unbearable. He pleaded, "Please, please do not do this. To be honest, we harbor no deep-seated animosity. It was merely that scoundrel Li Tai's idea. Look, I fell into the pit the moment I arrived, without having done anything at all. Haifeng, brother Feng, could you kindly speak on my behalf? Yield, yield. Please spare me. I swear I will align myself with you from now on." At this juncture, Zhang Yuantao was on the verge of tears. Chapter 86. Sharing information upon hearing that Zhang Yuantao had surrendered, the three individuals found themselves in an even more perplexing predicament. How were they to handle this situation? Lacking the courage to kill and the expertise to save, they felt it might be more straightforward to follow Li Tai's example and simply abandon the matter altogether. Chu Muyang, too, felt a sense of frustration. His earlier provocation of Zhang Yuantao had merely been a rhetorical flourish. The reality of the situation weighed heavily on his conscience. It was little wonder that Bai Qi, in ancient times, earned the moniker of the god of death after decimating 400,000 Zhao soldiers. Now, Chu Muyang began to comprehend the gravity of dealing with those who surrendered. What could be done with these captives? Sending them back to their homeland would entail a taxing journey, fraught with time and safety concerns. Moreover, managing 400,000 individuals would require an astronomical amount of provisions and a considerable number of guards. Releasing them was out of the question. Rearming them would simply create another formidable force, akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Thus, the only solution appeared to be burying them all. In their current predicament, the three of them faced a similar conundrum. After a brief moment of hesitation, they decided to disregard Zhang Yuantao and return to their stronghold. They deliberated for quite some time, unable to reach a decisive conclusion. It was a challenging dilemma for them, having been raised with a strong sense of moral obligation, and they were also counting on the arrival of a rescue team to return to civilization. Ultimately, Chu Muyang sighed deeply and resolved, "Let us do our utmost to save him. If he does not survive, we shall attribute it to fate, alleviating any psychological burden we might bear. And if we succeed in saving him?" Chen Haifeng interjected. "Well, I shall devise a plan then," Chu Muyang replied. "Moreover, we are nearly out of medical supplies. We have only a small amount of sulfa left, which may at least prevent infection." Their supplies had indeed dwindled during their previous rescue of the sea turtle. With Chu Muyang's decision made, Lin Ruoxue offered no objections. Chen Haifeng hesitated, recognizing that a leader was necessary within their trio. As a newly joined member, he had no desire for authority and thus refrained from opposing the decision further. Returning to Zhang Yuantao, Chu Muyang spoke coldly. "So, it is Zhang Yuantao, is it? Consider yourself fortunate. Ruoxue has implored me to save you. Otherwise, well, he let the implication hang in the air. But should you harbor any ill intentions towards us after being saved, do not blame me for my ruthless actions." Zhang Yuantao, upon hearing these words, was filled with joy, repeatedly expressing his gratitude and pledging his loyalty. Chu Muyang produced the sulfa, instructing Lin Ruoxue to take half a coconut shell, mix it with water, and have Zhang Yuantao drink. After inspecting his wounds, he noted that the most significant one had already been bandaged by Li Tai, so he chose not to linger on it further. "This is all we have left. It should help prevent infection. As for the rest, it depends on your resilience. If you can endure, consider it a sign of your fortitude," he stated. Zhang Yuantao expressed his thanks once more, then inquired if he could have some food and water, as well as a more suitable place to rest, fearing that ants would soon swarm him. Indeed, as they spoke, he noticed numerous ants crawling over him. With a sigh, Chu Muyang, along with Chen Haifeng, lifted him and carried him into the main hall of their stronghold. Lin Ruoxue fetched him water and canned food, ensuring they had done their part in this dire situation. Zhang Yuantao chose not to elaborate further. Once the three found a moment of respite, they discreetly avoided him and stepped outside to discuss the purpose of Chen Haifeng and his companion's arrival. After Chen Haifeng meticulously recounted the matter concerning the gold, both Chu Muyang and Lin Ruoxue listened in astonishment. After a considerable pause, Chu Muyang exhaled deeply, realizing the situation's gravity. It was astonishing that Wang Taijun had managed to locate 2 telegraph machines and a hand-crank generator, needing only a vacuum tube for restoration. The island harbored such an abundance of gold. They had already discovered the entrance to the treasure vault, but a key was required for entry, correct? Chen Haifeng nodded in affirmation. "So, Wang Taijun and the others believe that Ruoxue and I possess clues about the key, which is why they dispatched you." Chu Muyang mused. That is undoubtedly a primary reason. However, I have been contemplating whether they might harbor intentions to silence us. By the way, Muyang, do you have any leads regarding this key? Chen Haifeng inquired again. Chu Muyang glanced at Lin Ruoxue, and both fell into deep thought. After a long silence, he shook his head. "The clues are too scant. As for the colonel's notebook, you mentioned having only a vague understanding. Perhaps we should consult Zhang Yuantao and see if he possesses further insights." Thus, The trio re-entered the stronghold and inquired in detail about the diary's contents. Zhang Yuantao was forthcoming with information, and due to Li Tai's unexpected discovery of a handgun, both he and Chun Haifeng had developed ambitions. Consequently, through indirect questioning, they gleaned a substantial understanding of the diary's contents. After hearing Zhang Yuantao's account, the three reconvened outside for further deliberation. Chu Muyang regarded Lin Ruo Shui thoughtfully before stating, "If the key can only be found during specific lunar phases, I may have an inkling of its location." He proceeded to describe the conditions of the tidal cave. Following a thorough discussion, they grew increasingly convinced of its validity. Though Chu Muyang had yet to pinpoint the exact location of the tidal cave, glancing at his watch, he noted, "The next emergence of the tidal cave is in 6 days. Let us take this time to recuperate and heal. When the time draws near, we shall venture together to retrieve the key." Lin Ruo Shui, perplexed, queried, "Muyang, according to Captain Shen, if we simply provide them with your telegraph machine, they could send a distress signal, ensuring our swift rescue. Are you suggesting we seek the key in the tidal cave with the intention of also contending for the treasure vault?" Upon hearing Lin Ruo Shui's words, Chu Muyang fell into contemplation, with Chun Haifeng observing him intently. Although their information was now balanced, the subsequent course of action required careful deliberation. After a prolonged silence, Chu Muyang finally spoke, "Ruo Shui, as for the telegraph machine, it matters not. We may as well give it to them. Regarding the gold on this island was seized from the small days and does not rightfully belong to anyone. Now that we have this opportunity, I wish to take a chance. I wonder what your thoughts are on this matter." Shen Haifeng was the first to nod in agreement. "I believe we should indeed take a gamble on the gold. After all, it is a sum sufficient to alter the fates of the three of us. It would be unreasonable not to strive for it. However, Qin Shaoji's group is ruthless and merciless. If you willingly present them with the telegraph machine, it is quite uncertain how they would subsequently deal with us. There is a possibility of a treacherous betrayal, where they could eliminate us, allowing them to enjoy the treasure solely for themselves." Indeed, Chu Muyang continued, "Thus I propose that we first attempt to locate the key ourselves. At that point, whether to engage in conflict or seek an alliance, we shall find ourselves in an invulnerable position." Chapter 87. The plan. Upon hearing the words of her companions, Lin Ruoshu contemplated for a moment, then nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, Muyang, since you have made the decision, I shall follow your lead. What shall be our specific course of action from here?" Chu Muyang replied, "This requires careful deliberation. Team Leader Chun, I lost 2 fish that I had just caught on my way up the mountain. My legs are currently not in the best condition. Could you kindly assist in locating them? It is already 2 o'clock. Let's first satisfy our hunger before we ponder this matter further. What do you think?" Chun Haifeng agreed, inquiring about the approximate location where the fish had been lost. Armed with a spear handed to him by Lin Ruoshue for protection, he descended the mountain. Once he was out of earshot, Chu Muyang turned to Lin Ruoshue and asked, "Ruoshue, do you think we could trust Team Leader Chin?" "Ah, Muyang, why would you think otherwise? Team Leader Chun has saved us twice. I believe he is trustworthy," Lin Ruoshue responded, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Indeed, but one must always maintain a degree of vigilance. It is wise to be cautious. Here, the only person I can fully trust is you. For everyone else, I must exercise caution," Chu Muyang said carefully. "Are you implying that we should conceal certain matters from Team Leader Chen?" "Not necessarily. I merely suggest that while information can be fully shared, I do consider Team Leader Chen to be trustworthy. Yet, we must remain observant of his actions. After all, history is replete with instances of deception," Chu Muyang explained, looking at Lin Ruoshue. "Oh, I grasp your meaning now. Maintain 99 trust, but reserve 1 caution. Is that it?" "Precisely, Ruoshue." After their discussion, Lin Ruoshue assisted him to a small tree where they could rest in the shade, while she began to prepare a fire for cooking. Soon, Chun Haifeng returned with the fish and lent a hand. Before long, a sumptuous lunch was laid out before them. Chun Haifeng, holding a roasted fish, was nearly in tears from the deliciousness, his mouth glistening with oil. Although his diet had significantly improved after finding canned goods, ensuring he would not go hungry, such a feast of fish and meat had previously been beyond his reach. This meal, indeed, was the best he had experienced since arriving on the island. Chu Muyang and Lin Ruoxue were generous in this regard, as their food supplies were relatively ample. They even set aside a portion of the leftovers for Zhang Yuandao. After satisfying their appetites and tidying up, the trio reconvened to discuss their subsequent plans. They unanimously agreed to wait for Chu Muyang's injuries to heal before stealthily returning to the main island on the first day of the high tide. The three would go together, with Zhang Yuandao leaving some food and water behind for them. Upon arrival, they would first locate the possible entrance to the tidal cave and, during the ebbing tide, enter the cave to retrieve the key. Then, they would act according to the situation. They also planned to devise a method to infiltrate the treasure vault and extract a portion of the gold. After all, their calculations indicated that the 40 tons of gold could not be moved by just a few individuals. They only needed to take a small fraction, which would suffice for the three of them. If all went smoothly, they would leave the transmitter and the remaining gold for Qin Shaojia and his group, sabotage their lifeboat, and then return to the auxiliary island with their bounty awaiting rescue. In this manner, a harmonious resolution was achieved, avoiding any conflict while preserving a substantial amount of gold, which would undoubtedly satisfy Qin Shaojia and his companions. Even if they harbored ulterior motives, their lack of a lifeboat would render any pursuit of them exceedingly difficult. Once the overarching plan was formulated, Chu Muyang meticulously inquired about the situation and personnel of Wang Taijun and others of their encampment, with the three of them continuously refining various details. They ensured that their entire scheme would not intersect with that of Qin Shaojia, taking their fate into their own hands to avoid relying on the whims and expressions of others, thus minimizing uncertainties. Ultimately, Lin Ruoxue inquired, "Team Leader Chun, did you not arrive on that large lifeboat?" Chen Haifeng shook his head, explaining that Wang Taijun, known for his meticulousness, would never have allowed them to take the lifeboat. Instead, they had hastily constructed a raft from wood, managing to cross with great difficulty. "I see," Lin Ruoxue replied. "So even if we were to destroy their lifeboat, they could still construct a raft to reach us?" Upon hearing this, Chen Haifeng chuckled. "Indeed, they could, but it wouldn't be that simple. Our raft took an entire day to construct, and accommodating 3 people was still quite a challenge. Furthermore, once we return, we can find a more concealed location to serve as our refuge. And since we left the majority of the gold for them, I believe the likelihood of their pursuit is quite slim." Chu Muyang nodded in agreement. Thus, after finalizing the details and timing of their plan, the three decided to return to their base for some rest. As Chu Muyang was injured, Chen Haifeng was exhausted from battle, and Lin Ruoxue had been quite startled. In the ensuing days, Chu Muyang focused on recuperating, yet with the aid of the jade pendant, his recovery was swift. By the 3rd day, he had nearly returned to his former self, though he maintained the pretense of still being unwell. During this time, they also concealed the raft used by Zhang Yuantao and the others, and filled in the pit where Li Tai had fallen, opting for simplicity. Chen Haifeng busied himself with fishing and setting traps, indulging in the delightful dishes prepared by Lin Ruoxue, which served to compensate for the earlier deprivations he had endured. As Chu Muyang forbade Lin Ruoxue from interacting with Zhang Yuantao, the responsibility of caring for him naturally fell upon Chen Haifeng. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuantao ultimately succumbed. Although he had taken sulfanilamide to prevent infection, excessive blood loss and insufficient timely rescue led to his demise on the 3rd day. The trio excavated Li Tai's pit anew and laid Zhang Yuantao to rest within, ensuring that these 2 brothers would have each other's company on their final journey. Lin Ruoxue busied herself with attending to Chu Muyang, preparing meals, and frequently taking him to admire the breathtaking ocean vistas during their free moments. Life, it seemed, was not devoid of companionship. Thus, the day of the high tide arrived. The 3 arose early, having a simple breakfast before leaving the small pig, Peppa, behind at the base. Although it felt somewhat improper, it was the only feasible arrangement for the moment. After gathering their belongings, prepared in advance with all necessary items packed, they began their descent. Upon reaching the lifeboat, they found it rather cramped, as all 3 needed to embark simultaneously. In the end, only Chu Muyang and Lin Ruoxue remained on one side, while Chen Haifeng stood alone on the other. with their backpacks positioned centrally to maintain the equilibrium of the small boat. Bathed in the gentle rays of the morning sun, the trio commenced their journey towards the main island. Chapter 88. Entering the tidal cave, this journey was remarkably smooth, and they encountered no dangers such as sharks along the way. Chu Muyang refrained from attempting fishing in the sea, opting for caution. Approximately 2 hours later, the trio arrived at the beach where Chu Muyang had landed for the first time. Having previously learned that Qin Shao Jie and his group were stationed at the main stronghold, they concluded that this beach was the safest option. With only 6 members remaining under Wang Taijun, it was unlikely they would divide their forces further. Despite their assumptions, the 3 remained exceptionally vigilant. After carefully surveying the surroundings and finding no signs of Qin Shao Jie and his companions, they finally felt at ease. Following their plan, they decided to seek shelter in the cave where Chu Muyang and his companion had previously resided. Although Wang Taijun's group had discovered this cave, it was deemed too small to be selected as their refuge, and thus it should still be unoccupied. The trio cautiously approached the cave, observing that it appeared almost unchanged and seemingly devoid of any guards. They conducted a thorough inspection of the vicinity, taking care to avoid any traps, and upon testing the ground, they confirmed that everything was in order. Finally, they entered the cave, relieved to find it safe. So far, everything was progressing smoothly, and their landing had gone unnoticed. Next, they would endeavor to locate the possible site of the tidal cave. After meticulous study of the diary, Chu Muyang concluded that the likelihood of the tidal cave being on this beach was the highest. As noon approached, the 3 refrained from lighting a fire, fearing that smoke might draw the attention of Wang Taijun and his men. Thus, they settled for a meager meal of canned food and smoked fish. Having filled their stomachs, they returned to the beach, where Chu Muyang led his companions to inspect the 2 most promising locations. After surveying, Chen Haifeng also concurred that if the tidal cave existed, it would likely be at one of those 2 spots. The trio, wary of further exploration, returned to the cave. The remainder of their time was spent waiting for the evening high tide, with plans to swiftly enter the tidal cave at dawn to secure the key to the treasure vault. They agreed to take turns on watch, allowing each to rest and conserve their strength. Dinner was naturally a simple affair, and no further elaboration is necessary. Before long, the night deepened, and it was now Chu Muyang's turn for watch. He sat at the cave's entrance, gazing at the pitch-black sky, feeling a mix of tension and excitement. They were essentially snatching a morsel from the jaws of a tiger, yet their meticulous planning suggested a high probability of success, as they intended to take only a small portion of gold. After all, Wang Taijun had only 6 men left, and Qin Shao Jie, along with the 2 women, posed no combat threat. The only remaining fighters were Wang Taijun, Zhang Long, and Zhao Hu. Even if they divided their forces for defense, they could only cover 3 locations at most. Moreover, aside from the uncertainty of confronting Wang Taijun, they felt confident facing any of Zhang Long or Zhao Hu individually, particularly with their superior weaponry. They still possessed the pistol left by Li Tai as well. As thoughts wandered, the night grew deeper and cooler. It was likely that the high tide was approaching. Chu Muyang glanced at his watch. It was now just past 3 in the morning. After waiting for over half an hour, Chu Muyang gently roused Chen Haifeng and Lin Ruo Shui from their slumber. Aware that the time had come, the 2 quietly rose, equipping themselves with their gear and weapons. Observing their readiness, Chu Muyang took Lin Ruo Shui by the hand and led the way forward. The night was devoid of moonlight, with thick clouds enveloping the sky, casting a dark shroud over the surroundings. The trio dared not illuminate their path with flashlights or oil lamps. Thus, Chu Muyang relied on his familiarity with the route, cautiously advancing with a mix of confidence and trepidation. After approximately 20 minutes, they finally emerged from the woods, arriving at the seashore. By this time, the horizon was beginning to brighten, revealing a hint of dawn. Chu Muyang scrutinized the area and confirmed that the tide had indeed begun to recede. There was no need for them to split up. He led the group directly to one of the locations they had verified the previous day, awaiting the tide to ebb further in hopes of uncovering a tidal cave. After another half hour had elapsed, the tide had fallen significantly, Yet the anticipated tidal cave remained elusive. Darn it, this isn't the place. Quickly, let us head to the other side. The group sprinted, reaching the suspected site in under 10 minutes. Chu Muyang arrived first, leaning in for a closer look, and indeed, it was here, beside a cluster of rocks. A cave loomed, standing at half a person's height. Catching his breath, Chen Haifeng and Lin Ruo Shui soon joined him. Chu Muyang whispered, "It's truly here. I'll venture inside first. Team leader, you and Ruo Shui keep watch outside for me." They readily agreed, cautioning him to remain vigilant. Armed with a shovel and flashlight, Chu Muyang cautiously approached the tidal cave. The water within was about 10 centimeters deep, barely reaching his calves. However, he was undeterred, stepping carefully into the cave and illuminating it with his flashlight to survey the interior. The cave was modest in size, its highest point barely 2 meters, covering an area of approximately 20 square meters. Due to its prolonged submersion in water, the entire cave, including the ceiling, was adorned with seaweed and various aquatic plants. Peering deeper, Chu Muyang spotted numerous stranded fish and shrimp thrashing about in small puddles, with some fish weighing as much as 5 to 6 pounds. The diary had not misled them. Capturing these fish and shrimp would suffice for several days' worth of sustenance for the three of them. However, this was not the time for fishing. Based on Chu Muyang's recollections and deductions, the tidal cave would not remain exposed for more than an hour before the tide began to rise again. Thus, finding the key was of utmost importance. Utilizing the flashlight's diffuse mode, he conducted a cursory search of the area, but found it challenging to locate anything amidst the plants and shells clinging to the stone walls. After contemplating, Chu Muyang exited the tidal cave and called for Chen Haifeng to assist in the search, leaving Lin Ruo Shui outside to keep watch. Once inside, Chen Haifeng surveyed the cave's environment and inquired, "Muyang, what do you think is most likely hidden?" "Without hesitation," Chu Muyang replied, "I've given it considerable thought. Based on the entrance mechanism you discovered in the volcanic cave, it's unlikely to be hidden beneath the cave. I suspect there may be mechanisms embedded in the surrounding walls, or possibly even on the ceiling." Chen Haifeng nodded in agreement. "Then let us begin our search from the left side." The two individuals collaborated, swiftly groping along the stone wall, illuminated by the beam of their flashlight. Chapter 89. Unveiling the treasure vault, the two men, one wielding a spade and the other an axe, diligently commenced their task of clearing the vegetation from the stone wall. After meticulously removing a section, they examined it closely with a flashlight. Finding no anomalies, they proceeded to the next area. After half an hour of labor, they had nearly completed their inspection of the entire stone wall. Anxiety began to mount within them, as they sensed the ocean water slowly rising beneath them. Upon clearing another section, under the beam of the flashlight, Chen Haifeng pointed to a particular spot on the stone wall and exclaimed, "Muyang, look here." Chu Muyang focused his gaze and indeed noticed something peculiar. This section of the wall appeared incongruous with its surroundings. "Let us break it open and take a look," he said, excitement bubbling within him. Muyang stepped aside, and Chen Haifeng gripped the fire axe tightly, gently striking the surface with its blunt side. The stone wall was not particularly sturdy. Within a mere dozen strikes, a significant amount of debris tumbled down. "There's a space inside," Chu Muyang shouted with delight. Chen Haifeng retracted the axe and reached into the revealed cavity. The space was small, barely the size of a palm, but soon Chen Haifeng retrieved an object. "This is the only thing inside. It must be significant," he asserted. The team leader unwrapped it while Chu Muyang illuminated it with a flashlight. What lay beneath layers of oilcloth was a glimmering object. As the final layer was unfurled, a burst of golden light erupted forth, revealing a brilliant golden key. "Indeed, it is a key, and astonishingly, it is made of gold," exclaimed Chu Muyang with joy. "Yes, but it likely isn't pure gold. You can see it exhibits hues of other colors," Chen Haifeng noted. "Perhaps pure gold is too malleable for a key. The kernel might have mixed in other metals to enhance its strength." "You are correct. Yet this golden key is sufficient evidence that the treasure vault is real. And it indeed contains 40 tons of gold," Chen Haifeng added, his excitement palpable. "All right, leader, let us wrap up the key and head out. The tide is about to rise," Chu Muyang urged. Chen Haifeng glanced down and saw the water nearly reaching his knees. He hurriedly secured the key as instructed, promising to follow Chu Muyang out. Upon exiting the tidal cave, they were met by Lin Ruoxia, who had been anxiously awaiting their return. Noticing her questioning gaze, Chu Muyang nodded affirmatively, indicating that they had succeeded, and suggested they return to the cave to discuss further. The trio hastily made their way back to the cave. Chen Haifeng once again unveiled the oilcloth, revealing the golden key. They took turns admiring it before deliberating their next course of action. Ultimately, they unanimously agreed that to avoid any unforeseen delays, they should promptly attempt to access the treasure vault. If successful, they would be able to return to the affiliated island with gold by afternoon. After several hours of exertion, replenishing their strength was imperative. The three quickly consumed their rations, gathering the majority of their supplies and equipment as they set forth toward the treasure vault within the volcanic cave. Silence enveloped them as they traversed the path. The sun had risen fully, and although they were familiar with the route, a sense of apprehension lingered, fearing detection by Wang Tai-jun and his associates. Over an hour later, they finally arrived once more at the volcanic cave. Cautiously, they conducted an inspection nearby, finding no trace of Qin Shaojia and his companions outside the cave. The three of them entered the volcanic cave with utmost care, refraining from igniting the oil lamp or flashlight. Armed, they proceeded slowly to the end, ultimately confirming that the cave was devoid of any presence. With a collective sigh of relief, they switched on the flashlight, with Chen Haifeng leading the way to the mechanism of the treasure vault they had discovered. Under the beam of the flashlight, they gathered around the device, which resembled a steering wheel. Examining it closely, Chen Haifeng twisted it left and right, then pointed at the central aperture, stating, "Look, it 1T turn now, but there's a hole here. Let us see if we can insert it." After withdrawing the golden key, he carefully inserted it. "Indeed, it fits perfectly," Chen Haifeng exclaimed with excitement. "Team leader, let me turn it. You two just watch." Concerned about potential dangers during the turning, Chu Muyang volunteered. Although Chen Haifeng did not understand the rationale, he did not oppose, stepping back alongside Lin Ruoxia. Taking a deep breath, Chu Muyang grasped the mechanism with both hands and applied slight pressure to turn it right. The mechanism remained unmoved. However, he was not surprised. It was as if even the mightiest could only traverse left or right. He exerted force to the left, and indeed it began to turn. He continued applying pressure until he rotated the mechanism 90 degrees, only to find it seized, unable to turn further. Suddenly, a cacophony of mechanical gears echoed from within the stone wall. Chu Muyang retreated a few steps to stand beside Lin Ruoxia as the three of them fixed their gaze upon the direction of the sound. After several seconds, what had appeared to be a solid stone wall began to rise slowly, revealing a pitch-black space within. The trio contained their excitement, waiting for the stone door to reach its apex and the mechanical sounds to cease before approaching. Chu Muyang raised the flashlight, shining it into the opening. They hesitated to enter, choosing instead to observe the now wide-open treasure vault from outside. Based on their prior assumptions, the vault should contain various mechanisms and traps. Under the diffused light of the flashlight, they gradually discerned the contents within. The vault was not large, measuring merely around 20 square meters, cluttered with a variety of items, some resembling antiques, others military uniforms and supplies. Yet, they found no mountains of gold as they had anticipated. The three exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the sparse contents. "This doesn't seem right. Why are there only these few items? Many appear to be in tatters," Chen Haifeng murmured. Suddenly, Lin Ruoxia interjected. "Muyang, shine the flashlight in that direction. I think I saw something just now." Startled, Chu Muyang quickly adjusted the flashlight to focus on the area Lin Ruoxia indicated. With the concentrated beam, he too discerned what lay ahead without needing further prompting from Lin Ruoxia. "This must be another door," he remarked, as an iron door emerged distinctly within the circle of light on the wall. Could the gold be stored inside? Chu Muyang felt a surge of excitement. "What should we do next? Should we go in to investigate?" Lin Ruoxia inquired. The two individuals remained silent, their brows furrowed in contemplation. After a brief moment, Chu Muyang spoke, asserting that they must indeed proceed, for otherwise their efforts would be in vain. It is illogical to venture into a treasure trove and return empty-handed. Chen Haifeng nodded in agreement, but cautioned that they must exercise utmost vigilance, as the nature of Shaorizi would undoubtedly complicate matters. Chu Muyang, suggesting that given the urgency of time, he should venture forth to scout the path while the others kept watch outside. Should any danger arise, they were to retreat swiftly. With that, Chu Muyang turned his gaze towards Lin Ruo Shui. Concern etched on her face, Lin Ruo Shui returned his look and opened her arms to embrace him. Chu Muyang gently stroked her hair, whispering reassurances that all would be well, for fortune favors the bold. The space was confined, and even if traps were present, the danger should not be excessive. Moreover, he reminded her of her ancestral jade pendant, which would safeguard him. Chapter 90. Entering the vault after a fleeting moment of tenderness. Chu Muyang gently patted Lin Ruo Shui's back and nudged her aside. Time was of the essence, as Qin Shao Jie and his companions could arrive at any moment. Armed with a spade and donning a helmet he had scavenged from the stronghold, he felt the reassuring weight of the southern pistol tucked at his waist. He chose to forego a flashlight, relying instead on Lin Ruo Shui to illuminate his path from outside. The helmet above provided him with a significant sense of security, and with the jade pendant resting against his chest, he felt a strong likelihood of survival as long as he avoided immediate mortal peril. Approaching the raised iron door, he inhaled deeply before slowly exhaling. He crouched low and cautiously made his way inside. Chu Muyang treaded with utmost care, each step placed lightly on the floor, gradually applying pressure to ascertain the absence of any anomalies before committing his weight. His spade remained poised in his grip, ever ready to defend against any sudden traps that might spring forth. With every step taken in trepidation, he advanced cautiously for 7 or 8 paces without encountering any danger. A slight sigh of relief escaped him as he paused to wipe the perspiration from his brow. Turning back, he observed Lin Ruo Shui, her expression a blend of anxiety and concern. He offered her a reassuring smile before redirecting his focus towards the iron door embedded in the wall. The assortment of antiquities scattered throughout the room held little interest for him. It was the gold that truly captivated his ambition. After traversing another 10 steps, Chu Muyang finally arrived at the stone door set within the wall. At this point, he stood no more than 7 or 8 meters from Lin Ruo Shui. Utilizing the beam from his flashlight, he scrutinized the iron door before him. It was modest in size, comparable to a typical household door, and aside from a single handle, he noted no peculiarities. Steadying his nerves to quell his rising tension, he resolutely extended his hand, grasping the doorknob and pressing down. In that instant, an unexpected turn of events transpired. He felt the ground beneath him give way. The floor he stood upon was a movable steel plate, camouflaged with stone tiles identical to those surrounding it. The plate suddenly swung downward, and Chu Muyang found himself on the verge of plummeting into the abyss below. Although shrouded in darkness, he could surmise that it would certainly not be a welcoming place. The danger escalated further as, simultaneously with the floor's opening, a steel plate above him also gave way. He heard the crackling of machinery, followed by a cacophony of firing sounds, as countless tiny steel needles and iron spikes cascaded down like a torrential downpour. Chu Muyang was caught in a vice of peril from both above and below, his heart racing with terror. Yet his reflexes proved sharp. He swiftly positioned the spade horizontally across his chest, and as the ground beneath him gave way, the spade lodged securely between the edges of the opening. Gripping the handle tightly, he suspended himself in midair, poised between fate and folly. At this moment, the onslaught above commenced, as a chaotic array of rusty iron nails, steel needles, and other debris, presumably the contents of a grenade, rained down. The cacophony of clinks and clatters filled the air, with the majority striking the steel helmet worn by Chu Muyang. However, due to the sheer volume, several still found their mark upon his shoulders and back. Chu Muyang could not stifle a pained cry, nearly dropping the entrenching tool he clutched. Yet he gritted his teeth and endured the agony. Observing from outside, Lin Ruo Shui could no longer restrain herself upon witnessing the scene and rushed inside with a startled exclamation. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Haifeng cautiously followed, carefully stepping along the path previously taken by Chu Muyang. Not far ahead, they reached Chu Muyang's side. Lin Ruo Shui reached out to pull him, while Chen Haifeng meticulously scanned their surroundings. Only after confirming the absence of further traps did he join Lin Ruo Shui in hoisting Chu Muyang to safety. Once extricated, Chu Muyang leaned against the nearby wall, gasping for breath, relieved to have narrowly escaped disaster. Had it not been for his helmet, his head would surely have been rendered into a sieve. Chen Haifeng directed his flashlight towards the opening below, revealing a depth of approximately 2 to 3 meters, littered with metallic spikes, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Chu Muyang, unable to contain his curiosity, leaned in for a glance, and a wave of trepidation washed over him. Meanwhile, Lin Ruo Shui, undeterred by the peril, focused intently on assessing Chu Muyang's injuries. Upon discovering several rusty nails and slender steel needles embedded in his back and neck, she felt tears welling in her eyes. Chu Muyang quickly reassured her, stating he was fine as the helmet had protected him from severe harm. It was simply a matter of extraction. Chen Haifeng, expressing concern, remarked on the rust of the nails, indicating a potential complication. Understanding his condition, Chu Muyang knew that tetanus from rusty nails posed no immediate threat, assuring them that he merely needed to remove them. He feigned nonchalance, suggesting it was a trivial issue and that with some sulfa medication, he would recover swiftly, adding that a rescue team should arrive shortly. He then beckoned Lin Ruo Shui to assist with the extraction. After Lin Ruo Shui had removed all the nails and needles, Chu Muyang exhaled in relief, testing the mobility of his limbs and finding the impact minimal. He promptly urged, "Enough dawdling. Let us open the door and see if there is gold within. Otherwise, my suffering would be in vain." Upon hearing this, Chen Haifeng cautiously grasped the door handle and slowly began to open the iron door. The atmosphere was tense, each of them apprehensive about the possibility of additional traps. Yet fortunately, nothing transpired. Once the door was ajar, revealing a gap wide enough for a person to pass through, Chen Haifeng hesitated to pull it further, opting instead to illuminate the interior with his flashlight. What they beheld was astonishing. A room of about 10 square meters, filled with stacks of boxes gleaming with a metallic sheen. A rough count suggested there were perhaps 40 to 50 boxes. Scattered across the floor were numerous artifacts, including antique porcelain, which exuded undeniable value. Additionally, several mounds of objects radiating a golden luster sparkled under the flashlight's beam, unmistakably gold. "We found it. The gold is right here," Chen Haifeng exclaimed with exuberance. A look of ecstatic joy appeared on Chu Muyang's face as he prepared to enter and investigate. Chen Haifeng grasped him firmly and said, "Muyang, allow me to enter first. You were the one who led the charge and disabled these traps." Chu Muyang shook his head, insisting, "I shall go in first. Captain, you must preserve your strength to face any potential dangers that may arise." Chen Haifeng hesitated for a moment, then sighed and stepped aside. With Lin Ruoshue's assistance, Chu Muyang rose to his feet, adjusted his helmet, picked up the entrenching tool, and cautiously ventured into the treasure vault once more. Chapter 91. A sudden turn approaching the treasure chamber with caution. No traps were triggered anew. After a careful yet limited exploration, Chu Muyang picked up a nearby porcelain vase, appreciating its exquisite craftsmanship despite his lack of expertise in antiques. He set it down and then gathered the scattered gold pieces from the ground, feeling their substantial weight and noticing their brilliant luster. Remarkably, after decades, these golden treasures had retained their striking appearance, exuding an undeniable allure. Overwhelmed with joy, Chu Muyang pocketed the gold and called out, asserting that it was safe for everyone to enter. Upon hearing this, Chen Haifeng could no longer contain his excitement and swiftly stepped inside. Lin Ruo Shui, however, glanced back with a hint of doubt, and only after confirming there was no anomaly did she follow suit. Once inside, Chen Haifeng hurried to collect the scattered gold, eagerly inquiring, "Muyang, are you certain this is gold?" In high spirits, Chu Muyang nodded emphatically. Not only gold, but there are also numerous antiques nearby. However, given their size, transporting them may prove inconvenient. Chen Haifeng, uninterested in the antiques, bit into one of the gold pieces to verify its authenticity, then joyfully stowed it away. He then approached a chest adorned with a simple latch. Without time to examine it, he hastily smashed it open with his axe, immediately blinding the three with a dazzling golden light. As Chen Haifeng extracted the gold from the chest, he played with it excitedly, exclaiming, "We've struck gold. Muyang, just imagine how much this is worth." At that moment, Chu Muyang opened a large wooden chest, revealing tightly wrapped items that appeared to be genuine antiques. It seemed the true treasures lay within, while the items outside were merely commonplace. Lin Ruo Shui became captivated by a pair of pearl necklaces displayed on a shelf, delighting in their beauty as she held them. As Chu Muyang and Chen Haifeng exchanged glances over the mountains of gold and antiques, each clutching their own treasures, they could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Just as their joy echoed, applause rang out from outside, with a voice exclaiming, "Excellent! So the real treasure is within." Startled by the commotion, the trio froze. Chu Muyang dropped the items in his hands and instinctively reached for his waist, grasping his handgun. Just as he raised it, a knife flew in from outside with astonishing speed and precision, embedding itself into his palm. With a pained cry, he dropped the gun. Chen Haifeng attempted to retrieve the axe from the ground, only to find a military shovel pressed against his neck. "Don't move, or I won't hesitate to use this," came the warning. Looking up, Chen Haifeng recognized Wang Taijun and his companions, with Zhang Long holding the shovel menacingly. Meanwhile, Chu Muyang felt the cold edge of another weapon pressed against his chest, while Zhao, who had subdued Lin Ruo Shui. In the blink of an eye, the trio had plummeted from euphoria into despair, utterly powerless to resist. Moments later, the sound of footsteps approached, as Qin Shao Jia entered with two beautiful women by his side. Upon witnessing the scene, he could not help but burst into laughter. "Iron Army, your strategy is indeed commendable. Let them serve as our advance guard, and now the gold shall be ours." He then turned to Chen Haifeng and remarked, "Haifeng, I have treated you well, yet you have turned traitor." At these words, Zhang Long kicked Chen Haifeng to the ground, cursing, "Li Tai and the others have been gone for so long, I knew something was amiss. Who would have thought it was you, the traitor?" Chen Haifeng clenched his teeth in silence, while Chu Muyang interjected, "You must be Qin Shaojia, and Wang Taijun is referred to by Leader Chen. Is such hostility truly necessary? We could simply forfeit the gold, accepting it as a miscalculation on our part, rather than resorting to violence." In response to Chu Muyang's words, Qin Shaojia delivered a resounding slap, exclaiming, "You possess quite the audacity to speak to me in such a manner at this time. This gold is mine by right, and you dare to covet it? Do you think I wouldn't bury you alive on this island without a second thought?" Chu Muyang spat out bloodied saliva, suppressing his rage and falling silent. Qin Shaojia glanced at him and dismissed him, commanding, "Bind them up to prevent any disruption. Then let us open a few boxes to ascertain if they indeed contain gold." He then seized the gold before Chen Haifeng, verifying its authenticity, and could not contain his laughter. Wang Taijun and his companions produced vines they had prepared in advance, binding the hands and feet of Chu Muyang and his companions, carelessly tossing them aside. While binding Chu Muyang, Wang Taijun chuckled, "I didn't expect you to possess a handgun. Yet, no matter how fine the weapon, its efficacy relies on the wielder." Wang Taijun, Zhang Long, and Zhao, who could no longer suppress their elation, each approaching a box to revel in its contents. With all dangers seemingly averted, Qin Shaojia and his cohorts let down their guard, greedily grasping large handfuls of gold, their eyes ablaze with avarice and desire. Apart from Qin Shaojia, the others discreetly stashed gold bars and bricks into their pockets, cognizant that this gold ultimately belonged to him, and any amount they could conceal would be a small gain. Qin Shaojia noticed their furtive actions, but merely scoffed inwardly, deciding it was not the time to intervene. He would address it once his associates arrived. As for Chu Muyang, Chen Haifeng, and the others, they huddled in a corner, their expressions despondent, their spirits crushed. Not only had the gold slipped from their grasp, but their very safety was now in jeopardy. The fall from the pinnacle of life to the depths of despair is a transformation that is difficult for anyone to bear. Once Qin Shaojia and his men had sufficiently vented their frustrations, Chu Muyang gathered his thoughts and said, Qin Shaojia, carrying wealth that cannot be taken away is ultimately futile. I have heard from Brother Feng that your telegraph machine requires merely one component. Coincidentally, I have a telegraph machine as well. If we can combine our resources, it should be reparable. How about we discuss this? We shall forfeit the gold and offer you the telegraph machine in exchange for our release. Upon hearing this, Qin Shaojia, clutching 2 handfuls of gold, chuckled darkly. Do you think I cannot retrieve the telegraph machine myself? Every move you make upon this island is under our vigilant surveillance. The remnants you possess are concealed within that cave, are they not? Did you truly believe I was unaware? What? A jolt of shock coursed through Chu Muyang's heart. He had assumed it was merely a coincidence that Qin Shaojia and his companions stumbled upon their whereabouts. Little did he know, from the very moment they set foot on the island, their presence had been unveiled. In disbelief, he exclaimed, How can this be? We were exceedingly cautious, and we conducted thorough inspections of our surroundings. Zhao Hu turned back, a triumphant grin upon his face, and declared, no matter how cunning you may be, you cannot escape the grasp of our military brother's dominion. Our primary stronghold allows us to oversee both stretches of beach, and several days ago, our military brother instructed us to monitor the shores daily. Thus, Chu Muyang lamented inwardly, despite all calculations and strategies. Who could have anticipated that they were exposed from the very beginning? Chapter 92. The true killing move, just as Chu Muyang was about to utter another word. A faint yet crisp sound suddenly pierced the air, reminiscent of glass shattering. Almost immediately, several pipes, as thick as water hoses, emerged from concealed corners, and blue smoke began to billow forth from within them. Chu Muyang, glancing towards the source of the sound, was met with the unexpected sight of the smoke. A wave of alarm washed over him. This smoke was clearly no benign substance, and the blue hue suggested it might be toxic. He attempted to rise, but his hands and feet were bound. He managed to stand halfway before collapsing back to the ground. Qin Shaojia, observing his struggles, mistook them for an act of defiance and scoffed, Kid, I advise you not to resist, or you'll only suffer more for nothing. Desperation grippet Chu Muyang. While he was not particularly afraid of poison, Lin Ruoxue and Chun Haifeng were another matter entirely. He shouted urgently, No, look over there. Poisonous smoke. Wang Taijun was the first to